The supreme god, the master of light and darkness, unexpectedly fell to the Douluo continent in the form of an infant. By a stroke of fate, he was rescued by the titled Douluo Yue Guan, who was on a mission and was subsequently brought back to the spirit hall by the holy maiden, Bibi Dong. Filthy and wretched beings, do not question the reasons for my disdain towards you. Protecting the spirit hall is my unwavering duty. Chapter 1. Yi Qifeng. What a magnificent chrysanthemum. As the intertwining lights of black and white illuminated the surroundings, Yi Qifeng's consciousness began to return to his body. Chrysanthemum wilts, leaving sorrow in its wake, petals fall, and hearts break. At that moment, a voice filled with murderous intent pierced through the air, directly entering Yi Qifeng's ears. In an instant, his awareness fully returned to his corporeal form. Slowly, Yi Qifeng opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was an enormous chrysanthemum. What a magnificent chrysanthemum! Yi Qifeng marveled internally, momentarily taken aback. At the same time, he was filled with curiosity, for the content of that fierce cry felt oddly familiar. Before him, the massive chrysanthemum, after the cry, disintegrated into its petals and stamen, all floating in midair, before transforming into sharp blades. At the sight of this transformation, Yi Qifeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his dark pupils dilating with astonishment. When he focused on the suspended blades, his gaze fell upon a graceful figure. He was taken aback, could it be? If so, it was not entirely unacceptable. At the very least, the bizarre transformation of the chrysanthemum could be explained. Yet, it remained uncertain. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, mere moments passed. The suspended blades, under the elegant figure's command, aligned in unison, pointing toward a shadowy figure cloaked in ominous crimson mist, standing merely 5 meters away. Attack! The graceful figure elegantly gestured with a delicate hand, directing the blades towards the blood-colored silhouette while issuing a fierce command. Instantly, the blades shot forth with incredible speed, leaving no time for the crimson figure to react. With no obstacles in their path, the blades penetrated his body completely. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed, and crimson blossoms erupted. Soon after, a piercing scream rang out, and the blood-colored figure collapsed heavily to the ground. Under Yi Qifeng's watchful gaze, the graceful figure lightly floated down beside the fallen figure, maintaining a safe distance while emanating an aura of formidable pressure, ever vigilant. In that moment, Yi Qifeng finally discerned the appearance of the elegant figure. Golden hair framed a figure clad in combat armor matching its hue. The skin appeared as delicate as an infant's, and the features were strikingly feminine. Indeed, it was alluring. Had it not been for the prominent Adam's apple, one would scarcely believe him to be a man. Once assured that the figure had truly succumbed to death, he released his soul power pressure and summoned the floating blades back, reconstituting them into a chrysanthemum that gradually diminished in size before resting in his palm, which he then concealed with a swift motion. The elegant figure chuckled softly, placing a delicate finger against her lips, her expression laced with mockery. Were it not for her presence, I would have swiftly completed my task. Otherwise, you, a mere soul, saint-level evil soul master, are hardly worthy of my 9th soul skill. However, experiencing the might of my 9th soul skill, as the Chrysanthemum Douluo, is indeed a privilege for you. With that, the Chrysanthemum Douluo turned to leave, harboring no intention of retrieving the body of his foe, particularly one as detestable as an evil soul master, who was reviled across the continent. It was sufficient not to reduce him to ashes. However, just as Yue Guan was about to step away, he abruptly halted, for he felt a pair of eyes fixed intently upon him, merely 2 or 3 meters in front. Those eyes, dark and bright, exuded a pure clarity belonging to a perfectly chiseled, glistening infant. At that moment, the infant's eyes widened, and its mouth agape, presenting an adorably innocent visage. They stared at each other, locked in a moment of mutual astonishment. There's still a survivor? Yue Guan spoke first, unable to suppress a smirk, feeling a bit embarrassed, and he dropped his delicate gesture. Ah, how careless of me. For one of his power, akin to that of a titled Douluo, 2 to 3 meters was an alarmingly close distance, a perilous situation indeed. He had overlooked it during his earlier soul power scan. That startled me. Thankfully, it's just a baby, posing no threat. Otherwise, it would have been dire. I must be more cautious and thorough in my investigations during battles henceforth. He reflected, gently patting his chest and taking a calming breath. By the heavens, it truly is you. the infamous and flamboyant Chrysanthemum Douluo. At this revelation, Yi Qifeng's eyes widened, and instinctively, he blurted out his thoughts. However, he quickly realized his indiscretion and promptly silenced himself. Why Yi Qifeng's words reached Yu Guan's ears, transforming into the coos of an infant. Yu Guan, however, could not comprehend his utterances. Meanwhile, Yi Qifeng was in a state of panic, horrified to discover he had transformed into an infant. He attempted to rise, only to find himself incapable of even rolling over. Lifting his hands revealed a pair of smooth, delicate baby hands. "What?" Yi Qifeng involuntarily exclaimed. Yu Guan, unable to understand, only heard the baby babble. Yet, the sound pulled Yu Guan back to reality. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate. You've survived in the clutches of an evil soul master." Evidently, Yu Guan perceived Yi Qifeng as a sacrificial offering, meant for some nefarious blood ritual. Simultaneously, memories of a previously witnessed scene flashed through his minda, blinding light of black and white intertwining, splitting the heavens into stark contrast. It was likely a result of the evil soul master conducting some vile blood ritual. Those despicable evil soul masters on the continent were notorious for their bizarre and unfathomable ceremonies, a fact that had long ceased to astonish him. However, that blinding light had inadvertently aided the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall's enforcement team was dispatched to eradicate the evil soul masters hidden in this region. Yet, they had received only vague hints about the existence of a stronghold, lacking any specific location. These evil soul masters were quite cunning, evading capture as the team searched the mountainous terrain for over half a month. It was only with the appearance of that black and white light that their position had been confirmed. Shaking his head to dispel the images from his mind, Yu Guan approached Yi Qifeng. Before Yi Qifeng's bewildered gaze, he produced a long strip of silk from his person and laid it upon ground. Yue Guan gently cradled the infant in his arms, carefully placing him upon the silk scarf. With utmost delicacy, he wrapped the child snugly and adorned him with a charming bow. Then, Yue Guan lifted Yi Qifeng, cradling him close to his chest. "It is time to report back." As soon as the words left his lips, Yue Guan summoned his spiritual energy, enveloping Yi Qifeng in a protective shield. Without delay, he soared into the air, swiftly propelling himself in a determined direction. Chapter 2. The first encounter with Bibi Dong. The scarf enveloping Yi Qifeng exuded a rich chrysanthemum fragrance, intermingled with the delicate scents of various unusual flowers and herbs, reminiscent of the aroma that lingered about the Chrysanthemum Douluo Yue Guan. The fragrance was delightful, instilling a sense of tranquility and calmness. Lying in the embrace of Yue Guan, Yi Qifeng's heart was a tumult of emotions. He grappled with the bewildering reality of finding himself inexplicably transported to the Douluo continent. Raising his gaze to the alluring visage of Yue Guan, he contemplated his current predicament. He had fallen into Yue Guan's hands. Yet perhaps this was fortuitous, as it spared him from the peril of death. He mused that if only she could escort him back to the Wuhuan Palace, it would be even better. In the divine realm, shrouded in ethereal mists, it appeared as a breathtaking paradise. Majestic palaces loomed, their splendor barely discernible amidst the clouds. At the center stood an imposing palace soaring 1,000 feet into the sky, the heart of the divine realm and the seat of the divine council. At this moment, the council, a rare convening that occurs but once in a millennium, was underway. 5 shadowy figures, enveloped in an aura of intrigue, were engaged in deliberation, seemingly confronted by an urgent matter. "This meeting is called to address a singular issue," began a man whose presence radiated a sinister and malevolent aura. "Surely, you all witnessed the enigmatic black and white flash that recently darted across the heavens. Do any of you have insights to share?" A woman, exuding a benign and gentle essence, took her turn to speak. "Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Little Green," she continued, directing her gaze toward another woman radiating a vibrant green life force. "Did your life prayer ritual yield any results?" The green-tinged woman shook her head, stating, "The divination merely revealed a veil of fog, obscuring the truth. My attempts to decipher it nearly led to my own undoing, and I dared not pursue further." She then turned her attention to a man enveloped by a violet aura of destruction. "In you, destruction? I sense no traces of annihilation." "It seems there is little impact on the divine realm," the violet-clad man replied, lifting his head to reveal eyes glowing with a purple luminescence, his voice deep and resonant. "Since there appears to be no consequence, let us adjourn." Continuing this discussion yields nothing but a waste of time, declared a towering figure whose presence was saturated with a crimson aura of slaughter. His mind was preoccupied with schemes he intended to execute, and he had no desire to linger on unrelated matters. This individual had always been of such disposition, a fact that his peers had long since accepted without protest. Very well, but remain vigilant. The divine realm is currently unsettled. The disappearance of the angel god, shrouded in mystery, remains unresolved, and the prospects appear grim. Should anyone glean new information, ensure it is communicated promptly. Dismissed. The malevolent figure, burdened by a weighty demeanor, stood and vanished from his seat. Moments later, the others followed suit, their forms dissipating one by one. On the Douluo continent, after a few minutes of flight, Yue Guan brought Yi Qifeng to a site where, at its center, stood a lone woman, surrounded by signs of a recent fierce battle. Numerous corpses lay strewn about, appearing as if melted by some unknown force. Their demise horrific. Upon witnessing this scene, Yue Guan's delicate frame trembled involuntarily. Nevertheless, steeling himself, he approached the woman. Yet at that moment, a chilling malevolence emanated from her being. An intense aura of bloodlust surged forth, imbued with coldness, thirst for blood, and evil, enveloping the atmosphere with a cascade of negative emotions that induced a palpable sense of dread. Yi Qifeng too felt a twinge of discomfort. Yue Guan, acutely aware of the situation, sensed her body tremble once more. Yet she understood the reason. Since the Saintess had emerged from that accursed place, she had remained in this state. Though accustomed to it, her body remained unyielding, betraying her with involuntary trepidation. Yi Qifeng looked ahead and beheld the woman standing sideways. She was not tall, approximately 5'7", with a youthful appearance that suggested an age of around 20. Her porcelain skin and nearly perfect profile rendered her strikingly unique, cascading down to her waist. Her soft lavender hair danced gently in the breeze, evoking an ethereal quality. A light purple gown clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite curves, complemented by delicate crystal heels of the same hue, enhancing her allure. Indeed, no words could adequately encapsulate her beauty, even amidst the aura of malevolence that surrounded her. Your Highness the Saintess, all the fleeing evil soul masters have been vanquished. The mission is accomplished, Yue Guan reported respectfully while bowing, cradling Yi Qifeng. The Saintess? Yi Qifeng thought in astonishment, recognizing her as Bibi Dong. Indeed, apart from her, the Wuhuan Palace could hardly produce another with such exquisite beauty and unparalleled aura. It appeared she had not yet ascended to the position of Pope. Did this imply that a certain beast still lived? His gaze remained fixed on Bibi Dong, bright and unwavering. She replied, her voice devoid of warmth, cold and hollow, as if stripped of all emotion. There is one more matter. A newborn boy still lives. Recently delivered, likely captured by those wretched evil soul masters for sacrificial purposes. I have brought him back. Your Highness, how shall we proceed? Yue Guan inquired, unperturbed by Bibi Dong's detached demeanor. Let me see. Bibi Dong finally turned to him, her gem-like lavender eyes focused on the infant in Yue Guan's arms. Yi Qifeng finally beheld her complete visage and noted her pallor, a hint of strain etched across her brow, her expression taut and unyielding. Deep within her gaze lingered an unusual aura, a sinister essence of despair, disdain for the world, and a fervent desire for destruction that threatened to obliterate all in its path. Yi Qifeng sensed that Bibi Dong was not herself, and a frown creased his brow. The malevolence surrounding her seemed to stem from her recent emergence from the city of slaughter. It was likely that the city's influence had yet to dissipate, and her bloodlust remained inadequately restrained. The sinister aura suggested that she had accepted the legacy of the Rakshasa god, her mind tainted by its dark inclinations. Bibi Dong gazed at the infant cradled in Yue Guan's arms, her eyes wide and unblinking, seemingly unafraid, a flicker of intrigue igniting within her heart. The child's inky black eyes possessed an extraordinary allure, captivating her attention with an almost magnetic force. Without volition, Bibi Dong stepped forward, instinctively reaching out toward the infant. Her sudden approach startled Yue Guan, causing a wave of alarm to wash over him. He was acutely aware of the Saintess's profound aversion towards men, even if the individual in question was merely a child. Typically, he refrained from approaching her closely, fearful that she might unleash her wrath. However, It soon became evident to Yue Guan that Bibi Dong was not targeting him. Her gaze was fixed upon the infant. Could it be that she harbored intentions towards this male child? Yue Guan involuntarily inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating with the baby in his arms, his eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. Chapter 3. Yue Guan. A haunting encounter. His movement startled Bibi Dong, causing her outstretched hand to pause. Recognizing Yue Guan's unease, she realized he had clearly misconstrued her intentions. She merely wished to caress the infant's adorably round face. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong had no desire to clarify her actions. A soft sigh escaped her lips as her thoughts turned to another child, a particularly bothersome one. Having recently emerged from the city of slaughter, she struggled to contain the residual killing intent that clung to her. That insufferable child had approached her, boasting of his recently awakened martial soul. And in a moment of loss of control, she had attacked without mercy. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a certain detestable old man, that child would have perished at her hands. Her presence here was not merely to seek solace, but also to distance herself from that chilling city and the irritating child. She feared she might succumb to the urge to harm again. The task of eradicating evil soul masters was merely ancillary. Seeing that Bibi Dong had no intention of aggression, Yue Guan let out a sigh of relief, oblivious to her emotional turmoil. However, the observant Yi Qifeng, with his wide, sparkling eyes fixed on Bibi Dong, sensed the pain she bore. He extended his tiny hand, gently patting the back of her hand. "Don't be sad. Things will get better," he offered, though the simplicity of his words felt inadequate. As Bibi Dong felt a soft touch on her hand and heard the infant's coos, an inexplicable warmth enveloped her heart, and her myriad negative emotions began to dissipate. Gazing at the clear-eyed infant before her, the little hand that patted her felt unexpectedly pleasing, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. This smile was like the blossoming of spring, captivating Yi Qifeng instantly. Observing Bibi Dong's current demeanor and recalling her past suffering, he felt a surge of compassion and silently vowed to rescue her from the depths of despair and ensure her protection from a tragic fate. At that moment, even Yue Guan was taken aback. A smile from the Saintess? It had been years since he had witnessed such a sight. Was he imagining things? He blinked in disbelief, questioning his own perception. Yet, in the next instant, he saw Bibi Dong's delicate hand gently pinching the infant's face multiple times, her smile widening. Yue Guan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Bibi Dong paid no heed to Yue Guan's thoughts. She simply felt an inexplicable fondness for the exquisite infant and wished to express a semblance of affection. Quickly, Elder Ju and Her Highness the Saintess are ahead. At that moment, the voices of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team echoed nearby as numerous members hurriedly arrived. Soon, various squads of the enforcement team were assembled. Lacking the formidable power of Elder Ju and the Saintess, their journey took a bit longer. By the time they arrived, the battle had already concluded. After all, it was Yue Guan, a title Douluo of level 92, alongside Bibi Dong, who had one foot in the title Douluo realm and was momentarily a level 89 soldat who had engaged in combat. The enforcement team's arrival merely entailed cleaning up the aftermath, a task they were more than willing to undertake. For them, avoiding battle was indeed a welcome relief. Although suppressing evil soul masters was a duty of the enforcement team, engaging them posed significant dangers. Evil soul masters were not only bloodthirsty and brutal, but often employed bizarre and unpredictable tactics that left one vulnerable. Each year, hundreds of enforcement team members perished in confrontations with them. Squad 1 and Squad 2, you're responsible for the cleanup. Gather the bodies of those evil soul masters and dispose of them by fire. Do not let them stain the ground. The rest of you, accompany me to escort the Saintess back to her carriage. Yue Guan instructed the squad leaders of the enforcement team. Yes, Elder Ju. The squad leaders responded in unison, kneeling in obedience. After issuing his commands, Yue Guan led the remaining enforcement team, safeguarding Bibi Dong as they made their way to the location of the Saintess's carriage. The carriage was not far off, guarded by a dedicated enforcement squad, so there were no concerns of abandonment. As for Yi Qifeng, he remained nestled in Yue Guan's embrace. Despite Bibi Dong's affection for him, it was impractical for her to carry him while traveling. At that moment, the infant had fallen asleep, as he was still very much a baby and easily fatigued. Before long, the group reached the vicinity of the carriage. Your Highness the Saintess. Elder Ju. The enforcement team stationed there immediately knelt in greeting upon seeing the Saintess and Elder Jew return. Bibi Dong responded with indifference as she entered the carriage, settling into a meditative position to focus on her cultivation. She aimed to seize the moment to break through the level 90 soul power barrier and swiftly ascend to the realm of title de law. Rise, Yue Guan commanded, his tone firm yet devoid of coldness. He then approached the window of Bibi Dong's carriage. Your Highness, this. He slightly lifted the sleeping infant, awkwardly gesturing. Bring him in, Bibi Dong replied, lifting the carriage curtain. After a moment's thought, she realized it wouldn't be proper for Yue Guan to hold him the entire time, especially since he would also need to drive the carriage. She decided it was acceptable to allow him inside. Upon receiving Bibi Dong's consent, Yue Guan carefully placed Yi Qifeng into the carriage. This marked his first entry into Bibi Dong's carriage, yet he felt no inclination to explore. All he wished for was to set the infant down swiftly. He could distinctly sense the air temperature drop the moment he stepped inside. Under Bibi Dong's icy gaze, Yue Guan gently placed the infant beside her on the seat and, in a flurry, exited the carriage as if propelled by an unseen force, utilizing his soul power in his haste. The maneuver was executed with such fluidity that it left Bibi Dong bemused, pondering, am I truly so fearsome? Once outside, Yue Guan finally took a deep breath upon feeling solid ground beneath his feet. He could not fathom why, despite his superior cultivation compared to Bibi Dong, he consistently felt a sense of trepidation in her presence. Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed the disconcerting feeling and sought a nearby stone to sit and meditate. Awaiting the return of the enforcement teams from a battlefield, the journey back to Wuhuan City would soon commence. Inside the carriage, after Yue Guan departed, Bibi Dong resumed her meditative state. 3 hours later, she awoke from her trance, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her mood considerably uplifted. To her astonishment, this session of cultivation had progressed unexpectedly smoothly, devoid of the usual obscurity she had encountered in the past. For over a year, her soul power had remained at level 89, and 6 months prior, she realized she had hit a bottleneck in her cultivation. Regardless of her meditative efforts, the enhancement of her soul power had been painfully slow, akin to a tortoise's pace. Yet, after just an hour of practice, she experienced a significant increase in her soul power, and the constraints of her current level seemed to loosen. Now, she felt confident that it would not be long before she ascended to the realm of the title de law. However, the smile on her lips vanished abruptly, replaced by an icy demeanor as heavy waves of negativity washed over her, and a familiar headache began to resurface. Chapter 4. The Carriage Journey. Reminiscing about some unpleasant memories, she thought, just wait, you shall pay the price. Her gaze turned frosty as she muttered these words within her mind. Shaking her head vigorously, she endeavored to cast aside all troubling thoughts. Rubbing her temples, she realized the discomfort had not abated. She pulled back the curtain of the carriage window slightly, her lavender eyes peering outside in an attempt to distract herself. It was now afternoon, edging toward evening as the convoy exited the mountainous, sparsely populated area, preparing to enter the bustling towns and cities of humankind. However, after a brief glance, Bibi Dong lost interest. She lowered the curtain and shifted her gaze to the peacefully sleeping Yi Qifeng beside her. Observing the cherubic child with rosy cheeks, she found him unexpectedly adorable. Unable to resist, she reached out, her delicate hands gently pinching the round cheeks of the little one. Suddenly, Bibi Dong was taken aback. At the moment her fingers made contact with the child's face, a wave of tranquility washed over her, dispersing the negative emotions that had plagued her for days and alleviating her persistent headache. Clarity of mind returned, granting her an exquisite sense of comfort, not only calming her spirit, but also aiding her in controlling her murderous intent. Even the two spider emperor martial spirits within her seemed to resonate with a peculiar excitement. After several playful squeezes of the child's cheeks, she became convinced that it was the infant's presence that was responsible for this newfound serenity. Bibi Dong gazed intently at the little one, sensing a mysterious aura emanating from him that captivated her deeply, igniting an impulse to draw closer. She yearned to cradle this child in her arms. However, upon noticing the silk scarf adorned with golden chrysanthemums that swathed the infant, her expression soured, and several dark lines appeared on her forehead. With a decisive motion, she sliced through the scarf with her hand, reducing it to mere fragments. Then, from her soul guide, she retrieved a piece of purple cloth specifically designed for infants. This fabric had been prepared for that insufferable child long ago, and now it found its purpose. With careful hands, she wrapped the baby anew, though her lack of experience in caring for children rendered her a bit clumsy in her movements. Yi Qifeng, feeling the sudden chill from the removal of the previous wrapping, began to stir awake. The additional fussing from Bibi Dong made it nearly impossible for him to remain asleep. As he opened his sleepy eyes, he was greeted by the sight of delicate hands moving around his tiny body. Yaya, what are you doing? Yi Qifeng inquired. Ah, you're awake. What to do? What to do? Bibi Dong panicked slightly, fearing the child might cry. Fortunately, Yi Qifeng quickly understood that she was swaddling him and remained quiet, allowing her to continue her efforts. Relieved that the infant was calm, Bibi Dong finally completed the wrapping, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over her. Yi Qifeng chuckled at Bibi Dong's flustered yet endearing demeanor, a sound that resonated with pure joy. Hearing the child's laughter, Bibi Dong felt as though she had been healed, her heart swelling with delight as a sweet smile broke across her face. In Yi Qifeng's eyes, her smile was akin to a breathtaking landscape, stirring deep emotions within him. This moment solidified his resolve to protect her, ensuring she would not meet a tragic fate. Bibi Dong cradled the little one in her arms. Little one, it seems you have a remarkable origin, she teased, playfully brushing her fingers against the baby's nose. Don't poke and prod. Yi Qifeng was not fond of Bibi Dong's playful antics, swatting her hand away. Yet, the more he resisted, the more she delighted in her playful pinches. All right, you're beautiful, so you have the final say, he resigned, knowing he was powerless to resist her whims as a mere infant. He promptly fell silent, but soon his little belly began to protest with soft grumbles. Are you hungry? That makes sense. Having fallen into the hands of an evil soul master, you must have gone a long time without food. It's essential to find something for the little one to eat, Bibi Dong thought as she heard the sounds emanating from the baby's stomach. Old Elder Jew, where are we now? Bibi Dong inquired of Yue Guan, who was driving the carriage. Your Highness, ahead lies a city named Wuye City, about 10 miles away. Our Wuhuan Temple's branch is stationed there, and we can rest in the city tonight, Yue Guan replied. Proceed at full speed. Let us reach Wuye City swiftly, and allow the team to rest there, Bibi Dong instructed. Understood. Though Yue Guan was puzzled by Bibi Dong's insistence on hastening their journey, he refrained from probing further. Thus, under Yue Guan's command, the convoy accelerated. A few minutes later, the Wuhuan Temple team arrived at Wuye City, where the main bishop of their branch awaited at the city gate. The convoy entered without inspection and, under the bishop's guidance, settled into the Wuhuan Temple's designated rest quarters. Bibi Dong emerged from the carriage, cradling the infant Yi Qifeng. As Yue Guan reached out to take the child, Bibi Dong did not acquiesce to his request. Elder Jew, could you kindly procure some fresh beast milk? This little one is hungry, she requested calmly. Of course. Yue Guan was somewhat taken aback, but complied. He had noticed the child's new wrapping and deduced that the saintess had disapproved of his scarf. Although this realization irked him somewhat, he brushed it off. Acquiring fresh beast milk was a task that did not necessitate Yue Guan's direct involvement. He merely needed to instruct the local bishop to handle it. Soon, mere minutes passed. The efficiency of the station bishop was remarkable, and soon a large bowl of fresh beast milk was delivered into Yue Guan's hands. He, in turn, personally handed it to Bibi Dong, who intended to feed the milk herself. Though Yi Qifeng was in an infant body, his adult mind found it somewhat embarrassing to be fed. However, driven by hunger, he took the initiative to grasp the bowl and began to drink greedily. Observing the little one drinking milk with such self-sufficiency, Bibi Dong found him quite clever and surprisingly well-behaved, which endeared him to her immensely. Before long, the bowl was emptied, and he let out a satisfied burp. After quenching his thirst, Yi Qifeng felt his eyelids grow heavy. He was once again succumbing to sleep, a natural inclination for an infant. He swiftly drifted into slumber, surprising even Bibi Dong with the speed of his descent into dreams. Bibi Dong opted not to rest in the designated quarters prepared at the inn, as the carriage provided ample space, complete with comfortable bedding. She had grown accustomed to spending her travels within the carriage. With the little one asleep, she entered a meditative state, sitting cross-legged on the seat. Aware that Yi Qifeng possessed a mysterious aura that brought her tranquility and aided her in controlling her murderous intent while accelerating her soul power cultivation. She cradled him in her arms, striving to maintain a comfortable position. Indeed, in this meditative state, Bibi Dong's thoughts flowed freely, and her soul power surged at an unprecedented rate. As the sun began to set, 2 hours had passed since Bibi Dong entered her cultivation. Captivated by the experience, she hesitated to break her meditation even when mealtime approached, unwilling to squander any moment. Once a soul master enters meditation, it is often an unending endeavor, particularly for a cultivation enthusiast like Bibi Dong. During this time, Yue Guan delivered food, but she remained undisturbed in her trance. Yi Qifeng showed no signs of waking either. Night passed swiftly, and, in the morning, sunlight streamed through the carriage windows. Although it did not penetrate the curtains, it brightened the interior considerably. Yi Qifeng awoke from his dreams, rubbing his eyes and realizing he was cradled in Bibi Dong's arms, who was still deep in her meditation. He gazed up and saw a faint purple mist swirling around her, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Bathed in the light filtering through the window, she appeared regal and divine, evoking a sense of reverence. Before long, Bibi Dong emerged from her meditation. Her lips slightly parted as she exhaled a breath of air. The sensation of cultivating was truly delightful. She mused, feeling a lingering desire for more. Just as she stretched, she noticed a weight in her arms, momentarily forgetting the little one she held. Turning her lavender eyes towards him, she found that he had awakened. His dark eyes, wide with curiosity, fixated upon her. "Little one, when did you wake up? You are so well-behaved. Not a peep out of you," she remarked, never having encountered such a docile child before. She gently pinched his cheek. "I'm hungry," Yi Qifeng responded, relinquishing any pretense of resistance, vocalizing a soft sound. Aware that Bibi Dong might not understand his infant babble, he gestured at his belly under her gaze. "Are you hungry?" Bibi Dong paused, then, guessing his meaning, replied, "Then let us eat, as I'm also feeling quite hungry." Days later, the Wuhuan temple team, of which Yi Qifeng was a part, had traveled several hundred kilometers away from Wuye City. Inside the carriage, Bibi Dong sat cross-legged, still holding Yi Qifeng as she resumed her cultivation. The purple soul power surrounding her had grown denser and more profound than before, swirling around her body and forming blossoms above her head, causing the very atmosphere around the carriage to shift. Yue Guan, driving the carriage, sensed the change in the surrounding aura. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. "This is bad. Why is the breakthrough happening now?" Having already reached the rank of a title Douluo, he recognized the signs of an impending breakthrough. "Stop! Stay alert!" he commanded, halting the carriage and signaling to the team to avoid disturbing the Saintess's breakthrough. He then leapt from the carriage, landing on a nearby rock, scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance, ready to defend against any potential threats. The other team members, seeing Elder Ju's sudden alarm, prepare their weapons, ready for any adversaries that might approach. The breakthrough to a title Douluo often creates considerable commotion and is highly sensitive to interruptions. Typically, one would either seek protection or find a secluded place for such a momentous occasion. Inside the carriage, Bibi Dong had her eyes closed, her body slowly lifting from the seat. Her soul power intensified, swirling around her as a powerful purple torrent, creating a vortex that quickened the air around her and began to gather clouds above. In an instant, a dark cloud enveloped the carriage, causing the guards to grow increasingly tense and serious. What is happening? They wondered silently, tightening their grips on their weapons, though they remained steadfast in their duty. Yi Qifeng, awakened by the disturbance, looked around in astonishment, trying to comprehend the unfolding changes. Moments later, he deduced that the phenomenon was caused by Bibi Dong. Is she about to break through? Is it supposed to be this loud? He speculated. Break. At that moment, Bibi Dong's eyes shot open, and with a commanding voice, she unleashed her soul power, erupting in a cascade of purple light that shattered the carriage roof. The sound of the explosion echoed as the roof landed nearby, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yue Guan, seeing the dust approaching the carriage, waved his hand to disperse it. Inside, Bibi Dong exuded an aura befitting a title Douluo. She successfully advanced to the title Douluo realm, reaching level 90. With just one more spirit ring, she would become a true title Douluo. As her spirit power stabilized, Bibi Dong gently descended on her bed. "I have broken through. I have successfully ascended to title Douluo," Bibi Dong exclaimed with unrestrained joy, embracing Yi Qifeng and giving a vigorous kick. Her gaze turned to Yi Qifeng, her face radiating delight, her red lips unable to resist planting a fervent kiss on the little one's cheek. Little one, I owe this triumph to you. Ah, Yi Qifeng, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Bibi Dong's words, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected kiss, causing his heart to skip a beat. Though he was but an infant, his soul was that of an adult. Hey, I must remind you, a kiss entails responsibility. Yi Qifeng's eyes widened in surprise, babbling in response. Your Highness, has the breakthrough been successful? Yue Guan, witnessing the dissipating phenomena around them, hastily approached the carriage. Yes, what good fortune? The inquiry from outside the carriage brought Bibi Dong back to her senses. She stepped out, cradling the infant Yi Qifeng. While she did not offer Yue Guan a warm demeanor, her tone was considerably softer than before, no longer as frigid. Congratulations, Your Highness, on successfully advancing to title Douluo. Knowing of her accomplishment, Yue Guan bowed deeply, his voice resounding with congratulations. At only 35, the Holy Maiden had already attained title Douluo status. And as a dual spirit wielder, her talent was indeed formidable. Her future was limitless, and thus, she must never be offended, Yue Guan mused. The vigilant members of the enforcement team, upon hearing this, finally understood that the earlier anomalies were caused by the Holy Maiden's ascension. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your successful advancement to title Douluo. After their surprise, they all knelt, erupting in a chorus of jubilations. To witness the moment the Holy Maiden achieved title Douluo was a tremendous honor. The enforcement team members felt a surge of pride, as if they themselves had ascended. Rise, Bibi Dong commanded with a dignity befitting a Holy Maiden. Given the merits of each member and protection, all shall receive a reward. Elder Ju, please record the information of each member for a collective reward application. Thank you, Your Highness. The enforcement team members responded, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 6. The Spirit Hall Orphanage. Hulaina days later, the carriage, damaged during the breakthrough, had been repaired. After a long journey, Bibi Dong's carriage finally entered Spirit City. Yi Qifeng was now cradled in Yue Guan's arms, arriving at this renowned city nestled between the two great empires of Tiando and Xinghua. As for why he was back in Yue Guan's embrace, it was naturally to avoid suspicion. Throughout the journey, Bibi Dong had been in close company with Yi Qifeng, growing fond of the little one. The infant had inadvertently assisted her during her ascension to title Douluo. However, after her achievement, that influence seemed to wane significantly. Deep down, she wished to adopt the little one, but the thought of that man's existence held her back. She could not, for it would be a disservice to him. The mere thought of that shameless individual sent a chill through Bibi Dong's heart. As they approached Spirit City, she felt increasingly perturbed and cold. Because of that contemptible beast, she harbored a profound dislike for the city. A terrible impulse surged within her, a desire to obliterate it. Moreover, she had numerous matters to attend to in the coming time, leaving her no opportunity to care for the little one. Thus, before reaching Spirit City, she entrusted Yi Qifeng to Yue Guan, instructing him, please take him to the Spirit Hall Orphanage. Understood, Your Highness, Yue Guan replied, sensing the reluctance in Bibi Dong's eyes. He added, rest assured, Your Highness, I will ensure everything is well taken care of at the orphanage. Soon, Yue Guan arrived at the Spirit Hall Orphanage, located in the western part of Spirit City. After explaining Yi Qifeng's background to the orphanage director, Li Qing, he entrusted the little one to their care. Yue Guan then proceeded directly to the papal palace to report his work to the Pope. Bibi Dong, however, did not go to the papal palace. She wished to avoid the nauseating presence of Qian Xuanji. Instead, she returned to her Holy Maiden Palace to begin preparations for acquiring the 9th spirit ring for her first spirit, the Death Spider Emperor. Long ago, she had already mapped out the source of her 9th spirit ring, the 10,000-year Death Spider Emperor from the Death Canyon. Once she acquired the 9th spirit ring for her first spirit, the time would soon come to focus on the spirit ring for her second spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Regarding the conflict and backlash of dual spirits, she had already found a solution. The second spirit could absorb spirit rings without concern for danger. She had determined that for her second spirit, she would absorb spirit rings starting from the first, ensuring each was at least 50,000 years old. Anything below that was unacceptable. If she could acquire a 100,000-year spirit ring, that would be even better. However, such spirit beasts were exceedingly rare, akin to a stroke of fortune, so she would address that later. She had meticulously planned to absorb the first 6 spirit rings at 50,000 years or older, and thereafter, she would search for traces of a 100,000-year spirit beast. 1 year later, Yi Qifeng had lived at the Spirit Hall orphanage for a year. He had grown considerably, still adorably plump. The orphanage director and teachers adored him for his quiet demeanor and understanding nature. He began walking at just a few months old, and by the age of 1, he spoke clearly and even learned to write a fair amount of characters. According to the orphanage's customs, nameless children typically did not receive names, merely designated by numbers, with their true names assigned after their spirit awakening based on the awakened spirit. Yi Qifeng was no exception, initially referred to as number 7. Nevertheless, he reverted to his original name, Yi Qifeng. This astonished Director Li Qing and the teachers, who found the child's intelligence to be almost extraordinary. However, children in Douluo continent were known for their early wisdom, so they regarded him merely as a precocious exception. Today, Yi Qifeng lay languidly on a sun lounger beneath the shade of a large tree at the orphanage, engrossed in a book about spirits borrowed from Director Li Qing. The teacher seemed particularly busy today. He overheard a young lady responsible for cleaning the courtyard mention that another batch of orphans was to be brought to the orphanage. Unlike the other children, Yi Qifeng did not rush off in curiosity to join the commotion. Such occurrences were commonplace. Over the past year, he had witnessed this many times. Each month, a group would depart, only for another to arrive. However, there were not many infants like him. Most were aged between 1 to 5 years. Regarding the orphanage of the Spirit Hall, from the words of the headmaster Li Qing, it is revealed that the Douluo continent is a harsh world, where the rampant activities of evil spirit masters, the fierce battles among spirit masters, and the life and death struggles between spirit beasts and humans result in countless children becoming orphans each year. The Spirit Hall only adopts a fraction of these children. The orphanage is specifically established by the Spirit Hall to care for these orphans, but it is limited to those discovered and brought back to Spirit City by the personnel of the Spirit Hall. Funded by the Spirit Hall, the orphans are nurtured until they reach the age of 6, when they undergo their spirit awakening, after which the Spirit Hall allocates them based on their awakened spirit's potential. Those possessing Spirit Master qualifications are arranged to study at the Spirit Hall Academy, destined to become Spirit Masters and serve as strategic reserves for the Spirit Hall. Ordinary individuals without spirit qualifications are assigned to work in affiliated institutions of the Spirit Hall, thus alleviating their worries about livelihood. In this regard, the Spirit Hall indeed performs admirably, exhibiting a humane approach that not only saves many orphan lives, but also offers them a glimmer of hope for a brighter future. Consequently, Headmaster Li Qing frequently extols the generosity and accomplishments of the Spirit Hall, often reminding the orphans, always remember to be grateful. It is thanks to the Spirit Hall that we have our orphanage, a place where we can find shelter and a hope to survive. With hope, there is a future. Before long, the headmaster and the teachers welcomed a new batch of orphans and arranged their accommodations. The living quarters of the orphanage consist of a communal dormitory, although crowded. The space is sufficiently spacious. Each orphan, upon turning 1 year old, is assigned a small bed. Yi Qifeng, having just turned 1, moved into the dormitory a month ago. The beds adjacent to him were previously occupied, but those who awakened their spirits at the age of 6 have already left the orphanage. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Qifeng found a new occupant in the adjacent bed, a timid girl with short, pastel pink hair. Across from them, 2 boys occupied the other beds, one with black hair, sitting upright, and the other with red hair, lounging carelessly. The girl appeared to be around 3 years old, while the boys were slightly taller, around 4. They all wore simple, coarse clothing and had yet to don the orphanage's designated attire. As Yi Qifeng entered, 3 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. "Hello." Yi Qifeng greeted them with a smile, casually waving. The sudden appearance of a delicate little boy who greeted them in a soft voice momentarily stunned the trio, leading them to collectively exclaim in their hearts, "So adorable." "Oh, hello. My name is Xieyu. What is yours?" The black-haired boy was the first to respond. "I am Yi Qifeng. You can call me Qifeng," he replied, surprised to hear the name Xieyu, his eyes widening slightly. "Then the one with red hair is Yan. And the little girl is Hulaina?" Yi Qifeng's gaze swept over the red-haired boy and the pastel pink-haired girl. Were they the future golden generation trio of the Spirit Hall? His conjecture was soon confirmed. "His name is Yin, my friend, and she is Hulaina, my sister," Xieyu introduced, following Yi Qifeng's line of sight. "Haha, hello." At that moment, Yin sprang up from his bed, cheerfully greeting. "Hello," Hulaina timidly added. her eyes sparkling with curiosity despite her shyness. Thus, Yi Qifeng made his first acquaintance with the 3 children in the orphanage. In the following years, they lived together, gradually growing closer and forging a deep bond. Chapter 7. Spirit Awakening. 3 years later, Yi Qifeng had spent 4 years living in the orphanage. He had grown to a height of just over 1 meter. Although the baby fat on his face had not diminished much, he still bore a round, cherubic appearance. His physique began to reveal hints of handsome contours. He exuded a unique aura, radiating a gentle warmth that seemed to possess a magical charm, drawing others to him. Hulaina was particularly enchanted by this aura. Whenever she was near Yi Qifeng, her spirits lifted, leaving her somewhat entranced. Thus, she constantly sought to be by his side, no longer trailing behind her brother Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, who deeply adored his sister, felt a twinge of jealousy towards Yi Qifeng for a considerable time, harboring a silent resentment. However, the composed Xiaoyu did not let it show. Since the tragic loss of their parents, Xiaoyu had taken on the role of a father figure to his sister, Hulaina, cherishing her above all else. He would willingly sacrifice anything for her, even his life. Thus, a minor discomfort was of little consequence. All that mattered to him was Hulaina's happiness and joy. Moreover, he found himself somewhat fond of Yi Qifeng, this exquisite little fellow. There was an indescribable quality about Yi Qifeng, calm, serene, and pure. He was also remarkably intelligent, and his ability to remember everything he read left both Yin and Hulaina envious. Xiaoyu noted Hulaina's transformation over the 3 years of her friendship with Yi Qifeng. She had become noticeably more cheerful and optimistic. No longer the timid and fragile little girl she once was. Initially, he had worried that her character might be too gentle, fearing she would be taken advantage of in the future. Now, that concern had dissipated. Consequently, Xiaoyu's resentment towards Yi Qifeng lessened, and he eventually came to accept the situation. However, whenever Hulaina appeared, Xiaoyu and Yin would eagerly follow her to seek out Yi Qifeng for playtime. Today marks the annual Spirit Awakening Day. Just turned 6, Hulaina is about to experience the most significant moment of her life, the Spirit Awakening ceremony. Early in the morning, the headmaster and teachers of the orphanage busied themselves, preparing a new outfit for each child turning 6 and participating in the ceremony. At this moment, Hulaina donned a brand new pink and yellow dress. "Little Win, does it look good?" she asked, twirling in front of Yi Qifeng, a smile lighting up her face as she cast him a glance. "It looks beautiful. Laina is naturally stunning. She is destined to be a beauty," Yi Qifeng sincerely complimented, nodding in affirmation. At his words, Hulaina's smile blossomed even brighter. In Yi Qifeng's eyes, 6-year-old Hulaina was indeed striking, her features exquisite, with enchanting pinkish-purple eyes, a graceful neck, and her pastel pink hair cascading casually by her ears, an indescribable beauty. Despite her tender age, she carried herself with an elegance befitting a future beauty. Before long, Xiaoyu and Yin arrived at the orphanage. Both had undergone their Spirit Awakening ceremony the previous year, making quite a stir at the time. They awakened top-tier spirits. Xiaoyu inherited his father's weapon spirit, the Moon Blade, while Yin possessed a rather unique beast spirit, the Flame Lord. Both individuals possessed innate soul power at the 9th level, showcasing exceptional talent that placed them among the elite, true prodigies. They were not only valued by 2 titled Douluo elders who took them as disciples, but also directly admitted into the elite class of the Wuhuan Palace's Advanced Academy, receiving substantial resources for their development. The emergence of 2 superlative geniuses brought immense joy to Li Qing, the head of the orphanage, and the teachers. Throughout the following year, Yi Qifeng often heard their praises for the duo. After Xiaoyu and Yin enrolled, they moved out of the orphanage, residing at the Wuhuan Academy, returning to the orphanage only once a week. Today marked Hulaina's Wuhuan Awakening Day, and the 2 had come back to the orphanage. "Brother Yin, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in class?" Upon seeing Xiaoyu and Yin, Hulaina rushed to Xiaoyu, taking his hand affectionately. "How could I possibly miss Nana's Wuhuan Awakening ceremony?" Xiaoyu gently ruffled Hulaina's hair, his voice filled with warmth. "Haha, don't worry, Nana. Xiaoyu and I have already taken leave today. We're here to accompany you." Yin chimed in. "By the way, Qifeng, here are some books I borrowed from the Wuhuan Academy. You can take them to read," Xiaoyu said as he pulled several books from his pocket and handed them to Yi Qifeng. "Oh, right. I have a few as well. I almost forgot, Yin added, also producing a handful of books. I thought you both only had eyes for Nana and forgot about my existence. Thanks. Yi Qifeng smiled, effortlessly accepting the books from them. They had helped him borrow books several times before. There was no need for formality. Yin playfully slapped Yi Qifeng's shoulder, causing him to stagger slightly. Unable to suppress a grin, Yi Qifeng had a passion for reading, having exhausted the headmaster's entire collection, leaving him without other avenues for acquiring books, which had been a source of concern. Xiaoyu and Yin understood that each time they returned from the academy, they would borrow books from the library to bring back with them. Brother, could you describe what the Wuhuan awakening is like? Hulaina asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She had been too young to leave the orphanage when Xiaoyu and Yin awakened their Wuhuan. All right, let me briefly explain, Xiaoyu said, affectionately stroking Hulaina's hair. The Wuhuan awakening ceremony is conducted by a specially assigned Wuhuan palace inspector, typically at the rank of Great Soul Master or higher. However, since Wuhuan City is the sacred ground of soul masters across the continent, the ceremony will be performed by a platinum bishop of the Soul Douluo level. The ceremony will take place at the Wuhuan Sacred Hall in the West City, where the orphanage is located. There will be a specific formation, and all you need to do is stand in the center. The bishop will infuse soul power into the formation to assist in awakening your Wuhuan. After that, a soul-testing crystal will be used to measure your innate soul power. As long as you possess innate soul power, you can become a soul master. Then, the Wuhuan Palace will issue a soul master certification, which will allow you to enroll in the Wuhuan Academy. The ceremony is quite straightforward. You need not fear it. Just follow the instructions given by the personnel conducting the ceremony. Is that so? I wonder what my Wuhuan will be. It would be wonderful if I could become a soul master like you and Yin, Hulaina said, her lavender eyes gleaming with both excitement and anxiety. Rest assured, Nana, you will definitely become a soul master. Perhaps your talent surpasses that of your brother, Yi Qifeng said with a mysterious smile. Really? That would be fantastic. Does that mean I can join the same academy as my brother? Hulaina exclaimed joyfully. Without a doubt, Yi Qifeng affirmed with a reassuring look. Qifeng is right. Nana, you need not worry. Wuhuan typically inherits from parents. Since we are siblings, and your brother can be a soul master, you will certainly become one too. I believe in you, Xiaoyu said with unwavering confidence. Exactly, Yin echoed enthusiastically. At that moment, a call from the head of the orphanage summoned everyone downstairs. They hurried down, and including Hulaina, there were over 20 children aged 6 and above who needed to participate in the Wuhuan awakening ceremony. Led by the headmaster and several teachers, they set off for the Wuhuan Sacred Hall in the West City, which was 2 blocks away. Yi Qifeng, being only 4 years old, could not accompany them. He could only see the 3 off at the orphanage gate, watching Hulaina turn back repeatedly with a reluctant gaze, knowing they would be apart for some time. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing Hulaina's Wuhuan awakening, he was entirely untroubled, considering that she was about to awaken a top-tier Wuhuan, the 9-tailed fox, with innate full soul power. Furthermore, she would soon be taken as a disciple by the Saintess Bibi Dong. Chapter 8. Bibi Dong takes a disciple indeed. Events unfolded as Yi Qifeng had anticipated. Shortly thereafter, Hulaina's Wuhuan awakening revealed a top-tier spiritual Wuhuan, the 9-tailed fox, with innate full soul power. The scene created quite a stir, causing some chaos. Paused the Wuhuan awakening ceremony. The Platinum Bishop, Zivis, who was presiding over the ceremony, had no time to spare and quickly uttered that command before floating to Hulaina's side. Child, come with me to meet the Pope, Zivis said swiftly to the bewildered Hulaina, not waiting for her response. With a withered hand on her shoulder, he lifted her effortlessly with soul power and rushed toward the Pope's hall. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zivis arrived at the grand and solemn Pope's hall, carrying Hulaina at high speed. Hulaina was bewildered by the situation, feeling as if they had traveled a considerable distance in a mere moment. Her mind was buzzing, struggling to comprehend what was happening. Please announce my arrival. Platinum Bishop Zivis from the West City Wuhuan Sacred Hall seeks an audience with Her Holiness the Pope regarding an urgent matter, Zivis stated, bowing to the Guardian Knights at the entrance of the Pope's hall. The Pope is not currently within the hall. You may return. The leader of the Guardian Knights replied in a neutral tone, maintaining a professional demeanor. What? The Pope is not here? When will she return? I truly have important matters to report, Zivis exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. The Pope's whereabouts are not for us to know. We are unaware of her return. Furthermore, the Pope instructed that urgent matters can be reported to the Saintess. The leader of the Guardian Knights answered, pointing him toward a possible solution. I can report to the Saintess. Thank you for the reminder, Zivis replied, quickly taking Hulaina toward the adjacent Saintess Hall. Inside the Saintess Hall, Bibi Dong was seated on her bed, meditating. Behind her hovered a terrifying and grotesque death spider emperor, adorned with 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, undulating rhythmically. She was in the process of stabilizing her cultivation. After several years, she had successfully acquired the 10th soul ring of her first Wuhan, the Death Spider Emperor, which was a staggering 100,000 years old. Her second Wuhan had also obtained 6 soul rings exceeding 50,000 years in age from the Stardew Forest. Her soul power had reached level 95. However, absorbing too many soul rings at once had caused her realm to become unstable, necessitating consolidation. The 3 soul rings of the second martial soul are not to be hastily attached. She intends to add a 100,000-year soul ring. According to the records in the Martial Soul Hall's archives, 200,000-year soul beasts inhabit the depths of the Stardew Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python, and the Titan Giant Ape. However, their exact locations remain unclear, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. This is not urgent. Nevertheless, she has received news that a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit soul beast had previously revealed its presence at the periphery of the Stardew Forest. She plans to capture it as the 7th soul ring for her second martial soul. At that moment, a voice reached Bibi Dong's ears. The Platinum Bishop of the Wuhuan Hall in the West District, Ziwis, requests an audience with Her Holiness, the Saintess, to report on an important matter. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly. Being interrupted during her training displeased her. However, she still paused her practice to ascertain the situation. It was not her custom to receive anyone in the Saintess Palace. Bibi Dong glided to the entrance of the hall. Wow, this woman is stunning. Hulaina thought in awe. There truly exists such a divine and noble figure in the world. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, Hulaina was deeply captivated, her rosy lips agape in astonishment. Greetings, Your Holiness, the Saintess, Ziwis said, kneeling before her as she appeared. Upon realizing that the beautiful woman before her was indeed the Saintess, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly followed suit, kneeling as well. Rise and speak. What brings you here? Bibi Dong's voice was calm, her gaze sharp. Your Holiness, today at the West District Wuhuan Awakening, we discovered an extraordinary talent, named Hulaina. Her martial soul is a top-tier spiritual attribute martial soul, the demon fox, and she possesses innate full soul power, Ziwis respectfully reported. Oh, is it her? Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing about the innate full soul power, turning her attention to the curious Hulaina. Indeed, Ziwis replied. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly recalled something. Ever since her breakthrough to title Daw, the Pope and the elders had been urging her to take on disciples, citing it as a tradition passed down through generations in the Wuhuan Hall. As the successor to the Pope, every saint's son or saintess must take at least one talented disciple once they reach title Daw, ensuring that the Pope's position does not suddenly face a vacuum. This was an opportune moment. In a flash of thought, Bibi Dong decided to take this young girl as her disciple. The next moment, she suddenly appeared before Hulaina. Hulaina gasped in surprise as Bibi Dong materialized before her. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. Bibi Dong's gentle voice whispered in Hulaina's ear. She then placed her delicate hand on Hulaina's shoulder, channeling her soul power into her. In a moment, Hulaina's demon fox martial soul emerged amidst a swirl of pink mist. Bibi Dong sensed her soul power and was indeed pleased. You are Hulaina? Bibi Dong's tones softened considerably. Why yes, Hulaina stammered, her heart racing with nerves. I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you accept? Bibi Dong gazed at the shy and anxious Hulaina. Hulaina was momentarily stunned, unsure if she had misheard. Quickly respond, bow, and address her as your teacher. The Saintess has offered you a rare opportunity, Ziwis urged, seeing Hulaina lost in thought, feeling anxious for her. I accept. Hulaina finally came to her senses, bowing deeply to Bibi Dong and exclaiming, Teacher, excellent. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's usually stoic face. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I shall call you Nana. Bibi Dong removed a bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Hulaina. I currently have nothing of great value to offer you, but this jade bracelet shall serve as your initiation gift. It is a storage soul guide with 5 cubic meters of space, containing my exclusive Saintess token. With this token, you may visit me at the Saintess Palace at any time. Thank you, teacher. Hulaina joyfully accepted the bracelet, cherishing it as she adorned her wrist. Observing Hulaina's delighted expression, Bibi Dong instructed, Nana, you may return for now. Come back tomorrow morning, and I shall guide you in formulating a soul master training plan. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Bibi Dong cast her gaze aside, addressing Ziwis, you have performed admirably. I shall ensure your contributions are recognized and that you receive a reward. For now, you will escort Hulaina home and handle her soul master certification and enrollment in the Wuhuan Academy. Thank you, your holiness, for your praise. This is my duty, and I will ensure it is executed flawlessly. Ziwis bowed his head, his demeanor becoming even more respectful. Very well, Nana, follow Bishop Ziwis home to arrange matters. And return tomorrow morning. Bibi Dong reiterated to Hulaina. Yes, teacher, Hulaina replied, complying with the instruction. Go then, Bibi Dong concluded, her form flickering back into the Saintess Palace. Subsequently, Hulaina, accompanied by the beaming Ziwis, made her way toward the West District. Even after they had walked quite a distance, Hulaina remained in a daze, feeling as if it were all a dream. Yet the beautiful bracelet on her wrist constantly reminded her that it was all real. She had indeed been accepted as a disciple by the Saintess. Hulaina's heart swelled with joy, and she longed to return quickly to share her excitement with her brother, Xiaofeng, and Yan. Chapter 9. Wuhuan Hall Advanced Soul Master Academy. Half an hour later, Hulaina and Ziwis returned to the Wuhuan Hall in the West District. Nana, you finally returned. How was it? Did anything happen? The anxious Xiaoyu, Yin, the orphanage director Li Qing, and several teachers rushed to greet her, particularly Xiaoyu, who wore a worried expression. I'm fine. Hulaina reassured them upon seeing her brother, Yin, and the orphanage director along with the teachers. Rest assured, we are in the Wuhuan city. What could possibly happen? If anything, it is good news, immensely good news. You should feel honored. Ziwis interjected with a mysterious smile. What good news? Yin asked bluntly, unable to contain his curiosity. Xiaoyu also looked on with eager anticipation, while the director Li Qing and the teachers wore expressions of intrigue. Hulaina has been favored by the Saintess and accepted as her personal disciple, Ziwis announced. His demeanor calm as he observed the 2 7-year-old boys, realizing they were the extraordinary talents from last year's martial soul awakening, both nurtured under his guidance. Filling him with pride. What? The Saintess has taken a liking to Nana and made her personal disciple? The group gasped in unison. Xiaoyu, after his initial shock, turned to Hulaina and asked, Nana, tell me, is this true? Yes, it is true. Hulaina nodded affirmatively. Fantastic. With a confirmed response, Xiaoyu leapt into the air with joy. Wow, Nana, I wish I could be a disciple of the Saintess too. And exclaimed enviously. Oh, the Holy Maiden, a figure of great stature, is rumored to be the most exquisite beauty of our spirit hall, revered as a goddess by all soul masters within. For an ordinary person, merely catching a glimpse of the Holy Maiden is a formidable challenge, let alone becoming her disciple. It is truly astonishing. The head of the orphanage and the teachers were both taken aback and filled with joy. The awakening of Hulaina, with her innate full spirit power and supreme spirit. The demon fox was already a delightful surprise, but even more so was the fact that she was directly accepted as a personal disciple by the Holy Maiden. Their faces beamed with pride, for nurturing children and contributing talents to the Spirit Hall has always been their mission and honor. Very well, Hulaina. Please accompany me to the sanctuary for a brief moment while I prepare your Soul Master certification, said Zivis. He then led Hulaina into the grand hall of the sanctuary. Hulaina did not have to wait long before Zivis approached her, holding her Soul Master certification, which he had personally drafted. He handed it to Hulaina, stating, Next, I shall take you to register at the Spirit Hall Academy. He had already entrusted the awakening ceremony to another esteemed titled Douluo. Let us proceed. Along the way, I will share some relevant information about the Spirit Hall Academy. Zivis continued, guiding Hulaina towards the exit. Xiaoyu and Yin, aware that Hulaina was going to register at the Spirit Hall Academy, followed suit, while the orphanage head and the other teachers remained outside the Spirit Hall, preparing to assist the other children in awakening their spirits. As they walked, Zivis began to enlighten Hulaina about the Spirit Hall Academy. The Spirit Hall Academy is a dedicated institution for cultivating soul masters and nurturing talents. Located in our Western District, merely a block away from the Spirit Hall, the Academy is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Unlike other academies on the continent, the Spirit Hall Academy primarily enrolls descendants of direct personnel from the Spirit Hall, as well as orphans from places like your orphanage and talented commoners, starting their training from the age of 6 until graduation. Enrollment is categorized based on innate spirit power levels. Those with innate spirit power at level 3 and below are admitted to the primary academy, while those at level 4 to 6 are placed in the intermediate academy. Only those with innate spirit power of level 7 and above qualify for the advanced academy. While the primary and intermediate academies may not boast significant renown, they are by no means to be underestimated, as a large number of their students become the bishops and inspectors stationed in various towns and cities across the continent, forming the bedrock of the Spirit Hall. The Advanced Academy, however, is distinguished by the caliber of its students, all of whom possess innate spirit power of level 7 or higher. These individuals are the CR de la CR among soul masters, often referred to as prodigies or even geniuses among geniuses. Provided they do not meet an untimely demise, they are destined to reach at least the spirit sage level, with many of the continent's bishops hailing from this prestigious institution, earning it the title of a cradle of geniuses within the soul master community, widely acclaimed throughout the continent. Individuals with innate spirit power of level 7 and above are exceedingly rare. Every graduate from the Advanced Academy is guaranteed to be a formidable protector of their domain. I too was once a member of the Advanced Academy. My ascent to the rank of Platinum Bishop was greatly aided by the Academy's guidance. With your talent, Hulaina, you will be enrolled in the Advanced Academy and assigned to an elite class, where you will not only receive the finest resources, but also benefit from one-on-one instruction in soul master knowledge and combat techniques. After a brief journey, they arrived at the Spirit Hall Academy. Once Zivis presented his Platinum Bishop token, he led the trio across the Academy's courtyard directly to the office of the Academy's headmaster. Upon receiving word of Hulaina's extraordinary talent, which surpassed even that of Xiaoyu and Yen, Headmaster Gustav was astonished. Learning that she was a personal disciple of the Holy Maiden, his face radiated joy, blooming like a flourishing chrysanthemum. Without further ado, he swiftly finalized Hulaina's enrollment and, respecting her wishes, arranged for her to be in the same class as Xiaoyu and Yen. Thus, Hulaina successfully enrolled in the Advanced Academy of the Spirit Hall. 7 days later, by the blue lake adjacent to the orphanage, after Hulaina's enrollment in the Spirit Hall Academy, she moved out from the orphanage. Initially, Yi Qifeng found it somewhat disconcerting not to have her by his side. He had assumed that after Hulaina awakened her spirit, they would not meet for a considerable time. To his surprise, she returned the very same day, exuberantly recounting her spirit awakening and her acceptance as a disciple by the Holy Maiden. However, the following day, she ultimately departed. Yi Qifeng, not wishing to stay with the other children in the orphanage, who were prone to incessant noise, sought solace by the tranquil blue lake, where he found a smooth stone to rest upon and often spent his leisure time reading or napping. In his hands was a book that Hulaina had gifted him the previous day, borrowed from the Academy's library, discussing plant-type spirits. The first page featured the most common plant spirit across the continent, the globally recognized and often derided blue silvergrass. As he gazed at the illustration of the blue silvergrass, Yi Qifeng suddenly recalled something. 7 days prior, Hulaina had mentioned that the Pope of the Spirit Hall was seemingly absent from Spirit City. Considering the timing, it was likely that Qian Xuanji was leading a pursuit for Ayin. This meant that some unsavory entity was likely preparing to bring a certain canine creature into this world. Yi Qifeng lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 10. The unsavory entity brings the canine creature forth in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, within a bustling and vibrant city. A robustly built, unremarkable-looking middle-aged man clad in the distinctive gray attire of the Haotian sect, draped in a flowing black cloak, was strolling through the market with a stunningly beautiful woman who exuded a gentle and graceful demeanor and was adorned in a blue gown with silver threads. The woman, with sapphire-like eyes, curiously examined the various wares sold at the street stalls, many of which were unfamiliar to her. This was her first experience in a thriving human city, having previously dwelled in the countryside or forests. The man walked alongside her, introducing her to the local culture, occasionally pausing at food stalls to treat her to local delicacies. Their gazes were filled with affection, yet, in the fleeting moments of connection, a shadow of worry flickered in their eyes. To outsiders, they appeared to be a loving couple, blissfully absorbed in each other's company. Unbeknownst to them, two pairs of eyes had already zeroed in on their movements. Moments later, as they passed by, two figures emerged from the shadows. "Old ghost, are you certain it is them?" One alluring figure inquired from within the obscurity. "Indeed," came the response from another cloaked figure. Their voice gravelly, "The target has been confirmed. Chrysanthemum, you should report to His Holiness the Pope. I will continue to follow them." The two individuals in question are Saintess Douluo Yue Guan and Gay Game, both currently standing at the illustrious rank of 92 title Douluo. They have indeed not mistaken their targets. The couple they seek is the very essence of their mission. More precisely, it is the blue-clad woman, heavily pregnant, whose unmistakable aura of a soul beast lingers palpably in the air. To them, as title Douluo, it serves as a guiding beacon amidst the pitch-black night. The couple is none other than Tang Hao, an 89th level soul Douluo and one of the twins from the Haoyan sect, and Ain, a 10,000-year-old blue-silver emperor transformed soul beast. With a swift motion, Saintess Douluo Yue Guan retreated into the shadows, darting towards the outskirts of the city. Their mission was to capture the 10,000-year-old soul beast, the blue-silver emperor, under the direct command of the current pope, Qian Xuanji, to avoid alarming their quarry. The pope's carriage did not enter the city, but instead concealed itself in a dense forest outside. Moments later, Yue Guan knelt before an opulent golden carriage, where a handsome middle-aged man clad in golden armor and adorned with a golden crown sat regally upon a throne of gold. Pope Qian Xuanji of the Spear Hall. Flanking the carriage stood two title Douluo, charged with ensuring the pope's safety. One, a man in golden armor, was Jin Ming, an elder of the hall. Also a 92 title Douluo, son of the golden crocodile Douluo. The other, a newcomer to the title realm, was a black-clad ghost leopard doll, holding a rank of 91. His martial spirit being the phantom leopard. "Your Holiness, the target has been located. They are currently wandering through the marketplace," Yue Guan reported respectfully. "Excellent," replied the Pope in a commanding, resonant tone. After a brief pause, as if contemplating, he continued, "Do not engage just yet. The city is teeming with people. Mea insignificant ents. Yet, Tang Hao is no benevolent soul. An impetuous attack could result in casualties, tarnishing the reputation of the Spirit Hall should too many of these ants perish. What shall we do then?" Yue Guan inquired, seeking the Pope's guidance. With a faint smile, Qian Xuanji suggested, "Send two soldados to reveal their presence nearby, coaxing them out of the city. To hunt, one must embody the guise of a predator." "Splendid," Yue Guan mused, acknowledging the brilliance of the plan and flattering the Pope. "I shall see to it at once." "Very well," Qian Xuanji said, raising his chin, clearly enjoying the flattery with a casual wave of his hand. "Understood. I shall execute your command without fail," Yue Guan affirmed, and promptly set about his task. "Tang Hao, are you prepared to become the stepping stone upon which I ascend?" "I eagerly anticipate it," Qian Xuanji murmured to himself within the confines of the carriage. In the divine realm, shrouded in mist, stood a colossal blood-red palace, towering at 100 feet high. Within, upon the blood-sword divine seat, sat a towering crimson figure clad in blood-red armor, hands resting upon a massive blood-red sword, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. This was the Shura god, one of the 5 divine kings, enforcer of order within the divine realm. His blood-red eyes coldly surveyed 2 worlds below, one being the low martial world of the Tang sect, the other the Douluo continent. Both worlds were embroiled in similar turmoil, one fleeing, the other pursuing. In the low martial world, the Tang sect of Bashu, a man in his 30s, garbed in the attire of an outer disciple of the Tang sect, was darting through a dense forest, desperately evading the myriad of thrown projectiles from all directions. Close behind him, a group of elderly pursuers relentlessly hurled an assortment of weapons at the fleeing figure. This man was Tang San, pursued by the inner elders of the Tang sect for the grave offense of secretly learning forbidden techniques, a transgression punishable by death. Soon, Tang San found himself cornered at the precipice of the Tang sect's peak, known infamously as Ghostly Despair. Although his exterior remained composed, internally he was consumed with helpless rage. Unfortunately, the opportunity for escape had slipped away. Ultimately, realizing his fate was sealed, Tang San, in a moment of defiance after a fervent defense, leaped from the cliff. Stripped bare, choosing death to preserve his honor. In the Shura temple, under the indifferent gaze of the Shura god. The pursuit from the Bashu Tang sect reached its conclusion. Tang San had jumped to his demise. At that moment, the Shura god raised his hand, summoning a white orb of light that flew directly from the low martial world into his grasp, containing the complete memories of Tang San's soul. Shifting his gaze to the Douluo world, he focused on Tang Hao and the infant cradled in his arms. At that moment, Tang Hao was engaged in a fierce battle with a man adorned with 6 wings, locked in a stalemate. Just as Tang Hao was nearing exhaustion, the Shura god extended his hand, conjuring a strand of red mist that, alongside the white orb, descended from the divine realm into the Douluo world. The red mist infused Tang Hao's body, while the white orb entered the infant, displacing its original soul, which quickly dissipated into nothingness. It is finally beginning, the Shura god murmured. Chapter 11. A yin sacrifice on the Douluo continent, in the southwestern region of the Heaven Do Empire, amidst the ruins of a valley. A robust figure was hastily fleeing, dragging along a graceful blue-clad woman. Cradled within her arms was a bundle containing a slumbering infant, their prematurely born son. Tang Hao and Ayin. Rewind to a day prior, when Tang Hao and Ayin were leisurely strolling through the streets when they sensed the presence of 2 soul Douluo nearby. Ayin, having surpassed the soul emperor rank and entered maturity, typically concealed her identity as a soul beast transformed into human form from even the most discerning title Douluo. However, in her advanced state of pregnancy, her soul beast aura could not be entirely masked, making her vulnerable to detection by those of higher rank. Regrettably, despite their best efforts to remain hidden, the 2 were ultimately detected by the Soul Douluo. In a hurried attempt to exit the city, a yin's vigorous movements triggered an early labor, forcing them to seek refuge temporarily within the city. Fortunately, Yin, being a soul beast, possessed a constitution far superior to that of ordinary humans. Despite the premature birth, both mother and child emerged safely. However, their respite was short-lived, as the 2 soul Douluo soon caught wind of their presence and closed in once more. The couple resolved to escape the city, hoping to shake off their pursuers. Little did they know, upon exiting the city, they fell into an ambush laid by the Spirit Hall, with the 2 soul Douluo among the assailants. They soon realized that this was all part of the Spirit Hall's sinister plot to flush them out of the city. Had they remained within, they could have concealed themselves amidst the throngs of people. The Spirit Hall harbored its own apprehensions, refraining from brazenly wreaking havoc. However, by the time the 2 individuals grasped the situation, it was already too late. They could not return to the city. Tang Hao, wielding the formidable Haotian hammer spirit, fought valiantly to break through with Ayin, fleeing into this secluded valley. Unbeknownst to them, this location was also a trap set by the Spirit Hall, intended to exploit its terrain for a perfect ambush. This scheme originated from Qian Xuanji, purely to satiate his wicked whims, falsely termed as a hunt. Otherwise, Tang Hao and Ayin would have never escaped the ambush they faced upon leaving the city. In the valley, Tang Hao and Ayin found themselves encircled. Surrounding them were 4 titled Douluos, and above loomed Qian Xuanji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, with his 6-winged angel spirit, radiating golden light. Outside the valley, over 100 sacred royal knights stood watch, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. 5 titled Douluos, what a grand display. The Spirit Hall indeed held me in high regard, thought Tang Hao, as he clenched his fists, feeling a bitter pang within. Tang Hao, you cannot escape. Surrender her to me, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, you will meet your demise. Qian Xuanji's voice boomed, sanctified and authoritative, echoing throughout the valley. To take her away, you must first step over my corpse. Tang Hao retorted defiantly, even in the face of 5 titled Douluos. He glanced at the fatigued and weakened Ayin beside him, cradling their child, and a flash of regret crossed his eyes. Yes, he regretted it. For all of this was a consequence of his own actions, driven by an insatiable greed that he could not withstand. The allure of a 100,000-year soul ring had proven too tempting. Tang Hao was acutely aware of his love for Ayin, yet an invisible force continually altered his thoughts, urging him toward avarice. He had already crossed into the realm of titled Douluos, but had suppressed himself at rank 89 using the secret techniques of the Haotian sect. With just one more soul ring, he could ascend to a true titled Douluo. Thus, he had orchestrated this entire affair, believing it to be a secret known only to him. Qian Xuanji's arrival was also due to his clandestine signaling. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such perilous circumstances. He had betrayed Ain. However, now he was prepared to atone with his life. Tang Hao tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer, intent on striking first. Very well, then prepare to meet your end, Tang Hao. Attack. Qian Xuanji perceived Tang Hao's unwillingness to yield and promptly commanded the assault. Moonlight, golden petals in the flowing sunset. Spectre, ghostly shadow of the abyss. Golden dawn, crocodile hammer shakes the heavens. Ghost leopard, wolf springs, leopard strikes. The four titled Douluos, receiving the command, activated their soul rings and launched their attacks. Chaos wind. Tang Hao swung his hammer, amplifying his strength with each strike, successfully repelling the four adversaries. Angel S-blade. At that moment, Qian Xuanji also initiated his attack. A colossal blade descending with a forceful cleave. Skyward strike. Tang Hao maximized the power of his chaos wind, clashing fiercely with Qian Xuanji. A thunderous sound reverberated through the valley as the collision unleashed a fierce wind, shattering the trees and causing boulders to tumble from the mountainside. In that confrontation, Qian Xuanji was sent staggering back several dozen feet, his expression grim. He had unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage. However, Tang Hao was not unscathed either. The tremendous force of the clash caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, having sustained severe injuries. After all, he was merely an 8-ring soul Douluo facing a 9-ring, 95-level super Douluo. The explosive might of the Haotian sect's ultimate technique was indeed formidable. Yet it came with substantial backlash. Dual polar stillness field. Recognizing that they could not subdue Tang Hao in a short time, Yue Guan and Gui Mei clasped their fingers together, embracing as they activated their martial soul fusion technique. Their 18 soul rings suddenly illuminated, and a white light spread forth, ensnaring Tang Hao, rendering him immobile. What the Spirit Hall desired would not be hindered. Tang Hao, prepare to become the stepping stone upon which I ascend, Qian Xuanji proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the valley. Angel S. Sacred Sword. Seizing the opportunity presented by Tang Hao's temporary confinement, Qian Xuanji hurled the Angel S. Sacred Sword towards him, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Yet he was thwarted. Ain intervened. At the moment, the Angel S. Sacred Sword was about to pierce Tang Hao's skull. Several blue-silver emperor vines erupted from the ground, entangling the sword and preventing it from advancing further. With a firm grip, Ain shattered the Angel S. Sacred Sword into a cascade of shimmering light. Let him go, and I will accompany you, Ain stated, stepping in front of Tang Hao. Very well, Qian Xuanji contemplated for a moment and acquiesced. As long as Ain agreed to accompany them, his objective would be achieved. There was no benefit in killing Tang Hao. After all, he was the heir of the world's foremost sect, the Haotian sect, and it was unnecessary to engage in a death struggle over him. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Spirit Hall ceased their attacks, lowering their guard. Ain, do not go with him. Tang Hao cried out in alarm as he heard Ain express her intention to leave with the Spirit Hall. Ain remained silent, using her blue-silver emperor vines to bind Tang Hao to the ground before turning to place their child in his arms. Ain, I'm sorry. I have brought you harm. Tang Hao was immobilized, helplessly witnessing Ain's actions, tears of regret streaming down his face. Ain gently shook her head. Brother Hao, I knew all along. You had intentions regarding my soul ring, didn't you? You need not deny it. I noticed your gaze on me several times, and it felt strange, bloodthirsty, greedy. I simply did not want to believe it, because I love you and chose to trust you. I know I have been foolish. I do not blame you, and thank you for accompanying me on this journey. I have been very happy these days, but it must come to an end. Brother Hao, this is the last time I shall call you that. Since you desire my soul ring, I shall grant it to you. Please take good care of our child. Tears streamed down Yin's face as she resolutely initiated the sacrifice. Chapter 12. Life is full of surprises. No, Yin, do not. Tang Hao shouted desperately, breaking free from his restraints in an attempt to stop her. Oh no, she intends to sacrifice herself. Hurry, stop her. The members of the Spirit Hall were completely unprepared for this turn of events. Caught off guard, they froze momentarily. Qian Xuanji was the first to react, sternly warning before launching an attack with the Angel's sacred sword, unleashing a beam of golden light. Soon, the others joined in with their powerful assaults. Yet, it was too late. Once the sacrifice commenced, it could not be halted. Farewell. A Yin's crimson lips whispered her final words. No. Tang Hao's eyes widened in anguish as he fell to his knees, crying out to the heavens. In the next moment, a blue-silver light enveloped the entire realm in an instant. All beings and objects within the circle were momentarily frozen, as if time itself had come to a standstill. This phenomenon was far more terrifying than the dual polar stillness field of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Every member of the Spirit Hall, including the mightiest Pope Qian Xuanji, found themselves immobilized, their attacks suspended in the void, until a Yin's form transformed into a blood-red soul ring, encircling the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's grasp. As the blue-silver light dissipated, everyone regained their ability to move. The figure of a Yin has vanished, leaving behind only a seed and a soul bone shimmering with a blue-silver glow lying on the ground. No. Tang Hao watched helplessly as Yin sacrificed herself. He obtained her soul ring, yet not a trace of joy graced him. He covered his face with one hand, his head bowed in profound remorse and guilt, tears streaming from his eyes, falling onto the infant cradled in his arms. The members of the Spirit Hall, realizing the situation was irreversible, appeared somewhat despondent. Cursed be it, Qian Xuanji swung the angelic holy sword, cleaving several small hills in his fury. The titled law present showed no interest in the blue-silver seed left by Yin. Their eyes were fixated on the flickering soul bone, the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor, aged 10,000 years. Greed gleamed in their eyes, but they quickly averted their gazes under Qian Xuanji's fierce glare. The Spirit Hall? Oh, the Spirit Hall, I shall not coexist with you. At that moment, the golden light of soul power emanating from Qian Xuanji roused Tang Hao. He opened his mouth and let out a furious roar, a sound reminiscent of a beast from the depths of hell. His love and guilt for Yin, along with his own regret and pain, transformed into an inexhaustible fury. Tang Hao suddenly lifted his head, his eyes instantaneously turning a deep crimson, his aura surging as he crossed the threshold of level 90, then level 91, finally stabilizing at level 92. The oppressive might belonging to a titled law surged forth in an instant. His wounds healed in the blink of an eye. Level 92 titled Douluo. The change in Tang Hao's aura finally caught the attention of the 5 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the pulsating red soul ring surrounding him. They were momentarily stunned. A 10,000-year soul ring bore such formidable effects. Seizing the opportunity while the Spirit Hall members were momentarily distracted, Tang Hao launched a ferocious attack. God of Death's Domain, explosive ring, Haotian true body. A blood-red aura erupted from Tang Hao, enveloping the 5, enhancing his own might while simultaneously diminishing that of his foes, boosting his power by 20%. Concurrently, the 9 pulsating soul rings on him exploded, his aura becoming even more terrifying. The Haotian true body coalesced, amplifying his strength. The Windbreaker. Tang Hao's assault was blindingly swift, each action executed almost instantaneously. The hastily defending Yue Guan, Gui Mei, and Gui Bao were successively hurled away, crashing into the rocky walls of the valley, leaving 3 sizable craters in their wake, before collapsing to the ground, spewing blood, their vitality waning. Among the 3, Gui Bao, the weakest, fell unconscious. Yue Guan and Gui Mei were also gravely injured. Jin Ming, endowed with the golden crocodile as his martial spirit, boasted the strongest physical defenses among them. He positioned himself in front of Qian Xuanji, but was swiftly driven back several meters by Tang Hao's hammering blow, his legs carving deep furrows into the ground, before he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Great Sumeru Hammer. At this juncture, Tang Hao unleashed his most formidable secret technique, the Haotian Absolute Art, channeling all his soul power into his martial spirit. The Haotian hammer expanded to a colossal height of over 100 meters. Gripped within the hands of the Haotian true body, it surged towards Jin Ming and Qian Xuanji with unyielding ferocity. Oof! Overconfident in his immense defensive capabilities, Jin Ming scoffed. As the golden crocodile martial spirit enveloped him, boldly bracing for impact. However, he underestimated the might of the Great Samurai Hammer, bolstered by multiple enhancements. The Great Samurai Hammer was simply beyond his capacity to withstand. Boom! Jin Ming was sent flying in an instant, crashing into the valley, his life extinguished. Tang Hao, you shall perish. Angelic true body. Witnessing Jin Ming's fate, Qian Xuanji was filled with rage, summoning forth his angelic true body, the massive six-winged angel shielding him. Ninth soul skill, angelic radiance. Qian Xuanji unleashed his most potent attack, a wave of annihilating light erupting from the mouth of the angelic true body. In the next moment, the Haotian hammer collided with the golden radiance. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted, recklessly sweeping through the valley, obliterating several surrounding peaks. The Haotian hammer and the golden light clashed, neither yielding to the other, locked in a stalemate, incapable of overcoming one another in the short term. Should this deadlock persist, victory would inevitably belong to Qian Xuanji, for he was a super Douluo of level 95, possessing nearly double the soul power of the newly promoted Tang Hao. Furthermore, Tang Hao's power stemmed from the momentary enhancement of the explosive ring, which could not be sustained. As time passed, he would suffer severe backlash. However, the world is often rife with unforeseen events. Indeed, such surprises frequently arise from meticulously orchestrated designs. An imperceptible white orb, carrying a wisp of red mist, descended from the heavens. The white orb projected into the infant cradled in Tang Hao's arms, while the red mist detached from the orb and infiltrated Tang Hao's body. At that moment, when Tang Hao's soul power was nearly exhausted, he felt a terrifying force of slaughter erupting within him. His already crimson eyes deepened into an even more profound scarlet hue. Though his dwindling soul power was being eroded by this force, he was astonished to discover that he could harness it. A glimmer ignited in Tang Hao's eyes, and he immediately channeled this power into his martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao's eyes blazed with red light as he bellowed fiercely. In the next second, the Haotian hammer was enveloped in a blood-red glow, shattering the stalemate, obliterating the angelic radiance. How is this possible? Qian Xuanji's face contorted in disbelief, watching in horror as the Haotian hammer crashed down upon the angelic true body. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and in an instant, the angelic true body was reduced to fragments. Qian Xuanji's body collided violently with the Haotian hammer, hurtling him away, crashing against the rocky walls of the valley. After creating a massive crater in the stone wall, Qian Xuanji's body rebounded with tremendous force, eventually landing on the ground. Blood pouring from all 7 orifices, motionless, his fate unknown. Following this climactic blow, Tang Hao swiftly moved, retrieving the seed and soul bone that Ain had sacrificed. He then propelled himself forward, utilizing the last vestiges of his strength to smash through the encircling holy emperor warriors, clutching his son as he hastily fled. Yue Guan and Gui Mei watched in astonishment, their hearts trembling with fear, too terrified to pursue. After a considerable time, they cautiously approached to investigate, discovering the Pope Qian Xuanji in a state of utter ruin, his bones shattered, blood seeping from his orifices, yet still alive. In contrast, Jin Ming had perished. Gui Bao, fortunately, was merely unconscious. Yue Guan hoisted Qian Xuanji onto his back, while Gui Mei carried Gui Bao and Jin Ming's lifeless body, hastily making their way back towards the Spirit Hall. Thus, the Spirit Hall scheme to hunt the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor concluded in a devastating failure, with 1 death and 4 injuries. Among them, the only son of the second elder, Jin Ming, was dead on the spot. Pope Qian Xuanji was gravely injured and incapacitated. Gui Bao was severely wounded and unconscious, while Yue Guan and Gui Mei were left with serious injuries and damaged spirits. Chapter 13. Scum-feeding spiders quite impressive. A day later, Yue Guan and Gui Mei, carrying the injured Pope Qian Xuanji, disregarding their own grievous wounds, pressed on tirelessly and at full speed. Finally returning to Spirit City, Gui Bao regained consciousness mid-journey. Thus he took charge of carrying Jin Ming's remains. Time was of the essence. They chose not to enter through the city gates, but instead leapt over the towering walls, heading straight for the Pope's palace. The Hall of Offerings. Beneath the lifelike statue of a 6-winged angel, An elderly man with flowing golden hair, reminiscent of Qian Xuanji, kneels on a mat, fervently praying. This elderly gentleman, possessing a strikingly handsome visage and a physique that, while tall, lacks robustness, bears a strong resemblance to Qian Xuanji, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. Despite having surpassed the century mark, he exudes an aura of tranquility and serenity, imparting a comforting presence. This venerable figure is known as Qian Douluo. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the limit Douluo at level 99, making him one of the 3 ultimate limit Douluo of the current era. Renowned as the Invincible of the Sky, a revered elder of the Spirit Hall, overseeing both the Douluo Hall and the Elder Hall, and also the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, as well as the father of the current Pope, Qian Xuanji. As Yue Guan and his companions soar over the walls of Spirit City, Qian Douluo senses their urgency. What is the matter that necessitates such haste? He muses, his brow furrowing. Instantly, he unleashes his formidable spiritual power, sweeping it across the figures of Yue Guan and the others. In an instant, his calm countenance is replaced by one of grave concern. Golden Crocodile, trouble has arisen. Qian Douluo conveys telepathically to the second elder, Golden Crocodile, Douluo. He then vanishes from the Elder Hall and reappears in the Pope's chamber, where Yue Guan and his companions have just laid down the bodies of Qian Xuanji and Jinming. My lord, the great elder, Yue Guan, Gue Mei, and Gue Bao kneel hastily, their eyes wide with terror, their foreheads pressed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The injuries they bear, broken bones and internal damage, leaving them on the brink of death, are dire. Without immediate medical intervention, their fates are grim. Qian Douluo materializes at the bedside, his eyes scanning the scene, instantly grasping Qian Xuanji's condition, his expression darkening. In a swift motion, he releases his martial spirit, summoning a colossal 6-winged angel that towers over the chamber, enveloping it in divine golden light. This gentle and sacred radiance cascades over Qian Xuanji, and soon, the pallor of his complexion begins to regain a semblance of color. Although it merely stabilizes his injuries temporarily, it alleviates some of Qian Douluo's anxiety. With the arrival of a healing spirit master and a period of rest, recovery seems plausible. The divine light not only fills the Pope's chamber, but spills over into the entire Spirit City. The inhabitants, oblivious to the underlying causes, mistake it for a manifestation of angelic presence and quickly kneel in fervent prayer. All the powerful beings within the Spirit Hall sense the holy aura emanating from the 6-winged angel, prompting the elders and offerings of both the Elder Hall and the Offering Hall to swiftly converge upon the Pope's chamber. Not far away, Bibi Dong, who has been cultivating in the Saintess Hall, senses the commotion as well. Her lavender eyes snap open, fixating on the Pope's chamber. However, rather than approaching, she chooses to extend her spiritual awareness to assess the situation. A smirk of schadenfreude curls at her lips. Ah, Qian Xuanji, how the tables have turned. This is truly deserved. Moments later, her expression hardens. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. After all, it is said that one should seize the moment when their adversary is vulnerable. Scum, prepare to descend into hell. Beside the orphanage by the Blue Lake, Yi Qifeng cradles a book borrowed from Hulaina. He gazes towards the center of Spirit City, where the towering 6-winged angel radiates divine light. Could this possibly be the martial spirit of that old man, Qian Douluo? If he has summoned it, something significant must have transpired. Based on the timing, it seems Qian Xuanji might have attempted to capture Ayin, only to be severely beaten by Tang Hao. If so, Qian Xuanji's death is nigh. Perhaps Scum is truly meant to feed spiders. He deserves such a fate. Within the offering hall, in a warmly adorned chamber, a 9-year-old girl clad in a golden dress sits cross-legged, eyes closed, diligently cultivating. With her lustrous golden hair cascading freely, her snow-white skin and exquisite features, she possesses beauty rivaling that of Bibi Dong, yet her demeanor exudes a distinct pride and strength. She is none other than Qian Renxue, the granddaughter of Qian Douluo. Suddenly, her 6-winged angel martial spirit stirs, prompting her to open her elongated phoenix-like eyes, revealing azure irises that shimmer like brilliant sapphires. Is this my grandfather's martial spirit? What could be happening? Should I investigate? After a moment's contemplation, she decides against it. With grandfather around, even the gravest of matters will be resolved. I must continue to cultivate. I aspire to become stronger and not disappoint his expectations. Although curiosity tugs at her heart, Qian Rinxue is a dutiful child, particularly when it comes to her grandfather's wishes, and she suppresses her inquisitiveness to continue her training. In her eyes, no one treats her better than her grandfather. Even her father pales in comparison, as he is often preoccupied with the affairs of the spirit hall, leaving little time for her. Throughout her life, it has always been her grandfather, Qian Douluo, who has been by her side. In the Pope's chamber, the atmosphere grows tense. Qian Douluo stabilizes Qian Xuanji's injuries, but does not immediately retract his martial spirit. He turns to face Yue Guan, Gue Mei, and Gue Bao, his expression dark and foreboding, akin to a tiger poised to strike. The three men tremble, instinctively lowering themselves further. Oof! Qian Douluo snorts, unleashing the overwhelming might of the limit de law, which strikes the three men with palpable force. The impact sends them crashing against the chamber walls, exacerbating their already grievous injuries. Each of them coughs up blood as they struggle to rise, trembling as they prostrate themselves once more before Qian Douluo, too fearful to voice any complaints. What is the meaning of this? A gruff voice calls from outside, laced with confusion. Moments later, a robust elder clad in golden attire enters, revealing himself to be Golden Crocodile Daw, the second elder of the offering hall. He had been preoccupied with his newborn granddaughter, arriving slightly late. As he steps into the room, his gaze falls upon the lifeless body of Jean Ming. For a moment, he is taken aback. In the next instant, his body shakes violently, overwhelmed by the devastating news, unable to process the tragedy. He collapses, trembling hands cradling Jean Ming's body as he wails in anguish. Son, what has happened? How could a simple outing result in this? You must awaken. You cannot die. If you do, what will become of you, heir? Who will protect her? Soon, all title level powerhouses arrive in succession, each entering the Pope's chamber. Upon witnessing the gravely injured Pope and the lifeless Jean Ming, shock fills their eyes. And upon seeing the pitiful state of Yue Guan and his companions, compassion and sympathy flood their gazes. They realize that should the Pope perish, Yue Guan, Gue Mei, and Gue Bao would likely meet the same fate. Chapter 14. The death of Qian Xuanji, witnessing the heart-wrenching collapse of an old comrade. One could only lament the cruel twist of fate. Qian Douluo felt an increasing sense of discomfort. His sharp gaze fell upon Yue Guan and the other two, and he coldly commanded, "Speak. What on earth happened? Who is responsible?" "It was Tang Hao," Yue Guan stammered, recounting the entire sequence of events. Jean rose abruptly, his face twisted with fury as he roared, "Why are you still alive? Jean Ming is dead, and the Pope is on the brink of death." With a thunderous clap, the oppressive force of a level 98 super Daw bore down on Yue Guan and the others, forcing them to the ground. "I demand your lives as compensation." Jean Yi's anger surged, and he was ready to execute them. "Calm down, Jean," Qian Douluo intervened, raising a hand to halt him. Though equally enraged, Qian Douluo understood the gravity of the situation. He recognized that while Yue Guan and his companions had failed in their duty to protect, their transgressions did not warrant death. He could empathize with Jean Yi's fury over the loss of his son, but executing 3 titled law was a risk the Spirit Hall could not afford. The true culprit is that so-called heir of Hao Yin, Tang Hao. At these words, Jean Yi gradually regained his composure, though his expression remained dark. Ultimately, he retracted his oppressive aura. "For the sake of your arduous training, I shall spare you this time. You 3, take care. Thank you, esteemed second offering, for your mercy." Yue Guan, Gue Mei, and Gue Bao hurriedly prostrated themselves in gratitude. Jean Yi had no desire to linger, bowing to Qian Douluo. "Great offering. I am weary and shall return with Ming'er." "Very well," Qian Douluo nodded, placing a comforting hand on Jean Yi's shoulder. "I will ensure you receive an explanation regarding Jean Ming's fate. First, grant him a proper burial. The Douluo Hall deserves to honor him." "Thank you, great offering," Jean Yi replied, and with many offerings and elders bowing in respect, he slowly departed the Pope's hall, cradling Jean Ming's lifeless body. His once proud stature seemed to hunch, as if he had aged decades in an instant. "I must address one matter," Qian Douluo declared, his authoritative gaze sweeping over all present. His expression was grave and left no room for dissent. "Everything you have witnessed and heard today must remain confidential. Keep it buried within your hearts once you return. Is that understood?" "Yes, great offering." The crowd responded, a shiver running through them as they complied. Dismissed. Qian Daolu waved his hand. We take our leave. The offerings and elders bowed once more before swiftly exiting the grand hall. Once they had departed, Qian Daolu turned his attention back to the gravely injured Yue Guan and his companions, suddenly feeling a wave of disinterest. You three should return and tend to your wounds. Thank you, great offering. Yue Guan, Gue Mei, and Gue Bao felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, supporting one another as they made their slow exit. In the vast Pope's Hall, only Qian Daolu and Qian Xuanji remained, one standing, the other lying. Then, Qian Daolu summoned his soul power, levitating Qian Xuanji and swiftly transporting him to the resplendent private quarters of the Pope, laying him gently upon the bed. Go! Summon all healing-type soul masters above the soul sage level within the spirit city to me. Qian Daolu instructed the Holy Emperor's guards as he entered. Soon after, a dozen healing soul masters arrived, led by 5 soul Douluo-level healers. My lord, they bowed before Qian Daolu, understanding that anyone who could enter the Pope's quarters must hold a far higher status than themselves. No need for excessive formalities. Begin the treatment at once. Qian Daolu responded, not even turning to face them. Upon hearing this, the group of healing masters simultaneously activated their healing soul skills. Instantly, vibrant, multicolored lights enveloped Qian Xuanji, visibly mending his injuries thanks to the combined efforts of the healers. Before long, Qian Xuanji's injuries were restored to their original state. However, the healers did not immediately cease their efforts. Without Qian Daolu's command, they dared not stop, choosing instead to continue channeling their soul power. After a considerable time, the healers found themselves utterly drained, sweat-soaked, and fatigued. My lord, the Pope's physical wounds have healed, but we are powerless regarding his mental injuries. He can only recover through rest, one of the senior healing masters reported, bowing before Qian Daolu. Understood, Qian Daolu acknowledged, issuing a strict confidentiality order regarding the Pope's condition. No information must leak. Should even a whisper escape, you shall know the consequences. We understand. The elite healing masters nodded, fully aware of the importance of discretion, and each swore their commitment. Your contributions will not go unrecognized. Reward will be bestowed upon you in due time, Qian Daolu stated. Such is our honor to serve the Spirit Hall and the Pope. We do not seek rewards, the healing masters humbly replied. The Spirit Hall recognizes merit. You shall accept your due rewards, Qian Daolu insisted. Thank you, my lord. They bowed again. Enough. You may withdraw. Qian Daolu gestured. We take our leave. The group bowed deeply, retreating a few steps before turning to exit. Qian Daolu gazed at the unconscious Qian Xuanji and murmured, Rest easy, my child. I will see to it that justice is served. Tang Hao shall not escape. As he contemplated his granddaughter Qian Renshua, he resolved, she is still young. I must shield her from the knowledge of her father's grave injuries, lest it burdens her heart and dampens her spirit. After deliberating, he decided, I should check on Xue first. You all, ensure the Pope is cared for without fail. Any oversight will hold you accountable. Qian Daolu instructed the palace attendants and Holy Emperor's guards before swiftly departing the Pope's quarters. In a Holy Maiden's palace, at the very moment Qian Daolu exited the Pope's quarters, Bibi Dong abruptly opened her beautiful eyes, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in her lavender gaze. A cruel smirk crept upon her lips as she stealthily concealed her aura, stealthily advancing toward Qian Xuanji's quarters. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong stood before the unconscious Qian Xuanji. Summoning a protective shield of soul power, she enveloped both herself and Qian Xuanji within its confines. Gazing at the comatose figure on the bed, Bibi Dong's eyes brimmed with hatred, her once lovely features twisting into a grotesque mask of rage, consumed by madness. At long last, my desire shall be fulfilled. In that moment, she declared, Qian Xuanji, it is time for you to die. Bibi Dong withdrew a gleaming dagger from her soul tool, plunging it mercilessly into Qian Xuanji's heart, twisting the blade viciously as she did so. Though unconscious, Qian Xuanji's body instinctively convulsed in response to the trauma, his face contorting in agony. After several heartbeats, he fell completely still, and Bibi Dong withdrew the blade, blood gushing forth and splattering across her face and attire. She momentarily dazed, staggered backward several steps, her heart suddenly overwhelmed with panic and fear, unable to grasp the sharp blade any longer, allowing it to fall to the ground. Yet, In an instant, a profound sense of vengeful exhilaration surged within Bibi Dong, replacing her previous emotions. Her eyes reddened, her exquisite countenance reflecting sheer madness, hatred, and a thirst for retribution. In the next moment, Bibi Dong unleashed her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Queen. A grotesque, gigantic spider materialized behind her in an instant. Its abdomen was as large as a sphere, covered in bristle-like hairs as sharp as steel needles, its hideous mandibles dripping with dark green saliva, and its 8 legs, razor-sharp, flailed violently up and down. "Martial soul embodiment," Bibi Dong exclaimed, as the soul-devouring Spider Queen enveloped her. Once embodied, her form was suddenly adorned with purple-black arachnid armor, and a spider's head enveloped her own. Her face obscured by the shell, 2 pairs of small spider eyes emerged beneath her own. Her long, straight, snow-white legs vanished, transforming into a massive sphere. 8 spider legs extended from her back, swaying incessantly, drenched in green slime that dripped onto the ground with a sizzling sound. At that moment, Bibi Dong resembled an extraordinarily terrifying and grotesque giant venomous spider. Bibi Dong controlled the 8 spider legs, raising them high before bringing them down with ferocity. Thud, thud, thud. The legs pierced deeply into Qiang Sunji's body one after another. The devouring attribute of the soul, devouring spider, queen activated instantly, siphoning all of Qiang Sunji's life force and soul power through the spider legs back to Bibi Dong. In no time, Qiang Sunji was consumed completely. His body vanished, leaving behind only his garments and 2 shining angelic leg spirit bones. Bibi Dong's aura continued to amplify. Chapter 15. Just as expected of you, Qian Daolu in the worship hall. Sensing Qian Daolu's return, Qian Renxue ceased her training. Joyfully, she ran out to embrace her grandfather, shaking his arm. Upon seeing his granddaughter, Qian Renxue, still safe within the worship hall, Qian Daolu felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least Schwerer had not ventured out. Had she learned of her father's grievous injury, it would have been dire. However, seeing the bright smile on his granddaughter's face melted Qian Oliu's heart, transforming his previously grim expression into one of tender warmth. "Grandfather, what has happened?" Qian Renxue inquired curiously. Qian Oliu's heart tightened. Just a minor issue, already dealt with. Yet, maintaining his composure, he shifted the topic. "Little Xue, how is your training progressing?" "Grandfather, I have just made a breakthrough. I am now at level 35 soul power." "Impressive, right?" Qian Renxue boasted, her delicate face brimming with pride. "Very good," Qian Daolu praised, affectionately ruffling his granddaughter's hair. "My little Xue is indeed exceptionally talented. No one can compare to her." After the praise, he proceeded with words of caution and encouragement. "However, little Xue, remember not to become arrogant. Understood? Soul masters must train diligently. You still need to strive further. Grandfather has great faith in you." I understand, grandfather." Qian Renxue nodded earnestly. Just then, Qian Daolu sensed something and his expression suddenly changed. "Not good. That woman." He quickly instructed, "Little Xue, return to your training. Stay put in the worship hall. I have matters to attend to." With that, Qian Oliu's figure blurred and he vanished from the hall. Qian Renxue, oblivious to the change in her grandfather's demeanor, was not surprised by his sudden disappearance. She had long grown accustomed to his elusive nature. Obediently, she turned back to her room, seated herself on the bed, and resumed her training. Qian Daolu moved swiftly. In mere moments, he traversed from the worship hall atop the mountain to the papal chamber halfway down the slope. He anxiously entered, only to find Bibi Dong alone, her body smeared with blood, her expression dazed, and a maniacal smile etched on her face. On the bed, Qian Xuanji was nowhere to be found. Only bloodstains remained alongside his discarded garments and 2 shimmering angelic leg spirit bones. "Bibi Dong, what have you done?" Qian Oliu's body trembled violently as a horrifying realization dawned upon him, almost too dreadful to accept. "You've arrived." Upon hearing Qian Oliu's inquiry, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards him, her tone icy, devoid of fear, instead laced with mockery and provocation. "Unfortunately, you are too late." Seeing the incredulous look in Qian Daolu's eyes, a smile gradually formed on Bibi Dong's lips as she chuckled. "No need to doubt. It is exactly as you suspect. I have killed Qian Xuanji, sending him straight to hell, utterly annihilated. Even his body and soul have been fed to the spider." "Ha ha ha! What? You actually devoured him?" "Bibi Dong, You shall pay for this. Qian Douluo's fury ignited as the colossal six-winged angel martial soul erupted forth, the angelic sword coalescing into his grasp, exuding an aura of lethal intent. He swung the sword downwards at Bibi Dong in a fit of rage. Bibi Dong was unyielding, unwilling to submit meekly. The death spider, Queen Martial Soul, was unleashed in an instant, her true form embodying as she braced herself against the onslaught. However, she was ultimately facing the pinnacle of the age, the 99th level limit Duo, Qian Douluo, and her response was hasty. Despite having consumed Qian Xuanji's body and soul, her soul power barely reached 97. How could she possibly contend with him? Thus, she could not withstand a single blow before Qian Douluo's sword struck her. Bang! Bibi Dong's delicate form collided violently against the hard palace wall, crashing to the ground. Puff! With a gasp, Bibi Dong spat out a mouthful of blood, gravely injured. She's still alive? Qian Douluo, witnessing Bibi Dong merely being thrown against the wall, furrowed his brow in confusion. That previous strike, though seemingly simple, had been fueled by his wrath. While he had not exerted all his strength, it should have been sufficient to eliminate Bibi Dong. Under normal circumstances, no ordinary title Douluo could survive such an attack. You have reached 97? Upon sensing Bibi Dong's soul power level accurately, Qian Douluo stood in stunned disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, a wave of shock washing over him. At that moment, he could not help but think, this woman indeed possesses extraordinary talent. She has quietly reached this level. She is also a dual martial soul wielder. Overcoming the backlash of her martial souls, her potential may rival that of little Shui. Moreover, she is still so young, hardly past 40. In her lifetime, she could undoubtedly reach my level, perhaps even surpass me, achieving that elusive realm I have longed for, the legendary divine state. As this realization struck him, Qian Douluo's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Bibi Dong becoming profoundly complex, with fiery intensity in his eyes, mingled with envy and, more prominently, admiration. Qian Douluo looked upon Bibi Dong. Unbeknownst to her, he was taken aback not merely by her soul power level, but by the myriad changes in his gaze. Struggling to prop herself up despite her grievous injuries, she displayed no sign of weakness. Her lavender eyes glared fiercely at Qian Douluo, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she remarked, "I must thank your son for his body and soul. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached this level so swiftly." "Why'd you do this?" Qian Douluo questioned, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Anger still simmered within him, yet his tone had softened considerably, devoid of the initial murderous intent. "Why?" Bibi Dong's words dripped with iciness, her expression laden with scorn. "Are you not fully aware? Qian Xuanji is your son. How could you be oblivious to his actions? He is nothing but a shameless beast, deserving of his fate. You knew you had the power to stop it, yet you turn a blind eye. What do you think of me, a mere breeding tool? What right do you have to question me? Truly, you are remarkable, Qian Douluo." She continued with a mocking laugh. "All the members of the Qian family are cut from the same cloth, equally shameless." Qian Douluo was left speechless, yet the flames of his fury were significantly quelled. In a resigned tone, he asked, "Do you so despise him? Even if Jia wronged you, has he ever wronged you in any other capacity? Why must you take his life? Have you considered Xiao Shui as feelings? She has lost her father at such a tender age. How can she bear it? She is, after all, your daughter." Silence. Bibi Dong's gaze darkened as she interrupted him with a fierce shout. "That child is the product of your Qian family's sins. She is of no concern to me. I hope she does not appear before me, or I shall not hesitate to reunite her with her father." Are you mad? You would lay a hand on Xiao Shui?" Qian Douluo felt his heart seize, his blood pressure skyrocketing, nearly choking on his rage. "You are utterly unreasonable." Bibi Dong chuckled coldly, her crimson lips parting as she declared, "You may kill me directly. Avenge your precious son. I am here. Do as you please." Chapter 16. Bibi Dong imprisoned nearby, sensing the battle aura emanating from their clash. The elders and worshippers of the spirit hall rushed forth. Aware of the situation, Qian Douluo conjured a protective shield of soul power, enveloping the Pope's chamber to prevent any intrusions or prying eyes. He then reached out, retrieving two resplendent angelic leg bones from the bed, stowing them away in a soul guide. Bibi Dong observed Qian Douluo's actions quietly, a smirk of derision playing on her lips, her heart silently mocking him. It seems you wish to keep family disgrace under wraps. Indeed, you are true to form, Qian Daolu. Seeing Bibi Dong's mocking expression ignited a tempest of rage within him, and he was momentarily tempted to strike her down. However, thoughts of his granddaughter, Qian Renxue, softened his resolve as he weighed the implications. Xiao Shui had already lost her father. Must she also lose her mother? With the Pope absent, Xiao Shui was too young to assume the role, and he must protect the angel statue. While he could temporarily manage the affairs, it was not a sustainable solution. The legacy of the Spear Hall required a pope. At present, Bibi Dong was the only one suitable for the position. Her talent, qualifications, and wisdom made her more than capable. He could temporarily entrust the title to her, allowing her to manage until Xiao Shui was ready to assume her rightful place. A perfect plan, indeed. Yet, he could not simply hand over the papacy. He must temper her disposition first. For Xiao Shui's safety, a warning was essential. After much deliberation, he reached a conclusion and addressed Bibi Dong coldly. I can overlook your killing Jier. It is, after all, his own doing. A debt must be repaid, and I hope you can thus release your hatred. I may even endorse you for the position of Pope to govern the Spirit Hall. What? You will not kill me, and you wish to bestow the papacy upon me? Bibi Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind reeling. She could not comprehend his intentions, pondering. Has this old fool lost his wits? I have slain his own son, and yet he spares me? How remarkably patient. You misunderstand, Qian Daolu interjected coldly. This is all for Xiao Shui's sake. Otherwise, I would have struck you down already. Granting you the title of Pope is a means of atonement. You need only fulfill your duties as Pope, managing the affairs of the Spirit Hall to lay a solid foundation for Xiao Shui's future reign. He then declared his decree regarding Bibi Dong. From now on, return to your holy maiden hall. Without my command, you are forbidden from stepping outside, even a single step. Bibi Dong fell silent, her head bowed as she inwardly sneered. Humph. Ultimately, you seek to make me a willing puppet of the Qian family. Qian Daolu, you truly are as expected, but do you think I will foolishly allow you to control me? You will regret bestowing the papacy upon me. Clenching her fists, she vowed silently to rapidly enhance her strength. One day, Qian Daolu, you will no longer see through me. After a moment of silence, Qian Daolu noticed Bibi Dong's continued silence and her lack of intention to respond. He fixed her with a stern gaze, continuing, furthermore, I must warn you, do not lay a hand on Xiao Shui. Otherwise, you will witness that worthless one's corpse. You should know precisely whom I refer to. You dare? Bibi Dong's head snapped up, her voice sharp as she finally broke her silence. Her face darkened to the point of dripping water. Regarding that weakling, she had indeed loved him once. Yet, with the passage of time, her affections had faded considerably. What she once perceived as love had transformed into resentment. She was no longer the naive Bibi Dong of yore. She had seen through many things, though she was reluctant to admit it. To do so would render her years of perseverance meaningless. Thus, she would not allow harm to befall him. This Bibi Dong, possessing all the qualities of perfection, stunning beauty, graceful demeanor, and extraordinary talent, yet she remained a foolish woman blinded by love, lacking reason. That worthless individual, what was so precious about him? Qian Daolu could not help but grit his teeth in frustration, a sudden headache overtaking him. However, noting that he had grasped Bibi Dong's weakness, her volatile demeanor reassured him considerably. At least he need not worry about her harming Xiao Shui, though vigilance was still necessary. Qian Daolu resolved to issue one more warning to Bibi Dong. You would do well to adhere to my wishes. You must understand, should I desire something, you cannot obstruct me. Oof. I may comply with your demands, Bibi Dong conceded, casting a cold glance at Qian Daolu. But you had better uphold your end of the bargain. Otherwise, I will destroy the Qian family's angel lineage with all my might. Qian Daolu felt a twinge of displeasure at her questioning of his credibility, but he emphasized, I am not a man of empty promises. I shall certainly deliver on my word. He continued, regarding the death of Jier, I will place the blame squarely on Tang Hao. Jier was gravely injured by him, and thus his demise can be attributed to him without raising any suspicions. Moreover, the only son of the second elder, Jin Ming, was also killed by Tang Hao. This debt must ultimately be settled by the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, you must remain tight-lipped about this matter. It is known only to you and me. I do not wish for Xiao Shui to discover that it was you who took her father's life, not even the slightest inkling of it. Do as you will, Bibi Dong replied to Qian Daolu, all the while contemplating. If someone is willing to shoulder the blame, why not seize the opportunity? However, to her astonishment, this old fellow was so willing to set aside his vendetta and actively assist me in shedding the guilt of murder against the Pope. Clearly, he holds great regard for Qian Rinxue, even enduring the sorrow of losing a child for her sake. I must devise a way to keep Qian Rinxue away from the spirit city. Otherwise, I fear I might not be able to restrain myself from harming her one day. Just as the two reached an agreement, the many elders of the spirit hall arrived at the Pope's palace with great haste. What is this? Why has the Grand Elder released the spirit again? The elders were utterly bewildered. At that moment, Qian Daoluo Yue's commanding voice reverberated through the crowd. The Pope has fallen. Elder Jin Ming has perished. The culprit is none other than the heir of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao. From this day forth, the Spirit Hall will spare no effort in capturing Tang Hao. I demand his death as penance. Upon hearing Qian Daoluo Yue's words, the crowd was struck with shock, whispering among themselves, "What? The Pope has fallen? What happened? Wasn't it merely a grievous injury?" Qian Daolu paid no heed to their discussions. He turned to two almost identical-looking men and commanded, "Qian Jun, Jiang Mo, escort the Saintess back to the Saintess Hall. Then guard the entrance, without my command. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Those who dare intrude shall be executed without mercy. Not even a fly shall be spared." Chapter 17. The Spirit Hall declares war on the Haotian sect. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo, both strikingly handsome, were a pair of twins with top-tier weapon spirits. The Spiral Dragon Staff. They were super Douluos of the 96th rank, serving as the 6th and 7th elders among the 7 elders of the hall. "Yes, Grand Elder." They responded, not daring to delay, bowing in acknowledgement. "What is the situation with the Saintess? How did she end up inside?" The brothers exchanged a glance, suddenly pausing in their breath, sharing a dreadful suspicion. However, they quickly shook their heads, returning to their impassive demeanor. They needed only to follow the Grand Elder's orders. The rest was none of their concern. After all, they were merely emotionless cultivation machines. Not just them, but nearly all the elders in the hall shared a similar disposition. At this moment, the other elders had begun to piece together some of the underlying truths, yet wisely chose to keep their thoughts to themselves. Qian Daolu surveyed the crowd with authority, reiterating the earlier command from the Pope's palace, but with slight variations. "Everything you have seen and heard, including your speculations, must remain confidential. The knowledge you possess is for your ears alone. Do not communicate with each other. When you return, keep it buried in your hearts." With that, Qian Daolu waved his hand, concluding with, "Prepare yourselves. The Spirit Hall is about to engage in a fierce battle." "Yes, Grand Elder." The crowd bowed and dispersed. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo entered the Pope's quarters to escort Bibi Dong. However, they did not treat her as a fugitive. Instead, they silently followed her until she returned to the Saintess Hall. They then took their positions outside the main doors as instructed by the Grand Elder. Once everyone had left, Jin Yi sighed and approached Qian Daolu, patting his shoulder. "Grand Elder, take heart." Not long ago, Qian Daolu had offered him the same comfort, and now it was his turn. In that moment, they shared a profound understanding. Was the Pope's death caused by her? Jin inquired. Though rugged in appearance, he possessed keen insight and was exceptionally clever. Being over 150 years old, he had long since cultivated a sharp mind. He quickly deduced the truth of the matter. He was aware of Bibi Dong's past. Her revenge for the death of Qian Xuanji was entirely comprehensible in Jin's view. Nevertheless, his loyalty lay with the angel lineage, and he refrained from voicing any further thoughts. Indeed, Qian Daolu nodded, realizing he could not hide the truth from his old comrade. Just moments ago, he had comforted Jin Yi, and now he found himself in need of solace. A sense of discomfort gripped Qian Daolu. That woman was quite troublesome, and her rapid increase in soul power was indeed alarming. "She has reached the 97th rank," Jin Yi remarked. Having scanned her with his spiritual power as she exited the quarters, he comprehended her current cultivation level. After a brief pause, Jin Yi asked, "What do you intend to do with her?" Sighing deeply, Qian Daolu expressed his thoughts. "For Xiao Xue's sake, I cannot kill her. The Spirit Hall is in a precarious situation, and we require someone to maintain order. Xiao Xue is still too young to assume the role of Pope. She is the most suitable candidate for me to propose as the new Pope." Indeed, Jin Yi agreed, nodding. Though surprised, he understood Qian Daoluo's character and decision-making style. quickly grasping the rationale behind it. May she undergo a transformation, Qian Daolu sighed, his gaze distant. I shall keep a watchful eye on her. Otherwise, the position of pope that I can bestow upon her can just as easily be reclaimed. Turning to Jin Yi, he instructed, return for now. You two must take action against the Haotian sect. I have made an agreement with Tang Chun, promising not to step foot in the Haotian sect. But you may. As for Tang Hao, I will handle him personally. I will settle the score for Jin Ming and Jier. As he spoke, a glimmer of killing intent flickered in Qian Douliu's eyes. Having been in seclusion for many years, it seems the continent has forgotten our existence. They appear to have overlooked the consequences of provoking the Spirit Hall. This time, they must understand just how severe and terrifying the repercussions of inciting our wrath can be. Consequences they cannot bear. Jin Yi's eyes were equally frigid. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously from his rugged face as he revealed a menacing grin. It has been many years since I've ventured out. It is high time to stretch my limbs. Let the Haotian sect prepare to face my fury. Soon, a chilling atmosphere enveloped Spirit City, swiftly casting a shadow over the entire realm. The residents felt a palpable sense of oppression, as if a storm were brewing. Shortly thereafter, the news of the Pope's sudden demise spread throughout the city. The Spirit Hall descended into chaos, and in the midst of grief, Qian Daolu re-emerged to manage affairs, comforting the people and stabilizing the situation. Upon learning the cause of the turmoil, the entire Spirit Hall united against a common enemy. War was imminent. News swiftly disseminated through various channels, reaching the hands of powerful factions across the mainland. One report emerged from the communication lines of the Spirit Hall, which stated, the Spirit Hall hereby issues a wanted notice for Tang Hao, the heir of the Haotian sect, who has acted in defiance by openly attacking the Pope's convoy, resulting in the demise of the Pope and a high-ranking elder. The Spirit Hall calls upon the entire continent to provide information regarding Tang Hao's whereabouts. Anyone with knowledge of his location may report to the halls affiliated with the Spirit Hall. If the information is verified as credible, the informant shall receive a reward from the Spirit Hall. Conversely, those who withhold information or assist Tang Hao will be regarded as enemies of the Spirit Hall and will face dire consequences. Another announcement declared, effective immediately, all dealings with the Haotian sect are to be suspended and all contacts severed. The Haotian sect is ordered to surrender Tang Hao. Failure to comply will result in the Spirit Hall considering the Haotian sect an enemy and declaring war. Furthermore, all soul master factions across the continent are forbidden from engaging in trade or communication with the Haotian sect. Failure to adhere to this directive will also lead to being deemed enemies of the Spirit Hall, invoking immediate conflict. Upon the dissemination of these messages, an uproar ensued across the continent. The elderly leader of the Haotian sect received the news as well. Despite being gravely ill, he struggled to rise from his sickbed to grasp the urgent missive that had just arrived from the Spirit City. The matter concerning the Spirit Hall was one he could not afford to overlook. For decades, the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall had engaged in numerous conflicts, both overt and covert. When his father, Tang Chun, was still alive, the Haotian sect stood in its prime, commanding respect. Even the formidable Spirit Hall had to yield to the Haotian sect. However, since Tang Chun's disappearance, the Haotian sect had been on a downward trajectory, gradually succumbing to the Spirit Hall's dominance. Life had become increasingly difficult for the Haotian sect, while Tang Chun was missing. The leader was acutely aware that there existed a formidable rival within the Spirit Hall, one who could stand toe-to-toe with Tang Chun. Most critically, that individual was still alive. The Spirit Hall was now a force the Haotian sect could not contend with. To avoid inciting the Spirit Hall's wrath, he had no choice but to exercise restraint, even advising his clan members to tread carefully in the realm of soul masters, stressing the importance of not provoking the Spirit Hall. The sect leader extracted the slip of paper from a small bamboo tube and slowly unfurled it. His murky eyes fell upon the contents of the note. Chapter 18. Tang Hao's actions result in his father's death. Initially taken aback, the sect leader's hands trembled violently, struggling to maintain his grip on the note. His face flushed with anger as a furious blaze ignited within him. The next moment, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "That ungrateful wretch! How dare he? I have repeatedly cautioned him to temper his temper, yet he has brought about such a catastrophic calamity. Outrageous! This is infuriating." Coughing violently, the sect leader struggled to catch his breath. Suddenly, he coughed up a substantial amount of blood, collapsing backward and hitting the ground with a thud. The note slipped from his grasp, slowly drifting to the floor, stained with specks of blood. Just then, outside the door, Tang Xiao, who had recently ascended to the rank of title Duo, burst in upon hearing the commotion. "Father!" Tang Xiao shouted, rushing forward to lift his father and lay him back on the bed. He called out to the attendants outside, "Quick! Fetch the healing soul masters from our clan, and summon the elders." Suddenly, Tang Xiao's gaze fell upon the note on the ground. He picked it up, gently wiping away the bloodstains, then unfolded it to read the information inscribed. In an instant, Tang Xiao's pupils constricted in horror. "This is catastrophic. We are in grave danger." Before long, news of the elder leader's plight reached the 7 elder members of the Haotian sect, who hurriedly gathered. The healing soul masters from the sect also arrived. After employing their healing techniques, the healers ultimately shook their heads, indicating that there was no hope. The elder leader had passed. Upon witnessing this, sorrow enveloped the gathering, and Tang Xiao fell to his knees, weeping. After the initial wave of grief, the eldest elder, Tang Lai, known for his fiery temperament, inquired about the circumstances surrounding Tang Xiao's distress. Tang Xiao hesitated, reluctantly handing over the bloodstained note, clearly reluctant, as the information it contained was detrimental to his beloved younger brother, Tang Hao. One by one, the elders took the note, passing it around, their blood pressure surging as they erupted in curses. Some berated the spirit hall for their shamelessness and treachery, demanding they not provoke the Haotian sect further, declaring that they would retaliate fiercely. Others condemned Tang Hao for his insubordination, accusing him of bringing disgrace upon the sect and jeopardizing their safety for his selfish desires, insisting on holding him accountable for his actions. The elders of the Haotian sect, aside from the chief elder, who maintained a semblance of composure, were mostly burly men, their voices raised in a cacophony of indignation. The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. However, none suggested surrendering Tang Hao, for the sect had a long-standing tradition of fiercely protecting their own. "You can strike my people, but I will not allow my people to be harmed by others." This was their creed. Listening to the elders' harsh words, Tang Xiao's expression was a mix of intrigue and dismay. "Elders," he exclaimed, halting the discord and capturing their attention, "I believe this matter warrants further discussion. I know my brother well. He would never commit such an atrocity against the Pope and the elder. This is undoubtedly a scheme by the Spirit Hall aimed at our destruction. Moreover, even if my brother has erred, it is the Haotian sect's responsibility to address it, not the Spirit Hall's. We cannot surrender him. That would severely undermine our sect's prestige and our standing in the world of soul masters. Now is not the time to assign blame. Our primary focus should be strategizing on how to resist the Spirit Hall's aggression. Surrendering my brother is out of the question. It will never happen." Thus, Tang Xiao's immediate thought was not how to quell the Spirit Hall's fury, but rather how to galvanize the Haotian sect for battle. Ensuring his brother's safety, he immediately closed off the possibility of seeking peace, directing the elders to contemplate their resistance against the Spirit Hall. What is there to consider? If the Spirit Hall dares to invade, we shall strike back," thundered the fiery Tang Lai, exuding an air of defiance. The second elder, while slightly more prudent, echoed Tang Lai's sentiments, asserting that the Spirit Hall's aggression could not go unanswered, proclaiming, "We must fight. The Haotian sect shall never yield." The fervor of battle ignited among the elders, who clamored for the Spirit Hall to pay dearly for their transgressions. Finally, the composed chief elder stepped forward. He paused, tapping his gnarled staff against the floor, producing a resonant sound before addressing the assembly. "Brothers, let us not act in haste." At his words, the 6 other elders fell silent, lending him their full attention. The Grand Elder sighed and continued, "For now, let us set aside the matter of Tang Hao. As for the Spirit Hall, we must engage in battle. There is no alternative. We shall issue a summons to the sect, calling back our disciple from afar to bolster our defensive strength. Furthermore, we must increase our personnel at the sect's headquarters and enhance our patrols." "Yes, Grand Elder," replied the 6 elders and Tang Xiao in unison. The Grand Elder then added, "Additionally, there's another pressing matter. With the passing of our sect master, we find ourselves besieged by both internal strife and external threats. It is imperative that we select the strongest among us to assume the role of sect master and lead us out of this predicament." The selection of the sect master will adhere to our sect's regulations. Given the imminent threat from the spirit hall, time is of the essence. We shall hold the selection tomorrow. Those wishing to participate should return and prepare diligently. At this announcement, the 6 elders displayed expressions of delight, as if a pie had fallen from the heavens. Naturally, they harbored ambitions for the position of sect master, particularly the 2nd and 7th elders. However, Tang Xiao's countenance darkened. The position of sect master was rightfully meant for his younger brother, Tang Hao, yet the Grand Elder's declaration of a selection, with no mention of Tang Hao, left him seething with silent anger. He was acutely aware that, given the recent events surrounding Tang Hao, his brother could no longer inherit the position. The current dire straits of the Haotian sect undeniably required a strong leader. Shortly thereafter, having concluded discussions regarding various matters of the Haotian sect, the elders departed, leaving only the chief Grand Elder and Tang Xiao in the hall. The Grand Elder approached Tang Xiao, observing his somber expression, and sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. Tang Xiao, I recognize your discontent, but this is an unavoidable circumstance. I believe you can comprehend my reasoning. Among the younger generation, I hold the highest regard for you, even more so than for your brother, Tang Hao. Although he has mastered the Haotian absolute art, the great void hammer, in every other aspect, talent, cultivation, you are by no means inferior to him. In my eyes, you possess one quality that surpasses Tang Hao, your temperament. You exhibit far more composure and restraint than he does. Had he possessed even half of your steadiness, he would not have brought such calamity upon the sect. Tang Xiao was taken aback by the Grand Elder's heartfelt words, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stammered, Grand Elder you. The Grand Elder continued, I have observed you grow. I see the turmoil in your heart. Throughout your life, you have always prioritized Tang Hao, yielding everything to him. As the elder brother, this is commendable. However, this time it is different. You are aware of the sect's current situation. You cannot afford to step aside for the position of sect master. Moreover, Tang Hao is not suited to lead our sect. You should participate in the selection tomorrow. Compared to the 6 elders, I have greater hope for you to assume the role of sect master. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao's mouth fell agape, astonished that the Grand Elder understood him so well. Indeed, he had always placed his younger brother first. After all, he was the elder brother. From childhood, he had relinquished all good things to Tang Hao. Whenever Tang Hao caused trouble, he was the one to clean up the mess, smoothing over every issue. While Tang Xiao appeared indifferent, as if it were all perfectly acceptable. Who could fathom the anguish he harbored within? Finally, someone understood him. Tang Xiao felt a wave of warmth wash over him, and he was profoundly moved, his eyes moistening. The Grand Elder, who had no desire for the position of sect master, was encouraging him to participate in the selection, seemingly wishing for him to take on that role. Surprised, Tang Xiao asked, Grand Elder, but what about you? You're a level 95 super law, the strongest in our Haotian sect. Will you not participate in the selection? I am old and do not have much time left, the Grand Elder replied with a resigned sigh. The future of Haotian sect shall be entrusted to you. I hope you can lead us out of adversity and create new glories. He patted Tang Xiao's shoulder and, leaning on his cane, slowly walked away, leaving Tang Xiao in a state of deep contemplation, both silent and profoundly touched. The following day, due to the urgent need for a sect master, the recently deceased elder was hastily buried. To avoid causing a stir that might dampen the morale of the sect, the elders chose to conceal the truth, announcing only that the former sect master had retired for health reasons and that a new sect master would be selected. Consequently, Tang Xiao was the only one in mourning, and he did so discreetly. The selection for the sect master of the Haotian sect commenced as scheduled. Ultimately, Tang Xiao, through his strength, defeated the 6 elders one after another. That day, with the Grand Elder's unwavering support, Tang Xiao was proclaimed the new sect master of the Haotian sect. At the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, in the Grand Hall, a cultured and amiable middle-aged man, around 30, occupied the seat of honor. Flanking him were 2 elderly men. The middle-aged man, named Ning Fengji, possessed a countenance like jade, with a straight nose and a dignified appearance. Clad in a pristine white robe, his flowing black hair cascaded down his back, and he held a jade staff, exuding an aura of noble elegance. He was the current sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, endowed with the pinnacle weapon spirit, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. and held the rank of a level 79 support-type soul sage, renowned as the foremost authority among support-type soul masters. To his left stood an elder named Chen Exen, dressed in a snow-white robe, his silver hair meticulously arranged. With a pale face and an impassive expression, he stood like a sharp sword, emanating an air of supremacy. Currently, he was a level 92, title Douluo of the assault system, wielding the top-tier weapon spirit, the seven-killing sword. Devoted to the sword path, he was known as the Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. To Ning Fengji's right stood an elder named Gu Rong, whose gaunt features and prominent bones gave him an odd appearance. Like Chen Exine, he was also a level 92 title Douluo, adept in both defense and agile offense, and possessed the top-tier B-spirit, the Bone Dragon. Due to his soul spirit's exceedingly rare spatial power, he was regarded as the most enigmatic title Douluo of attack. He was one of the two protective Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji and Qinshin are not only partners and close friends, but also rivals for life, often undermining each other while simultaneously sharing a profound bond. At this moment, Ning Fengji finished reading the message in his hands. In the next instant, he abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with shock. "Fengji, what's the matter?" Qinshin, the Sword Douluo, inquired, noticing Ning Fengji's unusual demeanor. Ning Fengji did not respond immediately, still lost in astonishment. After a significant pause, he finally regained his composure. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, take a look at this." He handed the letter to Qinshin. Qinshin grasped it, his keen gaze sweeping across the words, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He paid little heed to the part regarding the Spirit Hall, declaring war on the Haoyin clan. His attention was riveted on the lines describing how Tang Hao had just ascended to the title Douluo realm and had defeated and killed the 95th level super Douluo Qiang Sanji. Qinshin felt a mix of shock and admiration, his heart ignited with battle intent as he silently regarded Tang Hao as a worthy opponent, overwhelmed by an impulse to challenge him. "What is this?" Gu Douluo, standing nearby, watched the changing expressions of the two and could no longer remain seated. He stepped over to Qinshin, snatched the letter from his hands, and began reading it himself. This can't be real. How is this possible?" After finishing, Gu Douluo felt a wave of shock wash over him, followed by disbelief. His focus aligned with Qinshin's, fixating on the claim that a newly ascended title Douluo had defeated a 95-level title Douluo. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, is this something you could achieve?" Ning Fengji voiced his curiosity. His Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul bore a flaw, preventing him from ever surpassing level 79. Thus he lacked clarity on the distinctions within the title Douluo realm. Qinshin shook his head, stating, "It is virtually impossible. If I had just ascended to title Douluo, I would not possess the courage to confront a 95-level title Douluo, as victory would be utterly unattainable." Beside him, Gu Douluo concurred, "I share the Sword Douluo's perspective. A newly ascended title Douluo, facing a 95-level title Douluo, would not only be incapable of winning, but would likely struggle to withstand a single attack. To put it bluntly, it would be akin to courting death." Hearing Gu Douluo audaciously refer to him as Swordman incited Qinshin's ire, and he retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "The coward speaks wisely. It is well known that title Douluo represents the pinnacle among spirit masters. While common knowledge suggests that upon reaching this rank, one's strength undergoes a transformation, it is essential to recognize that there are also layers within title Douluo. Levels 91 to 94 are considered ordinary title Douluos, while those from 95 to 98 are termed super Douluos, with a 99 level deemed the limit Douluo. These classifications are typically shared only among titled Douluos. Qinshin reflected. After my father's defeat against the Spirit Hall's Grand Priest, Qian Daolu, he roughly deduced the differences between each title Douluo level, imparting his insights to me before his demise. Beyond title Douluo, each rank is a realm unto itself. For ordinary title Douluos between levels 91 and 94, each level approximately corresponds to a 20% increase in soul power. The 95 level marks a watershed moment, where a qualitative change occurs, with it possessing nearly double the soul power of a 94 level. This is why it is termed Super Douluo. The 96 level boasts approximately double the soul power of its predecessor, and so forth. The 97 level exceeds the 96 level by about 3 times, while the 98 level surpasses the 97 by 4 times. The 99 level is an entirely different echelon, representing the utmost limit of existence. Hence referred to as the peerless law or limit de law, with the common appellation being limit de law. A 98-level super Douluo stands little chance against a limit Douluo. Although this classification is based on my father's estimations, I believe it closely aligns with the actual disparities in soul power. As Chenshin spoke, his eyes sparkled with aspiration and longing for the realm beyond super Douluo. Gut Douluo. Having previously heard of Chenshin's father's insights into the soul power discrepancies among titled Douluos, could not help but feel exhilarated, his expression mirroring that of Chenshin. Filled with fervent yearning, Ning Fengji, hearing these revelations from Chenshin for the first time, was momentarily rendered speechless, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Title Douluo, truly terrifying." After a brief contemplation, he posed a question that lingered in his mind. If a 95-level Title Douluo is so formidable, how did Tang Hao manage to defeat and kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qiang Sunji? Chenshin pondered for a moment before articulating his perspective. The strength of a Title Douluo varies from individual to individual, influenced by multiple factors. Beyond the disparity in soul power levels, the strength and attributes of their martial souls also play a crucial role. After all, it is unreasonable to expect an auxiliary Title Douluo to triumph over those of other systems. Furthermore, the potency of soul skills is linked to the age of the soul rings and the soul beast that produce them. The stronger the soul beast and the older the soul ring, the more formidable the soul skills. However, this cannot compensate for the level disparity in soul power. Even possessing a legendary 100,000-year soul ring does not suffice. At this juncture, Chenshin paused, furrowing his brow in self-reflection before shaking his head and continuing. With my current soul power at 92, I would have no chance against a 95 level, for the levels of soul power are simply not comparable. The power of released soul skills would fall far short. I surmised that Tang Hao's victory over Qiang Sunji was likely due to the Haoyan clan's secret technique. The Haoyan absolute skill, the Great Sumera Hammer. It is said that Tang Hao, even while at the soul Douluo level, had once used this secret technique to triumph over a Title Douluo within the Haoyan clan. I had my doubts about this before, but it seems I underestimated him. As Chenshin finished speaking, he shook his head, lost in thought and self-reflection. At that moment, Guduo interjected, "The Haoyan absolute skill, the Great Sumera Hammer, truly possesses such formidable power?" His skepticism lingered. Ning Fengji began to recall the records of the Haoyan clan within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Finding the introduction to the Great Sumera Hammer, he stated, "Our sect has documented that the Great Sumera Hammer harbors a profound secret called the Exploding Ring. As the name suggests, it involves detonating all the soul rings one possesses, channeling the resultant soul power into the martial soul in an instant, thereby breaking through one's own limitations to unleash an attack far exceeding their original realm." "Ah, I see," Chenshin responded, his understanding of the Great Sumera Hammer's might deepening. In the next moment, his battle spirit soared, a surge of sword intent rising within him. "If the opportunity arises, I would very much like to engage in a friendly exchange to see whether the power of the Great Sumera Hammer surpasses that of my 7-kill sword, renowned as the mightiest weapon of attack in the world." In the heart of the sword Douluo, a sense of pride swelled, rendering him unwilling to be overshadowed by others. A sword wielder, he was destined to be invincible. When it came to offensive power, he was not one to concede. Observing the sword Douluo's haughty demeanor, the Bone Douluo could no longer contain himself and retorted, "Come now, you cannot even breach my defenses, and yet you dare to boast." His words elicited an immediate darkening of the sword Douluo's expression, as he pointed an accusatory finger at the Bone Douluo, exclaiming in anger, "Nonsense! You cowardly man! Stand still and let me strike you with my sword." The Bone Douluo was undeterred and shouted back, "Ha! Who fears whom? Let us settle this one-on-one." With both elders' foreheads nearly touching, they glared at each other in mutual fury. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in amiable conversation, and now, witnessing the imminent clash, Ning Fengji felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. With no other choice, he resorted to his diplomatic skills, stepping forward to separate the two and mediate. "Enough. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, let us calm down. We still have matters to discuss." Upon hearing Ning Fengji's voice, the sword Douluo reigned in his temper. Yet he could not resist delivering a parting threat. "For Fengji's sake, I shall spare you this time. The Bon Douluo, equally defiant, replied with a sarcastic tone. Oh, how frightening. You speak as if you could truly defeat me. For Fengji's sake, I too will let you off this time. Both let out simultaneous snorts of disdain, turning away from each other, choosing to ignore their opponent, preferring to avoid each other's gaze. Ning Fengji shook his head in resignation. The two of them, nearing 2 centuries in age, behaved like children, constantly bickering and often coming to blows. He sighed internally, lamenting, "It is exceedingly difficult for me." Addendum. The contract has been signed today, and we are in the process of formalities. Changing the contract status will take some time. To be honest, it is somewhat unexpected that we managed to sign it. Chapter 21. Ning Fengji. I can only express my apologies. The discussion and conjectures among the three regarding Tang Hao's recent ascent to title Douluo and his victory over a level 95 super Douluo came to a close. Although Ning Fengji was astonished, he did not dwell on it. Due to his martial spirit's limitations, he would never reach the realm of soul Douluo, let alone title Douluo. Such matters were beyond his consideration. What weighed heavily on his mind was the news of the Spirit Hall declaring war on the Haotian sect. The mere thought of it cast a shadow of worry across his face. Truthfully, Ning Fengji hoped for peace between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. He did not wish to disrupt the current state of stability. At present, both the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect stood as the most formidable powers on the continent. The equilibrium between the two was most advantageous for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect required time to expand and flourish. Only in a stable environment could they secure the opportunity to grow. Should war erupt between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, it would undoubtedly lead to a relentless struggle. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, or if both suffered losses, the balance would be irrevocably disrupted. For the continent's currently stable situation, this would yield unfavorable outcomes, contradicting the interests of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. If either side triumphed, it would signify the weakening or annihilation of the other, while the victorious faction would only grow stronger. The next target of their ambition would inevitably be the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, ranked second among the sections. Should both the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect inflict mutual devastation, other sects would surely be emboldened to act. The Star Luo Empire, eyeing the Heaven Do Empire with malice, would likely instigate conflict, plunging the continent into chaos and suffering. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which supported the Heaven Do royal family, would not be spared from the turmoil, finding itself ensnared in the quagmire of war, let alone continuing its path of growth. Ning Fengji possessed a keen strategic vision, looking far into the future. However, no matter how one assessed the situation, the prospect of war between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect would ultimately be detrimental to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. What are your thoughts, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu, regarding the Spirit Hall's declaration of war on the Haotian sect? Is there any possibility of reconciliation? Ning Fengji inquired of the now calm title Douluo, eager to hear their perspectives. Though he understood that both sides had reached an impasse, a sliver of hope lingered within him. Ning Fengji aspired to be a mediator, fostering peace and dialogue. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was fundamentally a supportive sect. Despite Ning Fengji's extraordinary talents and wisdom, which had propelled the sect to unprecedented heights, its strength was not inherently formidable. The sect's renown largely rested upon him and the two titled Douluo. After a moment of contemplation, the sword Douluo solemnly declared, "It is exceedingly difficult. The sins of murdering the Pope and the elders weigh heavily. The Spirit Hall will not let Tang Hao escape unscathed. For reconciliation, only one avenue exists. The Haotian sect must personally surrender Tang Hao, but this is virtually impossible. You are well aware of the obstinacy and fierce protectiveness of the Haotian sect." The Bon Douluo interjected, echoing the sword Douluo's sentiments. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's stance is resolute, exhibiting a rather unusual determination with no room for compromise. It appears they are intent on confronting the Haotian sect to the bitter end. The Spirit Hall even threatened to sever all ties between other factions and the Haotian sect, warning that failure to comply would be tantamount to declaring war. The Bon Douluo expressed his discontent, coldly remarking, "Humph." The Spirit Hall acts without regard, displaying extreme arrogance, as if it holds dominion over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. At this moment, the sword Douluo replied in a low voice, Given the Spirit Hall's might, they certainly possess the capability to dismiss us. Ning Fengji shared the Sword Law's dissatisfaction with the Spirit Hall's actions, his expression darkening, for they too were under threat. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, having risen through commerce, wielded immense wealth. As merchants, they engaged in substantial trade with the Haotian sect, which constituted a significant source of their riches. With a single decree from the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would be forced to relinquish a considerable portion of their resources. While such a loss would not cripple them, it would still be significant. Sighing deeply, Ning Fengji acknowledged the gravity of the situation, recognizing it as beyond their influence. They could not withstand the ire of the Spirit Hall. He could only express his regrets to the Haotian sect, issue a directive to temporarily halt all commercial dealings with the Haotian sect. We shall send a letter later to explain our position. Ultimately, Ning Fengji opted for a watchful stance, wary of drawing unwanted attention upon himself. He chose to comply with the Spirit Hall's demands. At the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, surrounded by 9 towering peaks on 3 sides and a river on the other, the terrain was steep and strategically advantageous, offering picturesque views. Atop the highest peak stood the Grand Hall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. On the ornate throne, intricately carved to resemble a living blue lightning tyrant dragon, sat a tall elder draped in a magnificent blue robe, crowned with the true dragon's 9 crowns. This elder, with graying hair, a face adorned with a beard, and piercing eyes that gleamed with an imposing aura, was named Yu Yuanjin. He served as the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, currently wielding the formidable power of a level 92, an assault-type title Douluo. His martial soul is the supreme beast martial soul, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, renowned as the most formidable beast martial soul, endowed with the highest thunder attribute. At this moment, he was perusing the latest news transmitted from Spirit City. Upon reading the information regarding Tang Hao's slaying of Qian Xuanji, Yu Yuanjin was equally astonished, but soon that astonishment was overshadowed by a wave of derisive laughter. The thought that Qian Xuanji, a dignified rank 95 super Douluo, had fallen at the hands of a mere newly ascended title made Yu Yuanjin unable to contain his mocking laughter. Ha! Qian Xuanji, you are truly worthless. Had I possessed the status of a rank 95 super, not even a trivial Tang Hao would stand a chance against me. To me, all those below rank 95 are utterly inconsequential, and I would not even fear a rank 96 super Douluo. Yu Yuanjin, as the head of the True Dragon clan, considered himself invincible. A true dragon should be both domineering and overwhelmingly powerful. Upon seeing the news of the Spirit Hall declaring war on the Haotian school, the grin on Yu Yuanjin's face broadened even further, nearly reaching his ears. He gleefully remarked, "Let them fight. I hope they bring about mutual destruction." Unlike Ning Fengji, who pondered deeply, Yu Yuanjin did not contemplate the long-term implications. He believed that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, being the oldest among the top 3 sects, had the most profound heritage, and it was utterly absurd for the Spirit Hall to rank it last among them. The proud True Dragon clan being suppressed beneath the Spirit Hall, Haotian School, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School left Yu Yuanjin feeling indignant. Now that the Spirit Hall and Haotian School were at each other's throats, Yu Yuanjin saw only benefits, with no drawbacks. He resolved to watch coldly from the sidelines, hoping for an opportunity to profit from the chaos. Ha ha! Having made his decision, Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily in the hall. Chapter 22. The Unwelcome, Useless Master in the Heaven-Do Empire. Within the royal palace of Heaven-Do City, the Emperor Shui Yi, clad in a bright yellow royal robe, gazed at the news presented by his subordinates. After the initial shock, he shared a similar sense of worry as Ning Fengji, yet ultimately chose to observe the situation with indifference. The Heaven-Do Empire had always harbored reservations towards the Spirit Hall and the major sects, particularly because the Spirit Hall wielded nearly 70% of the continent's sole master power. The Heaven-Do Empire was constantly threatened by the Spirit Hall. However, the presence of the Spirit Hall also conferred certain advantages upon the Heaven-Do Empire. As the only 2 empires on the continent, the Heaven-Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire nearly divided all the land between them. Naturally, both harbored ambitions regarding each other's territories, leading to annual skirmishes and numerous wars, over 100 in total. The Spirit Hall, situated between the 2 empires, served as a deterrent, preventing either from expanding the conflict. Thus, In Yu Yuanjin's eyes, the ongoing strife between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian school held only benefits. In stark contrast, the Emperor Shui Yi viewed the major sects with even greater trepidation, as these sects did not bow to the Heaven Do royal family. The decline of the Shui family, which had inherited the non-combative Swan martial soul, allowed numerous sects to take root within the Heaven Do Empire. These sects occupied significant territories, hoarding resources without offering tribute or taxes. Nevertheless, Shui Yi dared not confront these sects directly. Rather, he sought to placate and win them over, offering titles and honors. He preferred to avoid provoking the Soul Master factions, wishing to evade the risk of losing his head unexpectedly. Among the various sects, aside from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which maintained a friendly relationship with the Heaven Do royal family, the other sects disregarded the royal family's authority. Although the Haotian school was situated within the Heaven Do Empire, it subtly supported the Heaven Do royal family's archrival, the Star Luo royal family. Shui Yi harbored deep animosity towards the Haotian school, wishing for its downfall. In his heart, he secretly leaned towards the Spirit Hall, hoping for the best outcome. The Spirit Hall's strength diminished and the Haotian school eradicated. However, Shui Yi would not openly express this. His choice was to remain a passive observer. In the Star Luo Empire, within the royal palace of Star Luo City, Emperor Dai Tianfeng, donned in a black royal robe and crowned with a celestial diadem, received similar news. He first exhibited the same shock as Ning Fengji, Yu Yuanjin, and Shui Yi, followed by a smile. Not one of malicious glee like Yu Yuanjin's, but genuine happiness. He was supportive of the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian school, as the battlefield lay far from the Star Luo Empire's borders. He relished the idea of their battle, unaffected by its ramifications. Dai Tianfeng's stance was diametrically opposed to Shui Yi's. Since the Haotian school covertly supported the Star Luo royal family, his allegiance naturally favored the Haotian school. The Spirit Hall, positioned between the two empires, was a thorn in the flesh for the Star Luo Empire. Because of the Spirit Hall's existence, the Star Luo Empire struggled to annex the Heaven Do Empire and unify the continent. Furthermore, the Star Luo Empire's stringent policies towards the Spirit Hall fostered a hostile relationship. Yet, Dai Tianfeng harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards the Spirit Hall, uncertain of its true depth. The impending war between the Haotian school and the Spirit Hall presented a fortuitous opportunity to gauge the Spirit Hall's capabilities. With this thought, Dai Tianfeng felt an eager anticipation, almost yearning to stoke the flames of conflict further. However, he refrained from taking any action, understanding that a single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Ultimately, Dai Tianfeng resolved to remain a passive observer, watching the two giants clash. Some rejoice, while others are distressed. Among the ecstatic is a certain self-proclaimed master of martial soul theory, a fraud of the highest order. In the southwestern region of the Heaven Do Empire, in the province of Fasnuo, in the city of Notting, resides a disheveled figure, balding, with a scruffy beard and a face marred by deep lines, dressed in coarse linen garments, presenting an expression as though the world owed him a fortune of gold soul coins. This is the self-important master Yu Xiaojiang. Today, as is customary, he arrived at the second floor of the dining hall at Notting Academy right at mealtime, ready to partake in his daily routine of free meals. Soon, under the disdainful gaze of the serving staff and the pointed fingers of students and teachers alike, Yu Xiaojiang received his portion of food, specially prepared for the academy's instructors. Invited by the dean, who considered him a friend, as a distinguished teacher, he had never taught a single class to the students of Notting Academy. Yet he shamelessly dined there daily. Consequently, he was despised and detested by the entire faculty and student body, and the serving staff held no fondness for him either. Yu Xiaojiang bowed his head, hesitant to meet the gaze of the cafeteria worker. After receiving his meal, he swiftly turned away, clutching the tray, and settled into an inconspicuous corner. Once seated and realizing that no one was paying him any mind, he sighed in relief, only for his expression to darken with inner turmoil. A voice within him thundered, "How dare a mere food server look down upon me? And you, pitiful teachers and students. Mark my words, one day I shall validate my theories and make you regret your disdain. You will soon learn what it means to be out of reach." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yu Xiaojing bit fiercely into the chicken leg on his plate, venting his frustrations. At that moment, from 2 tables away, He overheard a group of well-dressed, noble students engaged in fervent discussion. Have you heard? The Pope of the Spirit Hall has died. No way. How did that happen? Rumor has it he was murdered. Who would dare to kill the Pope? They say it was the heir of the #1 sect, Haotian sect, someone named Tang Hao. Where did you get this information? My uncle is a steward at the Spirit Hall in Notting City. He told me. The Spirit Hall has already issued a wanted notice and war declaration. I know it to be true. My uncle, who manages affairs at the Lord's Mansion in Notting City, confirmed it. The students spoke in hushed tones, deliberately lowering their voices, yet Yu Xiaojiang, despite being a mere 30-level soul master, could hear them clearly. As he wolfed down his bread and chicken leg, he nearly choked at their words. Suddenly, he froze, the food slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Utterly unresponsive, with a loud crash, he abruptly stood, causing his chair to topple over with a thud, drawing the attention of every teacher and student in the cafeteria and interrupting the children's conversation. Yu Xiaojiang rushed to their table, grabbing two of the boys who had shared the news and bellowing, "What did you just say? Repeat it." His voice was strained and unnatural, his countenance twisted in rage. Resembling a vengeful specter, the young boys, terrified by his ghastly appearance, stammered an echo of their previous words. Upon hearing them, Yu Xiaojiang stood frozen, his lips moving but unable to articulate a sound. Seizing the opportunity, the boys fled in fright. How terrifying! To think someone could look so hideous like a ghost. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Xiaojiang regained his senses, a wave of elation surging within him. For years, he had lived under the oppressive shadow of Qian Xuanji, whose very presence had loomed over him like a sword, robbing him of peace and sleep. Following the disbandment of the Golden Iron Triangle, Yu Xiaojiang had lost the support of their soul fusion technique and was left to languish in the small confines of Notting Academy, barely surviving. Now, with Qian Xuanji dead, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. My idol, Tang Hao, you shall be my inspiration from this day forth. Yu Xiaojiang's heart raced with excitement, and he could not help but fantasize. What if I possessed Tang Hao's strength? What if I were the one who killed Qian Xuanji? Who would dare call me worthless? I would become a revered master, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Lost in his daydream, he drooled, oblivious to the stares of those around him at Notting Academy, who regarded him as a fool. What was he doing? Daydreaming again? Such an unashamed waste. Merely consuming without contributing, a laughingstock, really. Indeed, he spent his time here eating and drinking without teaching or attending classes, claiming to research some soul theory. Yet he has produced nothing of note. I wonder what the principal is thinking, allowing him to stay and run wild without intervention. Wow, what rubbish. As more students gathered in the cafeteria, their jeers intensified, mocking Yu Xiaojiang's peculiar demeanor. Gradually, his face turned a shade of green as he absorbed their cruel taunts. Humph. He flicked the sleeve of his coarse robe, scoffed coldly, and assumed an air of inscrutability as he straightened his back and departed. Instead of retreating to his small, cramped room atop the dormitory as usual, Yu Xiaojiang hastened outside the academy, determined to confirm the news at the Spirit Hall in Notting City. Half an hour later, he returned to his room, locking the door behind him with urgency. He had verified it. The news was true. Qian Xuanji was indeed dead. Alone in his room, Yu Xiaojiang began to silently weep, his heart wrenched with emotion, tears streaming down his face, alternating between silent sobs and manic laughter, embodying the essence of madness. It was clear how profound the psychological shadow Qian Xuanji had cast over him. Unbeknownst to Qian Xuanji, his casual threats had instilled such fear in Yu Xiaojiang that he had been reduced to this state. This illustrated the fragility of Yu Xiaojiang's psyche, utterly susceptible to collapse. In this regard, one might say Qian Xuanji had inadvertently done him a favor. Eventually, Yu Xiaojiang sat huddled in a dark corner, his face streaked with tears, his expression a mix of torment and fury. As memories of his time in the Spirit Hall flooded back to him, he recalled Bibi Dong, that foolish woman whose slight display of cunning had easily won her trust under his silver tongue, blissfully unaware of his true intentions. Through his association with the Saintess, he had gained access to the vast knowledge housed in the Spirit Hall's archives, where he formulated the theory of the 10 core competencies of soul power. With this knowledge, he could have achieved fame, won the heart of the beauty, and reached the heights of success. Yet Qian Xuanji had ruthlessly shattered his dreams. The recollection of Qin Shuanji publicly branding him a worthless waste and expelling him from Spirit City, alongside Bibi Dong's disdainful rejection, ignited deep pain and rage within him, mingled with a burning desire for vengeance. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Xiaojiang managed to suppress his fury, whispering to himself, "Fortunately, Qin Shuanji is dead. The one who threatened me is no more. From now on, the sky is high and the birds can fly freely. The sea is vast and the fish can leap unhindered. No one can bind me any longer." Then a thought struck him. With Qin Shuanji gone, Bibi Dong, as the Saintess, would undoubtedly be the first in line to inherit the Pope's mantle. Yes, she would be the next Pope. If I were to become the man beside the Pope, would my theories not be beyond reproach? My name would surely echo throughout the world. Indeed, this is my opportunity. I must seize it. With this thought, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly rose to his feet. Yet, memories of Bibi Dong's earlier cold rejection and disdain caused him to hesitate. A fierce internal struggle ensued within him. Bibi Dong had been so merciless. If I recklessly seek her out, I may well be walking into a trap. Should she harbor no lingering affection and wish to retaliate, even to the extent of ending my life, I would be in grave peril. No, that cannot be. She undeniably loves me deeply. Her previous behavior might have been influenced by Qiang Sunji's schemes. Otherwise, she would not have become so heartless. Surely, she still thinks of me. I possess a strong confidence in my allure. If I approach her, she will surely embrace me. Yes, it must be so. The thought of Bibi Dong's exquisite beauty and graceful figure ignited a fervor within Yu Xiaojiang. Ultimately, passion overcame his doubts. Standing tall, with his hands clasped behind his back and his gaze resolute, he resolved, "It seems I must endure a little discomfort for the sake of this chance. Bibi Dong, the opportunity is yours. Do not let me down." Having made his decision, Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly packed his belongings, ensuring to include his so-called research achievements on martial souls, all secured within his soul guide. He did not even bid farewell to his friend, the principal of Notting Academy, and swiftly departed, leaving no trace behind. Along the way, teachers and students from the academy spotted him with his bundle, seemingly preparing to leave, and suddenly erupted in joy and excitement. Upon receiving the news, the principal of Notting Academy felt a mix of anger and elation. He was irate that after harboring Yu Xiaojiang for so long, the latter had left without a word of thanks. However, he was also pleased that this parasitic waste had finally departed, no longer leeching off him. The principal felt a wave of emotion, his eyes misting as he instinctively exclaimed, "Wonderful." Chapter 24. Yu Xiaojiang's humiliation, what an ungrateful wretch. The principal muttered another curse under his breath. Then, recalling a matter, he turned to the logistics director and instructed, "Since the master has left, let him go. Please tidy up the room he occupied and prepare it for other faculty members. It should not go to waste." The room had originally been lent to Yu Xiaojiang for temporary accommodation, but who could have anticipated his shamelessness in staying for years? The principal had valued Yu Xiaojiang's reputation as a theoretical master in the martial soul community, hoping his fame would attract students to Notting Academy. Thus, he had appointed Yu Xiaojiang as a teacher, expecting him to impart theoretical knowledge to the students. Little did he know that Yu Xiaojiang refused to teach even a single class, maintaining an air of arrogance that left the principal helpless, having to endure it. Initially, the principal thought retaining Yu Xiaojiang would be beneficial, but it turned out that no one recognized him. What a so-called undefeated theoretical master. No one believed it. He was merely a charlatan living off others. The principal could not dismiss Yu Xiaojiang, thinking he might possess at least a shred of dignity and leave on his own accord. Instead, Yu Xiaojiang clung like a stubborn piece of gum, refusing to depart. This left the principal feeling as if he had swallowed a fly, mentally cursing Yu Xiaojiang countless times. Disgusting. Such a thick-skinned waste. How shameless. Reluctantly, the principal chose to turn a blind eye, considering it as merely having taken in a dog, or rather, a useless creature. Yu Xiaojiang was even inferior to a dog, as at least a dog would loyally guard the door. Good riddance. The principal felt a swell of joy, out of sight, out of mind. 3 days later, Yu Xiaojiang hired a carriage for 20 gold soul coins, traveling through the night, hastening his journey until he arrived at the outskirts of Martial Soul City. Upon paying the fare and disembarking, he approached the city gate, where the guards were meticulously checking a long queue of travelers. Anxious and unable to wait, Yu Xiaojiang dashed to the front, bypassing the line entirely. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Do you not understand the need to queue? A guard, maintaining order, blocked his path, a frown etched upon his brow. Do you dare stop me? Do you know who I am? Yu Xiaojiang, desperate to enter the city, feigned an air of superiority. Once a respected elder of the Martial Soul Hall, he fancied himself a notable figure in Martial Soul City due to his unmatched theoretical prowess. The guard's expression darkened. I do not care who you are. Return to your place in line. However, Yu Xiaojiang did not heed the guard's words and stood tall, puffing out his chest, attempting to exude an air of mystery as he introduced himself. The undefeated master of martial soul theory. Have you heard of me? That is I. Never heard of you. Get back in line. The guard, his face darkening, shoved him aside. Thud. Caught off guard, Yu Xiaojiang fell to the ground, landing unceremoniously. Ugh. He quickly scrambled to his feet, spitting out dirt, and with a face full of fury, he bellowed, How dare you treat me like this? The guard's demeanor soured further at Yu Xiaojiang's outburst, drawing his sword. If you continue to shout, I will strike you down. Return to the line. Faced with the guard's menacing display of weaponry, Yu Xiaojiang recoiled, his lips trembling as he stammered, choosing silence. He had been cowed. Recognizing that his status as a master held no sway, he resolved to take a different approach. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I know the Saintess. I am her friend. Could you let me in? The guard merely scoffed at his claim, coldly dismissing him. I have encountered many like you. Countless individuals claim to know the Saintess or be her friends. If you dare to lie, be prepared to face the consequences. With that, the guard unsheathed his sword, and the vibrant rings of martial soul energy flared around him, striking towards Yu Xiaojiang. Boom! Caught off guard, Yu Xiaojiang hastily raised his hand to defend himself, revealing his aura as a great soul master. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground. Ah! Yu Xiaojiang cried out, clutching his twisted arm in agony. The guard glared at him with disdain, sneering, So, you are merely a 29th level great soul master. What a pitiful waste. How dare you pretend to be a friend of the Saintess? Truly reckless. 2 yellow and 2 purple? The optimal configuration for a 4-ringed soul master? Yu Xiaojiang was alarmed. Either queue up properly, or get lost. The guard shot him a sidelong glance, coldly warning, This is your final warning. If you continue to disrupt, you'll regret it. Upon discovering that his opponent was a soul sect member, Yu Xiaojiang dared not utter another word. Clutching his injured arm and enduring the pain, he dejectedly shuffled to the end of the line, adhering to the queue. Standing amidst the crowd, his countenance darkened as he silently muttered, How infuriating. Once I enter the city, I shall make you pay. The city guards, noticing his demeanor, chose to disregard him and continued with their duties. An hour later, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Yu Xiaojiang's pallor intensified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, it was his turn at the city gates. He hastened forward, eager to enter. Hey, where do you think you're going? I never said you could enter. The city guard, with a scowl, obstructed his path. What do you mean? I've been waiting in line. I demand entry. Yu Xiaojiang realized it was the same guard who had previously interrupted him, and his expression soured at the recognition. With his arm broken and pain searing through him, he yearned to enter swiftly and seek assistance from a healing soul master. If you wish to enter, show me your pass. The guard smirked, extending his hand toward Yu Xiaojiang. What pass? I don't have one. Since when does one need a pass to enter the spirit city? I am a grand soul master and entitled to enter. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, recalling that grand soul masters were typically allowed free access to the spirit city. Doubt began to creep in. Perhaps the guard was intentionally seeking to provoke him. No pass. Then you cannot pass. Now scram. The guard's expression darkened. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang became increasingly convinced that the guard was simply holding a grudge against him for their earlier encounter. Is it revenge you seek? I shall see to it that you regret this. With this thought, a sly smile crept across his face as he devised a plan. Raising his voice, he declared, You are abusing your power. I shall report you. His loud proclamation quickly drew the attention of those around them. With so many witnesses, I refuse to believe you would dare act so shamelessly and abuse your authority. You will be met with public disdain if you do not let me pass. He struck a pose of righteous indignation, arms crossed behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, embodying a figure of moral integrity. However, events did not unfold as he had hoped. Instead, he received a resounding slap across the face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed, and Yu Xiaojiang spun several times before collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his right cheek visibly swollen. Momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow, Yu Xiaojiang lay on the ground. The guard, maintaining his stance, muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, I loathe those who are both incompetent and pretentious. What else could this be but an invitation to get beaten? Now get lost? I might just toss you in the tower. The guard's demeanor grew increasingly menacing. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Yu Xiaojiang as he realized his broken arm was pinned beneath him. The jarring pain jolted him back to reality, causing him to wail in agony, momentarily forgetting the slap on his face. Enough of your howling. Keep it up, and I will have no qualms about ending you. The guard, irritated by Yu Xiaojiang's cries, advanced with a kick. Yu Xiaojiang, startled, noticed the guard's hand moving toward his sword and hastily stifled his cries, opting instead to emit muffled whimpers, tears streaming down his face. Huh, you deserve it. It serves you right for appearing here without a pass. Do you not understand that in these trying times, anyone wishing to enter the Spirit City must possess a pass issued by the Spirit Hall? The crowd surrounding them chimed in, berating Yu Xiaojiang for his foolishness. Witnessing the ridicule directed at him, Yu Xiaojiang felt his heart sink. The Spirit City was now beyond his reach, and he could no longer bear to remain there. Struggling to rise, he staggered away from the Spirit City, each step heavy with despair. After walking a considerable distance, he glanced back toward the Spirit City, his eyes shimmering with resentment. Spirit Hall, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall one day be repaid 1,000-fold. This encounter deepened his animosity toward the Spirit Hall. Chapter 25. Huliana's concern days later. With nowhere else to turn, Yu Xiaojiang returned to the New Oding Academy. Fortuitously, while passing through a small town, he encountered a healing soul master. After settling the treatment fee, his injured arm was nearly healed. Upon returning to the academy, Yu Xiaojiang went straight to his former quarters. Observing the impeccably clean room, a flicker of solace momentarily lightened his gloomy heart. Before long, upon learning of Yu Xiaojiang's return, the academy's principal hurriedly approached him. Seeing him covered in dust, with one arm bandaged and a pale, stiff expression, the principal felt a deep discomfort akin to swallowing something bitter. Nonetheless, he feigned concern and inquired about Yu Xiaojiang's well-being. Subsequently, he subtly expressed his desire for Yu Xiaojiang to vacate the premises. Master, I heard you have decided to leave the academy. I noticed you packed all your belongings. Thus, I instructed the cleaning staff to prepare this room for the new teacher. Yu Xiaojiang discerned the underlying message in the principal's words, but pretended to be oblivious, interrupting him. Ah, that is not the case. I merely had some matters to attend to, but I never said I was leaving the academy. And look, I have returned. If I were to leave, I would certainly inform you first, my old friend. All right then. It seems I misunderstood you, master. The principal feigned a smile, but inwardly he thought, how shameless this waste is. He struggled to muster the courage to expel Yu Xiaojiang, fearing that news of a teacher being ousted from the academy would tarnish both his and the academy's reputation. Unlike Yu Xiaojiang, he lacked such audacity. Ultimately, the principal resigned himself to allowing Yu Xiaojiang to remain. By the blue lake beside the orphanage, Night Seven Wind lay as usual on the cool stones by the water's edge, engrossed in a book, once again, one borrowed from Huliana. However, this time, the book was not from the Spirit Hall Academy, but rather from the archives of the Spirit Hall. After Huliana became a disciple of Bibi Dong, she received a token from Bibi Dong, allowing her access to borrow books from the archives. As Bibi Dong had stated, studying the text to learn all about soul masters was also part of her training. Huliana recalled that Yi Qifeng had once expressed similar sentiments to her, and she remembered his fondness for reading, which filled her heart with immense joy. She, too, yearned to share this passion with him. Every time she had a class or a moment of respite from her training, she would rush to the library, often taking the opportunity to borrow books for Yi Qifeng. This endeavor brought her great delight, especially since her status as a saintess allowed her to borrow numerous volumes at once. Each time she visited Yi Qifeng, she wore a beaming smile, reveling in the chance to stay by his side while reading. Whenever she encountered something perplexing, she would not hesitate to seek his guidance. Huliana could not quite comprehend why she cherished this feeling so much. It was as if sweetness coated her heart, a sensation akin to honey. Yi Qifeng was remarkably swift in his reading, possessing an extraordinary memory that elicited both admiration and envy from Huliana, though she felt no jealousy. How could someone 2 years her junior possess such vast knowledge? This left her momentarily questioning her own intellect. However, after comparing herself with her brother Xiaoyu and Yin, she ultimately concluded that it was not her own lack of intelligence, but rather Yi Qifeng's exceptional brilliance that set him apart. She thus dismissed her unwarranted self-doubt with a sense of peace. The books housed in the Wuhuan Hall's library were nearly all of exquisite quality, with one notable exception, a rather unremarkable tome that resembled a piece of mouse droppings, dismissed and left in a corner, untouched and unborrowed. Today, Hyena hurriedly approached, her face etched with concern and worry. She turned to Yi Qifeng and said, "Xiaofeng, I fear something may have happened to our teacher. I haven't seen her in a week. Whenever I go looking for her, I am turned away. There are now 2 identical guards stationed at the entrance of the Saintess Hall. They refuse to let me in, claiming that our teacher is in seclusion. Yet, she has never failed to inform me when she had matters to attend to. Xiaofeng, do you think something has happened? I can't shake this uneasy feeling. She is such a kind person. I hope she is safe." After listening to Hyena, Yi Qifeng speculated internally that beast Qian Xuanji must have been fed to the spider. Quite splendid indeed. According to Hyena, Bibi Dong was likely imprisoned by Qian Douluo within the Saintess Hall, and she was not in immediate danger. After all, Qian Douluo required Bibi Dong to inherit the papal position. The identical guards? They could very well be the twin guardians, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo. It made perfect sense. After Bibi Dong absorbed Qian Xuanji's body and soul, her soul power would have undoubtedly increased, warranting the personal oversight of Qian Jun and Jiang Mo. However, the issue of the Rakshasa inheritance posed a concern. It would not be long before Bibi Dong ventured into the Rakshasa secret realm, where she might be gradually consumed by malevolent thoughts, descending into darkness and madness. This could prove troublesome. He would have to devise a plan to assist her later. As his thoughts raced, Yi Qifeng had already deduced Bibi Dong's current predicament, realizing she was not in immediate peril. He set aside the book in his hands and looked at the worried Hyena, smiling gently to reassure her. "Do not fret, Nana. Your teacher will be just fine. In fact, something wonderful awaits her. There is no need for concern." "Really? What good fortune?" Hyena's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Yi Qifeng, fully trusting his judgment. "You will find out soon enough," Yi Qifeng replied with a mysterious smile, leaving the specifics unspoken. "Oh." Without a definitive answer from Yi Qifeng, Hyena's voice dipped slightly in disappointment. However, despite her curiosity, she did not press further. In her heart, she believed that Yi Qifeng had his reasons for withholding information, and she simply needed to follow his guidance and wait. At the tender age of 6, Hyena's thoughts were not overly complicated. As long as she knew her teacher was safe, that was sufficient. With her worries alleviated, she shifted the topic to another matter. "I heard that His Holiness the Pope has fallen, apparently at the hands of someone named Tang Hao." Yi Qifeng interjected, articulating her thoughts. Indeed, it was a person named Tang Hao who committed such an atrocious act. How despicable to dare slay the Pope. He must be a great villain. Hyena waved her small hand, her lovely brows furrowing slightly as her tone turned indignant. Yi Qifeng, observing her adorable demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, he contemplated the situation. It had been a week since the Wuhuan Hall issued a bounty for Tang Hao and declared war on the Haoyan sect. Tang Hao's whereabouts were likely to be revealed soon, and Qian Douluo would be preparing to pursue him, igniting the conflict between the Wuhuan Hall and the Haoyan sect. However, with the interference of some unsavory entity, Tang Hao would likely remain unharmed, though the Haoyan sect would face dire straits. Yi Qifeng raised his gaze to the now clear sky, offering a faint smile. Chapter 26. Qian Douluo pursues Tang Hao in the heart of the Tiando Empire, lay a bustling town. A robust middle-aged man, clad in a coarse black cloak, made his way through the bustling market. His face was obscured by the shadow of his hood, rendering his features indistinct. Cradled in his arms was a newborn infant, none other than Tang Hao and his recently born son. Since defeating Qian Xuanji and escaping from the encircled valley, Tang Hao had journeyed northward, aiming to return to the Haoyan sect located northeast of Tiando City, seeking the protection of his sect to ensure the safety of himself and his son, as Ain had become his sworn sister alongside his elder brother Tang Xiao. He named his son Tang San in honor of her, coincidentally aligning with Tang San's name from his previous life. In the valley, when Tang San's soul entered the infant's body, he had briefly awakened and witnessed Tang Hao's triumph over Qian Xuanji. Yet, he soon fell back into slumber. After all, This body did not originally belong to him, and his soul required time to occupy and adapt to the infant form. Tang Hao fled northward with Tang San, taking 3 days to hide and recuperate from his injuries. Additionally, after using the explosive ring, his soul rings would vanish for 3 days, necessitating time to regenerate. Now, a week had passed, and his soul rings had reformed, while his injuries had healed by more than half. Along the way, Tang Hao learned of Qian Xuanji's demise. He did not suspect that the Wuhuan Hall had framed him. The force of that blow, infused with his mysterious red energy, was something he himself could not fully comprehend. It was entirely plausible that he had indeed slain Qian Xuanji. After delivering that fateful strike, Tang Hao had been on the brink of exhaustion, eager to flee without the luxury of time to ascertain Qian Xuanji's fate. Furthermore, he learned that the Wuhuan Hall had issued a bounty for him and declared war on the Haotian sect. Instead of hiding, Tang Hao quickened his pace. In a fervent desire to return swiftly to the Haotian sect and stand united against external foes, he held steadfast in his belief that the esteemed Haotian sect, the mightiest force in the realm, would not succumb to the Spirit Hall. In Tang Hao's heart, the Haotian sect represented unparalleled strength. Although he wished to avoid bringing trouble to his father and the sect, the audacity of the Spirit Hall was intolerable. He would not cower in the face of adversity. As long as he reached the Haotian sect, he and his son Tang San would be safe. However, unbeknownst to Tang Hao, his father had already perished from the wrath invoked by his entanglement with the Spirit Hall, plunging the Haotian sect into perilous circumstances. Throughout his journey, Tang Hao sought refuge in desolate areas. Yet, while he could conceal himself, his newborn son Tang San was in dire need of sustenance. Thus, Tang Hao found himself in a small town market, seeking beast milk for his son. He never lingered in one place for too long. Once he procured what he needed, he swiftly deployed his familiar skills to escape. He intentionally chose a relatively remote village, hoping to evade the watchful eyes of the Spirit Hall's minions. Nevertheless, one cannot traverse the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. The influence of the Spirit Hall extended across the continent, with personnel present in nearly every town, even in the most secluded villages. Lu Li, a level 25 soul master stationed at the town's Spirit Hall branch, managed a handful of subordinate soul masters. Following directives from higher-ups, Lu Li positioned 2 astute subordinates at the town's entrance, vigilantly monitoring unfamiliar faces. Today, as usual, he stationed 2 soul masters at the town's gate. The moment Tang Hao appeared, cradling Tang San, he was spotted. The experienced subordinates refrained from alarming their quarry. They did not make their presence known or attempt to investigate or follow Tang Hao, waiting until he had distanced himself before reporting back to Lu Li. Upon receiving the news, Lu Li eagerly relayed the sighting of Tang Hao to his superiors. The Spirit Hall's communication was impressively swift. Not long after, the information reached Qian Douluo, who, filled with murderous intent, soared from the Spirit Hall city towards the small town, intent on personally pursuing his target. After securing what he needed, Tang Hao commenced his retreat, unwittingly crossing paths with the pursuing Qian Douluo. The air around Qian Douluo crackled with the aura of a limit Douluo, shimmering with golden light. Such overwhelming pressure was reminiscent of his grandfather. Was that the legendary six-winged angel of the Spirit Hall? He was still alive. Tang Hao felt a wave of shock wash over him, his body trembling uncontrollably. He recalled his father's words about a limit Douluo within the Spirit Hall who could rival his grandfather Tang Xin. At the time, Tang Hao had dismissed it as folly. If his grandfather had vanished, surely that person had perished long ago. How could there have been no news of him for so many years? Yet, reality struck hard. Qian Douluo was not only alive, but had come to hunt him down. This was dire. It seemed his whereabouts had been exposed. If so, both he and little Sam were in grave danger. It was infuriating. A limit Douluo had come to pursue him personally, a testament to the esteem in which he was held. He could not lead Qian Douluo towards the Haotian sect, for that would jeopardize its safety. He needed to flee, yes, in the opposite direction, and find a place to hide. With that thought, Tang Hao cast aside his shock and endeavored to conceal his presence, swiftly maneuvering around the town to escape southwest. However, evading a limit Douluo's pursuit was no simple feat. Qian Douluo, harnessing his immense spiritual power, followed the faint trace of Tang Hao's lingering presence. Had Qian Douluo not needed to concentrate on sensing Tang Hao's faint energy, Tang Hao would have surely fallen into his grasp. Even so, he merely managed to evade capture. Every time Tang Hao sought a moment's respite, Qian Daolu was hot on his heels. Desperate to elude his relentless pursuer, he ran without rest. For an entire month, Tang Hao was hounded by Qian Daolu, finding himself cornered and beleaguered. Ultimately, utterly exhausted, he was at last caught by Qian Daolu. As Qian Daolu closed in, he summoned an angelic holy sword, launching an immediate assault. Faced with Qian Daolu's onslaught, Tang Hao dared not hesitate. He unleashed the 9 rings explosion. After a month of continuous flight and compounded injuries, his body was already on the brink of collapse. As the explosion erupted, blood poured from his 7 orifices, his veins bursting forth, dyeing his garments crimson. Ignoring his condition, Tang Hao wielded the great Haotian hammer, colliding it against the angelic holy sword. However, Qian Daolu was a limit de law. His power was beyond Tang Hao's capacity to withstand. As the Haotian hammer began to fracture under the sword's might, despair washed over Tang Hao. Just then, an imperceptible crimson mist descended from above, infusing his body. Tang Hao sensed this power and, without a moment's hesitation, channeled it into the Haotian hammer. In an instant, the myriad cracks vanished, the hammer glowing a deep red, swelling to a towering height, surpassing the angelic holy sword. With a mighty roar, Tang Hao swung the enlarged Haotian hammer, shattering the angelic holy sword into a cascade of golden light, simultaneously repelling Qian Daolu. As the attack concluded, Tang Hao wasted no time and fled. Qian Daolu, momentarily stunned in midair, widened his eyes in disbelief. Had he just sensed divine power? Stammering, he struggled to comprehend the situation. He had detected a fleeting trace of divine energy from Tang Hao during their clash. Though it was ephemeral, as a guardian of the angel statue and a representative of the angel god, he possessed a fragment of divine power bestowed upon him long ago. His sensitivity to divine energy was acute. Just moments prior, while engaging with Tang Hao, he had felt a significant reaction from his own divine energy. Where had Tang Hao acquired such divine power? Could it be that he had gained the favor of a deity and received a divine legacy? As he gazed at the distant retreat of Tang Hao, Qian Daolu's expression fluctuated between shadows and light. He pondered whether to continue the relentless pursuit to eradicate Tang Hao once and for all. However, with the protection of a divine entity, he feared that achieving such a feat would prove exceedingly difficult. Should he persist, he risked inciting the ire of that deity, which could endanger his own safety. With Xiao Shui still in her infancy, she required his guardianship. He could not afford to befall misfortune. Sighing deeply, he ultimately resolved to spare Tang Hao's life for the time being. Having made his decision, Qian Daolu soared towards the direction of the spirit hall, intent on returning to his sanctuary. Meanwhile, after his escape, Tang Hao found a secluded spot to hide for several days. Once he was certain that Qian Daolu had ceased his pursuit, he located a waterfall and planted the seed of Yin. Subsequently, he and his son, Tang San, took refuge in a small village known as Holy Soul Village, where he returned to his former trade as a blacksmith. On another front, Jin Ao led the 4 offerings and 5 offerings from the offering hall, along with 5 titled Douluo elders, commanding an army of over 10,000 soul masters from the spirit hall as they marched northward towards the Haotian sect. After 10 days, they arrived at the gates of the Haotian sect, under the leadership of the newly appointed sect master, Tang Xiao, and with the support of the 7 elders. The Haotian sect united its Tang clan members alongside the affiliated clans of strength, breaking, agility, and control to mount a staunch defense. The spirit hall, led by the 5 titled Douluo elders, including Zhu Douluo Yue Guan and A Mei, initiated the assault. Having received treatment, both were nearly healed and were determined not to miss the opportunity to avenge themselves against Tang Hao, seeking to mend their shattered hearts. Faced with the pressure from the 5 titled Douluo, the Haotian sect, though surprised, remained undaunted. They too had 4 titled Douluo among their ranks. Sect Master Tang Xiao and the 2nd and 3rd elders were all rank 91 titled Douluo, while the chief elder, despite his age, was a formidable rank 95 super Douluo. In terms of combat prowess, the Haotian sect believed they had the upper hand. Initially, the Spirit Hall's offensive was met with staunch resistance from the Haotian sect, leading to a stalemate. Observing this, the morale within the Haotian sect soared, and they contemplated launching a counterattack. However, the appearance of the rank 98 Jin Ao and the rank 96 4th and 5th offerings, both super Douluo, shattered their confidence. The Haotian sect's members trembled under the overwhelming pressure of the three super Da, leading to a swift decline in their morale. The ensuing massacre was relentless, inflicting severe casualties upon the Haotian sect. The second and seventh elders lost their sons, and the sixth elder fell in battle. From an original contingent of over 1,000 Tang clan members, only 200 or 300 remained, and the affiliated clans suffered similarly heavy losses. Consequently, the Haotian sect faced a catastrophic defeat. With no other recourse, the chief elder proposed a desperate measure. The Haotian sect would abandon its current location, sacrificing the chief elder in an explosion to cover the retreat of sect master Tang Xiao and the remaining Tang clan members deep into the snow-capped mountains. Even so, the Spirit Hall showed no inclination to relent in their assault. They relentlessly pursued the Haotian sect, surrounding the entrance to the snowy peaks. Remembering the chief elder's final instructions, a pained Tang Xiao was left with no option but to issue a proclamation to the entire continent, declaring Tang Hao exiled from the sect. The Haotian sect would henceforth retreat into the depths of the snow mountains, sealing their gates and withdrawing from the world. After the Haotian sect's retreat into the mountains, the Spirit Hall unleashed its wrath upon the abandoned affiliated clans, ceasing only when the 4 single attribute clans declared their separation from the Haotian sect. This abandonment forced the 4 clans to confront the Spirit Hall's aggression, resulting in even greater losses, with countless members either perishing or capitulating. Thus, the 4 clans developed an intense animosity towards the Haotian sect. The war between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect persisted for over 20 days, culminating in a devastating defeat for the latter. During this time, the other 3 top sects, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the 2 empires of Tiando and Xingluo, watched the developments with detached interest. The heinous act of killing the Pope and elders of the Spirit Hall loomed too large for these powers to dare intervene. The fury of the Spirit Hall was a burden they could not bear. Consequently, these factions chose to remain passive observers, secretly monitoring the situation while dispatching spies to gather intelligence. As a month passed, the dust settled. Tang Hao had vanished without a trace, while the Haotian sect had sealed its gates, retreating into the depths of the snow peaks. The conflict between the Spirit Hall and Haotian sect concluded with the latter expelling Tang Hao, shutting its doors, and witnessing the affiliated single attribute clans suffer catastrophic losses, leading them to announce their separation from the Haotian sect. In the face of the Spirit Hall's overwhelming might, the Haotian sect sustained grievous injuries and disbanded, leaving only a remnant of the Tang clan to retreat into the mountains, shunning the outside world. Thus, the once mighty Haotian sect, which had commanded an army of tens of thousands of soul masters and stood as a rival to the Spirit Hall, fell from grace. The title of the world's foremost sect became a mere echo of its former glory. Once again, the Spirit Hall revealed its fangs to the world, asserting its dominance and strength, making it abundantly clear that its authority was not to be trifled with. The formidable might of the Spirit Hall resonated throughout the continent, showcasing its ability to dismantle even the strongest of sects, leaving lesser powers to ponder the dire consequences of crossing paths with them. Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanzhen stared at the reports in their hands, their eyes wide with shock and concern. The depth of the Spirit Hall's resources exceeded all expectations. Ning Fengji sighed, while Yu Yuanzhen feigned indifference, yet harbored deep apprehension. On a snowy night, Dai Tianfeng shared a similar sentiment, his head spinning with the implications. The leaders of the major factions lamented in unison. This is not the outcome I desired. Soon after, Qian Daolu returned to his sanctuary. Following his orders, the army of the Spirit Hall withdrew and returned to Spirit City. The war came to a close, leaving the Spirit Hall with a sense of vindication and elevated morale. In an instant, the members of the Spirit Hall took immense pride in their affiliation, standing tall and exuding a sense of honor. This conflict not only quelled the arrogance of various factions, but also laid a solid foundation for the Spirit Hall's development over the next 2 decades, ensuring a secure environment for its growth. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's reputation resounded across the continent, drawing numerous common soul masters to join its ranks, propelling its expansion onto a fast track. After a few days of his return to Spirit City, Qian Daolu personally convened a meeting with the elders of the Spirit Hall. The assembly took place in the council chamber of the Elder Hall, with a single agenda item to address. In the chamber, there lies a grand oval conference table, adorned with a multitude of exquisite gilded pearwood chairs. The first to enter are the numerous elders from the elder hall, who casually take their seats corresponding to their rank and status. The assembly leans lazily against their chairs, some with closed eyes in contemplation, others polishing their weapons. Yet none utter a word. They refrain from communicating through soul power, instead patiently awaiting the proceedings. Among them are Yue Guan, Gui Mei, and Gui Bao, whose injuries have mostly healed over the past month. After entering, the trio selects chairs towards the back. Soon, the grand doors of the conference hall swing open once more, revealing 7 figures emanating a palpable aura of terror. These are the 7 great offerings of the offering hall. The previously quiet elders direct their gazes towards the entrance, rising swiftly to their feet in a show of respect, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the esteemed offerings." Upon sighting Qiandao Lu and Jin Yi, Yue Guan, Gui Mei, and Gui Bao feel a wave of trepidation wash over them, their bodies involuntarily trembling. The 7 great offerings nod in acknowledgement before, under the watchful eyes of the elders. Qiandao Lu leads the other 6 offerings to the foremost 7 seats. As he approaches the central seat, he surveys the assembly, confirming that all are present, and calmly proclaims, "Please, take your seats." With that, Qiandao Lu is the first to sit down. Once he is settled, the others follow suit. After all have taken their seats, Qiandao Lu clasps his hands together, resting his elbows on the table, and states, "The purpose of this elder conference is singular. The demise of the Pope has left the position vacant, necessitating the election of a new Pope. I invite your thoughts on this matter. It is indeed the election of a new Pope that has prompted the convening of this elder council, a fact that the elders had already surmised." After a moment of silence, no one speaks, leaving a palpable stillness in the air. Observing this silence, the third offering decides to intervene and break the tension. With a soft sigh, he articulates his opinion, "I propose that the great offering resume the role of Pope." At this declaration, the assembly turns their attention towards the third offering. Seizing the attention, he continues, "The great offering was the previous Pope and is entirely capable of reclaiming that position. He is indeed the most suitable candidate." "I concur. I agree." With the exception of Qiandao Lu and Jin Yi, the other offerings and elders express their approval in succession after hearing the third offering's proposal. Cough, cough. "Please, everyone, remain calm and allow me to speak." Jin Yi interjects, signaling for quiet. "I recommend the Saintess Bibi Dong to succeed the position of Pope. The great offering has his own duties to fulfill, and the Saintess is an excellent candidate." Upon hearing Jin's words, the third offering furrows his brow, expressing doubt. "Second offering. The Saintess is relatively inexperienced. Is she not a bit too young? She has scarcely engaged in the governance of the Spirit Hall in recent years. Can she truly handle this responsibility?" Although the Saintess possesses commendable talent, it is said she only broke through to the title of Douluo 4 years ago, and her strength may not suffice to inspire confidence among the ranks. That is of no concern. Jin Yi reassures the assembly, his tone measured. The late Pope had been grooming her as his successor. Initially, her handling of the affairs may be somewhat clumsy, but that is why the elders are present, to guide her until she gains proficiency. Furthermore, regarding the Saintess's capabilities, it must be noted that she is now a super Douluo at level 97, Jin Yi adds, with Qiandao Lu able to corroborate this fact. "What? Level 97? The third offering's eyes widen in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. "How can that be? Did she not just achieve the title of Douluo 4 years ago?" The third offering feels as if his life has been rendered insignificant. After a lifetime of effort, he barely managed to reach level 97, while the Saintess has achieved it at such a young age. Yue Guan's reaction is even more pronounced. His astonishment is palpable, his mouth agape in shock, a gasp escaping him, nearly dislocating his jaw. His exclamation draws many curious glances, including that of Qiandao Lu, who furrows his brow in response. Realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, Yue Guan hastily covers his mouth. He knows the exact timeline of the Saintess's ascension to the title of Douluo, as he was present during her breakthrough. The rapidity of her cultivation is astonishing. Such extraordinary speed evokes both admiration and envy. Chapter 29. The Elder Council of the Spirit Hall, Great Offering. Is it true that the Saintess has truly reached level 97? The third offering looks towards Qiandao Lu, eager for confirmation. Qiandao Lu nods affirmatively, stating, Genie is correct. Over a month ago, the Saintess's soul power had already reached level 97. Her rapid ascension is likely due to her status as a twin martial spirit owner. Upon reaching the title of Douluo, she can quickly enhance her soul power by attaching soul rings to her second martial spirit. This is the advantage of possessing twin martial spirits. Moreover, Qiandao Lu silently adds his mind that her rapid growth is also linked to her devouring of the body and soul of Jier. He refrains from voicing this concern, knowing that if this information were to leak, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Qiandao Lu will not allow any slip-ups. No wonder we have struggled to discern the Saintess. Her realm has already surpassed ours. The brothers Qianjun and Jiangma exchange glances, each silently reflecting. Twin martial spirits are indeed terrifying. In light of this, the Saintess's strength appears to be adequate. The third offering acknowledges. The others begin to murmur among themselves. Enough. Qiandao Lu raises his hand to quell the discussions. Now, regarding the nomination of the Saintess Bibi Dong as the new pope, let the offerings of the offering hall cast their votes. Those in favor, please raise your hands. With that, Qiandao Lu is the first to raise his hand. Genie follows suit, and seeing the two prominent figures take the lead, the remaining offerings also raise their hands in agreement. As for the elders of the Elder Hall, their role is merely to listen and provide opinions. They possess no voting rights. The voting rules of the Elder Conference hinge upon the interrelations among the Offering Hall, the Papal Hall, and the Elder Hall. The Offering Hall holds the highest status, as it serves as the sanctuary for those who worship the Angel of Offerings and is also the retreat for all titled Douluos at level 96 and above. Geographically, the Offering Hall is positioned atop the central mountain in Spirit City, standing alongside the Douluo Hall, which exists as a symbol of significance. The Overseer, having reached the pinnacle of cultivation at the 99th level, is revered as one of the three ultimate Da, known as the unrivaled Grand Priest Qiandao Lu, and is also the former Pope of the Spirit Hall. All elders within the Elder Hall operate under the jurisdiction of the Grand Priest Hall, which typically refrains from meddling in daily affairs but retains the authority to make decisions and appoint or dismiss the Pope, thereby holding a status superior to that of the Pope Hall. The Pope Hall serves as the residence and administrative center for the Pope, the highest authority of the Spirit Hall, who oversees all matters pertaining to the organization, while the Grand Priest Hall abstains from mundane affairs. The Pope Hall concurrently manages the Elder Hall's duties. Positioned adjacent to the Pope Hall, the Elder Hall ranks just below it and assists the Pope in governing all Spirit Hall matters, with membership limited to those who hold the title of Douluo within the Spirit Hall. Additionally, there are honorary elders within the Elder Hall who do not belong to the Spirit Hall. Given the hierarchical significance of the Grand Priest Hall, the Pope Hall, and the Elder Hall, the Spirit Hall stipulates that the Elder Council is the highest assembly for the review of governmental decrees, convened solely by the Pope and the Grand Priest. Voting rights within the Council are exclusive to the Pope and the Grand Priests, while the elders of the Elder Hall possess only the privilege to listen and offer opinions without the right to vote. The Pope and Grand Priest each possess 3 votes, while other priests are entitled to 1 vote each. In the recent Elder Council convened by Grand Priest Qiandao Lu regarding the selection of the new Pope, the resolution concluded with unanimous support. The Council ultimately designated the Holy Maiden Bibi Dong as the new Pope. The coronation ceremony is scheduled to take place 2 months hence, in the square before the Pope Hall, with all residents of Spirit City invited to attend. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall has extended invitations to various Soul Master factions across the continent to send representatives to witness the event. Naturally, the Haotian sect lacks the qualifications for an invitation, and even if invited, their attendance is highly unlikely. Following the discussions regarding the Pope's selection and the coronation ceremony, Qian Oliu's gaze fell upon Yue Guan and Gue Mei, his eyes narrowing slightly, sensing the Grand Priest's gaze upon them. Both Yue Guan and Gue Mei felt a sudden tension, as if sitting on pins and needles, their hearts racing. They felt an uncomfortable warmth emanating from their chairs, coupled with an icy chill down their spines. Surely, the Grand Priest was not planning to settle scores? Yue Guan pressed her delicate lips together, feeling a pang of anxiety. Yet she dared not display any expression. Hidden beneath his black robe, Gue Mei's countenance was obscured, yet his rigid posture betrayed his inner turmoil. Yue Guan, Gue Mei, Qiandao Lu called out. Here. They responded in unison, rising hastily, not daring to hesitate. You two will continue to serve as elders before the Pope Hall, at the behest of the Pope, and assist the newly appointed Pope in managing affairs, Qian Daolu instructed. Yes, Grand Priest. They replied with respectful acknowledgement. Upon hearing that Qian Daolu only required them to assist the new Pope, both felt a wave of relief wash over them, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual sense of alleviation. After the conclusion of the Elder Council, Qian Daolu's figure appeared before the Holy Maiden Hall, where not a soul was present, as the former attendants and guards had long been dismissed. Qian Daolu made no effort to conceal his presence, intending to announce his arrival to Bibi Dong. Without missing a beat, Bibi Dong, engaged in her rigorous training, suddenly opened her eyes the moment he appeared, breaking free from her meditative state. Since you are here, come in, Bibi Dong said coolly. With that, Qian Daolu stepped into the Holy Maiden Hall, hands clasped behind his back, marking his first entrance into this sacred space. He casually surveyed the surroundings, noting the hall's simple and serene decor, devoid of ostentatious extravagance. A stark contrast to his son's flamboyant tendencies. Qian Daolu found himself appreciating Bibi Dong more, feeling increasingly satisfied, gifted, and diligent. Perhaps the position of Pope would serve as compensation for her, provided she remained within reasonable bounds. He would refrain from undue interference. He also hoped for a reconciliation between her and Xiao Shui, but resolved to let things unfold naturally. At that moment, Bibi Dong sat upon a dais, delicately pinching her brow, not directing her gaze toward Qian Daolu. With a detached tone, she inquired, "What brings the Grand Priest personally to me?" Undeterred by her chilly demeanor, Qian Daolu articulated the purpose of his visit. 2 matters. First, effective today, your confinement is lifted. The second matter pertains to your appointment as Pope. The Elder Council has officially ratified this decision. The coronation ceremony is set for 2 months from now, to be held in the square before the Pope Hall. Prepare yourself, for I hope you will lead the Spirit Hall towards an even more glorious future. Chapter 30. Qian Renxue, upon hearing that Qian Daolu genuinely intended to bestow upon her the title of Pope, and that the Elder Council had already approved it with the date of coronation determined, Bibi Dong was taken aback and looked up in disbelief. "You truly intend to make me the Pope?" Qian Daolu, observing her astonishment, sighed softly and replied, "At this juncture, you're the only one suitable for the role of Pope. Having chosen you, I shall wholeheartedly support and pave the way for your ascension. You need only take up your mantle. The Grand Priest Hall and Elder Hall will raise no objections. As for the personnel below the elders, they'll depend on your own capabilities to earn their willing allegiance." With a shift in tone, Qian Daolu continued, slightly more sternly, "However, I must remind you that my support for your ascension to Pope comes with conditions. In addition to what we previously discussed, I expect you to diligently manage the affairs of the Spirit Hall. The foundation of the Spirit Hall must not falter. Other than that, as long as you do not overstep, I will not interfere, rest assured." "Understood," Bibi Dong replied, after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. Qian Daolu had already laid the groundwork and made considerable concessions. The terms seemed rather favorable. She saw no reason to be ungrateful, seeing Bibi Dong's acceptance. Qian Daolu continued, "Moreover, during the initial phase of your tenure as Pope, Yue Guan and Gei Mei will handle administrative matters. As you know, they are the former elders of the last Pope and are well-versed in governance. They will gradually teach you. Once you are familiar, you may take over the administration yourself. I hope you do not mind. Should you wish to engage in governance sooner, you may begin participating immediately." After reflecting on Qian Daolu's words, Bibi Dong declined his suggestion to participate in administrative duties right away. "No, I would prefer to wait until after the coronation," she stated. She had other matters to attend to, having fully absorbed the body and soul of Qian Xuanji. She had completed the first trial of the Rakshasa god and unlocked the Rakshasa inheritance. Now, she needed time to alter her cultivation method and prepare to enter the Rakshasa secret realm for training. "Having conveyed what I needed to, you simply need to be prepared. I have other matters to address, so I shall take my leave," Qian Daolu declared, having achieved his objective. He left with a final admonition, departing the Holy Maiden Hall without waiting for Bibi Dong's response. He returned to the Hall of Offerings to spend quality time with his granddaughter, Qian Renxue, hoping to help her swiftly recover from the sorrow of losing her father. Qian Daolu wished to shield her from any psychological scars stemming from this tragedy. During the month he was away from the hall, Qian Rinxue sensed an unusual atmosphere within the spirit hall, prompting her to exit her room and investigate. To her astonishment, she discovered that she and the third offering were the only ones left in the hall. The other offerings had mysteriously vanished, and even her grandfather, Qian Douluo, was nowhere to be found. Intelligent and perceptive, Qian Rinxue quickly realized that something significant must have transpired within the spirit hall. After persistently inquiring, the third offering reluctantly revealed the grim truth. Upon learning of her father's untimely demise, Qian Rinxue felt as if she had been struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in shock. The weight of this revelation plunged her into profound grief, causing her to weep for several consecutive days. Despite the third offering's attempts to console her, nothing seemed to alleviate her pain. As Qian Rinxue's condition worsened, the third offering found himself at a loss, filled with concern and anxiety. Fortunately, Qian Douluo returned just in time, providing a sigh of relief for the third offering. With Qian Douluo's gentle comfort and companionship, Qian Rinxue gradually began to heal. As Qian Douluo's figure materialized in the grand hall, sensing his return, Qian Rinxue rushed out of her room and leaped into her grandfather's embrace. "Grandfather!" she exclaimed, her voice sweet and slightly petulant. Upon seeing his granddaughter, Qian Douluo's expression softened, radiating warmth and kindness. Observing that his 9-year-old granddaughter had already grown taller than 1.5 meters, he couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly the sole masters of Douluo continent matured. He realized that it was time to impart certain lessons to her. With a firm resolve, Qian Douluo gently stroked Qian Rinxue's golden locks and smiled as he said, "Little Shui, you have grown up. You are now a young lady. Henceforth, you must refrain from such casual embraces with your grandfather, as well as with other men. It is said that one must maintain a respectful distance between the sexes. Do you understand?" "Oh," Qian Rinxue replied, promptly stepping out of his embrace. She understood that her grandfather's words were wise, and she would heed his advice. However, recalling that he had left her alone in the hall earlier, a hint of displeasure lingered in her heart. She tugged at Qian Douluo's hand, pouting slightly, and asked, "Grandfather, where did you go just now?" Realizing her discontent, Qian Douluo patiently explained, "I had to attend to matters concerning the spirit hall. I just returned from a meeting with the elders. As you know, the situation here is rather chaotic, and certain issues require my direct intervention. The vast legacy of the spirit hall will eventually be passed down to you, and I must ensure it is safeguarded." The purpose of this meeting was to determine the successor for the next pope. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue's thoughts drifted to her deceased father, and her expression grew somber. She softly inquired, "Has a candidate been chosen?" "Indeed," Qian Douluo nodded, attempting to pique her interest and redirect her attention. "It has been decided. Little Shui, can you guess who it is?" With her keen intellect, Qian Rinxue quickly deduced the answer. Scanning the spirit hall, she recognized that only 3 individuals were suitable for the position of pope: her grandfather, herself, and that woman. However, since her grandfather was devoted to the angel statue and had no time for political affairs, it was impossible for him to reclaim the papal position. As for herself, she was still too young, lacking in qualifications, strength, and influence. In her view, apart from the pure angel bloodline of the Qian family, she felt utterly inadequate and could never ascend to the role of pope. Thus, the only remaining candidate was that woman, her mother, Bibi Dong, the current saintess. She possessed all the necessary attributes, making her the most fitting choice for the papacy. Qian Douluo observed Qian Rinxue's silence, realizing she had already figured out. "It seems you have deduced it, little Shui," he sighed softly. "Yes, following the discussions and votes among the offerings and elders, the new pope will indeed be your mother, Bibi Dong." Although Qian Rinxue had anticipated this answer, confirmation from her grandfather caused her azure eyes to light up momentarily. Despite her strained relationship with Bibi Dong, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy for her mother. Yet, the next moment, her demeanor shifted again, falling into a melancholic silence as she simply uttered, "Oh." Noticing her reaction, Qian Douluo sighed gently. "Little Shui, do you still harbor resentment towards her? After all, she is your mother." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's face clouded with displeasure as she vehemently denied, "Grandfather, she's not my mother. You know well that she nearly took my life once. What kind of mother treats her own child with such cruelty? I refuse to acknowledge her." With that, she turned her head slightly, her expression darkening as memories of that traumatic incident resurfaced. At 6 years old, she had awakened her divine martial soul, the six-winged angel, with innate soul power of level 20. However, due to her mother's disdain, if not outright hatred, she had eagerly sought her mother's approval, only to be met with a cold and merciless attack, accompanied by the chilling command to get lost. Had her grandfather not intervened in time, she feared for her life. The bone-chilling malice she had encountered left her feeling as though she had descended into hell, a sensation she never wished to experience again. From that moment, Qian Renshue understood that her mother did not love her. Rather, she held a deep-seated hatred, seemingly viewing her as a contaminant. Confusion and disappointment filled her heart, transforming her love for Bibi Dong into loathing. Consequently, her reference to Bibi Dong shifted from mother to sister, or simply that woman. Sighing, Qian Douluo gazed at his granddaughter, softly advising, "Little Shui, regardless of the circumstances, she is still your biological mother. I hope you can let go of your resentment. Grandfather, please do not defend her. For anything else, I will heed your words, but not concerning that woman. I will handle it myself," Qian Renshue stated resolutely, though her voice gradually trailed off. Observing her forlorn expression, Qian Douluo silently sighed, recognizing that she too was a pitiful soul. It is best to let nature take its course, he thought. Ultimately, Qian Douluo chose not to elaborate further, deciding instead to devote himself to accompanying his granddaughter, striving to soothe the emotional scars she bore. Yet, deep within Qian Renshue's heart, she harbored thoughts of mending her relationship with Bibi Dong. With her father slain, she found herself bereft of paternal love, and her grandfather was perpetually preoccupied with the affairs of the spirit hall, leaving her feeling neglected. All that remained was her mother, and she yearned for her affection. Qian Douluo's counsel had some effect, igniting a flicker of hope within Qian Renshue as she contemplated granting that woman another chance. She recalled that not long ago, the woman had taken on a disciple named Hulaina. To her astonishment, the woman treated Hulaina with unparalleled warmth, a stark contrast to her own experience. Qian Renshue had assumed that the woman was inherently cold and unfeeling, yet she discovered a different facet of her character. Why could she not extend a modicum of that love to her, even if just a little? This left her feeling a mix of resentment, jealousy, and envy. The resentment was directed at the woman for never having bestowed any affection upon her, while jealousy and envy were aimed at Hulaina, who seemed to bask in the woman's favor. Was she truly inferior to Hulaina? No, that was impossible. She would not consider herself lesser than anyone. Qian Renshue clenched her small fist beneath her golden skirt, filled with determination. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the Spirit City was abuzz with excitement. Nearly 99% of the populace surged towards the central mountain of the Spirit City, eager to witness the coronation of the new pope. The news of Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, ascending to the papacy was common knowledge. At this moment, the Pope's palace was guarded by holy emperor warriors, while the grand avenue leading to the base of the central mountain was patrolled by the temple's warriors, creating an atmosphere of solemn grandeur. The square before the Pope's palace was teeming with people of notable status and influence. Beneath the colossal statue of a six-winged angel on a magnificent balcony, the coronation ceremony was presided over by the esteemed golden crocodile Douluo, who had already made his presence known across the continent. As the auspicious hour arrived, the coronation ceremony of the Spirit Hall's Pope officially commenced. With a resounding call, golden crocodile's voice, filled with solemnity and depth, reverberated across the square, quickly spreading to the foot of the mountain and throughout the Spirit City. The enthusiasm of all the soul masters surged, their cheers rising in waves. Amidst the collective gaze, the 2 elders of the Pope's palace stepped forward first, adorned in resplendent red robes intricate with gold and silver patterns, their chests embellished with gemstones the size of infant fists, a privilege reserved for titled Douluos. These 2 were none other than Jute Douluo Yue Guan and Gue Douluo Yue Guan. In their protective escort, Bibi Dong gracefully emerged, clad in a specially crafted gown of brilliant purple and gold. The exquisite attire was embroidered with golden threads and adorned with over 100 gemstones in red, blue, and gold, fitting her form perfectly. Her fair complexion and nearly flawless features rendered her strikingly unique. As she approached golden crocodile Douluo, she followed the ceremonial protocol. bowing respectfully before lowering her head slightly to allow him to place upon her the radiant nine-curved purple-gold crown, symbolizing her papal authority. Subsequently, she accepted from him a 2-meter-long scepter, encrusted with countless gems, representing the power of the Pope. Turning to face the square, the base of the scepter met the ground, producing an invisible ripple. A crisp sound rang out, traveling far and wide, silencing the clamoring crowd, and the atmosphere fell into a profound stillness. Today, I, Bibi Dong, by divine providence and in accordance with the will of the people, officially assumed the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 32. The expanding rift. Bibi Dong's expression was solemn as she delivered her inaugural address as Pope. Her voice, cool and melodious, exuded nobility and sanctity, resonating with deep soul power that echoed throughout the air. She eschewed lengthy rhetoric for a succinct declaration of her ascendance. This simplicity was inconsequential. In the eyes of the onlookers, Bibi Dong radiated an astonishing beauty, exuding nobility, elegance, and tranquility. An array of commendable adjectives seemed inadequate to encapsulate her essence. Though no longer in her youth, the passage of time appeared to have left no mark upon her. The ethereal nobility she emanated evoked a sense of reverence and admiration among the crowd. As her speech concluded, the two elders knelt first, followed by the knights of the Spirit Hall and all affiliated soul masters, who bowed in deference. In the next moment, a thunderous ovation erupted. Long live the Pope! Long live 1,000 years! The eyes of the soul masters brimmed with fervor. On the balcony, Bibi Dong's gaze swept over the magnificent scene before her, a spectacle she experienced for the first time. This was the power bestowed upon her by the office of the Pope. Amidst a tumult of emotions, Bibi Dong felt a surge of solemnity. What other woman could achieve what she had? She resolved to seize this opportunity to maintain unwavering control over the Spirit Hall. As for the Qian family, Qian Daoluha, you shall not reclaim dominion over me. My destiny is mine to command. With her thoughts racing, she tightened her grip on the Pope's scepter. Once the coronation ceremony concluded, Bibi Dong returned to the Pope's palace. The expansive conference hall, spanning over 1,000 square meters, felt remarkably spacious. The once golden, ornate throne, adorned with angelic reliefs, had been replaced with an exquisite lavender seat befitting a pope. The throne, symbolizing papal authority, could not be ordinary. It had to be lavish and noble. Bibi Dong, disliking the gold of the former throne, was irked by the thought of anything associated with Qian Xuanji. Resisting the urge to obliterate it with a mere thought was a testament to her restraint. Ignoring the objections of the elders, she chose to replace it. Thus, the throne that had been seated upon by countless generations of popes was relegated to a dusty storage room, lost to the annals of history. Bibi Dong reclined languidly on her newly appointed throne, her long legs crossed elegantly, one hand resting on her smooth chin while the other gently pressed at her brow. With her eyes closed and brows slightly furrowed, she appeared troubled by some unseen matter. At that moment, the grand doors of the conference hall swung open. A small figure, golden in hue, entered. It was a young girl, approximately 9 years old and around 1.50 meters in height, clad in a simple yet elegant princess gown woven with golden threads, devoid of excessive embellishments. The golden high collar embraced her slender and snow-white neck. Cascading behind her was a mane of golden hair, casually falling without meticulous styling. She was none other than Qian Rinxue, the young mistress of the Spirit Hall. Awakened with an innate soul power of 20 and the divine six-winged angel martial spirit, her talent was unprecedented. To safeguard her, her grandfather and father announced her premature demise to the outside world, concealing her from public view. Thus, few within the Spirit Hall were aware of her existence. Only elders of the title de rank comprehended the true circumstances. Qian Rinxue was well protected, rarely appearing in crowded places. Today marked the day of her mother's coronation as the Pope, and Qian Rinxue felt genuine happiness for her mother. However, she was confined to the offering hall, unable to attend the coronation ceremony. Qian Rinxue had meticulously crafted an exquisite rosewood comb, intricately engraved with delicate names and portraits of herself and her mother, Bibi Dong. It was encased in a beautiful pinkish-purple gift box, knowing her mother's fondness for purple. She had long admired her mother's flowing lavender hair, once envying it deeply. Though her own golden locks were beautiful, she yearned for the same hue as her mother. eager to present this carefully prepared gift. Qian Rinxue wrestled with her emotions for a time. Ultimately, she resolved to congratulate her mother, seeking an opportunity to mend the strained relationship between them. With the gift box in hand, as she entered the Pope's council hall, her anxiousness was palpable. Soon, she stood before the elevated throne of the Pope, her figure poised, her sapphire eyes sparkling like gems, fixed on the regal and graceful figure seated upon the throne. It was a long-awaited reunion with her mother, since she had gained awareness. The instances of seeing her mother could be counted on one hand. The most recent encounter had been 3 years prior, with a distressing outcome that nearly cost her life. Anxiety gripped her heart, fearing that her mother might strike again. As she gazed upon Bibi Dong, her mother appeared as strikingly beautiful as ever. Indeed, even more so than before. The trepidation within Qian Rinxue began to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming joy, as an indescribable sense of familial affection enveloped her heart. Tears welled in her azure eyes, threatening to spill over. She stood frozen, envisioning a future where they reconciled, nestled in her mother's embrace, basking in her love. Yet, reality dealt her a harsh blow. A cold voice from above shattered her reverie. "What are you doing here?" Bibi Dong abruptly opened her eyes, her tone as frigid as ice. Her lavender gaze settled on the still figure of Qian Rinxue, a fleeting complexity flickering in her eyes, swiftly replaced by intense disdain. The unique aura of the angelic martial spirit she sensed caused her emotions to plunge into frigid depths, chilling the very air around them. Perceiving the shift in atmosphere and hearing her mother's indifferent inquiry, Qian Rinxue felt an immense chasm of distance between them. Panic seized her heart, her lips quivering as she managed to utter, "Mother, leave." Bibi Dong's voice cut through the air, her expression starkly fierce as she stood. A single icy word escaping her lips. Qian Rinxue staggered back, her face pale, disbelief washing over her. The gift box slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground unnoticed. She had yet to say or do anything and was met with such chilling treatment. Why? Why must you treat me this way? Qian Rinxue could not fathom the reason. Just go. Return to your offering hall. I never wish to see you again. Bibi Dong offered no further response, turning her back with a few more cold words. At last, Qian Rinxue could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. The flood of emotions cascading from her eyes like a breached dam, unstoppable. She fled, head bowed, running blindly in a singular direction. Chapter 33. The first encounter after Qian Rinxue's departure. Bibi Dong turned to watch her retreating figure, a pang of reluctance stirring within her heart, leaving her troubled. Just as she was about to resume her seat upon the throne, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the pinkish-purple gift box on the floor. With a graceful motion, she descended from the dais, kneeling to retrieve the box, momentarily lost in thought before opening it. The exquisite rosewood comb met her gaze, and upon it, the engraved names and portraits of herself and Qian Rinxue. A deepening complexity clouded Bibi Dong's eyes. She gently bit her lip, releasing a sigh before carefully stowing the comb away. Looking once more toward the direction where Qian Rinxue had fled, she noted that her daughter was not returning to the offering hall, but was instead heading toward the western district. After a moment's contemplation, she swiftly followed in secret. In the offering hall, Qian Douluo knelt in prayer beneath the angelic statue, yet his thoughts were not fully present. His vast spiritual strength was focused entirely on his granddaughter, Qian Rinxue. Every movement she made was under his vigilant watch. He had been aware of her unusual actions, particularly her attempts to reconcile with Bibi Dong, and he maintained a supportive attitude, refraining from interfering in her choices. He believed it was essential for his granddaughter to grow, knowing that she would eventually come to understand certain truths. Nevertheless, he remained watchful, unwilling to withdraw his spiritual presence, acutely aware of Bibi Dong's past and the potential danger she posed. Fortunately, this time, Bibi Dong did not lose control and reveal any murderous intent. Yet, as he sensed Qian Rinxue's attempt had ended in tears, he sighed quietly, pondering, "You are truly so heartless, Bibi Dong." Suddenly, Qian Douluo's expression shifted. He sensed Bibi Dong pursuing Qian Rinxue. Unable to remain seated, he vanished from his place beneath the angel statue, hastening to follow. By the orphanage beside the blue lake, today marked Bibi Dong's coronation. The orphanage director, Li Qing, along with most of the staff, had gone to the central mountain of Spirit City to witness this historic moment, leaving only 2 elderly caretakers to supervise the children. Young Yi Qifeng, too young to stray far from the orphanage, found solace lying upon a stone in the shaded area by the lake. Leisurely perusing the plethora of books gifted by Hulaina yesterday, I found myself surrounded by an impressive collection amounting to several dozen volumes. With Hulaina's soul cultivation now firmly on track, she was to attend a special training session alongside Xiaoyu and Yin, following the coronation ceremony conducted by her mentor, Bibi Dong. This arrangement would confine her to at least a month away from Night 7 Wind, prompting her to borrow an abundant selection of tomes from the Spear Hall's archives. Had it not been for her concern over the librarian's potential disapproval, she might have taken even more than the few dozen, as they scarcely sufficed for Night 7 Wind's insatiable reading pace. Ultimately, she refrained, wary of inciting the administrator's ire, for she could not bear the thought of bringing shame upon herself in front of her teacher. Among the volumes at Night 7 Wind's side were those he had meticulously chosen from Hulaina's offerings, several of which exuded an antique charm, verging on being classified as rare manuscripts. In contrast, one particular work, neglected and gathering dust in a corner, belonged to a certain inept master. Night 7 Wind occasionally flipped through the pages of the book in his hands, comparing it with the ancient text beside him, seemingly on the brink of a revelation. A smirk of derision creeping onto his lips. At that moment, a striking golden figure dashed past him, capturing his attention. It was Qian Rinqiu, who had just fled the Pope's palace in tears. Her distress was palpable, prompting his curiosity. The sight of the young maiden weeping so sorrowfully was heart-wrenching. She ran while sobbing, finally collapsing by the lakeside, her tears flowing like rain, her breath ragged as she futilely attempted to wipe away her grief. "I will never forgive you. I hate you," she cried, grasping at the stones around her and hurling them into the lake, sending ripples across the water as she vented her rage, anguish, and sorrow. Her words resonated in the shadows, causing Bibi Dong, who had just arrived, to tremble slightly, her heart heavy with regret upon hearing the venom in Qian Rinqiu's voice. Yet, she felt trapped, unable to relinquish her grudges, and haunted by a dark desire for destruction, fearing she might again lose control as she had years prior. Thus, she resolved to keep her distance from Qian Rinqiu, believing it was perhaps for the best that the girl harbored resentment towards her. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu, who had followed Bibi Dong, sighed, but chose not to reveal himself to comfort his granddaughter. She needed solitude to process her heartbreak, and he felt his presence would be inappropriate. Allowing her to express her emotions was beneficial. Suppressing them would only be detrimental to her well-being. He remained hidden, vigilant against Bibi Dong, aware that she was conscious of his presence. As time passed, Qian Rinqiu continued to sob, though exhaustion began to overtake her, her cries fading into quiet sobs. Night 7 Wind, having observed her for a while, could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Miss, why are you crying so sorrowfully?" His voice, youthful yet surprisingly astute, drew her attention, as well as the watchful gazes of Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu hidden nearby. "Who is that?" Qian Rinqiu gasped, startled by the sudden intrusion. Ignoring her tears, she sprang to her feet and drew a golden sword from her soul tool. Though only a soul master at level 37, she retained a baseline of vigilance. Indeed, over the past 3 months, she had advanced 2 levels in her soul power. Following the sound, she spotted the source, an adorable child, around 4 years old, perched on a flat stone in the shade. In her previous emotional turmoil, she had failed to notice his presence, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed and irate at the thought of being witnessed in such a vulnerable state. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, her tone unintentionally laced with authority due to her agitation. "Why can't I be here?" Night 7 Wind replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. As he gazed upon her, he could not help but admire her beauty. Her features were exquisite, her skin as fair as snow, and her golden hair cascaded elegantly, hinting at her developing figure, reminiscent of girls his age from his previous life. Wait, this stunning golden hair, this flawless complexion, this delicate nose, these captivating eyes. She must be Qian Rinqiu. His eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed, "When did you arrive?" In a flash, Qian Rinqiu had leapt forward, her sword resting dangerously close to his shoulder. Her expression one of fierce inquiry. The sudden proximity of the blade caused Knight 7 Wind to twitch, yet he remained remarkably composed, wearing an expression of amusement. "I've been here all along," he replied nonchalantly. Qian Rinxue's disbelief was evident as she edged the sword closer. "Impossible. How could I not sense your presence?" In that moment, Knight 7 Wind recalled a classic saying about a sword being mere millimeters from his throat. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he rolled his eyes and replied, "How would I know? You're the sole master. Why are you asking me?" Prove it," she retorted, her voice dripping with skepticism. With a resigned sigh, he pointed in the direction from which she had come. "I just saw a lady running this way, sobbing her heart out, and she eventually reached the lakeshore." "Stop right there. No need to continue. I believe you," Qian Rinxue interjected, her face flushing with embarrassment as she hurriedly interrupted him. Conflicted between shame and anger, she chastised him. "If you've been here all along, why didn't you say anything? Do you have ulterior motives?" Knight 7 Wind couldn't help but roll his eyes again. "I thought you looked so distressed and needed a vent. Besides, I'm just a 4-year-old. What could I possibly want? You burst in here unannounced." After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinxue conceded, realizing the truth in his words, and finally retracted her sword. Feeling somewhat awkward, she shifted the conversation, asking, "What is your name?" Before inquiring about another's name, should one not first introduce oneself? Although Yi Qifeng had already surmised the identity of the young girl before him, he could not resist the urge to tease her, thus deliberately posing the question. He wished to see if Qian Rinxue would reveal her true name. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinxue recalled her grandfather's admonition to never disclose her identity indiscriminately. Hence, she decided to fabricate a false name, proclaiming, "I am called Qian Shui." "And you, little brat?" Indeed, Qian Rinxue had concocted a fictitious name, and Yi Qifeng could easily deduce the reasoning behind it. When she referred to him as little brat, his expression darkened, and his lips twitched in exasperation. However, he chose not to dwell on it. "I have a name, and it is not little brat," Yi Qifeng retorted, slightly irked before introducing himself. "I am Yi Qifeng. You may call me Qifeng." Once the introductions were completed, Yi Qifeng cast a sidelong glance at Qian Rinxue. "Your surname is Qian. Are you from the Qian family of the Angel clan?" "How do you know?" Qian Rinxue inquired, astonished. "I am not a fool. In the entire Spirit City, who else would bear the surname Qian but the Angel clan?" Yi Qifeng replied with a casual smile. At that moment, the hidden figures of Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu exchanged astonished glances, realizing that this child possessed a commendable intellect. "Very well, Qifeng. What brings you here alone? Where are your parents?" Qian Rinxue asked. "Oh, I am an orphan from the orphanage nearby," Yi Qifeng stated with a smile, extending a finger towards the orphanage not far from the lakeside. Taken aback, Qian Rinxue had not anticipated that this delicately crafted child was an orphan. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he seemed entirely untroubled by his status. "Why are you not saddened by this?" She could not help but ask out of curiosity. "What is there to be sad about? Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Life is not merely a lamentation over lost joys. What matters is one's happiness and following one's heart," Yi Qifeng replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Qian Rinxue burst into laughter. "You little brat. Why do you speak with such maturity? What do you know of life's principles?" For reasons unknown, her spirits lifted considerably, and she found herself increasingly intrigued by the small boy before her. As she gazed upon him, she suddenly realized that Yi Qifeng appeared excessively endearing, fostering an unexpected sense of familiarity. Yi Qifeng then asked Qian Rinxue, "What is it? Do you have something troubling you? You were just crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. What sorrow has befallen you?" Qian Rinxue's expression fell, and for reasons unknown, she felt inclined to open her heart. Why do some people have the heart to abandon their children, or even wish to harm them? Yi Qifeng pondered for a moment before responding. "That is a difficult question. Even a tiger does not consume its young. No parent would abandon their child without cause. If they do, it can only be for 2 reasons. Either they are inherently cold-hearted, viewing life as inconsequential, or they are facing insurmountable difficulties with untold secrets." After contemplating his words, Qian Rinxue concluded that the woman in question could not be a cold-hearted individual, as evidenced by her nurturing of Hulaina, as if she were her own daughter. With her thoughts racing, Qian Rinxue quietly asked if there are untold secrets. Why does she not share them? Yi Qifeng looked up at her and replied, "If it is indeed an untold secret, she naturally would not disclose it. Some matters must be discovered by oneself or require you to find a way to open her heart, allowing her to willingly share her thoughts with you. Perhaps you should delve into her past. You may uncover the answers you seek. To understand her past, Qian Rinxue pondered, lowering her gaze. In the shadows, Bibi Dong listened to Yi Qifeng's words, feeling a surge of emotion, as if he had struck a nerve. Qian Douluo, equally astonished, observed that the young boy seemed excessively astute for his age, articulating profound insights with remarkable accuracy. Unbeknownst to Yi Qifeng, who was now teasing the contemplative Qian Rinxue, he remarked, "So, the abandoned child you speak of is you?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she immediately retorted, "I did not say it was me. It was someone else." She was flustered. A friend of yours?" Yi Qifeng chuckled, providing her a way to escape the situation. Yes, it is my friend." Qian Rinxue's azure eyes twinkled as she quickly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue's keen gaze swept across Yi Qifeng, noticing several books beside him. Those are books from the Spirit Hall's archive. Where did you acquire them?" She recognized. Her curiosity piqued. As an orphan, how could he possess the means to borrow such tomes? "What are you reading?" Qian Rinxue inquired suddenly. Yi Qifeng raised the book in his hand, displaying the title on the cover, The 10 Core Competencies of Spirit Souls. Is it related to spirit souls? How is the book? Qian Rinxue's interest was ignited. Bibi Dong, hidden in the shadows, also perked up upon hearing the title. It is nothing remarkable. A worthless piece of trash authored by a self-aggrandizing master, Yi Qifeng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong's expression darkened instantly, while Qian Douluo smiled. Is that so? Let me take a look. Qian Rinxue, unfamiliar with the book, was curious as to why Yi Qifeng held such a poor opinion of it. She took the book from him and quickly skimmed through it. After reading, she could not help but furrow her delicate brows. How is it? Does it not seem devoid of any substantial value? Yi Qifeng asked with a smile. Indeed, over 90% consists of mere common knowledge, and the remaining less than 10% is riddled with erroneous conjectures, Qian Rinxue replied. But it is not merely common knowledge and conjecture. There is also plagiarism involved. Take a look at these, Yi Qifeng said, flipping through several ancient texts to find the corresponding pages, which he then handed to Qian Rinxue. Indeed, after reviewing them, Qian Rinxue's brows knitted even tighter. The texts in the Spirit Hall's archives were meticulously selected, each a paragon of excellence, and not just any book could find its way into them. The archive was a sacred repository of knowledge for the Spirit Hall, brimming with invaluable information. To have a worthless tome included was tantamount to undermining the very foundation of the Spirit Hall. She could not tolerate it. At that moment, Yi Qifeng remarked, "These books are all from the Spirit Hall's archives, including this one, The 10 Core Competencies of Spirit Souls. Oh, my friend helped me borrow them. How outrageous! Who had the audacity to carelessly include such a worthless book in the Spirit Hall's archives? What were they thinking? Have they lost their minds? Or have they been devoured by a dog?" Qian Rinxue's ire rose, her words becoming sharper. Yi Qifeng paused, bemused, and replied, "The person you're referring to is likely your own mother." He could not help but recall the stunning woman he had not seen in 4 years. Now seated upon the papal throne, surely radiating an even more captivating aura than before. Cough, cough. With a gentle cough, Yi Qifeng intervened to quell Qian Rinxue's reprimand, seeking to offer a modicum of defense for Bibi Dong, not wishing for her words to be excessively harsh. After all, she had been brought back to Spirit City by Bibi Dong, which could be considered a life-saving grace. Furthermore, she was ultimately Qian Rinxue's biological mother. Diverting the conversation, Yi Qifeng remarked, "You may find it hard to believe, but this book actually originates from the hands of the foremost master in the realm of soul masters, renowned for his theories on martial spirits. Is that not laughable?" Upon uttering this, the mockery on her face was unmistakable. Typically, each tome in the Spirit Hall's archives is safeguarded by a unique cover, marked with an exclusive number, title, and author. However, this particular book bore only a cover and title, lacking any further identifying information. Qian Rinxue reluctantly peeled away the cover, finally revealing the illustrious name of its author, Yu Xiaojang. Instantly, her expression darkened. A memory surfaced. She recalled a rumor that this Yu Xiaojang was the first love of that detestable woman. "If you encounter this person in the future, do not hesitate to express your disdain," Yi Qifeng insinuated. Qian Rinxue's demeanor shifted dramatically, her soul power igniting as she prepared to destroy the book. However, She was thwarted by Yi Qifeng's swift reflexes as she snatched it back, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I still intend to return it. If you truly feel angered, you could destroy it after I return it. There's no need to return it. This trash does not deserve a place in the Spirit Hall's collection," Qian Rinxue retorted indignantly. Indeed, Yi Qifeng agreed. However, it is imperative that we uncover the truth. Qian Rinxue silently resolved. She then turned to Yi Qifeng and inquired, "Have you finished reading this book?" "I have," came the response. "Then hand it over to me directly. It need not be returned. I will handle matters with the archives. I wish to see who had the audacity to include this in the collection," Qian Rinxue declared. "Very well." Yi Qifeng mused for a moment before smiling and passing the book to her. After all, she was the heir of the Spirit Hall, so it was of little consequence. Bibi Dong, hidden in the shadows, listened to their exchange, a few strands of dark annoyance appearing on her forehead. The book in question had indeed been arranged for inclusion in the archives by her own hand. In her youth, in an effort to address the issues surrounding twin martial spirits, she had once managed the Spirit Hall's archives for a time. It was during this period that she had included the works of that weak, incompetent man. At the time, she had been naive, uncritically believing that any work authored by him was a classic. After hearing a few remarks from him, she had taken it upon herself to include his writings in the Spirit Hall's collection. Today, she had long forgotten this fact. It seemed necessary to conduct some verification. However, that little brat, so young yet so audacious. Bibi Dong regarded Yi Qifeng, who resembled a porcelain doll, her expression slightly sour. In that moment, she had not recognized Yi Qifeng as the infant who had aided her in breaking through her title 4 years prior, though a vague sense of familiarity lingered. Over the past 4 years, she had been preoccupied with hunting soul beasts for soul rings and tirelessly training, and it did not cross her mind. Even if that man was indeed weak and incompetent, it was not for a child to belittle. She would not allow it. As her thoughts swirled, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them, her expression turning frosty as she instinctively sought to defend that man. The experiences of these years had turned the protection of him into an obsession in her heart, one that she was scarcely aware of. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu, lurking in the shadows, detected the change in Bibi Dong's emotions and could not help but chuckle, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of comfort washed over him. He glanced at Yi Qifeng, feeling an unexpected sense of relief, his eyes filled with a cryptic meaning. Fortunately, Yi Qifeng did not catch this expression. Otherwise, he would surely suspect that the old man was up to no good. Qian Daolu mused inwardly. "I have long asserted that that worthless fellow is nothing to be revered. Bibi Dong, you should obediently fulfill your role as the Pope and safeguard the foundation of the Spirit Hall for little Shui." Haha. Chapter 36. The plan to usurp the nation. Qian Rinxue left in a huff. Upon returning to the offering hall, she recounted her grievances from the encounter with Bibi Dong to her grandfather. Having already shed tears, and after her conversation with Yi Qifeng, she no longer felt the initial sorrow. However, the bitterness remained. She harbored no further hopes. From the moment she fled the Pope's chamber, she resolved never to forgive that woman again. Henceforth, she would regard her not as her mother, but at best, as her sister. Qian Daolu understood this all too well, but continued to patiently console his granddaughter until she once again wore a smile. She then shared her encounter with an intriguing child and urged Qian Daolu to investigate the nonsensical book that should not have found its way into the archives. Knowing the backstory, Qian Daolu readily agreed. In the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong sat upon the throne, her jade legs crossed, propping her alabaster chin with a delicate hand. She had just returned and, after some contemplation, summoned the elder Gui Mei to her presence. In the next moment, Gui Mei's form materialized from a shroud of black mist. Kneeling respectfully before her, "Your Holiness." Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon him and instructed, "Elder Gui, I have a task for you. Investigate a book titled The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Spirits within the archives of the Spirit Hall. I wish to know every detail, including the evaluations from all scholars researching martial spirits associated with this work. Additionally, please look into an orphan named Yi Qifeng from the Spirit Hall's orphanage." "Understood, Your Holiness," Gui Mei intoned, accepting the command. This was Bibi Dong's first directive since ascending to the papacy, one that involved investigating a book and an orphan, leaving Gui Mei bewildered. Yet, being a loyal individual, He would diligently execute the Pope's orders without question, adhering strictly to the commands without delving deeper. He was not one to prattle like the loquacious Ju Yue Guan. In the offering hall, Qian Daolu undertook a similar course of action as Bibi Dong, summoning the leader of the Douluo warriors to conduct a thorough investigation of the book and Yi Qifeng. This was particularly relevant to his granddaughter, Qian Renxue, who was quite invested in the matter. However, the key focus for Bibi Dong was the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, while Qian Daolu's interest leaned slightly more toward Yi Qifeng. Within the span of an hour, 2 nearly identical reports were delivered into the hands of Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu. Bibi Dong took the report, her gaze sweeping over it. Upon reading, her expression darkened instantly. Grabbing the nearby, newly transcribed copy of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, she flipped through it, only to toss it aside with a sharp clap, exclaiming, "What is this?" Disdain was etched across her face, feeling as though merely holding it might scald her hands. It is indeed as that little orphan stated. The so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls consist primarily of common knowledge, with a significant portion seemingly plagiarized, while the remainder comprises flawed conjectures. The report elucidates this clearly, enumerating the plagiarized sections. Furthermore, there are records within the Martial Soul Hall to substantiate these claims. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt a pang in her heart, reflecting on her past judgment in treating this inferior material as a treasured artifact worthy of inclusion in the Martial Soul Hall's archives. In this instant, her perception of that man as cowardice and incompetence became starkly clearer, shattering the once cherished image she held of him. However, upon reviewing the information on Yi Qifeng, her spirits lifted slightly. She gazed at the detailed introduction about him, astonished to discover that the orphan was the very child who had aided her in breaking through to her title 4 years prior. Moreover, he had shared a childhood bond with her disciple, Nana. Bibi Dong murmured softly, "So those books were lent to him by Nana. No wonder she has been frequenting the archives lately. I thought she was simply heeding my advice and genuinely eager to learn, reminiscent of my own youthful fervor." A smile, tinged with amusement, curled at the corners of her lips. "So it's not because of me, is it? That little girl, at such a tender age, is already swaying her allegiances. It seems I must enhance her training regimen." Yet, the question of whether to adopt that child lingered in her mind. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow in contemplation. For years ago, due to the threat posed by that beast, she had refrained from bringing him back to the Holy Maiden Palace, reluctantly sending him to the orphanage at the Martial Soul Hall. Now that she had ascended to the position of Pope, it should pose no issue. Nevertheless, her foundation remained unstable, and she feared that the elders of the offering hall would object. It seemed unwise to pursue this matter further for the time being. After all, the child appeared to be thriving in the orphanage. He was merely 4 years old. She would wait 2 years to see if he awakened his martial soul. Should he possess the potential to become a soul master, she would undoubtedly take him as her disciple. If he were destined for a life as an ordinary person, she would ensure his safety and happiness for all his days. Resolute in her decision, Bibi Dong set aside this matter for now. Within the Martial Soul Academy, in a special training secret realm, the environment was uniquely suited for cultivation, allowing soul masters below the rank of soul sovereign to double their training speed. At that moment, Hulaina, deeply engrossed in her meditative practice, was abruptly awakened by a chill that swept through her. Startled by the sudden coolness, she blinked in confusion, unsure of what had roused her. Scanning her surroundings and finding nothing amiss, she reassured herself and resumed her meditation. She recalled her teacher mentioning that activating the secret realm required substantial resources and time was of the essence. In the offering hall, Qian Daolu scrutinized the report, his expression darkening. "What utter rubbish!" he exclaimed, feeling as though his eyes had been sullied. With a swift motion, he reduced the transcribed content to mere dust. After perusing Yi Qifeng's information, he acknowledged the boy's remarkable memory, his penchant for reading, and his astute intellect, but soon dismissed it, having encountered many clever individuals throughout his life. Ultimately, Bibi Dong issued an edict to remove the 10 core competencies of martial souls from the archives of the Martial Soul Hall. Yet, she could not bring herself to completely obliterate it, allowing the man a modicum of dignity and reputation. Following this decision, Bibi Dong began contemplating another issue concerning Qian Renxue. She deemed it necessary to extricate her from Martial Soul City, lest she succumb to the urge to eliminate her. Seated upon the Pope's throne, she rubbed her temples, Her eyes closed as thoughts swirled within her mind. Ah, I recall that beast, Qin Shuanji, once proposed a scheme to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire. However, it was shelved due to a lack of suitable candidates. Qian Rinxue could serve in this capacity. After all, the angelic soul bone inherited by her family possesses a cloaking function. Perfect. Yet, she could not place Qian Rinxue in a perilous situation. The plan required further refinement. Yes, that shall suffice. With her resolve firm, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Qin Shuanji, you never anticipated that the plan you conceived would ultimately require your own daughter to execute it. I wonder how you will feel if you learn of this from the depths of hell. The mere thought of Qin Shuanji sent a wave of coldness across Bibi Dong's face as a flicker of malevolence flashed in her eyes, indicating that her thoughts were becoming increasingly influenced by dark intentions. Chapter 37. Qian Rinxue's farewell. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Having not seen Hulaina, the little fox, for 2 months, Yi Qifeng found himself missing her. During this time, Hulaina had been engrossed in her training and had not returned. In contrast, Qian Rinxue visited him almost daily. Yi Qifeng was uncertain of her intentions, feeling quite perplexed. As their encounters increased, the two gradually grew more familiar with one another. Once familiarity set in, Qian Rinxue's domineering nature began to surface. She, taking advantage of her age, sought ways to dominate Yi Qifeng, insisting that he refer to her as his elder sister. Unbeknownst to her, within Yi Qifeng's youthful frame resided the soul of an adult, making it impossible for him to acquiesce to her demands. Pressed for compliance, Yi Qifeng retaliated by calling her little shui. This incensed her to the point of fury. Subsequently, the exasperated Qian Rinxue resorted to threats and enticing offers, deploying every tactic at her disposal. Yet she could not coerce the stubborn child into submission. Feeling somewhat defeated, she was unwilling to concede. Naturally competitive, she was determined to claim what she desired. This brother was hers to have. Qian Rinxue had a peculiar fondness for pinching Yi Qifeng's chubby, fair cheeks, a habit reminiscent of Bibi Dong, who had also enjoyed the same pastime. Yi Qifeng, resigned, thought to himself, is it my fault for being adorable? During her time spent with Yi Qifeng, Qian Rinxue found herself significantly happier, her days filled with laughter. Previously, she had mostly remained confined to the offering hall, her activities limited to the mountain upon which it stood, venturing outside only on rare occasions, devoid of friends, with her only companion being her grandfather, Qian Douluo. Yi Qifeng was the sole person, apart from her grandfather, with whom she could engage in conversation. Spending time with him was particularly enjoyable, especially their playful banter, which brought her immense joy. Despite being only 4 years old, his speech often bore the weight of wisdom beyond his years. At times, she even questioned whether this little rascal was merely an ancient being in disguise. She harbored a curiosity to peer inside his head to uncover its workings. One day, observing Yi Qifeng frequently perched upon a rock, poring over books on martial soul theories, Qian Rinxue hatched the idea of a contest to see who could master more martial soul theories, hoping to compel him to call her sister. The outcome was inevitable. She lost, and thoroughly so. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Qifeng's mastery of the theoretical knowledge of martial souls far exceeded that of Qian Rinxue, the young master of the martial soul hall. Although she had been defeated, Qian Rinxue was indignant. Yi Qifeng had once mentioned that among all in the martial soul hall, there was a woman who was likely the most knowledgeable about martial soul theory. This only fueled her frustration. What right did that woman have to surpass her understanding? She was determined to surpass that woman, but first she needed to surpass this little brat before her. Losing to Yi Qifeng left Qian Rinxue feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could she accept being outdone by a mere 4-year-old child when her goal was to defeat that woman? In the future, she intended to personally reclaim the martial soul hall from her, allowing her to experience the bitter taste of failure. Thus, Qian Rinxue followed Yi Qifeng's lead, turning to books to acquire more knowledge about martial souls. On this day, as usual, Yi Qifeng arrived at the cool, tranquil rocks by the blue lake. He glanced at Qian Rinxue, who sat beside him, deep in thought. Considering the time, it seemed that Qian Rinxue would soon be sent by Bibi Dong to the martial soul city, to masquerade as a prince and execute a treacherous plan against the country. Observing her troubled expression from the past few days, he surmised it was nearly a certainty. Little wind, I must leave, Qian Renshue said, her gaze fixed on the distant blue lake, her tone subdued and tinged with reluctance, though she quickly regained her resolve. Leave? Where to? Yi Qifeng asked, feigning ignorance. A faraway place, far from the martial Soul City, she replied. Have you made up your mind? He inquired. Qian Renshue turned to him, her phoenix-like eyes questioning. You seem not surprised. Indeed, it is evident. Yi Qifeng nodded, having noticed her distracted demeanor over the last few days, indicating she harbored concerns. There is something I must do, she stated, her azure eyes brimming with determination and defiance, as she resolved to prove herself to that woman. Did Elder Qian agree? Huh? You mean did my grandfather consent? Qian Renshue's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Qifeng chuckled at her astonished expression. Actually, I guessed it when we first met. There are not many with the surname Qian in the martial Soul City, counting on one hand, aside from the rumored one who has passed. I could think of no others. Am I right, Miss Qian Renshue, the young master of the martial Soul Hall? Qian Renshue exhaled. Little wind, you truly are clever. Before Yi Qifeng could respond, she stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair hands to pinch his round face, stretching it playfully as she chided. Since you already knew, why didn't you say anything? Are you watching me make a fool of myself? And you should call me sister. Hey, what are you doing? Let go. Yi Qifeng mumbled in a muffled voice. Qian Renshue raised her proud little head and released him with a huff. I was waiting for you to say it yourself. If you choose not to, I'll just pretend I didn't know. I wouldn't want to see you embarrassed, would I, Shuer? Yi Qifeng rubbed his slightly sore cheek. After a moment's thought, he added, if you seek to prove yourself, you need not go at all. With your talent, diligent cultivation will suffice to demonstrate your worth. This time, Qian Renshue did not mind Yi Qifeng addressing her as Shuer. Following his line of thought, she insisted, no, I must go. A few days prior, when that woman had approached her with a demand to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire and enact a treacherous plot, she had initially rejected the idea without hesitation. Yet, that woman had dared to question her abilities, implying she lacked the capability to fulfill such a plan, which ignited her anger. Remembering the woman's disappointed expression, Qian Renshue felt a surge of indignation, compelling her to accept the task of executing the treacherous plot. She resolved to prove herself to that woman. With determination in her gaze, Qian Renshue declared, very well. Yi Qifeng, observing her resolute demeanor, recognized she had made her decision and chose not to dissuade her further. Instead, he shifted the conversation, asking, Shuer, what is your current cultivation level? I am a soul master at level 38. Why? She replied, let me see your soul rings. Yi Qifeng requested. Though Qian Renshue harbored doubts, she complied and revealed her soul rings. Suddenly, radiant light flickered, and 3 spectacular soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beneath her feet, pulsating rhythmically around her. With a slight lift of her chin, she proudly showcased her soul rings to Yi Qifeng. What do you think? Are they not beautiful? Each one was meticulously chosen, a standard configuration for their age. Yi Qifeng, however, did not indulge her pride. This was his second encounter with soul rings. The first had been when he arrived in the Douluo continent and witnessed the rings of the Yue Guan. Comparing the colors, he noted that Qian Renshue's rings were deeper in hue than those of the Yue Guan, indicating a higher quality and age. However, the ages are still low, he remarked. Qian Renshue paused, quickly defending. That's impossible. My grandfather personally obtained them for me. Each soul ring comes from a martial soul beast of the holy light lineage that is nearing its limit. The first soul ring is 400 years old, the second nearly 750 years, and the third reaches an impressive 1,700 years. These are all close to the maximum age for a soul master. Grandfather warned that exceeding these ages will be detrimental to my body. Yi Qifeng countered, nonsense, your grandfather is being overly cautious. Qian Renshue retorted, my grandfather is not mistaken. The limits of soul rings have been studied extensively in our martial soul hall. Surely, you have encountered this knowledge in your readings. At this moment, Yi Qifeng asked, your martial soul is the divine level 6-winged angel, correct? And you possess innate soul power of level 20? Yes, Qian Renshue nodded. The limits of soul rings apply to ordinary soul masters. However, Shuer, you are exceptional, with your innate soul power of level 20 and your divine martial soul. You cannot be compared to ordinary soul masters. You can absorb soul rings of much greater age, Yi Qifeng explained. How can that be? She exclaimed. There are no howevers. Let me ask you, when you absorbed your current 3 soul rings, did you find it effortless? Indeed, she admitted after a moment as contemplation. Did you complete the absorption swiftly and without any feeling of obstruction? Yi Qifeng pressed further. Yes, Qian Renxue affirmed once more. Then, that is the crux of the matter. You have yet to reach your limits. Based on my understanding from the extensive literature on martial souls, the maximum age that a soul master can endure for their soul rings increases with their physical capabilities. One can indeed absorb rings of higher ages than their current limits. Given your innate soul power of level 20 and your divine martial soul, your physical and mental constitution is inherently strong and far beyond that of an ordinary person. You have surpassed the level of a great soul master and may even be at the soul master level. Thus, you need not adhere to the conventional theories of soul ring limits. From the very first soul ring, one possesses the capacity to absorb rings that surpass the conventional age limit. Thus, it is only fitting that the first soul ring be chosen from the 1,000-year category, characterized by its purple hue. Moreover, a divine martial soul possesses an acute sensitivity to soul power, allowing one to discern through their martial soul whether a soul ring is suitable for absorption. If you trust my judgment, you may consider selecting a soul ring of approximately 10,000 years for your 4th. Whether or not you can absorb, it will be revealed by your martial soul. Upon hearing this, Yi Qifeng observed Qian Renshue's slightly agape mouth and solemnly remarked, Shuer, do not squander your exceptional talent. I may need to discuss this with my grandfather. Qian Renshue replied. After absorbing Yi Qifeng's insights, her eyes brightened with contemplation, yet she ultimately decided to confer with others before making a choice. Their discussion regarding martial souls extended for quite some time, lasting 2 hours. After leaving a plethora of books behind, Qian Renshue reluctantly took her leave, coincidentally brushing past Hulaina, who was on her way to find Yi Qifeng. Over the past 2 months, Hulaina, along with Xie Yu and Yan, have been training in a unique secret realm provided by the Martial Soul Hall Academy, which concluded only an hour prior. Once they emerged from the secret realm, the trio dispersed to seek their respective mentors. Hulaina first visited the Hall of Popes to report her training results and receive guidance on her practice from her teacher, Bibi Dong. Without a moment's delay, she hurried to find Yi Qifeng, missing him dearly after 2 months apart. As she excitedly approached, Hulaina unexpectedly encountered Qian Renshue. Their eyes met, and mutual surprise flickered across their faces. Qian Renshue regarded the petite, golden-haired Hulaina, quickly deducing her identity as an orphan and a childhood companion of Yi Qifeng, cherished by a certain woman. Though her feelings were complex, she chose not to reveal them, continuing on her path without hesitation. She is quite attractive, but not as beautiful as I am, Qian Renshue mused privately, finding herself inexplicably pleased. With a smile and a nod towards Hulaina, she walked away with a hint of pride. At that moment, Hulaina, unaware of Qian Renshue's identity, marveled inwardly at the elegant figure before her, exclaiming silently, Wow, this sister is stunning. Her exquisite features and noble aura rival even that of my teacher. When Qian Renshue acknowledged her with a nod and a smile, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. Confusion filled her mind with questions. Do we know each other? Why did she smile at me? Did she depart from the direction of Xiaofeng? Perhaps she knows him? Never mind, I shall ask him later. Xiaofeng, I'm back, Hulaina announced cheerfully as she bounded towards Yi Qifeng. Hearing her voice, he lifted his gaze from the book in his hands, pleasantly surprised to see her radiant smile. Nana, have you completed your training? He inquired with a grin. Yes, I finished an hour ago. I visited my teacher first, and then came directly to find you, Hulaina replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. After a moment, she teasingly asked, Xiaofeng, did you miss me during these 2 months? Seeing her adorable demeanor, Yi Qifeng chuckled, thinking how she still possessed the innocence of a child. Of course, I thought of you every day. Hee, I missed you too. Hulaina beamed, her enchanting eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Suddenly, her gaze flicked to the array of books beside Yi Qifeng. Oh, Xiaofeng, where did you get these books? They don't seem to be from my previous borrowings. They were gifted by a newly acquainted friend. During your absence, I finished the previous books and asked her to lend me some more, Yi Qifeng explained. At that moment, Hulaina recalled the striking girl who had just departed and inquired, Is she the beautiful golden-haired sister I just saw? Did you meet her, Nana? Yes. I noticed her leaving as I arrived. Hulaina nodded, adding, she even smiled and nodded at me. But truly she is so beautiful. Who is she? Yi Qifeng considered briefly before deciding against revealing Qian Rinchu's identity, reasoning that Hulaina was not yet ready to know. If Qian Daolu learned of her existence, he might act unpredictably. Oh, Hulaina pouted slightly, but quickly dismissed her curiosity, opting to let it go. Picking up a book, she began to read. Chapter 39. The Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony. As time flew by, 2 years passed. Yi Qifeng, now 6 years old, had grown into a child of about 1 meter and 30 centimeters in height. The baby fat on his face had faded, revealing increasingly handsome contours. Today marked the annual occasion for Martial Soul Awakenings, and it was finally Yi Qifeng's turn. At dawn, he awoke early, completed his morning routine, and enjoyed breakfast in the orphanage dining hall. Returning to the dormitory, he changed into new clothes provided by the orphanage director. Sitting on his bed, he awaited the summons from Director Li Qing. As he surveyed the collective dormitory that had been his home for 5 years, a tinge of complexity washed over him. After today, he would likely not return for a long while, much like Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yan. He pondered the nature of his martial soul awakening, uncertain of what it might reveal. Should he awaken a useless martial soul or possess no innate soul power at all? Even with his extensive knowledge of the Martial Soul Hall's archives, his chances of becoming a soul master would be slim, unless he encountered some fortuitous event, such as a celestial grade herb capable of transforming the essence of his martial soul. Yet, inexplicably, Yi Qifeng felt a premonition that he might awaken an extraordinary martial soul. He could not fathom the source of this feeling, but it intrigued him. For the moment, he decided to set aside such thoughts. Even if he awakened a martial soul deemed ineffective, he would find ways to become a soul master. Regardless, having entered the world of Douluo, he was determined to procure celestial-grade herbs for himself. Such treasures could not be left for that scoundrel Tang San to enjoy. Yi Qifeng felt a sense of anticipation regarding the martial soul awakening, but unlike the nervousness exhibited by Hulaina and others, he remained surprisingly calm and composed. For the past 6 years, his heart had been as tranquil as water, experiencing little turbulence. He sensed that he had forgotten a significant experience or lost something important. Yet upon reflection, he discerned no anomalies. His memories of his past life remained intact, and his current memories consisted primarily of the mundane affairs of orphanage life. Shaking his head, Yi Qifeng chose to cease his contemplation. Due to Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin being assigned to training, they were unable to accompany Yi Qifeng to witness his soul awakening ceremony. This left Hulaina feeling despondent for quite some time. Ever since her training as a soul master gained momentum, Bibi Dong had increased the intensity of her training tasks. Consequently, the opportunities for Hulaina to visit Yi Qifeng dwindled significantly, from once a week to once every 2 weeks, then 3 weeks, a month, and now, it had been 2 full months since they last met. Over the past 2 years, Hulaina had been engrossed in her studies and training, which is why, at the tender age of 8, she had already attained the status of a level 21 soul master. Xieyu and Yin also benefited from her diligence, both achieving the level of a level 25 soul master. Soon, the voice of Dean Li Qing calling for assembly echoed from downstairs. Yi Qifeng donned his shoes and adjusted his attire before descending to join the gathering. One by one, over a dozen children from the orphanage, all aged 6 and above, assembled in the courtyard. As in previous years, Dean Li Qing and 2 teachers led the way as they walked to the Soul Hall, located 2 blocks away in the West District. After half an hour, the group finally arrived at the front of the West District Soul Hall. Knights from the Soul Hall patrolled the area, maintaining order, while the square in front was already bustling with people. Most were parents accompanying their children, standing in line by district. The orphanage had a designated area within its respective district, and Dean Li Qing, along with the 2 teachers, guided the children there to form a queue. The children from the orphanage were somewhat anxious and dared not speak, but their curious eyes roamed around, observing. Seeing other children accompanied by their parents stirred feelings of envy among them. However, Yi Qifeng remained remarkably composed. Upon witnessing this scene, he merely smiled. Having once been an orphan himself, while he had envied such familial bonds in his youth, he had long since come to terms with it. Unlike a certain brother who craved love to an almost obsessive degree regarding parents and kinship, Yi Qifeng was not cold-hearted. He simply understood that one could still lead a fulfilling life, even in solitude. After a little over 10 minutes, the soul awakening ceremony commenced. A bishop from the West District Soul Hall emerged and began calling the children from each district to enter for their soul awakening. Adults were not permitted to accompany them inside. The entrance was guarded by Soul Hall warriors, preventing adults from entering, who anxiously peered in, displaying even greater nervousness than their children. When the children emerged after awakening their souls, parents would rush forward, either to inquire or to receive the Soul Master certificate to check the results. Responses varied. Some parents wept with joy, while others were left heartbroken and despondent. After half an hour, it was finally the orphanage's turn. Dean Li Qing and the two teachers offered reassurances, advising the children to remain calm and follow the bishop's instructions. Subsequently, Yi Qifeng joined the line and entered the dome structure hall. In the center stood the platinum Bishop Zivis, clad in a robe adorned with platinum and silver threads. In front of him lay 6 radiant gemstones arranged in a hexagonal formation, intricately carved with patterns, forming a large hexagram array specifically designed for soul awakening. Theoretically, a soul master could directly inject their soul power into a person to facilitate soul awakening. However, this would consume a substantial amount of soul power, most of which would be wasted. Unless one was a formidable soul Douluo, it was inadvisable to attempt such an awakening without the designated array. Very few soul masters could endure the immense loss of soul power without risking backlash or even death. The hexagram array was created to resolve this issue, stabilizing and enhancing soul power, thereby minimizing waste and significantly reducing the amount of soul power required by the officiating soul master. Additionally, it isolated the officiant from the awakener, safeguarding the officiating soul master from potential backlash and ensuring their safety. Next to the array stood a pillar over half a meter tall, upon which rested a crystal ball the size of a human head, gently shimmering with a hazy glow, capturing the children's attention. This was the soul power crystal used to test innate soul power. Essentially, it was a specialized soul tool crafted from unique crystals sensitive to soul power. Due to the rarity of the raw materials and the complexity of its production, it was an exceedingly rare and costly item, possessed only by the Soul Hall and various major factions. The Soul Hall was the only entity across the continent with the knowledge and capability to produce such items in bulk, which is why they alone could afford to provide free soul awakening services to the general populace. The crystal owned by the West District Soul Hall could detect soul power levels up to 30, making it more than sufficient for assessing the innate soul power of 6-year-old children during their awakening. Chapter 40. Anomaly. Omen at either end of the hall. Several chairs were placed, occupied by various red-robed bishops affiliated with the West District Soul Hall and a figure in black robes. These individuals were observers of the soul awakening ceremony. Additionally, several instructors were present to maintain order and record the information regarding the awakening of souls. Among all present, the most peculiar was the figure in black robes, shrouded in mystery, their features concealed beneath a hood, leaving no one able to discern their identity. This was the Elder Gay, the esteemed figure of the Hall of the Pope. His presence here was by the order of Pope Bibi Dong, with a singular purpose, to summon Yi Qifeng following his soul awakening for an audience with the Pope. The arrival of Gui Daw at the West District Soul Hall astonished Bishop Zivis, who felt an immense weight of pressure. Gui Daw was responsible for overseeing punishments within the Soul Hall, and the sudden appearance of such a figure had caused a stir among the hall's occupants, leaving them fearful of potential repercussions. However, once it became clear that his presence was not a harbinger of doom, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zivis was perplexed by the elder's motives for attending. Was it merely to observe the soul awakening ceremony? As the next group of children entered for their awakening, Zivis quickly steadied his emotions and resumed his role as the officiant, channeling soul power into the array to illuminate it. Subsequently, one by one, the children were guided by a gentle-looking female instructor, seemingly in her 30s, into the formation. The procedure involved awakening their martial souls, testing their innate soul power, recording information, and issuing soul master certificates. As the high-ranking platinum bishop, Zivis personally presided over the ceremony. The efficiency of the martial soul awakening was remarkably high, with nearly 1 child awakened per minute. Yi Qifeng stood among the line, observing with curiosity. Given that they were in the Soul Master City, where all residents were soul masters, The children from this city typically possessed decent martial soul qualities. It was not uncommon to find advanced martial souls and innate soul power levels of 5 or 6, with a few approaching top-tier martial souls boasting innate soul power levels of 7, which was commendable. However, the situation for the orphans fell short in comparison. Standing in the rear of the line, Yi Qifeng noted that among the first 10 children, 8 possessed worthless martial souls with no potential for soul mastery, while the remaining 2 only had ordinary martial souls, with innate soul powers around levels 2 or 3. Alas, the quality of martial soul awakenings for this year's orphans seemed rather lacking. Zivis couldn't help but sigh inwardly, recalling the 3 prodigious children from 2 or 3 years prior. In contrast, disappointment inevitably crossed his face as he shook his head and continued to officiate the ceremony. Finally, it was Yi Qifeng's turn. Following the gentle guidance of the instructor, he stepped into the center of the hexagram formation. At that moment, Gei Mei, seated nearby, abruptly opened his eyes from beneath the shadow of his dark robe, directing his gaze towards Yi Qifeng. Upon seeing Yi Qifeng standing still, Zivis immediately infused soul power into the formation. Instantly, the hexagram blazed with brilliant light. Surrounded by the radiant glow, Yi Qifeng felt a wave of comfort enveloping him. Sensing an invisible force poised to be drawn forth, yet it seemed just out of reach. A minute swiftly passed, and Yi Qifeng looked at his hands, finding no martial soul manifesting. Zivis furrowed his brow, slightly intensifying the output of his soul power. 2 minutes elapsed, and still, Yi Qifeng held nothing in his hands. His unique martial soul remained elusive. At that moment, Zivis seemed to grasp something. This familiar sensation mirrored that of 2 or 3 years ago when he awakened the martial souls of those 3 talented children. An unexpected joy surged within him, and a smile involuntarily graced his face. He understood this was a precursor to the emergence of a top-tier martial soul. Having officiated the martial soul awakening ceremony for many years, Zivis had discerned certain patterns. The higher the martial soul grade and innate soul power level, the more soul power was typically required for awakening. As he presided over the ceremony, he could now roughly predict the grade of the martial soul and the level of innate soul power based on the amount of soul power injected. Zivis harbored a peculiar fondness for awakening martial souls, relishing the opportunity to uncover talent among the children, akin to opening a mystery box, deriving surprise and delight from the experience. He took pleasure in this process. Otherwise, he could have simply appointed a cardinal of soul saint rank to conduct the awakening ceremony himself, rather than personally overseeing it. It was highly likely that another extraordinary talent was about to be born under his guidance. At this moment, Zivis felt a mix of nerves, excitement, and anticipation as he further increased the infusion of soul power. However, another minute passed, and Yi Qifeng remained empty-handed. He cast a questioning glance at the platinum bishop Zivis, who was now somewhat bewildered. Zivis continued to amplify his soul power output, his soul power level soaring from Great Soul Master to Soul Respect, Soul Sect, Soul King, and then to Soul Emperor, yet it showed no signs of abating. Zivis's expression finally shifted. At this level, he distinctly sensed that the awakening formation before him was like a bottomless pit, continuously draining his soul power. This phenomenon was unprecedented and exceedingly strange. He was baffled, yet he did not cease. Instead, he continued to supply soul power. In the next moment, the soul power surged to the level of Soul Saint. At this juncture, Gui Mei, perceiving the unusual fluctuations of Zivis's soul power, swiftly rose to his feet, followed by several other cardinal bishops. All astonished as they turned their attention to Zivis and the radiant Yi Qifeng enveloped in colorful light. By this time, Yi Qifeng had closed his eyes, feeling as if something within him was on the verge of emerging. Suddenly, a dark silhouette erupted from behind Yi Qifeng. The figure mirrored him perfectly, an exceptionally unique shadow that appeared somewhat blurred, giving off an ethereal quality. A faint black light shimmered on the surface of the shadow, swaying like black flames. It bore neither the searing heat of fire nor the chilling coldness of darkness. Instead, it exuded a gentle warmth, enveloping one in a comforting embrace, reminiscent of a spring breeze. In the next instant, as the figure manifested, the hall of the temple plunged into darkness, the previously clear sky now shrouded in gloom. Concurrently, An anomaly unfolded above the Soul Temple in the Western District, where a massive vortex of black light appeared, slowly twisting and swirling. The black light radiated outward, casting shadows that enveloped the entire sky, akin to the arrival of night. The sudden upheaval left everyone within the temple wide-eyed with astonishment. Having depleted a significant portion of his soul power, Platinum Bishop Zivis finally ceased the supply upon witnessing the emergence of the martial soul. A celestial phenomenon had manifested. Observing this scene, Zivis's body trembled uncontrollably with shock. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to utter a response. The personnel within the temple began to voice their opinions. Having never before encountered such an eerie spectacle, a celestial phenomenon had appeared. Surely, an extraordinary martial soul had been awakened. What manner of martial soul could elicit such terror? This was unprecedented. A celestial phenomenon heralding a divine-level martial soul. Gue Mei murmured to himself, recalling that this was the same divine-level martial soul as the young master. A sense of urgency struck Gue Mei. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted to Yi Qifeng's side and quickly advised, "Quickly, use your will to retract your martial soul. The commotion is too great. It could easily attract the attention of spies from other factions within Soulmaster City. Such talent must be concealed and protected, lest external forces become aware of or seek to exploit it." Chapter 41. The resonance caused by the divine-level martial soul in the offering hall. Qian Daolu was currently engaged in a devout offering to the statue of the angel. Suddenly, the angel's holy sword in the statue's hand radiated golden light and trembled violently. Simultaneously, the six-winged angel martial soul on his body stirred. He instantly opened his eyes, golden light flickering within, fixing his gaze towards the direction of the Western District. The aura of the divine-level martial soul, such pure, dark energy, rivaling that of Xiao Xue's six-winged angel martial soul, yet devoid of any sinister coldness or malevolence. It seemed to complement the holy attributes of the six-winged angel martial soul. Such a prodigy must be nurtured within the offering hall, to be developed for the future assistance of Xiao Xue in managing the Soul Temple. Qian Daoliu's thoughts raced, and in a flash, he summoned Jin Yi. "Great offering. Jin Yi, you felt the unusual phenomenon just now, didn't you?" Qian Daolu inquired. The golden crocodile replied, "Indeed. This is the manifestation that occurs during the awakening of a divine-level martial soul, reminiscent of the young lady's awakening years ago." Aware that today marked the annual Martial Soul Awakening Day at the Martial Soul Hall, he was taken aback by the emergence of a promising child with a divine-level martial soul. Fetch the child with the awakened divine-level martial soul to the offering hall. Such talent must be under our control. Yes, great offering. The golden crocodile accepted the command and immediately dissipated from hall, heading towards the Martial Soul Hall in the Western District. Once he departed, Qian Daolu unleashed his formidable spiritual force, commanding all offerings and elders in the offering hall and elder hall, who sensed the same. "Everyone, remain where you are and do not interfere with this matter." He then turned to the statue of the angel, kneeling in reverent worship. "May the angel bless the Martial Soul Hall." In the papal hall, Bibi Dong sat upon the papal throne, having taken over the affairs of the Martial Soul Hall from the elder Ju Duo and the ghost Duo for a year. However, she was not attending to the hall's business at that moment. Instead, her thoughts were occupied with the awakening ceremony of Yi Qifeng. She wondered how the child's martial soul awakening was progressing and if he possessed the qualifications to become a soul master. A tinge of worry crept in, but she had sent the ghost to keep watch and believed he would be brought to her soon. Suddenly, a violent reaction emanated from the demonic power within her, and the two spider emperor martial souls stirred. Bibi Dong straightened, her gaze astonished as it turned towards the Western District. Her lips murmured the same words as Qian Daolu, the aura of a divine-level martial soul. Gripping her 2-meter-long papal staff tighter, her beautiful eyes narrowed. "Such talent must be utilized for my purposes." Sensing the golden crocodile's energy leaving the offering hall towards the Western District, a sense of urgency gripped her. In the next moment, her figure vanished from the papal hall. In the Star Do Great Forest, at the core area of the Lake of Life, within a dimensional space at the lake's bottom, resided a magnificent dragon, entirely silver-white, stretching 100 feet in length. Even by human standards, its beauty was indescribable. This was the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, who lay in seclusion. healing in the depths of the Star Do Great Forest. Abruptly, the Silver Dragon King awoke, raising her head slightly, her dragon eyes, akin to amethyst, gazing into the void towards the west. A divine-level martial soul. She perceived the birth of a divine-level martial soul in the human realm, one with the potential for divinity. That direction pointed towards the martial soul city, the strongest force in the human world, where 5 years ago, another divine-level martial soul had been born. Gu Yina recalled the awakening of Qian Rinxue's divine-level martial soul 5 years prior and the recent awakening of Yi Qifeng's, both producing celestial phenomena she sensed. Reflecting on the last few millennia, where the gods of angels and the sea had attained divinity through the collection of faith, Gu Yina sighed. Humans are indeed favored by the heavens. With that, she closed her eyes again, returning to her slumber. The continuous emergence of divine-level martial souls in the human world heightened her urgency to heal. As the Beastmaster, she bore the mission and responsibility of revitalizing the soul beasts, leading them to resurgence in the divine realm. In the western continent, the endless sea, on Sea God Island before the Sea God Temple, a stunning woman clad in a crimson robe, appearing to be in her 30s, knelt with closed eyes in fervent prayer. Her sea blue hair cascaded behind her, draping over her gown, exuding an exquisite beauty. Her features were soft and appealing. Compared to Bibi Dong, she was only slightly less striking. Her beauty emanated from her noble, elegant, and warm demeanor, surpassing Bibi Dong in grace. In her delicate right hand, she held a 3-meter-long golden staff intricately carved with demonic patterns, adorned with a diamond gem. This woman was Poseidon, the high priestess of Sea God Island, a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of 99 levels, renowned as the invincible one upon the seas. Suddenly, the sea god's trident beside her began to tremble violently, radiating a blue divine light that flooded the entire temple. Simultaneously, Poseidon's sea god martial soul and divine power stirred a response. Opening her eyes, which were deeper and clearer than the ocean itself, Poseidon rose from her kneeling position. Standing tall at around 1.80 meters, she turned to face the east, sensing intently. That was the direction of Martial Soul City. Another divine-level martial soul awakened at the Martial Soul Hall. Why not on Sea God Island? If it were here, I might find relief, Poseidon sighed silently. Her gaze cast towards the eastern continent, her profound blue eyes revealing a compassionate weariness, as if burdened by the weight of ancient ages. In the city of slaughter, a blood-red figure enveloped in a massive high-collared crimson cloak sat upon a blood-colored stone seat. The figure had a pale complexion, resembling a middle-aged man, with hair and eyes of a strange blood-red hue, his skin marked with cryptic blood patterns, and a sword-shaped demonic pattern on his forehead, complemented by a pair of enormous blood-red wings. From a distance, he appeared as a giant bloodbat. This was the ruler of the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter. At this moment, he sat on his blood-red throne, holding a large bowl of Bloody Mary, drinking it with gusto. Suddenly, the blood-red Shura sword he kept nearby began to tremble violently, a thick aura of slaughter emanating from it. The king of slaughter felt this as well. Lifting his gaze towards the blood moon hanging high in the sky, he murmured to himself in a low, sharp voice, a divine-level martial soul, how intriguing. As long as they don't enter the city of slaughter and pose a threat to me, I need not concern myself. The affairs outside will be a headache for those soul masters. It would be best if they fought. That way, the population of the city of slaughter would increase, providing me with more fresh Bloody Mary. The king of slaughter chuckled darkly, downing another large gulp of Bloody Mary. Delicious indeed. Chapter 42. Seizing Talent in the Martial Soul City. At the Martial Soul Hall in the Western District, Yi Qifeng, following the ghost's instruction, retracted his martial soul with his mind. He had learned that his martial soul was a shadow formed from the essence of the darkest rules. However, he sensed that within him lay another martial soul that had not fully awakened, its awakening hindered by the disconnection of the soul power supply from the awakening formation, lacking sufficient soul power to stimulate its emergence. At that moment, Zivis urged urgently, "Hurry, child, test your innate soul power." Hearing this, Yi Qifeng reached out to touch the soul power crystal ball on a nearby pillar. However, the ghost suddenly intervened, stopping him. "Not yet." The ghost said anxiously, "Child, you must first come with me to meet His Holiness the Pope." Subsequently, disregarding all else, he unleashed his soul power, intending to take Yi Qifeng to meet the Pope. Wait! At that moment, a voice, grave and robust, reverberated through the air. The voice, imbued with profound soul power, dispersed the ethereal energy, preventing him from taking Yi Qifeng away. A towering figure radiating the formidable aura of a super Da swiftly entered the hall, appearing amidst the gathering. This imposing figure was none other than Golden Crocodile, who had hastened from the offering hall upon receiving instructions from Qian Daolu. He directed no hostility at anyone in particular, but merely emanated an aura of intimidation towards the ghostly figure, as the latter was currently serving Pope Bibi Dong, who had a contentious relationship with the offering hall. Upon seeing Golden Crocodile, the figure cloaked in black, Ghost, involuntarily trembled, unable to meet his gaze, and promptly bowed in respect. The personnel of the Spirit Hall in the West District, led by Platinum Bishop Zivis, immediately knelt before the ground. "Rise," Golden Crocodile stated nonchalantly. Ignoring the others, he turned his piercing eyes towards Ghost, issuing an undeniable command. "This child belongs to the offering hall now. You may leave." Ghost hesitated, recalling the mission assigned by Pope Bibi Dong. If he returned empty-handed, his fate could be dire. Over the past year, he had witnessed the Pope's ruthless and decisive methods since she took charge of the administration. Observing Ghost's indecisiveness, Golden Crocodile furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you have further business?" In response, Ghost reluctantly stammered, "Your Holiness commanded me to bring this child to meet her." Golden Crocodile's expression darkened as he reprimanded, "You are an elder of the Elder Hall. Do not forget who your true master is. This is a directive from the Grand Offering. Do you wish to defy it?" "I dare not." Ghost trembled, hastily responding, "I shall obey." Meanwhile, Yi Qifeng listened to the exchange, realizing that both Golden Crocodile and Ghost were vying for him, indicating that both Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong had set their sights on him. It seemed his awakened martial soul was indeed extraordinary. He was astonished by the phenomena he had manifested earlier, which likely indicated the legendary, divine-level martial soul. Surely, this was a boon for a transmigrator. With this thought, Yi Qifeng couldn't help but smile. Who would resent possessing a formidable martial soul? As for whom to choose, it was evident. In a word, Bibi Dong, the eternal deity. As if responding to Yi Qifeng's silent call, a fragrant breeze swept through, and a figure of exquisite grace, with a curvaceous silhouette and captivating beauty, appeared in the hall. It was none other than the current Pope, Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness." Upon her arrival, all personnel of the Spirit Hall knelt, including Ghost. The only ones who remained standing were Golden Crocodile and the bewildered Yi Qifeng. Bibi Dong positioned herself between Yi Qifeng and Golden Crocodile, forming a triangular formation among the three. Seeing Bibi Dong again, Yi Qifeng was momentarily mesmerized. 6 years had passed, yet she remained astonishingly beautiful, her visage seemingly untouched by time, retaining the appearance of one in her early 20s. The noble and elegant aura surrounding her had only intensified, drawing others into an irresistible enchantment. Clad in a splendid purple-gold gown, crowned with a resplendent 9-curve purple-gold diadem, and wielding the gleaming papal scepter, she exuded an air of divine nobility that compelled one to revere her. "Rise," she commanded, waving her delicate hand casually. Her lavender eyes turned toward Yi Qifeng, a hint of excitement in her demeanor. "I did not expect the one to awaken the divine-level martial soul would be this child. Could this be destiny? Is this a reward from the heavens?" Suppressing her excitement, she noted the presence of a second offering, turning to Golden Crocodile, her expression neutral as she offered a slight bow. "Second offering." While Bibi Dong bore no animosity towards Golden Crocodile, she felt no fondness either, as he was a staunch supporter of Qian Daolu, loyal solely to the Qian family. She declared, "Second offering, I cannot hand over this child to you." Golden Crocodile's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, "Pope, are you defying the orders of the offering hall?" Bibi Dong seemed unfazed by the threat in his words, standing her ground. In a swift motion, she reached Yi Qifeng, placing her hand on his shoulder and drawing him protectively behind her, as if guarding her treasure. Then, with a firm voice, she proclaimed, "This child belongs to me. You dare." Golden Crocodile was taken aback by Bibi Dong's unreasonable action, his anger flaring as he prepared to unleash his soul power. Unyielding, Bibi Dong struck the ground with her scepter, producing a sharp sound as she gathered her soul power to counter any sudden attack from Golden Crocodile. As the tension escalated, Yi Qifeng sighed in resignation and interjected, "Aren't you going to consider the wishes of the person involved?" Both turned their gazes towards him. "Bibi Dong," she began, her lips parting. "Rest assured." Yi Qifeng gently patted her delicate hand, offering her a reassuring gaze. At that moment, the clarity returned to Bibi Dong's mind, her anger subsiding as she recalled the sensation from 6 years prior, when this child had aided her in breaking through her rank. Her eyes widened in realization. Oblivious to her reaction, Yi Qifeng stepped forward. Golden Crocodile then smiled and said, "Young man, would you be interested in joining my offering hall? Anything you desire shall be yours, should you agree." Before Yi Qifeng could respond, Golden Crocodile continued, "However, you must first accompany me to meet someone." "All right, I will go with you," Yi Qifeng replied without hesitation, knowing that the person Golden Crocodile intended to introduce him to was likely Qian Daolu. Not so fast. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong became anxious, stepping forward to intervene. "This is his choice. Pope, it would be best not to interfere," Golden Crocodile asserted. "Your Holiness, I will accompany this esteemed offering first and return to see you shortly," Yi Qifeng assured Bibi Dong once more, offering her a comforting glance. "Very well." Bibi Dong contemplated for a moment before stepping aside, her tone cold as she added, "But you must return to see me." Ultimately, Yi Qifeng followed Golden Crocodile to the offering hall, while Bibi Dong returned to the Pope's chamber, feeling a sense of concern. She dispatched Ghost to wait outside the offering hall, intending to seek an explanation from Qian Daolu if Yi Qifeng did not emerge. 2 minutes later, as a super doll, Golden Crocodile moved swiftly, effortlessly arriving at the offering hall in less than 2 minutes. Under the towering, lifelike statue of a magnificent six-winged angel, Yi Qifeng encountered Qian Daolu, the esteemed grand offering, who stood with his back turned towards him. "I have brought the person," Jin Yi announced, bowing his head in reverence to the angelic figure before addressing Qian Daolu. "However, the Pope also desires him, which may pose a challenge." "No matter," Qian Daolu responded with a dismissive wave of his hand. "I shall take my leave now," Jin Yi concluded, having fulfilled his obligations. The ensuing matters would rest in the capable hands of the grand offering. He had to return and tend his granddaughter, who had just turned 2. As Qian Daolu turned around, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes upon recognizing the young boy. Yi Qifeng's background had been perused by him 2 years prior. An orphan from an orphanage, he had been brought back to Wuhuan City 6 years ago by Bibi Dong and Yue Guan, and subsequently placed in the care of the orphanage. He shared a childhood bond with Bibi Dong's disciple, Hulai Na, and had a good rapport with his granddaughter, Xiao Shui. Over the past 2 years, Xiao Shui had written several times inquiring about his well-being. Remarkably, at such a tender age, she had already immersed herself in the vast collection of tomes within the Wuhuan Palace, developing a unique understanding of martial souls that was indeed commendable. It was unexpected that Yi Qifeng had unearthed some insights of his own, which was truly impressive. Encouraged by this young lad, Xiao Shui had absorbed a 1,000-year-old soul ring, a request that had initially infuriated him due to her stubbornness. Fortunately, despite the arduous process, she had successfully absorbed it without incident. Otherwise, he would have certainly reprimanded the boy. Now, observing Yi Qifeng, Qian Daolu could not help but secretly grind his teeth in frustration. "I am Qian Daolu, grand offering of the Wuhuan Palace." "Young one, what is your name?" he inquired, his expression warm as he feigned unfamiliarity. Yi Qifeng, maintaining his composure, realized he was expected to kneel, yet he chose not to. Instead, he bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I am Yi Qifeng." To Yi Qifeng, Qian Daolu appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, handsome and adorned with a gentle smile. However, he was well aware that Qian Daolu's true age exceeded a century, merely a few years younger than Genie. Dressed simply, Qian Daolu exuded an aura of tranquility and comfort, yet Yi Qifeng sensed an unusual and formidable presence emanating from him, a terrifying essence akin to that of a celestial being. Truly, he was one of the last 3-limit Douluos of this era. Should he unleash his angelic powers, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of a demigod, Yi Qifeng mused. At that moment, Qian Daolu remarked, "So, Yi Qifeng, you are quite impressive." He harbored a distaste for the formalities of kneeling, and seeing Yi Qifeng bow in courtesy pleased him somewhat. "If you would, please release your martial soul so that I may examine it," Qian Daolu suggested. "Of course," Yi Qifeng replied, pausing briefly before summoning his martial soul. No extraordinary phenomena occurred. Under his control, his martial soul floated gently above his left palm, exuding a pure aura of darkness. Yi Qifeng felt that should he desire, he could conjure a spectacle of celestial wonders at any moment. Yet he deemed such ostentation unnecessary and preferred to remain discreet. As Yi Qifeng revealed his martial soul, Qiandao Lu unleashed his vast spiritual power, carefully assessing the young boy's martial soul. He concluded, indeed, it was a divine-grade martial soul, with innate soul power at level 20. Its quality exceeded that of his own martial soul, matching that of Xiao Shui's, categorizing it among the finest of divine martial souls. With such talent, if nurtured properly and given favorable circumstances, there was a possibility he might surpass me and reach the divine realm I so yearn for. A spark of fervor ignited in Qiandao Lu's eyes as he gazed at Yi Qifeng, his thoughts continuing unabated. When Xiao Shui eventually leads the Wuhuan Palace, she will require a capable assistant, and this young man is an excellent candidate. Given their comparable talents, he would complement Xiao Shui quite well. From my observations over the past 2 years, his character seems commendable, qualifying him as a potential suitor for my granddaughter. However, his close ties with Bibi Dong and her disciple complicate matters slightly. No, such a promising talent must be preserved for Xiao Shui. My relationship with Bibi Dong is already tenuous. Offending her would be of little consequence. Yet, I cannot force him. It would be best to encourage his voluntary allegiance to the offering hall. Lost in thought, Qiandao Lu's gaze shifted toward Yi Qifeng, transforming as he resolved within himself. With hands clasped behind his back and a subtle smile adorning his face, he declared, based on my assessment, your martial soul possesses innate soul power at level 20, categorizing it among the finest divine martial souls. What? Innate soul power at level 20? Among the finest divine martial souls? Yi Qifeng was taken aback. He had speculated that his martial soul might be divine grade, yet he had not anticipated it to possess innate soul power at level 20. After all, divine martial souls differ in strength. For instance, among the 3 generations of the Qian family, the 6-winged angel inherited by Qianren Shui had the highest quality, boasting innate soul power at 20 levels, followed by Qiandao Lu with approximately 15 levels, while Qian Sunji possessed the lowest with 10 levels, rendering his martial soul the weakest among divine-grade souls. Does this mean my talent is on par with Qianren Shui? Yi Qifeng pondered, astonishment momentarily freezing his previously composed demeanor. Moreover, he sensed a peculiar energy within himself. At this moment, observing Yi Qifeng's dazed expression, Qiandao Lu chuckled softly. My judgment is never mistaken. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Yet, your martial soul appears somewhat peculiar, he continued. It resembles a shadow formed from dark flames, yet lacks the heat and explosiveness of fire. Nor does it possess the chilling aspect typical of darkness. Instead, it imparts a gentle and serene aura. Qiandao Lu found this martial soul perplexing, as he had never encountered such an unusual form. At that moment, Yi Qifeng explained, my martial soul is called Shadow, formed from the deepest rules of darkness, representing the ultimate dark attribute. It possesses an extraordinary ability to suppress all negative abnormal states. How do you know this? Qiandao Lu inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. My martial soul informs me, Yi Qifeng replied, meeting Qiandao Lu's gaze. I see, Qiandao Lu acknowledged. Indeed, upon reaching the divine level, martial souls will convey information to their wielders post-awakening, akin to a transmission of innate heritage. After a brief pause, Qiandao Lu shifted the conversation, asking, young Yi, how would you feel about joining the offering hall? Yi Qifeng hesitated, contemplating his response. Qiandao Lu continued, should you agree to join, I can assure you power, status, wealth, and training resources, everything you desire I can provide. However, Yi Qifeng remained unmoved by Qiandao Lu's tempting offer, recognizing that with his talent, such rewards could also be obtained from Bibi Dong. Thus, he chose to remain silent, awaiting Qiandao Lu's next words. Qiandao Lu spoke again. I can also make you the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. What do you think? Consider it. The Holy Son? Yi Qifeng was taken aback. This offer was indeed somewhat enticing. To be honest, it stirred his heart a little. The identity and status of a holy son would greatly aid him in his future endeavors within the spirit hall. However, after pondering for a moment, Yi Qifeng ultimately decided to decline Qian Douluo's proposition. I'm sorry, Grand Offering, but I've already set my heart on another path. I intend to join the papal hall and serve under the Pope. Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo's expression stiffened, yet he continued to persuade. Will you not reconsider? You must understand that the offering hall, which I oversee, holds a status even above that of the papal hall. There are certain things that the offering hall can provide you with that the papal hall may not. Yi Qifeng still shook his head. Observing this, Qian Douluo felt a sense of helplessness. He had even promised the status of the Holy Son, yet still failed to sway Yi Qifeng. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Douluo decided to take a different approach. You seem to know my granddaughter, don't you? Yes, Yi Qifeng nodded in response. Qian Douluo continued. Xiao Xue holds you in high regard. The books you have been reading over the past 2 years were all specially sent to you at her behest from the archives of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, she has written to inquire about your well-being on multiple occasions. Upon hearing this, Yi Qifeng raised his head in surprise. Since Qian Renxue had left, she had only sent one letter informing him of her successful absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring, after which there had been no further communication. He had not expected that Qian Renxue was still keeping tabs on him. Seeing his reaction, Qian Douluo added, if you were to join the offering hall, Xiao Xue would be very pleased. Do you find her beautiful? At this, Qian Douluo suddenly inquired. Beautiful? Yi Qifeng glanced at him, puzzled by the abrupt question. A cunning smile crept across Qian Douluo's lips as he gently coaxed. Xiao Xue, like you, possesses a divine-level martial soul and innate soul power of level 20. I believe you two would make a splendid match. If you join the offering hall, I could facilitate your union. What do you think? Huh? Yi Qifeng was taken aback. Are you suggesting that I become your grandson-in-law? He felt somewhat at a loss and could not help but internally scoff. Qian Douluo. As expected of you, are you already selling your granddaughter? He thought to himself that if Qian Renxue found out, she would likely come at him with a sword. Yi Qifeng's lips twitched as he replied, Grand Offering, I am still just a child, only 6 years old. It matters not. Xiao Xue is merely 5 years your senior. A mere 5 years is inconsequential for a soul master. Qian Douluo chuckled. You may not be aware, but in the Douluo continent, due to the nature of soul cultivation, a soul master's physical development is often significantly advanced. With your aptitude, in another 6 to 8 years, you will have matured physically. Stop. Yi Qifeng's lips twitched uncontrollably as he hastily interrupted. Grand Offering, I apologize. I have made my decision. I choose the Papal Hall. In truth, the Offering Hall and the Papal Hall were both part of the Spirit Hall. Why must there be such a clear distinction? He could serve the Spirit Hall equally well from either place. As for Xiao Xue, please convey my gratitude to her for the care and concern she has shown over the past 2 years. I shall repay her kindness in due time. Also, please remind her to stay safe and protect herself. I will visit her when the opportunity arises. With that, Yi Qifeng bowed deeply to Qian Douluo. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not force you, Qian Douluo said, slightly disappointed that he could not persuade Yi Qifeng to willingly join the offering hall. However, he did not wish to push too hard, fearing it might incite Yi Qifeng's rebellious spirit. That said, I hope you will ensure that upon achieving success in your cultivation, you will protect the foundation of the Spirit Hall and refrain from any actions that could harm its roots. Qian Douluo's gaze became sharp as he continued. The Spirit Hall will ultimately be passed into Xiao Xue's hands. You must guarantee that you will not stand in opposition to her and will do your utmost to support and protect her. As long as you can do this, you may go to the Papal Hall as you wish. Listening to Qian Douluo's words and observing his serious expression, Yi Qifeng thought, this must be the true nature of Qian Douluo. Under Qian Douluo's piercing gaze, he earnestly replied, of course, the Spirit Hall is also my home. I will not allow anyone to harm it. As for Xiao Xue, I will protect her and ensure no one brings her harm. Even if Qian Douluo did not mention it, he was already resolute in this matter. Since the moment Bibi Dong and Yue Guan brought him back to Spirit City, he had made a vow. To protect our Spirit Hall was his undeniable duty. Hearing this, Qian Douluo's sharp gaze softened slightly, and he felt a measure of satisfaction. If that is the case, you may leave. There are already individuals waiting for you outside. With that, Qian Douluo turned to face the towering statue of the angel and fell silent. Yi Qifeng once more bowed deeply to Qian Douluo. He then shifted his gaze to the enormous angel statue, his eyes narrowing slightly. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if the statue had a pair of malicious eyes watching everything within the offering hall. After some thought, he surmised it could likely be some malevolent entity lurking in the heavens. Yi Qifeng exited the offering hall and approached the main entrance. The feeling of being watched dissipated in an instant. He looked back inside, his expression contemplative. It seemed to be confined solely to the offering hall. His Holiness the Pope requests your presence. Just then, Gui Mei, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, approached Yi Qifeng and spoke in a low voice. Gui Mei was enveloped in a voluminous black robe, exuding a chilling aura at all times. Yi Qifeng understood that this chill stemmed from Gui Mei's martial soul, rather than being an intentional display. Having awakened a divine-level shadow martial soul, Yi Qifeng was not particularly affected by this coldness. Yi Qifeng regarded Gui Mei with curiosity about his appearance. It was said that Gui Mei's body had partially become ghostly due to his martial soul, which is why he constantly wore a dark robe. Gui Mei appeared cold and unapproachable, yet Yi Qifeng found himself quite fond of Gui Mei's demeanor, loyal, dutiful, and a person of few words. All right, he nodded in acknowledgement to Gui Mei. Immediately, Gui Mei utilized his soul power to lift Yi Qifeng, and the two swiftly descended towards the papal hall located at the mountainside. Chapter 45. A reunion with Bibi Dong. The offering hall was situated atop the central mountain, while the papal hall resided halfway down. Yi Qifeng once again experienced the dizzying sensation of rapid movement. During the journey, Gui Mei briefed Yi Qifeng on several important points regarding the audience with the Pope. A few minutes later, outside the conference hall of the papal hall, the figures of Gui Mei and Yi Qifeng materialized amidst a haze of mist. Guarding the entrance were two Saint Emperor warriors, tasked with the responsibility of security. Open the door. Gui Mei produced a token exclusive to him from within his robe, displaying it to the two warriors and issuing a command. The two Saint Emperor warriors promptly stepped forward to push open the towering hall doors, welcoming the two men inside. Yi Qifeng followed closely behind Gui Mei as they entered the conference hall of the papal hall. Upon entering the hall, as Yi Qifeng surveyed the expansive papal hall, spanning over 1,000 square meters, he noted its vastness and emptiness. His gaze shifted to the elevated dais, where the resplendent figure of Bibi Dong immediately captivated him. At that moment, she sat upright on her delicate lavender throne, eschewing her usual languid pose, grasping a 2-meter-long papal scepter. Her striking lavender eyes were fixed intently on Yi Qifeng. Her long, pinkish-purple hair was casually tied back, harmonizing beautifully with the ornate purple-gold crown atop her head, enveloping her in a mesmerizing violet aura that exuded an air of noble allure. Coupled with her fair complexion and nearly flawless features, she appeared strikingly unique. Compared to the first time Yi Qifeng had laid eyes on her 6 years ago, Bibi Dong's regal elegance and serene demeanor had only intensified. Even at over 40, the passage of time had left no trace upon her, rendering her akin to a youthful maiden in her early 20s. As he beheld the near-perfect Bibi Dong once more, Yi Qifeng's dark eyes remained fixated on her, unabashedly offering his admiration and appreciation. How could such perfection be marred? He pondered resolutely. Their gazes met, each locking onto the other. Though they had recently encountered one another at the Spirit Hall in West District, this reunion was marked by a distinct joy, albeit expressed differently, one in admiration, the other in expectation. Bibi Dong's eyes lingered on Yi Qifeng as he stepped through the entrance, her delicate features adorned with anticipation. At last, upon witnessing his arrival, a sigh of relief escaped Bibi Dong's lips. Evidently, the child had not been claimed by Douluo. She felt a sense of triumph, believing she had outmaneuvered him in this contest for his allegiance. A smile blossomed on her face, for she had maintained a keen interest in this child since learning he was the one who would aid her in breaking through her rank. She was acutely aware of every detail about Yi Qifeng, including his cherished companionship with his disciple, Hulaina, and his interactions with that insufferable child. His precocious intelligence and exceptional memory, along with his profound insights into the intricacies of martial souls, marked him as a promising candidate for the study of martial soul theory. Bibi Dong had prepared herself for the possibility that if Yi Qifeng could not become a soul master, he could pursue a scholarly path in martial soul research. However, she was pleasantly surprised to discover he had awakened a divine quality martial soul. Her heart swelled with joy for him. Observing the young man she had been attentive to over the past 2 years, a delightful smile graced her lips. "Presenting your holiness, I have brought the individual," Gui Mei announced, leading Yi Qifeng to the center of the hall and kneeling on one knee. His voice roused both of them from their reverie. Noticing Yi Qifeng's unwavering gaze upon the papal figure, Gui Mei's countenance shifted, though he dared not overstep, fully aware of the significance of this child to Bibi Dong. He gently nudged Yi Qifeng, signaling him to pay his respects. "Your Holiness," Yi Qifeng, momentarily entranced by Bibi Dong's beauty, snapped back to reality and instinctively bent his knee to kneel. While Qian Oliu's indifference to such formalities was well known, Bibi Dong was different. Her beauty commanded reverence. "Please." "No need for such formalities," Bibi Dong interjected, extending her hand to halt his kneeling with her sole force. Turning her gaze toward Gui Mei, she spoke softly. "Thank you. Elder Gui, you may withdraw for now." "Understood, Your Holiness." Gui Mei replied respectfully, his head bowed as he exited the hall. Once he departed, the grand doors of the papal hall closed with a soft thud. Bibi Dong gracefully descended from her throne, her movements reminiscent of a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. As she approached Yi Qifeng, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. He could not help but widen his eyes at the sight. Bibi Dong, unfazed by his unabashed gaze, was fully aware of her allure. No man could withstand her beauty, even a mere child. Nevertheless, she found herself thinking that this boy was indeed an exception. Before her stood a child with eyes as dark as ink and as clear as water, a mere one. 3 meters tall, his lustrous black hair cascading behind him. Though traces of baby fat lingered on his face, his features had matured slightly, presenting him as a strikingly handsome young lad. He radiated a gentle, pure, and serene aura, evoking an irresistible desire to linger in his presence, as if the world around him had quieted in his calm. It was no wonder that both Nana and Qian Rixue enjoyed his company. Bibi Dong felt a stirring in her heart as she stepped closer to Yi Qifeng, keenly attuned to his essence. After a moment, her eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this remarkable aura around him had only deepened since 6 years ago. Standing by his side brought her an immediate sense of tranquility, dispelling negative emotions and alleviating her headaches, leaving her mind clear and at ease. This comforting sensation was captivating. Even her 2 spider emperor martial souls seemed to pulse more vigorously than before, and the influence of her Rakshasa divine power was subdued. Involuntarily, Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, as if yearning to absorb that mysterious essence within her. Thank goodness he had not been taken from her. A triumphant smile graced her lips, directed at Qian Douluo. Chapter 46. Bibi Dong takes on a disciple again, facing Yi Qifeng. Bibi Dong's happiness radiated as her lips curled into a gentle smile. "Child, would you be willing to take me as your mentor? Take you as my mentor?" Yi Qifeng exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong wished to accept him as her disciple. "Indeed," she affirmed, nodding. "I am Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. You currently stand in the very heart of the Papal Hall, and I trust Elder Gui has introduced you to this place." Noticing Yi Qifeng's wide-eyed gaze, she continued, "I know your name is Yi Qifeng, and I shall call you Xiaofeng. You and I share a profound connection. It was I who brought you to the Martial Soul Hall many years ago, but due to certain circumstances, I had to leave you in an orphanage for your upbringing. You were too young at the time to comprehend these matters. If you will be so kind, I hope you will call me teacher. I shall provide you with the most exceptional resources from the Martial Soul Hall to nurture your potential." After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she gazed at Yi Qifeng with anticipation, eagerly awaiting his response. In truth, Yi Qifeng was well aware of what Bibi Dong had conveyed. He was not a mere child. However, the prospect of becoming her disciple appeared quite appealing. Holding the title of a pope's disciple would undoubtedly be advantageous for his future endeavors, facilitating his aspirations significantly. The benefits of apprenticeship were manifold, with no discernible drawbacks. Resolute in his decision, Yi Qifeng promptly performed the customary bow of respect. "Master." "Excellent." Upon hearing Yi Qifeng's affirmation, Bibi Dong beamed with joy. "From this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. Given your childhood bond with Nana, you should also know that she is my disciple. Thus, she will be your senior sister. However, you will not be able to meet Nana for the time being, as I have assigned her to a secluded training ground exclusive to the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing about Hulaina, Yi Qifeng's eyes brightened. and he could not help but inquire, "Master, when will Nana return?" "In a couple of days," Bibi Dong replied with a smile. "But first, you have yet to test your innate soul power level, correct? Let us begin by assessing your innate soul power, so I may observe the condition of your martial spirit." As her words fell, Bibi Dong elegantly swept her wrist, revealing a blue crystal orb, suspended gracefully in her palm by a faint purple aura. The orb shimmered with subtle blue light, its size notably larger than the soul power crystal used during the awakening ceremony at the Spirit Hall in the West District. This is the soul power crystal, designed specifically for the precise measurement of soul power levels. You should have encountered it when awakening your martial spirit. It will display varying hues based on the detected soul power level. The higher the level, the more brilliant the glow. However, this particular orb can measure up to the 70th level of soul power. After explaining the orb's functions, Bibi Dong presented it to Yi Qifeng. "Now, place your hands upon the soul power crystal. It will automatically identify the level of innate soul power within you." Initially, Yi Qifeng considered mentioning that Qian Daolu had already assessed him, but Bibi Dong's swift actions left him hesitant to dampen her enthusiasm. Since she was eager to observe, he felt no need to decline. Consequently, Yi Qifeng placed his hands upon the crystal. In the next moment, the orb erupted in a dazzling display of light. 20 levels of innate soul power. Bibi Dong exclaimed, her expression momentarily frozen in surprise, her violet eyes slightly dazed. She stared intently at Yi Qifeng, realizing he possessed an innate power level identical to that of the loathsome Qian Renxue. "Yi Qifeng, release your martial spirit. I wish to examine it." Bibi Dong's demeanor grew serious. "Understood," Yi Qifeng replied, and he summoned his martial spirit. Instantly, a shadow identical to him appeared on his left hand. With a mere thought, Yi Qifeng activated a portion of his martial spirit's powers, feeling no need to conceal anything in front of his teacher. He simultaneously recounted what he had shared with Qian Daolu in the worship hall. "Master, my martial spirit is called Shadow, formed from the essence of the darkest principles, possessing an extreme affinity for darkness and a potent ability to suppress negative anomalies. This is what my martial spirit has revealed to me." As the shadow martial spirit manifested, Yi Qifeng channeled soul power into it, causing the shadow to surge to over 2 meters in height, floating behind him. The grand hall of the Pope's palace momentarily darkened, as the shadowy black aura enveloped Bibi Dong. In that instant, the influence of her Rakshasa divine power was significantly subdued. Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of clarity and comfort that she had not experienced in many years, almost imperceptibly free from the oppressive weight of her own divine power. The sensation of tranquility intensified, captivating her heart and soul, tempting her to indulge in it. After a moment, Bibi Dong suppressed the feeling of comfort and reached out to touch Yi Qifeng's shadow martial spirit, her vast mental energy guiding into it. Suddenly, her 2 spider empress martial spirits began to tremble more violently. The feedback from these top-tier martial spirits indicated a sense of submission to Yi Qifeng's shadow martial spirit, devoid of any resistance or hesitation. Bibi Dong was astonished. It must be noted that her 2 spider empress martial spirits were elite entities. Even when facing the super martial spirit, the golden crocodile king, or Qian Oliu's 6-winged angel martial spirit, they had never shown signs of submission. This revelation suggested that Yi Qifeng's martial spirit was of a higher grade than Qian Daoliu's. Indeed, it was on par with Qian Renxue, a divine-level martial spirit with 20 levels of innate soul power, a truly exceptional being. Confirming this, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Yi Qifeng, her heart brimming with joy. "All right, Yi Qifeng, retract your martial spirit." Bibi Dong withdrew her hand. "Yes, master," Yi Qifeng responded, and with a thought, the shadow martial spirit shrank back and returned to his body. Bibi Dong looked at Yi Qifeng with a smile playing on her lips. "Yi Qifeng, I affirm that your shadow martial spirit possesses an exceptionally high grade, classified as a divine-level martial spirit, and indeed, it is among the finest of its kind." "Yes, master." The old man in the worship hall assessed me similarly, Yi Qifeng revealed, already aware of Qian Oliu's opinion. "Old man?" Bibi Dong paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. If Qian Daolu hears you refer to him in such a manner, he might be enraged. Surely he is not that petty." Yi Qifeng chuckled nonchalantly. "Be wary, for Qian Daolu is not to be underestimated, Bibi Dong cautioned her disciple, her expression turning serious. Yes, I shall heed your advice, Master, Yi Qifeng affirmed. In truth, Qian Daolu was not as despicable as Bibi Dong portrayed him. Yet, he was certainly not without flaws, as evidenced by his tacit endorsement of Qian Sundi's reckless actions. Bibi Dong's disdain for Qian Daolu was not without justification. Nevertheless, Yi Qifeng held no particularly negative sentiments towards Qian Daolu. It was merely inappropriate to contradict his teacher at that moment. Chapter 47. The second divine-level martial spirit at this juncture. Yi Qifeng suddenly sensed an unusual sensation within his body, as if something were attempting to emerge, possibly another martial spirit. He had felt this during the awakening of his martial spirit at the West District Spirit Hall, but the energy supply from the awakening formation had been interrupted, preventing him from fully harnessing it. Promptly, Yi Qifeng informed Bibi Dong of the situation. Master, I sense something unusual within me. It appears that another martial spirit has not completely awakened, seemingly in need of soul power guidance. What? Bibi Dong exclaimed, startled. Could it be that you possess dual martial spirits? Without delay, she placed her hand on Yi Qifeng's shoulder, channeling her soul power into him. Indeed, she felt a pull as her soul power was drawn in. Surprised, Bibi Dong intensified her supply of soul power. Due to the direct infusion of soul power into the body to guide the awakening of the martial soul, without the stability and enhancement provided by the awakening array, a significant portion of the soul power would be wasted. Consequently, the soul power consumed by Bibi Dong far exceeded that used by the Platinum Bishop, Zivis, during the awakening ceremony for Yi Qifeng by several times. Fortunately, Bibi Dong possessed profound soul power, far surpassing that of Zivis. Had it been Zivis at the soul Douluo level, he would likely have been drained in an instant. Yet, even with Bibi Dong's formidable rank of 97 Super Douluo, she still lost a tenth of her soul power. As 10 minutes elapsed, a pure white figure suddenly emerged from behind Yi Qifeng. The figure resembled a white shadow, identical in form and appearance to Yi Qifeng. Similar to the previously awakened shadow martial soul, it was exceedingly unique, somewhat indistinct, evoking a sense of illusion. A faint layer of white light shimmered on the surface of the white shadow, flickering like a white flame. However, it lacked the heat of fire and the sharpness of light, instead imparting a gentle sensation, comforting and warm, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. At the moment the white shadow appeared, the entire papal hall was suddenly enveloped in pure white light. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded above the papal hall, manifesting as a colossal vortex of white light, slowly swirling and distorting. The white light overflowed, blanketing the entire sky like an aurora. This sudden occurrence left Bibi Dong within the papal hall astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. Another celestial phenomenon. Could this signify that Xiaofeng is a dual divine, martial soul possessor? Bibi Dong's pale lavender eyes were flooded with intense heat. In the worship hall, the angelic statue's holy sword, the trident of Poseidon from Sea God Island, and the Shurosaur from the city of Slaughter all radiated divine light, trembling violently. In the worship hall, Qian Daolu was equally startled. His figure vanished from beneath the angelic statue, rushing towards the papal hall halfway up the mountain. At Sea God Island, the high priest Posey opened her azure eyes in astonishment and complexity. Unexpectedly, two divine martial soul awakenings occurred in succession. Qian Daolu, you truly have good fortune, she envied. In the city of Slaughter, the astonished king of Slaughter gazed once more at the blood moon in the void, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Another divine, martial soul's aura? It seems the continent outside may not remain peaceful for long. TSK, it matters not to me. The more chaos, the better. Hee. The king of Slaughter chuckled coldly, downing his Bloody Mary in one gulp. In the Stardow Forest, the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, was once again roused. Raising her silver dragon head, her purple dragon eyes flickered with gravity as she gazed towards the direction of Martial Soul City. Another divine, martial soul. It is the same place where the angel of God, who gathered faith and achieved divinity millennia ago, established the Spirit Hall. Humanity truly is a favored race. I must expedite my recovery. Guyu Na closed her eyes once more, her desire to heal growing ever more urgent. Posey, the king of Slaughter, and the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na all sensed the birth of a second divine martial soul. However, They were unaware that the individual awakening this second divine martial soul was none other than Yi Qifeng himself. In the papal hall, Bibi Dong's sensations were sharper and more authentic than anyone else's. The overwhelming white light illuminated her, a gentle and purifying force enveloping her being. It was so intense that she felt as if her soul was on the verge of transcending. In that moment, the malevolent thoughts within her dissipated entirely. The unprecedented ethereal sensation compelled her to emit a comfortable sigh of pleasure. This white light, distinct from the purifying golden light of the six-winged angel martial soul, lacked the dominance and sharpness of the angelic martial soul. Instead, it radiated a gentle warmth and divine tenderness, yet its purifying ability was by no means inferior. The white light enveloped her, providing a soothing warmth, akin to the sun's rays shining upon the heart. Bibi Dong remained in a daze, relishing the moment, unable to regain her composure. At this juncture, Qian Douluo's figure materialized in the hall. His eyes widened as he beheld the white figure hovering behind Yi Qifeng, a look of incredulity upon his face. His towering frame trembled slightly with excitement, a divine martial soul, and of the holy light attribute. As he approached, the sensation became clearer. Simultaneously, the six-winged angel martial soul within Qian Douluo stirred with increasing intensity. He was certain that this was a holy light attribute martial soul, merely differing in color. At that moment, Qian Douluo recalled, he also possessed a dark attribute divine martial soul. My goodness, this means he has dual divine martial souls. Does this imply that his talent surpasses even that of Xiao Xue? Qian Douluo's breath hitched. He found himself unable to stand still. Such a prodigy must be secured. Without regard for the dazed Bibi Dong beside him, he exclaimed eagerly, Young Yi, I extend another invitation for you to join the worship hall. Should you agree, I shall grant you any condition you desire. Everything previously discussed in the worship hall remains valid. By the way, I am the pinnacle of the present age, a 99 level limit Douluo. I can take you as my disciple and personally guide you. No one knows more about the cultivation of divine martial souls than I do. What say you? Upon hearing Qian Douluo's words, Bibi Dong snapped out of her stupor, incredulous at his brazen attempt to recruit Yi Qifeng. Her delicate face flushed with indignation as she retorted vehemently, Humph. Qian Douluo, don't mistake yourself. You think you can teach divine martial souls? Surely, I am more knowledgeable than you. Qian Douluo seemed to finally acknowledge Bibi Dong's presence, regarding her with a calm demeanor. Do not forget, Xiaofeng possesses dual martial souls. Can you teach him? Do you understand how to resolve the conflict between dual martial souls? Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Qian Douluo, offering him no quarter. Caught off guard by her question, Qian Douluo hesitated. He indeed did not know. The issue of dual martial soul conflict was likely a conundrum only Bibi Dong could resolve. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly cast a triumphant glance at Qian Douluo and smirked. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Xiaofeng has already taken me as his master. You may as well forget about it. What? Qian Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly turned to Yi Qifeng, seeking validation for Bibi Dong's claim. Is what she said true? You have taken her as your master? Yi Qifeng, with a mere thought, retracted his martial soul and bowed respectfully to Qian Douluo. Well, great worship. I apologize. What my teacher said is correct. I have indeed pledged my allegiance. Gasp. Qian Douluo inhaled sharply, a wave of regret washing over him. Cursing internally, he lamented, how infuriating. I should have forcibly retained him in the worship hall earlier. Who could have anticipated that this youth possessed a divine martial soul? A miscalculation indeed. Qian Douluo couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, causing his eyes to narrow slightly, and his expression grew cold as he asked with mild displeasure, Why did you not mention before that you possess another martial soul? Do you truly dislike my offering hall so much? That great offering? You misunderstand, Knight Seven Wind replied. I was unaware of it myself until I sensed something unusual within my body while with my master, and it was only with her assistance that I awakened my second martial soul. He told a white lie, as he was not foolish enough to reveal that he had sensed the presence of a second martial soul while at the Martial Soul Hall in the Western District. Otherwise, Qian Douluo would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable and use it as an excuse to criticize him. Humph. Qian Douluo, do not forget, this is the Pope's Hall. At that moment, Bibi Dong stepped forward, her delicate figure shielding Night 7 Wind. Her tone was icy as she emphasized that this was her territory. She perceived Qian Douluo's words as a threat to her disciple, and her beautiful face was filled with anger, showing no courtesy towards him. "Oh, is that so? Have you forgotten who elevated you to this position?" Qian Douluo retorted, his irritation rising and an imposing aura emanating from him. "And what of it?" Bibi Dong was unyielding, raising her brows as her own aura surged. For the sake of her disciple, she would not back down. At this moment, having cultivated within the Rakshasa secret realm, she possessed a trace of Rakshasa divine power to call upon. She was unafraid of Qian Douluo's threats. As the tension between the two escalated, Night 7 Wind, still a novice, found it difficult to breathe under the pressure. Reluctantly, he interjected, "Master, great offering, please calm down. I'm still here, and your auras are overwhelming me." He then gently grasped Bibi Dong's soft hand and called out, "Master." Bibi Dong felt a sudden warmth from his touch, and, for some reason, obediently retracted her imposing aura. Night 7 Wind turned to Qian Douluo and said, "Great offering, my master does not intend to fight with you. We are all on the same side. Let's not damage our harmony. If your visit was solely for my sake, there is truly no need for such hostility. Even if I have become your disciple, you can still teach me at any time, right?" Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo also withdrew his aura. He had no genuine desire to fight. He simply disapproved of Bibi Dong's attitude towards him. In truth, he found it somewhat difficult to gauge Bibi Dong's current strength. Just moments ago, he had sensed a breath of divine power emanating from her, though he was uncertain. Yet, it surprised him that Bibi Dong heeded Night 7 Wind's words and was the first to relent. In his memory, ever since she became the Pope, Bibi Dong had adopted an exceedingly domineering and unyielding demeanor, often disregarding the opinions of others. "Enough, lad. I am not an unreasonable person," Qian Douluo said, looking at Night 7 Wind. Bibi Dong's unexpectedly firm stance today compelled him to temporarily concede. He continued, "Now, tell me about your second martial soul. If my sensing is accurate, it should also be a divine-level martial soul." Night 7 Wind nodded and introduced his martial soul. "Great offering, master, as you can see. My second martial soul is akin to the shadow form of my first. It is named Light Shadow, formed from the rules of the Aurora, possessing the ultimate light attribute and the ability to purify all abnormal states." Bibi Dong immediately interjected, "So, you're not merely a dual martial soul wielder, but rather a possessor of divine dual martial souls. Your talent is truly extraordinary." Qian Douluo concurred, nodding with admiration. At this moment, Bibi Dong's tone turned serious as she addressed Night 7 Wind. "Little Wind, remember to keep the information regarding your divine dual martial soul a secret. Do not disclose it to anyone other than us." "Understood, master. I will always remember," Night 7 Wind replied solemnly. Bibi Dong then turned to Qian Douluo, stating her thoughts in a calm manner. "Great offering. Given such exceptional talent, I propose we designate Little Wind as the holy son of the martial soul hall. You have no objections, do you?" "Certainly. I have no objections," Qian Douluo said after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. He added, "However, for safety's sake, I suggest we only publicly announce the designation of the new holy son and the token's design, without disclosing specific identity details. The fewer people who know the identity of the holy son, the better, limited to those within the martial soul hall, to prevent anyone from resorting to underhanded tactics against him. Furthermore, the dual divine martial soul and innate soul power level should be classified as martial soul hall secrets and kept confidential." "That is indeed feasible." Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Douluo and nodded. Although she found him quite disagreeable, his considerations were thorough, and she agreed to his suggestion. The two rapidly finalized the details regarding Night 7 Wind's designation as Holy Son. Night 7 Wind stood aside, somewhat stunned, as this unexpected joy took him by surprise. Once the discussion concluded, Bibi Dong turned her beautiful eyes toward Night 7 Wind and said with a charming smile, "Little Wind, from today onwards, you shall be the holy son of the martial soul hall." Night 7 Wind quickly responded, "Yes, I will follow master's arrangements." At that moment, Qian Douluo turned to Night 7 Wind, a smile gracing his face as he quietly said, "Young lad, regarding Xiaoxue, what I mentioned to you still stands. I truly believe you and Xiaoxue are a perfect match. Have you considered becoming my grandson-in-law?" The very idea made Knight Seven Wind's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Old man, does Sharon know about this? If she finds out, she will not only come after me, but you as well. Before Knight Seven Wind could say more, Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself. What? She exclaimed, stepping in front of Knight Seven Wind with an expression of fury, pointing at Qian Daolu and scolding him without restraint. Little Wind is only 6 years old. You don't even spare a child? How outrageous, Qian Daolu. Are you even human? Qian Daolu's expression darkened at her words, clearly realizing that Bibi Dong had misunderstood him. What I meant was, when he grows up, not now. Even when he grows up. It is unacceptable, Bibi Dong retorted, her expression grim. Do not meddle in matters of romance here. I do not agree. With that, Bibi Dong unceremoniously began to usher him away. If Great Offering has no other business, please return to your offering hall. Safe travels, and I will not see you off. She turned her head away, refusing to look at him any longer. Very well. Qian Daolu paused for a moment, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Bibi Dong was Xiao Xue's mother, and if she disapproved, things could indeed become complicated. However, he had anticipated Bibi Dong's objection and was not particularly concerned. There was plenty of time ahead. If the straightforward approach failed, he could always offer subtle assistance behind scenes. It seems necessary to write to Xiao Xue and encourage her to seize the opportunity, Qian Daolu mused inwardly. With resolve, he turned to Knight Seven Wind and offered a warm smile, saying, Young lad, do come visit my offering hall when you have the time. With that, Qian Daolu vanished from the conference hall of the Pope's palace. Chapter 49, Bibi Dong's Gift. Once Qian Daolu departed, Bibi Dong turned her gaze back to Knight Seven Wind. Once again, a warning was issued. Xiao Feng, refrain from associating with him. Qian Daolu is not a good influence. After a moment's thought, Bibi Dong removed a purple crystal ring from her delicate fingers, elevating it with her soul power in her palm before presenting it to Yi Qifeng. With her lips slightly parted, her voice gentle, she said, Xiao Feng, this ring is a gift for you, a token of my mentorship. It serves as a storage soul guide, with approximately 50 cubic units of space. Unlike other soul guides, this ring possesses a unique feature, allowing it to contain living beings. I hope you'll cherish it. Bibi Dong had few treasures, dedicating her years to cultivation. Any artifacts she acquired were typically exchanged for resources to enhance her training. She longed to present a soul bone to her disciple, yet found none suitable at present. The only soul bone in her possession was a white head bone, acquired years ago while hunting soul rings for her second martial soul in the Stardow Forest, aged over 50,000 years. However, this soul bone was of the mental type, not fitting for Yi Qifeng, but rather aligning with Hulaina, whom Bibi Dong intended to reserve for. The treasure vault of the Spirit Hall housed soul bones suitable for Yi Qifeng, but those were the hall's prized possessions, and the Elder Hall would never consent to her gifting one away. Currently, Bibi Dong could only offer her 3 cherished storage soul guides, 2 bracelets, and a ring. She had already gifted 1 bracelet to Hulaina and wore the other on her wrist, which was unsuitable for a boy. The purple crystal ring was the finest among her soul guides, yet it mattered little. She had no pressing need for it, and thus decided to bestow it upon Yi Qifeng. Upon learning it was capable of storing living beings, Yi Qifeng's eyes sparkled. Carefully accepting it, he expressed his gratitude to Bibi Dong, saying, Thank you, teacher. I truly appreciate it. He slipped the ring onto his left index finger, and it fit perfectly, as if it were made for him. I'm glad you like it, Bibi Dong smiled. She then proceeded to explain the ring's usage. Xiao Feng, using the ring is quite simple. Just infuse it with your soul power to open the storage space, and use your mental force to retrieve or store items within. Following Bibi Dong's instructions, Yi Qifeng, filled with curiosity, attempted it. With a thought, he infused the ring with his soul power, and in the next moment, the storage space opened. His mental force swept through, revealing the contents within. Observing Yi Qifeng's fascinated manipulation of the soul guide, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a smile as she said, All right, Xiao Feng, now I must impart some important information to you. Teacher, I'm listening, Yi Qifeng replied, adopting an attentive posture. Bibi Dong continued, Regarding the cultivation of your twin martial souls, you must remember this. You have awakened your martial soul. And since you possess innate level 20 soul power, you will be able to bypass the soul master stage and directly become a great soul master once you obtain 2 soul rings. However, you must first choose 1 martial soul to cultivate and add soul rings solely to that martial soul. Do not add to the other for now, understood? Yes, teacher. I've taken note. Yi Qifeng blinked, fully comprehending the instructions, though he feigned ignorance. Bibi Dong, contemplating, added, but there is no rush. Today, I will first secure your identity as the Holy Sun. Once I have handled the formalities regarding your title, I will arrange for you to hunt soul rings. For now, let us arrange for your accommodations. I will follow your arrangements entirely. Yi Qifeng responded obediently. Elder Gui, Bibi Dong called, immediately reverting to her cold and regal demeanor as the Pope. Your Holiness, the shadowy figure gradually materialized in the hall, kneeling on one knee to await her command. Bibi Dong instructed, this is my disciple and the newly appointed Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. This decision has been reached in consultation with the High Priest, who has also given his approval. Please escort the Holy Son to arrange his accommodations. Odisson? Gui Mei was taken aback, but he complied, yes. Your Holiness, astonished. He thought, has the Holy Son been appointed so swiftly? Go ahead. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. Your Highness, please follow me, Gui Mei said, bowing before leading Yi Qifeng away. The conference hall returned to its emptiness and silence, leaving only Bibi Dong's solitary figure. Suddenly, she felt a pang of unease. But recalling her newly accepted disciple, her spirits lifted once more. Moments later, she smiled and shook her head, preparing to draft the decree and commendations. Soon, a decree for Yi Qifeng's appointment as Holy Son, along with several commendations for the Platinum Bishop of the West City Spear Hall, Li Qing, and other instructors, had been formulated. Bibi Dong took the Pope's seal and affixed her stamp. Then she called out Elder Ju. In the next instant, a flamboyant figure appeared in the conference hall. This striking figure was Ju Douluo Yue Guan, another elder of the Pope's court, with golden hair and an outfit to match, adorned with patterns resembling a chrysanthemum, symbolizing his martial soul. The unique chrysanthemum, he exuded an alluring aura. His skin appeared as delicate as an infant's, and his beauty rivaled that of a woman, perpetually emanating a strong fragrance of chrysanthemums, creating an exceptionally unique impression. Were it not for the prominent Adam's apple, no one would believe he was a man. Your Holiness, did you summon me? Yue Guan knelt, his voice melodious yet peculiar, making it difficult to ascertain his age. This is the decree for the Holy Son's appointment. I would appreciate it if Elder Ju could deliver it to the Elder Hall for review, Bibi Dong instructed. Ah, the Holy Son? Yue Guan, bewildered, accepted the decree from Bibi Dong. Unlike Gui Mei, who was taciturn and merely executed orders without question, Yue Guan was quite the chatterbox, always probing into matters of curiosity. He immediately opened the decree to read. As an elder in the Pope's court and a member of the Elder Hall, he had the authority to view the Holy Son's appointment decree. Upon seeing the unfamiliar name designated as the Holy Son, he pondered, Yi Qifeng? I can't recall anyone by that name. He could not help but inquire, Your Holiness, who is this Yi Qifeng? He is my newly accepted disciple, Bibi Dong replied, pausing for a moment to gaze down at Yue Guan, suddenly smiling. Her spirits were high. She felt grateful to Yue Guan for bringing Xiaofeng back to her 6 years prior. Otherwise, she would not have advanced to the titled Douluo realm so swiftly, nor would she have had the opportunity to accept Yi Qifeng as her disciple. Meanwhile, Yue Guan felt quite the opposite. Seeing Bibi Dong smile sent a shiver down his spine, nearly frightening him. Is this a ghost? The Pope is smiling? Every time she smiles, it bodes ill. I cannot fathom having offended her, for I merely inquired a single question. Over the course of the year that Bibi Dong has wielded power, I have witnessed that whenever a smile graces her face, it signifies impending doom, a harbinger of death, often claiming many lives. Having observed this repeatedly, I have grown fearful. As Bibi Dong's smile deepens into an enigmatic expression, my body involuntarily trembles. At this moment, Bibi Dong resume is speaking. By the way, Elder Ju has also seen him, Xiaofeng, the child whom Elder Ju brought back from Seoul City 6 years ago. Hearing this, I exhale in relief, only to be taken aback. 6 years ago, after a moment of contemplation, a flash of realization strikes me, and I exclaim softly, Is it him? The newly appointed Saint's son. Was he that infant from all those years ago? Indeed, Bibi Dong nods, unfazed by my outburst, and instructs me. Elder Ju should first deliver the decree of appointment to the Elder Hall, informing them to expedite the review and create the Saint's son's exclusive token and attire. I trust that orders from the offering hall will soon follow. Yes, your holiness. I shall attend to it immediately. With that, I vanish from sight, clutching the decree, and hasten towards the elder hall. After my departure, Bibi Dong summons the Saint Emperor warriors waiting outside the hall, handing them several commendation orders for execution. Among these commendations, Westvis, having achieved the rank of a platinum bishop at the Seoul Douluo level, now stands second only to the elders of the elder hall. Unless he ascends to title Douluo, his rank within the spirit hall cannot be further elevated. Thus, his reward consists of resources necessary for cultivation. Simultaneously, others in the West District Spirit Hall receive corresponding rewards in gold soul coins. The director of the orphanage, Li Qing, sees her rank within the Spirit Hall elevated from Purple Bishop to Black Bishop. Should she desire, she could assume a higher position within the Spirit Hall. However, she declines, as she finds great joy in nurturing children, considering it her lifelong vocation. Moreover, she is a person of serene disposition, uninterested in power, wealth, or status. Her sole passion lies in fostering the growth of children, which brings her immense fulfillment. She would be delighted if her efforts could yield several prodigies for the Spirit Hall. Li Qing remains unaware of the circumstances surrounding Yi Qifeng's awakening of his martial spirit, but from the Saint Emperor warrior who delivered the decree, she learns that he has been accepted as a disciple by His Holiness. She speculates that his talent must be remarkable. Consequently, she and her fellow instructors, who also receive commendations, are filled with joy. Due to the influence of the grand offering, Qian Dao Lu, the orders from the offering hall reached the elder hall even before the decree for the Saint Son arrived, their urgency suggesting a greater concern than that of the papal hall. Thus, the decree for the Saint Son was swiftly approved by the elder hall without convening a meeting. Half an hour later, the Spirit Hall publicly announced the appointment of the Saint Son and unveiled the exclusive token that symbolizes his identity. However, the specific identity of the Saint Son, not even his name, was disclosed. Upon the release of this news, the continent was thrown into an uproar, filled with speculation and confusion, particularly among the prominent powers such as the Tiando Empire, the Xinghua Empire, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. As for the Haotian sect, they remained secluded atop Snow Peak, struggling in their dire circumstances, thus unworthy of mention. The leaders of these major powers, Shui Yi, Dai Tianfeng, Ning Fengji, and Yu Yuanjin, are utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden actions of the Spirit Hall. The Pope, Bibi Dong, has only recently ascended to her position, and now the Spirit Hall hastily establishes a Saint Son. Could this indicate an internal conflict within the Spirit Hall? Why were there no prior signs? If they have appointed a Saint Son, why not disclose his identity? Is it possible that he possesses extraordinary talent, kept hidden from public view? If his abilities are truly exceptional, would it not enhance the Spirit Hall's reputation to reveal them? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive at play. There is certainly a hidden agenda. The cunning leaders cannot help but ponder further, their curiosity about the identity of the Spirit Hall's Saint Son intensifying. Thus, they instruct their spies to thoroughly investigate all pertinent information regarding the Saint Son. Following his departure from the Papal Hall with Gui Mei, Yi Qifeng is led to a palace adjacent to the Papal Hall, once the residence of Bibi Dong, now bearing the unchanged plaque. Your Highness, this will be your abode from now on. Gui Mei gestures toward the palace with his voluminous black robe, his hands concealed. The Saint Daughter's Hall? Yi Qifeng gazes at the three gilded characters on the plaque, bewildered. Your Highness, there is no need for astonishment, Gui Mei rasps, explaining that this palace serves both as the Saint Daughter's Hall and the Saint Son's Hall, the residence of both the Saint Son and Saint Daughter. Historically, all Saint Sons and Saint Daughters have dwelled here, including the previous and current popes during their time as Saint Son and Saint Daughter. The plaque will be replaced shortly. Gui Mei, usually sparse with words, speaks at length this time, knowing well the Saint Son's remarkable talent and the immense potential he possesses. Even the second offering has personally intervened to recruit him, and now he has been directly appointed as the Saint Son. It is conceivable that he could be the next pope. Gui Mei harbors intentions of ingratiating himself, at the very least to avoid offending the Saint Son, striving to fulfill his requests and answer his inquiries to leave a favorable impression. Upon reaching the palace entrance, Gui Mei halts. Your Highness, you may enter on your own. I cannot accompany you. Oh, very well. Thank you, Elder Gui. Yi Qifeng replies politely, preparing to bow. However, Gue Mei quickly interjects, saying, Your Highness, according to the rules of the Spirit Hall, the position of the Saint's son is superior to that of the elders. Thus, there is no need for you to bow. Ah, I see. Nevertheless, Elder Gue is a senior. It is only proper for me to show my respect, Yi Qifeng responds, not overly concerned with the hierarchy. Gue Mei's opinion of Yi Qifeng improves, but he emphasizes the point once more. He then takes his leave. I have other matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. With that, Gue Mei transforms into a wisp of dark mist and departs. Chapter 51. The Boudoir. After Gue Mei's departure, Yi Qifeng steps into the palace. Currently, there is no one inside, save for the Saint Emperor warriors responsible for guarding and patrolling outside. Passing through a small courtyard, he arrives in the main hall of the palace. A glance around reveals a simple and austere decor, devoid of any ostentatious luxury. Aside from a Zeton wooden couch, there is no superfluous furniture to be found. The Zeton couch appears to be intended for cultivation purposes. At the far end lies a bedroom. Upon opening the door, a faint yet familiar fragrance wafts towards him, momentarily leaving Yi Qifeng in astonishment. Such a scent is so familiar to him. Indeed, this fragrance is reminiscent of the scent that lingers upon Bibi Dong. Yi Qifeng recalled that this was the Saintess Palace, her former residence. This was indeed her boudoir. However, hadn't she moved to the Pope's exclusive quarters? Was she still residing here? With a shake of his head, filled with curiosity, Yi Qifeng stepped inside. Before him lay a spacious room, dominated by a large bed at its center, the purple bedding slightly disheveled, suggesting that someone had recently occupied it. It appeared that Bibi Dong had indeed been living here. Beside the bed stood a simple vanity, cluttered with a mirror and various cosmetics. At the foot of the bed was a grand wardrobe, its doors ajar, revealing a narrow gap, though its contents remained obscured. Next to the wardrobe stood a full-length mirror and a freestanding clothes rack, upon which hung several delicate silk nightgowns, one of which was a spaghetti strap design. At the end of the room stood a large screen, intricately carved with exquisite reliefs, concealing the washroom, bathroom, and toilet, which were interconnected. Numerous toiletries were scattered about, the most prominent being a large wooden bathtub, indicating that the room's owner cherished long baths. After surveying the space, Yi Qifeng returned to the main room. The lighting was splendid, neither harsh nor dim, but rather enveloped in a soft glow that exuded comfort. The entire room was adorned in soft hues of purple, imparting a warm and elegant atmosphere. It seemed clear that Bibi Dong had an affinity for the color purple. A smile crept upon Yi Qifeng's face as he recalled her graceful figure. Indeed, purple suited her exquisitely, enhancing her unique charm. As he observed the untidy bed and vanity, Yi Qifeng shook his head slightly. However, when his gaze fell again upon the slightly ajar wardrobe door, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his eyelids to twitch. Could it be? Compelled by an unseen force, he approached the wardrobe, reaching for the handle. Before he could exert any effort, the door swung open unexpectedly. With a crash, Yi Qifeng found himself buried beneath an avalanche of clothing. After a considerable struggle, he finally emerged from the heap, a woman's undergarment dangling from his head. He pulled it off, and upon realizing what it was, several strands of dark lines appeared on his forehead. Before him lay an assortment of garments, form-fitting nightgowns, camisoles, undergarments, outfits, long skirts, and more, a veritable treasure trove. The majority were purple with a fair share of white, red, and gold interspersed, all haphazardly piled together. Yi Qifeng couldn't help but smirk. Truly, this was an eye-opening experience. Was this the legendary visage of a goddess? Splendid in public, yet disheveled at home, indifferent to tidiness? With a resigned shake of his head and a deep sigh, he set to work organizing the chaos. This endeavor consumed a considerable amount of his time. After a full hour, he wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed the neatly organized garments, either hung or folded, feeling a wave of relief as he closed the wardrobe door. He then tidied the disarray of the vanity and bed. Finally, he collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. It was now noon. According to his usual routine, it was time for a nap. In the orphanage, Yi Qifeng had little to do aside from reading and sleeping, thus cultivating the habit of midday slumber. Lying on the bed, inhaling the lingering fragrance of the sheets, his eyelids grew heavy, and he soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the Pope's Hall of Affairs, Bibi Dong, Having concluded her final document, stretched luxuriously, her curvaceous figure momentarily on full display. Her lavender eyes fell upon a beautifully crafted box resting on the table, which had been delivered by the Elder Hall half an hour prior. Inside lay a newly forged Holy Sun medal. Channeling her soul power, she summoned the exquisite box into her grasp. Upon infusing it with her soul energy, the latch sprang open, revealing 3 palm-sized, intricately designed silver tokens within. Bibi Dong delicately lifted one of them, her gaze fixed upon the medal. After a moment of contemplation, she noted the superior quality compared to the Holy Maiden medal she had previously possessed. The offerings from the worship hall and the Elder Hall evidently held great regard for Xiaofeng, especially that old man Qiandao Lu. With a cold smile, Bibi Dong remarked, "Xiaofeng is already my disciple. You shall not take him from me." She placed the medal back into the box, closed the lid, and returned it to her soul guide device. "I shall give it to Xiaofeng later." With her administrative duties concluded, there was little that required her immediate attention. She planned to visit him soon. Bibi Dong recalled that Gui Mei had arranged for Yi Qifeng's accommodation. "Gui Elder," she called, projecting her soul energy. In a moment, Gui Mei's figure emerged from a swirl of ethereal mist. "Your Holiness," he knelt in deference. "How is the Holy Sun's residence arranged?" Bibi Dong inquired, her tone icy, maintaining the dignity of the Pope. "My subordinate has arranged for His Highness the Holy Sun to reside in the Holy Sun Palace," Gui Mei replied. "Very well," Bibi Dong acknowledged, adhering to her usual practice of commendation. Suddenly, she paused. "Wait, the Holy Sun Palace? Where did that come from?" Bibi Dong was struck by realization. After a moment of contemplation, the truth dawned upon her. The Holy Sun Palace was none other than the Holy Maiden Palace. Before she became the Holy Maiden, it had indeed been known as the Holy Sun Palace, as the previous Pope, Qian Sunji, had been the last Holy Sun, and it had been his abode. Yet, after Qian Sunji ascended to the papacy, he relocated to the Pope's exclusive quarters. The Holy Sun Palace had remained vacant for over a decade, only to be renamed the Holy Maiden Palace upon her elevation to Holy Maiden, becoming her residence. Upon becoming the Pope, Bibi Dong was expected to move into the Pope's quarters behind the hall. However, the Pope's quarters had long been occupied by the former Pope, Qian Sunji, and it was the source of her nightmares. She despised it, even loathed it, wishing to obliterate it entirely. Thus, Bibi Dong had refrained from taking up residence there. Even in her routine, she preferred to rest within the Hall of Affairs or the retreat behind it. At night, she habitually returned to the familiar confines of the Holy Maiden Palace. Bibi Dong cherished the Holy Maiden Palace. It was a place of comfort. Only within its walls could she find a semblance of peace. Consequently, she had not vacated it. Few were aware of this matter. Since facing her tribulations, Bibi Dong had transformed into a reclusive individual, never permitting others to enter her chambers, not even her closest maid. Engrossed in her cultivation, she seldom tidied up, resulting in a rather disheveled room. Now, however, the specter had assigned her disciple, Yi Qifeng, to reside in the Holy Maiden Palace. The thought that he might stumble upon something he ought not to see filled her with trepidation. How could she maintain the dignity of a teacher before her own disciple? With this concern, Bibi Dong's lavender eyes widened in alarm, her heart racing. She sprang to her feet and, in a flicker of movement, vanished from the papal throne. In the grand hall of the papal palace, the specter, bewildered by the Pope's sudden departure, found himself in a state of confusion, yet he thought little of it. Subsequently, he transformed into mist and exited the hall, returning to his duties. Before long, Bibi Dong's figure materialized before the Holy Maiden Palace. "Your Holiness," the holy emperor warrior stationed at the entrance immediately knelt in reverence upon seeing her. "Rise, simply attend to your duties," Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, turning her gaze towards the palace entrance, where she noticed the sign had been changed from Holy Maiden Palace to Holy Sun Palace. A wave of urgency washed over her, prompting her to glide inside. Upon entering the front hall, she observed that, apart from the original seating, the space had been adorned with an array of new furnishings. A set of purple pear-wood sofas with plush cushions, a tea table, and accompanying tea sets and chairs decorated the area. The table was laden with exquisite snacks, fruits, and beverages, all delivered according to the specter's instructions by the logistical staff and maidens of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong paid little heed to these modifications, her focus solely on hastening towards her bedroom. She opened the door, swiftly entered, and promptly shut it behind her. Approaching the bed, she beheld her disciple, Yi Qifeng, sound asleep. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she scanned the room, noting that the items on the vanity were neatly arranged, indicating they had been tidied up. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a clothes rack where several intimate nightgowns hung in an orderly fashion. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade as she hurriedly stowed her own nightgown into her soul guide. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that since this space had been designated for her disciple, it would be prudent for her to relocate her belongings. She moved towards the wardrobe to retrieve her clothes. As she pulled open the wooden door, it emitted a crisp creak unique to such furniture. Peering inside, she was taken aback. What had once been a jumble of clothing was now meticulously categorized, either hung or folded with precision. Staring at this scene left her momentarily dazed, and her cheeks reddened further, causing her to forget about retrieving her items from the soul guide. "Teacher?" Yi Qifeng's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Bibi Dong, who quickly shut the wardrobe door. Yi Qifeng had awoken from his nap, drawn by the sound of the door opening, and now found Bibi Dong standing before the wardrobe, seemingly lost in thought. She replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment as her cheeks flushed. "Teacher, what brings you here? Were you looking at something?" Yi Qifeng inquired, seemingly oblivious to her awkwardness. Bibi Dong, her mind racing, feigned nonchalance and adopted a teacher's demeanor to mask her discomfort. After a brief pause, she shifted the topic, saying, "I am here to inform you that your Holy Son decree has been approved by the Elder Hall. You are now the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Additionally," she added, "I have brought you a little gift." From her soul guide, she produced a box and handed it to Yi Qifeng. "Teacher, what is this?" Yi Qifeng asked, accepting the box while eyeing her curiously. Bibi Dong, observing the bewildered expression on her disciple's face, chose not to reveal the contents immediately. Instead, she smiled gently and said, "Open it and see." "How do I open it?" Yi Qifeng asked, struggling with the lock. With a faint smile, Bibi Dong instructed him, "Just infuse it with your soul power." Following her guidance, Yi Qifeng channeled his soul power, and instantly, the lock sprang open. He lifted the lid and peered inside, discovering 3 exquisitely crafted silver tokens, each about the size of his palm. The tokens shimmered with a silvery brilliance, capturing Yi Qifeng's attention. He picked one up. Inspecting it closely, the edges were adorned with a variety of stunning gemstones, while the front was intricately engraved with 6 magnificent soul spirit designs: a chrysanthemum, a ghostly figure, a crown, a hammer, a sword, and a dragon-like creature. Yi Qifeng immediately grasped the significance of these symbols. Turning the token over, he noticed it bore not only exquisite patterns, but also the words Holy Son, denoting his status. "Observing je vijfens curios demanor, Bibi Dong similid softly." Assuming he did not comprehend its meaning, she began to explain, "This is the Holy Son token crafted specifically for you by the Elder Hall. It is made from rare deep-sea sunken silver, meticulously forged by the master craftsmen of the Spirit Hall. Do you see the 6 radiant symbols? They represent 6 supreme soul spirits and signify power and status. The chrysanthemum and ghostly figure represent the soul spirits of the Elder Yue Guan and the Spectre, symbolizing the authority of the Papal Hall. The crown symbolizes the 6-winged angel soul spirit of the Qian family, representing the supreme dominion of the Spirit Hall." As she spoke, Bibi Dong's expression darkened slightly, a flicker of disdain and hatred crossing her lavender eyes, though she worked diligently to conceal it from her disciple. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Qifeng had already sensed her unusual tone and glanced up at her. Bibi Dong, unaware of his observation, gathered her emotions and continued, "The hammer symbolizes the Haotian hammer, the legacy soul spirit of the Haotian sect, representing their esteemed position among the top 3 sections. However, after experiencing the might of the Spirit Hall, they have since become timid and no longer dare to roam the continent." A smirk of derision curled at Bibi Dong's lips as she commented on the Haotian sect. The sword symbolizes the 7-killing sword of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, representing their status among the top 3 sections. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is a weak auxiliary sect, merely clinging to the equally feeble imperial family of the Tiando Empire. Aside from 2 titled Douluos, under the support of sect master Ning Fengji, they pose little threat. Bibi Dong offered a few remarks about the 7 treasures glazed tile school, yet her evaluation was similarly unimpressive. The final dragon emblem signifies the third-ranked Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, representing its esteemed status among the top 3 sections. Upon mentioning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, a flicker of complexity crossed Bibi Dong's eyes, quickly concealed as she dismissed the thought. It held no significance for her. Destined to meet the same demise at the hands of the Spirit Hall. Having been the Pope for 2 years, Bibi Dong had set a new ambition in her heart. The unification of the entire Douluo continent, aspiring to become an unprecedented empress. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong regained her composure and continued. This is the Holy Sun token, symbolizing the identity and status of the Holy Sun. To see the token is akin to meeting the person. Chapter 53. Choosing soul rings. Bibi Dong's beautiful gaze turned to Yi Qifeng as she remarked, "When I was a saintess, I possessed a unique saintess token. Though it lacked the exquisite design of your Holy Sun token and bore some differences. The materials for my original saintess token were merely crafted from black meteorite iron, a tier below the deep-sea silver used for yours. Otherwise, the designs were largely consistent. The front is identical, yet the back bears my name, appearance, and my twin martial souls, while your Holy Sun token should similarly feature your name, appearance, and exclusive martial soul. However, for your safety, those details were omitted, including your 2 divine martial souls. Now I understand," Yi Qifeng remarked, observing the Holy Sun token in his hand. At that moment, Bibi Dong's tone shifted to one of gravity. "Moreover, the Holy Sun token is not solely for your use. You may bestow it upon those you trust, such as loyal subordinates. However, exercise caution. It must not be given away lightly, nor should it fall into the hands of unscrupulous individuals who might misuse it." "Understood, teacher. I will remember," Yi Qifeng replied earnestly, gazing at Bibi Dong's serious countenance. Bibi Dong nodded and added, "Currently, there are only 3 Holy Sun tokens. Should you find this insufficient, you may apply to the Elder Hall for more." Upon hearing that further tokens could be requested, Yi Qifeng pondered deeply. Considering his plans and future endeavors, he realized that he would likely require more than 3 tokens. However, for now, he had no immediate use for them. After a moment of reflection, he addressed Bibi Dong. "Teacher, I currently do not need the Holy Sun token. 3 should suffice for now. If more are necessary, I will inform you." Bibi Dong nodded, stating, "I have conveyed all pertinent information regarding the Holy Sun token. Now, Xiaofeng, I wish to discuss your soul ring acquisition." She acknowledged Yi Qifeng's familiarity with the Spirit Hall's archives and his understanding of martial souls. Pausing, she inquired, "Have you decided where to obtain your soul rings?" "Yes, teacher, I have." Yi Qifeng considered for a moment before responding. "Since my first and second martial souls are rare shadow and holy light types, suitable soul beasts are relatively hard to find. It appears that I must venture into the Douluo Forest, the largest and most diverse gathering of soul beasts on the Douluo continent." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, affirming, "Although the Spirit Hall possesses its own soul hunting forest, where ordinary soul beasts are raised, the variety and number of light and dark attribute soul beasts are quite limited, with light attribute beasts being even rarer. Thus, seeking soul rings in the Douluo Forest is indeed a wise choice. While the vastness of the forest may make locating suitable soul beasts more challenging and time-consuming, the advantages are plentiful. Firstly, the diversity and abundance of soul beasts in the Douluo Forest offer a greater selection of soul rings. Secondly, with a stroke of luck, you may encounter some rare soul beasts that are particularly suited for soul rings. Then we shall go to the Douluo Forest," Yi Qifeng acknowledged, aware of the truths in Bibi Dong's words. He then inquired, "Who do you plan to send with me?" Typically, given Bibi Dong's busy schedule as Pope, one would expect her to assign Elder Jiu or Elder Gui to accompany him. Upon hearing Yi Qifeng's question, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment. Since becoming Pope, her days had been consumed by training and administrative duties, and she had not ventured out for quite some time. This was an opportune moment to relax and indulge in some leisure. Once resolved, a smile graced her lips as she said to Yi Qifeng, "How about this? Tomorrow I will accompany you personally. The recent administrative tasks of the Spirit Hall have been light, allowing me the time." Yi Qifeng was taken aback, exclaiming, "Teacher, you will accompany me? I thought you would assign Elder Jiu or Elder Gui to join me." The notion that Bibi Dong would personally accompany him surprised Yi Qifeng. However, When faced with the choice between traveling with a stunningly beautiful woman and a couple of men, it was clear whom he would choose. At that moment, Bibi Dong shot Yi Qifeng a sidelong glance and posed a trio of questions. What's wrong? Is it undesirable for me to accompany you? Do you not like it? Yi Qifeng faltered, hastily clarifying, No. Of course, I would prefer to be with you, teacher, rather than with two ordinary men. It's obvious whom I would choose. Bibi Dong could not help but chuckle at his response, her laughter bright and infectious. If Elder Jiao and Elder Gui were to hear you say that, they might be quite upset. Then she recalled Yi Qifeng's flattering description and inquired with a smile. Did you just refer to me as a paragon of beauty? Do you truly find me that appealing? Yi Qifeng quickly lavished her with praise. Indeed, teacher, your beauty is unparalleled, your grace unmatched. In this world, no words can adequately capture your radiance. Among all the women I have encountered, none can compare to you. This was the unvarnished truth. Although the Douluo continent is regarded as a realm of fantasy with relatively sparse spiritual energy, it has not hindered its ability to nurture humanity. Notably, female soul masters rarely possess unattractive appearances, and Bibi Dong stands out as the most exceptional among them. With her beauty and poise, she would undoubtedly be considered second to none on the Douluo continent. Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong's smile widened, her heart warmed by Yi Qifeng's compliments. In truth, no woman is immune to the allure of admiration, and even Bibi Dong is no exception. As she smiled, her extraordinary beauty radiated an irresistible charm, capturing Yi Qifeng's gaze entirely, leaving him momentarily entranced. Her smile was like a garden in full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful, drawing him into its enchanting embrace. At that moment, she seemed a world apart from her usual icy demeanor within the Pope's palace. Yi Qifeng found himself enamored with Bibi Dong's smile. Yi Qifeng is a person who delights in the smiles of young girls, particularly those that embody an ineffable beauty he finds irresistible. This is the essence that Bibi Dong should possess, rather than her usual frigid demeanor. He secretly resolves to bring her joy and encourage her to smile more. Bibi Dong observes the bewildered expression on Yi Qifeng's face and suddenly extends a slender finger to touch his forehead, playfully chiding him. At such a tender age, you indulge in flattery. It seems you are not as virtuous as you appear. Yi Qifeng, taken aback by her gesture, instinctively leans back, feeling a slight sting on his forehead. Rubbing it and inhaling sharply, he murmurs, Teacher, I speak nothing but the truth. Very well, Bibi Dong chuckles at his reaction. Shifting the topic, regarding the acquisition of your soul rings, it has been decided. Tomorrow morning, come to the Papal Palace, and I shall take you to the Stardow Forest. Understood, teacher, Yi Qifeng replies. Bibi Dong, with other matters to attend to, departs hastily, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Moments later, Bibi Dong returns to the discussion hall of the Papal Palace. She sinks into the elegant purple throne, propping her chin on one hand, while the other gently grazes her brow. Her porcelain-like legs peek from beneath her flowing gown, crossed delicately. It seems I have forgotten something, she reflects silently. After a brief pause, she suddenly slaps her forehead, springing from her seat with an exclamation. Oh no, I forgot to retrieve my belongings. Contemplating whether to go now, she dismisses the idea, feeling it would be inappropriate and awkward. Her cheeks flush slightly as her thoughts fluctuate. After a moment, she reclines back into the throne, feeling a twinge of frustration, pouting her lips slightly in exasperation, exhibiting a rare moment of vulnerability. Fortuitously, no one witnesses this display. Had others seen her, they would surely be astonished. I shall wait until little Feng is absent to fetch it, she resolves after a considerable time. At that moment, a delicate voice from outside announces, Your Holiness, there are several documents that require your attention. Bibi Dong quickly regains her composure, reverting to her imposing, enigmatic, and aloof persona as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bring them in, she commands coldly. Before long, a servant presents a stack of documents, having been filtered by two elders, which require her direct oversight. Bibi Dong gazes at the half-meter-high pile of papers, her eyelids twitching in irritation. Truthfully, she detests the incessant busyness of administrative duties. After a long silence, she exhales deeply. Let us commence with the affairs contained within these documents. There is no other choice. To achieve her ambitions, sacrifices must be made. Having served as the Pope for 2 years and managing the affairs for just one, She has meticulously organized the spirit hall, establishing a solid foundation through her diligent efforts. To wield complete control over the spirit hall, she must dedicate herself wholeheartedly, striving for its expansion, ultimately compelling all to bow before her. Such is the path to her ultimate goal, unifying the Douluo continent and becoming an unparalleled empress. Time swiftly passes. The last remnants of the sunset fade beyond the distant mountains. Yi Qifeng has dined in the Saint Sun's hall, and after a brief respite, he luxuriates in a bath left by Bibi Dong. Upon finishing, he emerges, taking a fragrant purple towel from a nearby rack to dry himself, donning a splendid new outfit sent from the Elder Hall in the afternoon. Special attire tailored exclusively for the Saint Sun, with over 10 sets in various colors. Crafted from an exceptionally rare and elastic silk, adorned with intricate golden and silver thread patterns alongside numerous gemstones, the garments are undeniably exquisite. However, while comfortable, Yi Qifeng prefers not to dress so ostentatiously. Lacking any clothing beyond the orphanage's uniform, he concedes to wear them for now, planning to acquire simpler attire later. Once dressed and in shoes, he uses a specialized soul guide to dry his hair before returning to his quarters, where the decor remains unchanged. No desire to alter it stirs within him. He retrieves a purple hairband from the vanity, casually tying up his hair. Dressed and transformed, he stands before the mirror, beholding a youthful figure adorned in resplendent attire, with smooth black hair, fair skin, bright eyes, and a gentle demeanor reminiscent of a noble scion. What a splendid youth! Yi Qifeng nods in self-approval. He then returns to the vanity, pulls out a chair, and takes a pen and notebook sent by the holy warrior outside. Under the illumination of a unique soul guide lamp, he begins to sketch and write in the notebook. He intends to devise a plan for his martial soul. In this moment, Yi Qifeng recalls the myriad of knowledge amassed from his past lives, including information gleaned from the Spirit Hall's archives, as well as insights from his previous existence that surpass the current understanding of Douluo continent. Tomorrow, he shall accompany teacher Bibi Dong to obtain his first 2 soul rings. Considering that dark attribute soul beasts are more readily found than their light attribute counterparts, he resolves to first acquire soul rings for his shadow, martial soul. According to the classifications of soul masters on the Douluo continent, they can be categorized into control, assault, agility, support, food, defense, healing, and pure agility types, among others. Upon awakening their martial souls, each soul master must choose a developmental path from these categories for their training. However, this does not necessitate rigid adherence to a single path. Flexibility is permitted. For Yi Qifeng's shadow martial soul, he can explore assault, control, agility, or defense. Yet he will not foolishly restrict himself to one avenue. He will adapt his choices based on his own needs. What he records now are all suitable dark attribute soul beasts for the first and second soul rings, along with the corresponding knowledge of soul rings and soul skills learned from the archives. Yi Qifeng has determined that his first soul ring should be an offensive one, ideally granting him the ability to summon weapons through a weapon-type soul skill. Chapter 55. Weapon-type soul skills. Weapon-type soul skills are an exceedingly rare category of soul skills. On the Douluo continent, the number of soul masters capable of wielding such skills is few and far between, with notable exceptions being the angelic sacred sword of the Qian family and Tang San's blue-silver tyrant spear. However, Tang San is merely a 2-year-old child, and it is uncertain whether he will be able to acquire this soul skill in the future. In any case, Yi Qifeng has no intention of allowing that wretched creature to easily obtain the blue-silver tyrant spear. At first glance, weapon-type soul skills appear similar to the summoning of weapons through weapon spirits, yet they are fundamentally different. Essentially, while they still fall under the category of soul skills, they enable soul masters without weapon spirits to possess weapons akin to those with weapon spirits. Furthermore, they bestow upon the soul master enhancements that are not available to weapon spirits, augmenting both their attributes and the attack power of their weapons. This enhancement effectively removes the ability to weaken an enemy's attributes, acting as a diminished field of influence. Additionally, the enhanced attributes will grow stronger with the soul master's development. The higher the rank of the soul power, the more potent the enhancement becomes. Thus, acquiring weapon-type soul skills at an early stage is advantageous. Moreover, weapon-type soul skills can reduce unnecessary soul power consumption for the soul master. In the early stages, when a soul master's physical attributes and attack power are generally feeble, weapon-type soul skills present a more sustainable combat capability with lower consumption compared to direct-release attack soul skills, thereby placing the soul master in a more advantageous position and allowing them to seize the initiative. Should a soul master with weapon-type soul skills also master certain techniques or secrets of weapon usage, they will be even more formidable. The Qian family's angelic sacred sword is wielded with considerable skill, albeit still constrained by its own soul rings and soul skills. At the very least, it is genuinely employed as a sword. In contrast, Tang San's handling of the blue-silver tyrant spear is quite disheartening. His lack of understanding regarding the use of firearms leads him to treat the spear as a throwing weapon, failing to unleash its true potential, which is indeed a source of exasperation. Mastering the appropriate methods of weapon-type soul skills can yield boundless possibilities. However, these skills are also elusive and often difficult to obtain unless one possesses extraordinary luck. To acquire weapon-type soul skills, one typically needs to seek out soul beasts capable of manifesting weapons, such as the dark attribute soul beasts like the shadow knife weasel, the saber-toothed ghost leopard, or the legendary illusion beast, which can transform into any weapon. The scarcity of these soul beasts makes them exceedingly challenging to locate, and even upon finding and defeating them to absorb their soul rings, the acquisition of weapon-type soul skills is not guaranteed. It merely presents a certain probability. Examining the angelic sacred sword of the Qian family's six-winged angel spirit, it is evident that divine-level spirits possess exclusive weapon-type soul skills. Yi Qifeng's spirit is also of divine caliber. Should he encounter a suitable soul beast, the likelihood of obtaining weapon-type soul skills is considerably high. While Yi Qifeng harbors modest hopes of discovering these rare soul beasts, he diligently records all relevant information regarding them in his notebook. Even if his first soul ring does not yield a weapon-type soul skill, he will devise ways to acquire one subsequently. For his second soul ring, Yi Qifeng envisions 3 potential options. The first option entails control-type skills, such as binding, illusions, or domains. The second choice leans towards agile attack skills, such as stealth or evasion. Lastly, the third option remains within the realm of offensive skills. The absence of defensive skills in his considerations stems from the inherent weakness of soul masters in their early stages, rendering defense largely ineffective. Additionally, Yi Qifeng prefers not to remain stationary and endure attacks. He favors an aggressive approach. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. Yi Qifeng also records information regarding soul beasts associated with his soul rings, including the soul-binding, soul-eating ghost vine, the agile, attack-oriented shadow cat demon, and the powerful killing ghost tiger. Given that Yi Qifeng possesses a divine-level spirit and is a dual divine spirit wielder, his physique and mental fortitude are naturally exceptional, surpassing even that of Qian Renxue, who possesses a single divine spirit. His physical condition has transcended the great soul master level, reaching that of a soul sovereign. Thus, he is not bound by the conventional theories of maximum soul rings. From the very first soul ring, he possesses the capacity to absorb rings beyond their typical age limits. Furthermore, due to Yi Qifeng's divine-level spirit, he has a heightened sensitivity to soul power, enabling him to discern the absorbability of soul rings through his spirit's perception. Yi Qifeng comprehends the essence of soul rings, which are special energy bodies formed from the cultivation of soul beasts upon their demise, encapsulating the beast's vitality, spiritual energy, and soul power. With his physique, he can absorb soul rings from soul beasts below the 5,000-year mark. Therefore, his plan entails absorbing a soul ring of approximately 1,000 to 1,700 years for his first ring and attempting to acquire a 4,000 to 5,000-year ring for his second. As he embarks on this quest for soul rings alongside Bibi Dong, Yi Qifeng's choices are audacious. He meticulously documents these thoughts, along with detailed explanations and the sources of his knowledge, including his unique insights. Should he present these ideas directly to his teacher, Bibi Dong, she would likely disapprove and discourage him from taking such risks. She might even perceive his ambitions as fanciful and admonish him. However, the notebook he has compiled serves as a crucial instrument for persuading Bibi Dong. When the time comes, if she inquires, he can present the notebook for her review, alleviating her doubts and concerns. After outlining his plan for acquiring the first soul ring of the shadow spirit, the clock has struck deep into the night. His heavy eyelids lead him to his bed, where he lifts the covers and succumbs to slumber. The papal hall. After concluding her administrative duties, Bibi Dong instinctively prepares to vanish and return to her sanctum, where she often indulges in a soothing bath and rest. Suddenly, she halts, recalling that her sanctum has now transformed into the sanctum of the Holy Sun, occupied by her disciple, Yi Qifeng. She cannot return there. Yet, she is reluctant to take up residence in the papal palace's adjoining quarters. It seems she has nowhere to go. With a sigh, Bibi Dong gracefully pivots and heads toward the rear of the papal hall's conference chamber. There's a lounge designated for the Pope's brief respite during administrative duties. Although termed a lounge, it is well equipped, serving as a combination of a reception area and a bedroom, furnished with a tea table, sofas, chairs, a bed, and bedding, everything one could desire. It has been specially arranged according to Bibi Dong's preferences, featuring a soothing lavender tone that creates a warm and inviting atmosphere, infused with a unique fragrance that encourages one to cast aside all worries and embrace joy. However, entry to this space is solely permitted for Bibi Dong. Despite the presence of a reception area with a tea table, sofas, and chairs, Bibi Dong never allows anyone else to enter the lounge. She prefers solitude. Chapter 56. The elegant woman Bibi Dong glides gracefully into the lounge, closing the door behind her. The cold expression that adorned her exquisite face dissipates in an instant, giving way to a relaxed and content demeanor. She stretched her lithe figure, showcasing her elegant curves in all their glory. With a casual flick, she kicked off the crystal high heels that adorned her delicate, snow-white feet, allowing them to tumble carelessly to the side. She then nestled herself into the softness of her bed, rolling about playfully before finally covering herself with a blanket, preparing for slumber. However, for reasons unknown, sleep eluded her. Her mind incessantly wandered to the belongings she had left behind in the hall of the Saintess, particularly her garments. The mere thought of those neatly arranged clothes sent a wave of embarrassment and frustration through her. She felt exposed and disheveled, having been seen in such a state by her disciple, Yi Qifeng. She believed her image had crumbled, leaving her unsure of how to maintain her authority and poise as a teacher before her pupils. In her discomfort, she curled deeper into the comforter, wishing to avoid the world. After a while, the more she thought, the more convoluted her thoughts became, prompting her to roll about in irritation. Ultimately, she could not find peace in sleep. Suddenly, she sat up, took a deep breath, and resolved, "Enough, I shall not sleep. Instead, I will continue my cultivation." With determination, she began to channel the modified cultivation technique she had successfully mastered, her delicate hands forming intricate seals. In an instant, a sinister purple aura enveloped her, and a door materialized, suspended in midair, swirling with a dark vortex that exuded an ominous energy, hinting at the extraordinary nature of what lay beyond. She regarded the door with a calm demeanor, undeterred by its menacing aura, for she recognized it as the gateway to the secret realm of the Rakshasa god, a place she had frequented for training. Rising gracefully, she stepped lightly with her bare feet and entered through the portal. As her figure vanished, the purple-black vortex diminished rapidly before completely disappearing. The night passed swiftly. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window. Yi Qifeng awoke, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and yawning widely as he extricated himself from the soft embrace of the covers. He slipped into a pair of soft slippers left by the previous occupant and made his way to the washroom to freshen up. The toiletries were readily available, and without a second thought, he used them, unbothered by their prior ownership. After completing his morning routine and tidying his bed, he ventured to the main hall, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited him on the table, freshly delivered by a maid. A steaming bowl of porridge, several exquisite side dishes, and an array of delightful breakfast items greeted him, all of which were unfamiliar yet delectable. This was the most lavish and refined breakfast he had enjoyed since arriving on the Douluo continent. Previously, his life in the orphanage, while supported by the Spirit Hall, had not afforded him the luxury of such delicacies except on special occasions. After savoring his breakfast, Yi Qifeng departed from his saint son's palace, heading towards the Pope's palace to seek out his teacher, Bibi Dong, who would guide him in hunting soul rings in the Stardow forest. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the Pope's palace. The holy emperor warriors stationed outside recognized him as the newly appointed saint's son and knelt in respect before opening the grand doors to admit him. They had already received instructions from His Holiness the Pope to escort the Saint's son directly into the palace upon his arrival. Upon entering the Pope's palace, Yi Qifeng's curious gaze roamed the expansive interior. His first visit had been under the guidance of the ghostly Da Guai, whose speed was unparalleled across the Douluo continent. This time, however, he could take his time to marvel at the grandeur of the palace. The interior was indeed vast, featuring a long corridor approximately 10 meters wide, adorned with massive columns intricately carved with exquisite patterns matching the corridor walls. Flanking the corridor were numerous meeting chambers, over a dozen in total, with the largest being the Grand Assembly Hall of the Pope, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Guided by the Holy Emperor warriors, Yi Qifeng arrived at the entrance of the Assembly Hall. The warriors gestured for him to enter before bowing and stepping back. As Yi Qifeng crossed the threshold into the hall, two stunning figures caught his attention immediately. One was, of course, his teacher, Bibi Dong, while the other was a stranger to him. Bibi Dong sat regally upon the Pope's throne, though she was not adorned in her usual resplendent purple-gold robe. Instead, she wore a more understated yet elegant pink-purple ensemble that accentuated her graceful curves, exuding an irresistible charm. Her long, pink-purple hair flowed freely down her back, creating a striking contrast with her attire and enhancing her breathtaking beauty, radiating an air of nobility, elegance, and tranquility. Yi Qifeng's gaze shifted to the other captivating figure, a woman with short, light purple hair framing her exquisite face. She appeared to be in her 20s, possessing an alluring presence with her bright, captivating eyes and fair skin. Clad in a form-fitting leather outfit that showcased her figure, with cutouts revealing delicate shoulders and a hint of her fair skin, she exuded a commanding grace that was both enchanting and powerful. Standing at the foot of the steps where Bibi Dong sat, she embodied a different kind of elegant poise. Her eyes remained fixed on Yi Qifeng as he entered the assembly hall. Filled with curiosity for the young boy who had been proclaimed the saint's son upon awakening his martial soul. "Teacher," Yi Qifeng exclaimed as he approached the dais. Bowing respectfully to Bibi Dong. "You have arrived," she replied, maintaining her usual comfortable posture, her eyes still closed. Upon hearing his voice, she responded softly, her tone imbued with a hint of weariness. After speaking, she gently massaged her temples, attempting to dispel her fatigue and discomfort. Noticing the unusual strain in her voice, Yi Qifeng furrowed his brow and looked up, seeing her hand pressed persistently against her forehead, as if seeking relief. It appears that the malevolent thoughts of the Rakshasa continue to exert their influence over her, seemingly intensifying as time goes on. These sinister notions subtly erode her rationality, extinguishing her benevolent inclinations and leading her gradually towards moral decline. Within the Rakshasa secret realm, the malevolent thoughts are more potent than ever, amplifying their impact on her and accelerating the encroachment of darkness. Did she, perchance, enter the Rakshasa secret realm for cultivation again last night? Knight Seven Wind speculated internally, and with concern, he inquired, "Teacher, are you well?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, who had been rubbing her temples, abruptly ceased her actions. She opened her beautiful eyes to gaze at Knight Seven Wind, mildly surprised that he had noticed her discomfort, which warmed her heart. It had been a long time since she had experienced such concern from another. Her eyes fell upon Knight Seven Wind, now adorned in the attire of the Holy Sun, and she found herself momentarily captivated by his transformation. He exuded a gentle and pristine aura, appearing somewhat handsome, and she thought he looked increasingly pleasing to the eye. "Wait, is that hairband he wearing mine?" Bibi Dong paused, her eyes widening slightly, feeling a mix of emotions. However, upon seeing the worried expression on Knight Seven Wind's face, she decided not to pursue the matter further. After all, it was just a hairband and he was her disciple. Bibi Dong thought to herself, then smiled gently, saying to Knight Seven Wind, "I'm fine, just a bit weary from insufficient rest last night. It's nothing serious." Yet Knight Seven Wind understood that Bibi Dong was indeed affected by the Rakshasa-esque malevolent thoughts and was in a poor state, far beyond mere fatigue. Thus, he responded, "Teacher, you seem quite exhausted. Perhaps we should postpone today's soul ring acquisition. You should rest first, or I can arrange for someone else to accompany me." Hearing Knight Seven Wind's considerate suggestion to cancel the day's plan for the soul ring, Bibi Dong felt a warmth in her heart, becoming increasingly pleased with her disciple. She smiled, straightened her posture, and replied, "It's no trouble. I am not a fragile woman. A little fatigue is nothing to worry about. We should set off promptly to find you a suitable soul beast, absorb your soul ring, and embark on the path of cultivation." Nearby, a woman quietly observed their exchange. Knight 7 Wind's concern for his teacher endeared him to her. Speaking of which, Bibi Dong recalled the beautiful woman standing below. She had come specifically to report to Bibi Dong, which was why she was present in the hall, having accepted the olive branch offered by the Pope Bibi Dong. The woman had been marked as belonging to her in the eyes of others, a tentacle extending into the elder hall. Bibi Dong gestured towards the woman, introducing her to Knight 7 Wind. "Little Wind, allow me to introduce you. This is the 9th elder of our spirit hall, known by her true name as Enai Huang. Enai Huang is a newly appointed elder, a rank 91 title Daw with the supreme martial spirit of the Flame Cat Eagle, and her title is Flame Eagle. She is also the only other female title Douluo in the spirit hall aside from myself." Bibi Dong then turned to 9th elder Enai Huang, introducing Knight 7 Wind. "Ni Huang, this is the newly appointed holy son of the spirit hall, whom I'm sure you have heard of. He is also my disciple. Interestingly, you two share a connection, both being conferred your titles on the same day." Knight 7 Wind followed Bibi Dong's introduction to gaze at 9th elder Enai Huang. To his astonishment, the enchanting and graceful beauty before him was indeed the famed title Douluo who wielded fire. He recalled that during the soul-hunting expedition initiated by Bibi Dong, it was said that the 7 Treasures Glaze sect was reduced to ashes by her flames. Knight 7 Wind felt a surge of astonishment. "Odison." 9th elder Enai Huang noticed Knight 7 Wind's gaze upon her. With elegant grace, she performed a courteous bow and, with soft lips, greeted him. Her voice was melodious, crisp, and delightful, like a gentle breeze caressing wind chimes, refreshing the spirit. 9th elder, Knight 7 Wind returned the courtesy, generously expressing his admiration for this elegant and charming 9th elder, remarking that as one of the 2 female titled Douluo in their spirit hall, she truly exemplified the strength of women. Exemplifying the strength of women? Hearing this, 9th elder Enai Huang felt a rush of delight, her smile widening as she realized that the young holy son had a way with words. Bibi Dong pondered Knight 7 Wind's words as well, surprised by his talent, but wondering why such praise was not directed at her. A hint of jealousy stirred within Bibi Dong. Her gaze towards Enai Huang slightly altered, tinged with envy. "You flatter me, holy son," 9th elder Enai Huang said with a gentle smile. "If we speak of exemplifying the strength of women, it is the Pope who truly deserves such praise. You may not know this, but in the hearts of female soul masters everywhere, Her Holiness holds an esteemed position, serving as a paragon for all women in the realm. Almost every female soul master idolizes Her Holiness, myself included." Seated above, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by Enai Huang's words. She had not realized her standing among female soul masters was so elevated. Instantly, her spirits lifted, and she felt a swell of pride, her chin instinctively tilting upwards. Her gaze towards 9th elder Enai Huang brimmed with admiration, and any fleeting jealousy was quickly cast aside. "Your modesty is commendable," Knight 7 Wind chuckled, addressing Enai Huang. "You, like my teacher, are a unique and extraordinary woman in this world, not only possessing unparalleled beauty, but also unmatched prowess, leaving many in awe and envy. I hope to seek your guidance in the future." Enai Huang, flattered by Knight 7 Wind's compliments, beamed with delight, her laughter ringing out joyfully. After a moment, she composed herself, yet the smile lingered on her lips. "Guidance is unnecessary, but if the Holy Son requires assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Thank you," 9th elder, Knight 7 Wind said, his impression of her quite favorable. He continued, "9th elder, I have a suggestion. For now on, may I call you Sister Jiu or Sister Enai Huang? Please refrain from calling me Holy Son. It feels rather distant. You may call me Little Wind or 7 Wind, just like my teacher. What do you think, sister?" Enai Huang was taken aback, feeling both surprised and intrigued. However, she could not decide unilaterally. Knight 7 Wind, as the holy son of the Spirit Hall and a disciple of Pope Bibi Dong, held a higher status than her as a newly appointed elder. Enai Huang's elevation to title Douluo and elder was indeed due to Bibi Dong's support. Despite her efforts, her innate talent was not particularly high among the elders. Her achievements stemmed from hard work and the resources provided by Bibi Dong. Without such resources, it would have taken her several more years to reach her current status. Moreover, while Ai Huang appeared to be in her 20s, she was actually older than Bibi Dong by more than a decade, belonging to the same generation as the ghost law. In terms of age, she could easily be considered the great-grandmother of Yi Qifeng. However, just like Bibi Dong in her earlier years, Ni Huang was a fervent practitioner. At the Spirit Hall, apart from executing missions and attending to basic needs, she devoted every moment to her cultivation. Having remained single for decades, she had no partner, no offspring, and no family. Now, suddenly being asked to acknowledge a younger brother was intriguing, yet without Bibi Dong's approval, she dared not consent. Thus, Ni Huang turned her gaze towards Bibi Dong. Seated upon the papal throne, Bibi Dong listened intently to their conversation. Her impression of Ni Huang was already quite favorable. She held particular admiration for Ni Huang, a fellow cultivation enthusiast, which is why she provided abundant resources to aid her in breaking through to the titled Douluo realm. Noticing Ni Huang's gaze, Bibi Dong, in a pleasant mood, nodded in agreement, saying, "Follow your heart. If it pleases you, then accept." What? Could this disrupt the hierarchy? Ni Huang thought, feeling a mix of joy and apprehension upon receiving Bibi Dong's nod. Just then, Bibi Dong reassured her, "It's of no consequence. It's merely a change in address, not a matter of shame. Why should we concern ourselves with antiquated societal norms?" Elder Sister Ni Huang. Yi Qifeng interjected, calling out first. Then smiling at Ni Huang as he added, "The teacher is correct. There is no need to worry." With that, he proposed, "From now on, I shall call you Ninth Sister." Ni Huang felt reassured by their exchange, and, pleased with Yi Qifeng, responded with a smile, "In that case, I shall accept you as my younger brother and will call you Little Wind from now on." At that moment, Bibi Dong rose from her throne. As she gracefully descended the steps, she spoke to Yi Qifeng and Ni Huang. "Next, we shall prepare to depart for the Stardow Forest to seek a soul beast for Little Wind and hunt for a soul ring." Stardow Forest? Ni Huang's alluring eyes filled with confusion as she asked, "Your Holiness, I assent Little Wind's martial soul newly awakened? Should the first soul ring be acquired closer to home, perhaps in our exclusive hunting forest? Why venture so far?" Bibi Dong regarded Ni Huang with a slight smile. "Under normal circumstances, that would be correct, but Little Wind is exceptional. Is Little Wind's martial soul truly unique?" Ni Huang pondered, her curiosity piqued, and she eagerly inquired, "How so?" Bibi Dong did not immediately respond. Instead, her expression grew serious as she informed Ni Huang of certain matters. "Ni Huang, having just ascended to the position of elder, there are things you may not be aware of. Information regarding Little Wind's martial soul is classified within the Spirit Hall and is not to be disclosed. Only those of elder rank and above are privy to it. However, now that you are an elder, you are entitled to this knowledge. And even if I do not disclose it, the Elder Hall will inform you in due course." Upon hearing that Little Wind's martial soul was a secret of the Spirit Hall, Ni Huang suppressed her curiosity, her expression turning grave. Bibi Dong continued, "What I must tell you is that Little Wind has awakened a dual martial soul with innate soul power at level 20, and both souls are divine level." "What?" Ni Huang's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily stunned. "Innate soul power at level 20? A dual martial soul? And both are divine level?" Such individuals existed in this world. This talent was astonishing. No, not only did they exist, but one stood right before her, her newly acknowledged younger brother. It was no wonder that Little Wind was bestowed the title of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall immediately upon awakening. Such talent warranted it. As she contemplated this, a blush crept upon Ni Huang's beautiful face, revealing her joy. Then, she stiffly turned to Yi Qifeng, her expression one of shock. Yi Qifeng met her gaze with a resigned shrug. He understood that his martial soul was indeed remarkable, often eliciting similar reactions from those who learned of it, including the experienced Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong, not to mention Ni Huang. At that moment, Bibi Dong interjected, "Ni Huang, you should accompany us to hunt soul rings for Little Wind. The more hands, the better." Her words brought Ni Huang back from her astonishment. Eager to assist in the endeavor, she readily agreed. "Yes, Your Holiness." She then inquired, "Should I gather a security team?" "No need. Just the three of us will suffice," Bibi Dong replied. She wished to help her disciple acquire a soul ring, while also taking the opportunity to unwind. After spending 2 years in the papal palace, attending to affairs of state and losing precious time for cultivation, she felt the need to escape and relieve the pressures that had been mounting, particularly as her headaches seemed to be worsening. Ni Huang expressed concern, but Your Holiness, your safety. Bibi Dong raised her hand, revealing a delicate arm, interrupting Ni Huang. It's fine. Our destination is merely the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest, where the soul beasts are of 100 to 1,000 years of age, posing no real danger. Even if we encounter any, the combined strength of 2 tidal Douluos is more than sufficient to handle it. Should an emergency arise, you need only ensure little wind as safety. My well-being is of no concern. If necessary, your martial soul, the flame cat eagle, can assist us in our escape. Let us go. I have arranged for the carriage, Bibi Dong declared, leading the way out of the hall. Ni Huang glanced at Yi Qifeng, meeting his gaze as they exchanged a look. Ni Huang's eyes reflected her worry and inquiry. Yi Qifeng shrugged, indicating his own uncertainty, yet offered her a reassuring glance before following Bibi Dong. After a moment of contemplation, Ni Huang acknowledged that Bibi Dong's strength was profound and that it was unnecessary to worry about potential dangers. Ultimately, she shook her head, resolving to focus on her protective role. With a graceful demeanor, she followed suit. Half an hour later, a carriage departed from Spirit City, heading eastward. Chapter 59. The Embarrassment of Qian Rinxue in the Heaven Dou Empire in the capital city of Heaven Dou, within the East Palace of the Crown Prince. The performance of the angelic disguise of the Crown Prince had been successfully executed. At this moment, Xue Qinghe was under the guise of the angelic divine armor soul bone skill, portrayed by Qian Rinxue. Inside the Crown Prince's chamber, in a secret room, Qian Rinxue dispelled her disguise, reverting to her true appearance. Now 11 years old, she had absorbed 2 pieces of the angelic divine armor soul bone, each nearly 100,000 years old. And after 2 years of cultivation, even with the time lost due to impersonating the Crown Prince, her cultivation had still broken through to the Soul King realm. Coupled with the absorption of 2 soul rings that surpassed the theoretical limit, her physical development had advanced remarkably, standing nearly at 1.70 meters, her figure increasingly exquisite. For 2 years, embodying the Prince of Tiandou has enhanced her exquisite beauty, imbuing her with an even more formidable presence. Her slightly delicate phoenix eyes occasionally reflect the sharpness befitting one of high status. At this moment, Qian Rinxue is seated on a couch, holding a letter that has been transmitted through the clandestine channels of the Spirit Hall, marked as urgent. Her gaze falls upon the envelope's surface, where a small 6-winged angel seal catches her sapphire blue eyes. This seal indicates that the letter is personally sent by her grandfather, Qian Daolu. However, she is unaware of the urgency behind his sudden communication. As she breaks the wax seal and unfolds the letter, she begins to read. At the outset, Qian Daolu engages in his customary expressions of concern and affection, conveying his longing for his granddaughter. In that instant, Qian Rinxue, who finds herself in a foreign land, navigating with trepidation as if walking on thin ice, feels her heart swell with warmth. Her sapphire eyes, akin to precious gems, glisten with unshed tears, blurring her vision. "Grandfather, I miss you dearly," she whispers softly, her voice tinged with emotion. After a considerable time, Qian Rinxue composes herself, wipes away the mist from her eyes, and continues reading. Upon encountering the news of Yi Qifeng awakening his martial soul, she suddenly jumps up, exclaiming, "Innate soul power of level 20, a dual, divine level martial soul." Her rosy lips part in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. "How wonderful! Little Feng, I never anticipated your talent surpasses mine." At that moment, she is both astonished and elated. Her gaze becomes vacant as memories of their 2 months together by the blue lake at the orphanage 2 years ago flood her mind. Inevitably, she recalls how Yi Qifeng has always refused to call her sister. With a wistful tone, she declares, "But I shall not concede. You must call me sister." A sense of pressure suddenly weighs upon her. It seems imperative to intensify her training, lest she be surpassed by little Feng, she muses. Being a fiercely competitive individual, she is determined not to fall behind or be outdone by Yi Qifeng. Turning the letter over, she continues to read. Upon reaching the latter part of the correspondence, her expression abruptly changes. Her face flushes with indignation as she chastises her grandfather for suggesting that Yi Qifeng should become her grandson-in-law, exclaiming incredulously, What on earth are you thinking? He is merely 6 years old, still a child. Have you begun to sell your granddaughter? With a huff, she tosses the letter aside as if it were something distasteful. If anyone wishes to be my man, he must first defeat me. Only then will I consider. Her cheeks burn with embarrassment, her eyes glimmering with a peculiar light, quickly overshadowed by her anger. You want me to approach little Feng and seize the opportunity? How preposterous! She retorts, filled with indignation. I refuse to comply with your wishes. I will win little Feng's heart in my own way, making him willingly submit beneath my gown. A while later, suppressing her embarrassment and irritation, Qian Rinxue retrieves the letter and resumes her reading. Toward the end, she finds a message from Yi Qifeng relayed through Qian Douluo, urging her to take care of herself and promising to visit. Warmth spreads through her heart. At least you have some conscience, remembering to show concern for your sister. It is not in vain that I've been kind to you. In her heart, Qian Rinxue regards Yi Qifeng as a younger brother, though he does not acknowledge her as such. Recalling the joy and ease of their 2-month companionship, she feels a pang of nostalgia. It has been 2 years since their last meeting, and she wonders how he has grown, whether he still retains that cherubic, plump visage. As she ponders, her delicate phoenix eyes narrow into a charming crescent from the smile that graces her lips. She suddenly finds herself eagerly anticipating their next encounter. On the official road, a carriage steadily makes its way eastward, driven by an extraordinarily beautiful woman who sits in the driver's position with a languid demeanor. She appears to steer the carriage effortlessly, her hands not gripping the reins but gently waving, causing the horses to obediently change direction, maintaining a steady pace. This enchanting figure is the 9th elder, Anai Huang. For a title, Da, mastering soul power is second nature, making the control of the carriage as effortless as breathing. Anai Huang is responsible for the carriage's navigation, while Yi Qifeng and Bibi Dong sit inside. Bibi Dong has opted against the ostentatious carriage of the Pope, preferring instead the more modest one she used during her time as a saintess. Inside the carriage, after settling onto the cushioned seat, Bibi Dong closes her eyes in silence. Having spent the previous night cultivating in the Rakshasa secret realm, she emerges feeling unwell, plagued by headaches, fatigue, and a multitude of negative emotions that she cannot suppress. Unbeknownst to her, this is the corruptive influence of the Rakshas's malevolent thoughts, and she does not suspect anything, believing it to be a test from the Rakshasa god, a necessary sacrifice for her cultivation in the secret realm. However, entering a meditative state alleviates some of her discomfort, allowing her some reprieve. The carriage moves smoothly, constructed from special shock-absorbing materials, with powerful soul guide devices installed in the supporting pillars, ensuring that her cultivation is undisturbed by any jolts. Yi Qifeng sits on the opposite side of the cushioned seat, observing Bibi Dong, who seems to have entered a meditative state, indicating that she is not inclined to engage with him at the moment. He also adopts a cross-legged position, delving into the top-tier meditation technique he acquired from the Spirit Hall's archives. Following the technique's guidance, he channels his soul power, empties his mind, and enters a meditative state to commence his training. Postscript: I sincerely appreciate the concern of all my readers. My health has indeed been poor lately. I have been feeling quite unwell, plagued by drowsiness and lethargy, making it nearly impossible to write. My cough has resurfaced, leaving me utterly exhausted. The black and white halo enveloped the entire carriage, gently cascading over Bibi Dong as well. However, the radiance was soft and did not disturb her slumber. As the halo settled upon her, her tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, smoothing out the tension. The throbbing pain in her head vanished in an instant. Her mood transformed from agitation to tranquility as heavy negative emotions receded, leaving her feeling remarkably at ease. Instinctively, Bibi Dong shifted closer to Yi Qifeng, seemingly in search of greater comfort. Feeling even better, she moved again until she was nestled against him. Then, unable to resist her impulse, she reached out, drawing Yi Qifeng into her embrace and inhaling his gentle aura with a sense of greed. At that moment, Bibi Dong's sudden action roused Yi Qifeng from his meditation. He paused, bewildered, as his two martial souls remained unwithdrawn. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing the soft halo emanating from the two martial souls and realizing he was being held by Bibi Dong. What was happening? Yi Qifeng was filled with questions. He lifted his gaze to behold Bibi Dong's beautiful visage, only to find she remained asleep, seemingly unaware of her own actions. Observing her serene expression and feeling her soothing breaths, Yi Qifeng chose not to extricate himself from her embrace. He carefully contemplated the aura radiating from his martial souls, reflecting, "The halo emanating from my martial souls appears to hold great allure for Bibi Dong. Indeed, though the shadow martial soul is of the dark attribute, it is remarkably gentle. Similarly, the light and shadow martial soul exudes a gentle sanctity. The halos from both souls possess the power to suppress and purify negative states, perhaps alleviating the malevolent influences of the Rakshasa within Bibi Dong." Having discerned the essence of the situation, Yi Qifeng refrained from taking any action, allowing Bibi Dong to cradle him, not minding her embrace. If it benefits her, he thought, let it be. He closed his eyes once more, returning to meditation. Time passed unmeasured until Bibi Dong gradually awakened from her meditative state. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of herself pressed closely against her disciple, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Swiftly, she released her hold and created some distance between them, realizing it was she who had leaned in. For Yi Qifeng was seated upright, while she had shifted from her original position. Bibi Dong's expression transformed strikingly upon noticing the martial souls hovering behind Yi Qifeng, radiating their gentle halo. Suddenly enlightened, she recognized the source of the mysterious aura emanating from him. It was indeed derived from his two divine martial souls. No wonder, she mused, that when she had held him as a mere infant, she could maintain her composure and control her murderous intent, ultimately breaking through to the tidal Douluo realm. Assessing her own state, she discovered an unprecedented sense of well-being. She recalled that Xiaofeng had mentioned his two martial souls possessed the ability to suppress and purify all negative states. This means that each time I emerge from the Rakshasa secret realm, I could seek Xiaofeng's assistance in mitigating the influences of that realm on me. As this realization struck her, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as she found herself unable to tear her gaze away from Yi Qifeng, her stare fervent. At that moment, Yi Qifeng awakened from his meditation, and upon opening his eyes, he met Bibi Dong's intense gaze. Their eyes locked, and Bibi Dong, momentarily taken aback, quickly averted her gaze to mask her embarrassment. Yi Qifeng, perceiving the clarity of the situation, understood her discomfort. He merely remarked, "Teacher, you are awake." Bibi Dong replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. After a brief moment, she composed herself, resuming her usual regal demeanor as a teacher, asserting her authority. To divert attention, she inquired, "Xiaofeng, our next destination is the Stardow Forest. As a well-read individual, I trust you have some understanding of the Stardow Forest?" Recalling the records from the Spirit Hall regarding the Stardow Forest, Yi Qifeng responded, "Indeed. According to the Spirit Hall's records, the Stardow Forest is one of the three most renowned habitats for wild soul beasts on the Douluo continent, and it is also considered a human forbidden zone. Its existence on the continent dates back beyond record. Geographically, the Stardow Forest is located 800 kilometers east of Spirit City, spanning across the Tiandou and Xinghua empires, covering an area comparable to that of a kingdom or province, with 2/5 within the Tiandou Empire and 3/5 within the Xinghua Empire. Yi Qifeng glanced at Bibi Dong, noting her nod of encouragement to proceed. He continued, "The Stardow Forest is characterized by dense primeval forests and a complex terrain comprising wetlands, swamps, mountains, rivers, and various geographical features. However, these aspects are not of paramount importance, as they pose little threat to soul masters. The real concern lies in the vast number of wild soul beasts inhabiting it. Based on the distribution of soul beasts classified by age, the Stardow Forest can be divided from the outside in: the edge zone, the outer circle, the mixed circle, the core circle, and the land of great danger. The edge zone is typically inhabited by non-soul beast wild predators and soul beasts under 10 years of age. The outer circle is home to 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, with occasional appearances of 1,000-year soul beasts. The mixed circle is primarily occupied by 10,000-year soul beasts, with all soul beasts aged 10,000 years and below residing in this area, along with some 1,000-year soul beasts of formidable lineage that rival 10,000-year beasts. The core circle is where the rare 10,000-year soul beasts dwell, though they are exceedingly scarce and elusive, making them difficult to locate. Additionally, Some soul beasts exceeding 5,000 years and possessing powerful bloodlines can also be found there. The land of great danger is inhabited by soul beasts surpassing the 10,000-year mark. As no human has ever set foot in this territory, it exists solely in legend. Having concluded, Yi Qifeng turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong. Chapter 61. The dangers lie not only with soul beasts, but also with humans at this moment. Bibi Dong found herself momentarily stunned. Realizing that her disciple's understanding of the Star Do Forest exceeded her expectations, he possessed knowledge in certain areas that was even more detailed than hers as the teacher. This sudden revelation evoked a sense of embarrassment for not being suited to teach Yi Qifeng. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, yet she maintained her authoritative demeanor, acknowledging. "Well done. It seems you have a thorough understanding, Xiaofeng." She continued, "The Star Do Forest is indeed a remarkable place, teeming with soul beasts, and is often regarded as the cradle of soul beasts, favored by powerful soul masters. Almost every soul master seeking to break through can find the most suitable spirit ring within its depths. However, it is also an exceedingly perilous place, with numerous soul masters succumbing each year. Unlike the captive soul beasts in the hunting soul forest, the soul beasts in the Star Do Forest are highly dangerous, exhibiting strong aggression and harboring no fondness for humans. The moment a human enters, they may face attacks from soul beasts of 1,000 years or even 10,000 years." As she spoke, Bibi Dong slowed her pace, cautioning, "Do not confine yourself to the classifications of soul beasts described in the texts. In the Star Do Forest, it is challenging to ensure that no unforeseen events occur. It is entirely possible for soul beasts that have existed for 10,000 years or even longer to venture into the outer regions, potentially triggering beast tides and causing high-level soul beasts from the inner areas to swarm toward the outskirts. Therefore, entering the Star Do Forest requires utmost caution." At this moment, Bibi Dong's expression turned grave. Furthermore, one must remember that danger does not solely stem from soul beasts. It also arises from fellow humans, the soul masters. The greed inherent in humanity can be terrifying beyond one's imagination. There are always individuals who are willing to take risks, disregarding human life, hunting others to seize resources. Thus, it is imperative to understand the principle that one cannot discern the hearts of others and that wealth should not be flaunted. Moreover, one should not trust others easily, especially within the Star Do Forest. Bibi Dong paused, her beautiful gaze turned towards Yi Qifeng. "Xiaofeng, you are not yet a soul master. Once we enter the forest, you must always remember not to stray too far from your teacher and I Huang." She refrained from elaborating on the other teachers. "Understood, teacher." Yi Qifeng nodded in response. At that moment, a voice from outside the carriage, conveyed by I Huang's soul power, reached them. "Your Holiness, we have entered 100 kilometers from the Star Do Forest. Ahead lies a small town on the outskirts. It is now afternoon, approaching dusk. Should we stay for the night or proceed directly to the Star Do Forest?" Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and then transmitted her decision through soul power to I Huang. "Let us proceed directly to the Star Do Forest. We can camp there tonight." Both Bibi Dong and I Huang were not delicate women. They had often camped outdoors during previous missions and while hunting for soul rings. Even if they were to camp in the Star Do Forest, they had no fear, as both were titled Douluos. The real threats were the soul beasts within the forest. Moreover, Bibi Dong had the intention to train her disciple, allowing Yi Qifeng to experience what the Star Do Forest was like at night. "Understood." After receiving the reply, I Huang immediately drove the carriage through the outer town and continued onward. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a halt. They had arrived at the edge of the Star Do Forest. Here, the carriage could no longer advance, as the road ahead was obstructed, forcing them to continue on foot. The carriage needed to be entrusted to someone for safekeeping. "Your Holiness, we have reached the edge of the Star Do Forest," I Huang conveyed through soul power. Bibi Dong and Yi Qifeng stepped out of the carriage and jumped down. Not far away lay the lush expanse of the Star Do Forest. As far as the eye could see, it was an endless sea of green, resembling a colossal green beast sprawled upon the ground, stirring awe. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying the unique fragrance of plants and soil, refreshing and invigorating, evoking an indescribable sense of comfort. By the roadside where the carriage had stopped was a temporary gathering place. At this gathering site, many had already pitched tents, some taking advantage of the remaining daylight to start fires for cooking, while others consumed their provisions. These individuals were, without exception, soul masters. Ordinary people would not dare to appear in such a location. The Douluo forest posed significant dangers even for soul masters and for commoners. The only fate awaiting them here would be to become a snack for the soul beasts. Judging by the attire of those at the gathering place, they were mostly common soul masters without significant influence. Some sought to obtain soul rings, either forming their own teams or spending gold soul coins to hire assistants in hunting soul beasts. Others aimed to earn gold soul coins to support their families. This latter group typically organized into teams to collaborate, assisting soul masters who needed to break through their realms in hunting soul rings, subsequently collecting their rewards. Such groups were known as soul hunting teams. The gathering place was somewhat noisy but not chaotic, as it was evident that someone was responsible for maintaining order. Suddenly, a magnificent carriage arrived, capturing the attention of the crowd. When they saw two stunningly beautiful women accompanied by a finely dressed young boy, everyone was momentarily stunned. In particular, the male soul masters present were transfixed, their gazes fixated on Bibi Dong and Ni Huang without deviation. Some even suffered the consequences of their astonishment, nearly having their ears pulled by their female companions, letting out cries of agony. Others, brazenly, could not help but reveal lewd expressions. Although curiosity filled the air, no one dared to approach, for the striking emblem of the six symbols, chrysanthemum, ghost, dragon, sword, hammer, and crown, adorned on the carriage, served as a constant reminder that this was a carriage belonging to the spirit hall. The individuals within the carriage were undoubtedly affiliated with the spirit hall, likely of significant stature. They were not to be trifled with. After disembarking from the carriage, Ni Huang extended her spiritual awareness, sweeping through the gathering. From the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the individuals, she discerned that none possessed a soul power lower than level 30. Typically, soul masters below level 30 would hunt for soul rings in designated soul beast breeding forests within the empire. Unless one could not find suitable soul beasts, it was rare for anyone to venture into the Douluo forest for their first or second soul rings, as Yi Qifeng did. Thus, every person in the gathering possessed a soul power of at least level 30. Chapter 62. First arrival of the Douluo forest through Ni Huang's spiritual perception. The strongest among them was a burly man, a level 58 soul king, who was allocating spots for tent construction. Noticing the arrival of the carriage, the burly man approached. At that moment, Bibi Dong sensed several lascivious gazes directed at them, her brow furrowing, and her expression suddenly turned cold. Beside her, Ni Huang's demeanor also shifted, her temper as volatile as a woman playing with fire. With a cold huff, she took immediate action. A powerful aura unique to titled Douluos erupted forth, directly overwhelming the lascivious individuals. Crack! The lecherous male soul masters instantly collapsed to the ground under the immense soul pressure, emitting cries of anguish. However, Ni Huang did not intend to injure them. She merely wished for them to experience discomfort, albeit a discomfort that was anything but ordinary. At that moment, the burly man, sensing the sudden soul pressure, felt a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. What was happening? He quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed several individuals writhing on the ground in pain. Upon realizing the source of this chaos was a beautiful woman, he hurriedly dashed forward, kneeling before her with a thud, pleading loudly, "My lady, please spare us." His sudden and straightforward submission left Yi Qifeng, Bibi Dong, and Ni Huang momentarily taken aback. Ni Huang smiled slightly and remarked, "You're quite clever." The burly man felt a pang of bitterness. He had no desire to kneel, but the overwhelming power of her presence left him no choice. The formidable soul pressure was undoubtedly at the level of a soul Douluo. He simply could not contend with it. Furthermore, the glaring emblem of the spirit hall atop the carriage was too conspicuous. Even if he could fight, he would not dare to act. I have no desire to find myself on the wanted list of the spirit hall. In that case, I might as well kneel down right here. The burly man possesses a modicum of insight. He is well aware of the temperament of those young rascals. They are undoubtedly unable to restrain their wandering eyes, carelessly observing the esteemed individual, thus incurring his wrath and receiving a beating. However, as the overseer of this temporary gathering place, he must intercede for them, whether for the sake of his own reputation or for the sake of the golden soul coins. The man knelt, not daring to lift his head, and hurriedly pleaded, "I beg you, spare them. They did not mean any harm." And I Huang cast a sidelong glance at him, reining in her soul pressure, and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, they are uninjured. It was merely a light punishment to teach them to manage their eyes better and not gaze where they ought not." "Yes, yes, you speak truly, my lord," the man, relieved to hear no one was hurt, quickly responded with obsequiousness. At that moment, Yi Chifeng inquired, "What is your name? Are you the overseer of this gathering place?" Answering to the young master, "I am called Neutrality Butong," the man replied promptly. "Due to my slightly higher soul power, I have been entrusted by everyone to serve as the temporary overseer, responsible for maintaining order and ensuring the safety of this site, of course, for a fee." Though the questioner was merely a young boy, he did not dare to treat him with disrespect. Judging by his attire, this boy appeared to be the most splendidly dressed of the trio, likely the leader among them. The two beautiful women accompanying him were perhaps his kin or protectors. The boy, around 6 years of age, must have recently awakened his martial soul, venturing to obtain his first soul ring. His audacity to hunt in the Stardow Forest at such a tender age spoke either of ignorance or an innate ferocity. In either case, Niu Budong privately assessed him as quite impressive. At that moment, Enai Huang spoke, "Enough. Do you see that carriage? You are to keep watch over it for the time being. Is there any issue with that?" "None at all, none at all," Niu Budong hurriedly replied, assuring her he would guard it well. As long as the people are safe, the carriage shall be too. Subsequently, Enai Huang retrieved a pouch of golden soul coins from her soul guide and tossed it into Niu Budong's arms, saying, "Here is half of your payment in advance, 100 golden soul coins. If you safeguard the carriage, we shall pay you the remainder upon our exit from the Stardow Forest." Elated, Niu Budong quickly proclaimed, "Very well, my lady. I shall ensure it is well looked after and provide the finest fodder for the horses." The prospect of earning a handsome sum merely by overseeing a carriage was too enticing to resist. Ever since he reached the Soul Zone realm, he had lost the qualification to receive monthly supplies from the Spirit Hall and could only rely on his own efforts for income. A free spirit who cherished autonomy, he had no desire to join other factions, thus surviving by offering protection and organizing soul-hunting expeditions. After entrusting the carriage to Niu Budong, Yi Chifeng and his companions ventured into the Stardow Forest, drawing the astonished gazes of the gathered crowd. The outer edge of the Stardow Forest was a dense canopy of towering trees, some soaring over 20 meters high. The thick foliage obscured any clear paths, casting shadows that concealed the true landscape within. This was Yi Chifeng's first encounter with such an awe-inspiring forest, his eyes filled with wonder and curiosity. In contrast, Bibi Dong and Enai Huang maintained a calm demeanor, having visited the Stardow Forest multiple times and long since lost their sense of novelty. Once inside the forest, the light suddenly dimmed. It was now twilight, with only faint, golden rays filtering through the gaps in the leaves. As they traversed the woodland, the refreshing scents of plants and damp earth wafted through the air, enveloping them in unparalleled comfort. At this juncture, Bibi Dong softly suggested, "While there is still light, let us find a suitable camping site." The trio continued deeper into the forest. The terrain of the forest was complex. Initially, remnants of paths carved by human passage remained, the result of years of soul masters hunting soul beasts along relatively safe routes. However, as they ventured further, these trails dwindled, eventually disappearing altogether, leaving no trace of human activity. At this moment, Enai Huang instinctively led the way, clearing the path ahead. Her martial soul, the Flame Cat Eagle, wielded top-tier fire attributes, and with a mere flick of her wrist, the branches and thorns blocking their path were reduced to ashes, revealing a clear route. Yi Chifeng and Bibi Dong walked together, a couple of paces behind Enai Huang. Indeed, the trio could have chosen to soar through the air directly, but Bibi Dong wished for Yi Chifeng to witness the authentic visage of the Stardow Forest, broadening his horizons. There was no rush to seek soul rings. Hence they opted for a grounded approach. Throughout their journey, Yi Chifeng beheld numerous soul beasts of 10 and 100-year ranks, and even encountered several thousand-year beasts, all of which were cataloged in the Spirit Hall's compendium. Bibi Dong took the opportunity to detail the characteristics of these soul beasts to Yi Chifeng, including their names, habits, weaknesses, and methods for discerning their ages. This first-hand experience opened Yi Chifeng's eyes to a wealth of knowledge. After all, the information gleaned from books was merely superficial. To truly understand soul beasts, one must engage with them directly and learn from a live instructor. When faced with soul beasts, the trio did not shy away. The formidable aura emanating from Nai Huang deterred the creatures, causing them to flee at the first hint of danger. Though beasts below the 10,000-year mark lacked intelligence, they possessed an instinct for self-preservation. Of course, there were occasional fools among them who attacked recklessly, only to meet their demise in a fiery blaze ignited by Nai Huang. After a quarter of an hour, the three found a flat, sheltered spot suitable for camping. Nai Huang gathered her soul power, clearing the surrounding thickets to create a space. First scattering a special powder around to repel snakes, insects, and rodents, and then beginning to set up the tent. Among the trio, Bibi Dong held the esteemed title of Pope, while Yi Qifeng, being young, was deemed unsuitable for labor, leaving the work to Nai Huang. Observing her busily at work, Yi Qifeng felt a twinge of guilt and approached to lend a hand, saying, "Sister Jiu, let me help you." Nai Huang smiled in surprise and replied, "No need. Little Feng, you should rest. This is a trivial task for me." "It's fine. I am just idle anyway," Yi Qifeng responded. "Very well, but do be careful. Don't let the tent's frame injure you," Nai Huang said with a laugh. Before long, the two had erected a tent. At that moment, the sun fully dipped below the horizon, the crimson clouds dissipating as night enveloped the land. The forest was suddenly plunged into darkness, nearly obscuring all visibility. The dense undergrowth of the Star Doe forest, with its towering trees, blocked the sky above, allowing only scattered starlight to filter through the swaying branches, illuminated by the gentle breeze. At this moment, Yi Qifeng had yet to become a soul master, rendering him incapable of night vision like Bibi Dong and Nai Huang. Gazing ahead, he was met only with profound darkness. Even the figures of Bibi Dong and Nai Huang, mere arm's length away, were challenging to discern. However, the surroundings were far from tranquil. The forest echoed with the sounds of chirping insects and the cries of birds, while the roars of soul beasts resonated continuously, creating a symphony of life. This was the Star Doe forest at night, a realm where soul beasts were perpetually active and humans were enveloped in peril. Yet, Yi Qifeng felt no fear or trepidation in the darkness. Rather, he found it intriguing, for with the esteemed Bibi Dong and his elder sister Nai Huang by his side, his safety was assured. At that moment, a soft sound broke the stillness as Nai Huang conjured a flicker of flame in her hand. This was the manifestation of her martial soul, imbued with top-tier fire attributes. The flame, born from her soul power, emanated a bright light that instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness. Bibi Dong cast a glance at the flame in Nai Huang's hand and, after a moment's contemplation, retrieved a luminous orb from her soul guide, addressing Nai Huang. "Nai Huang, I possess a luminescent orb for illumination. There is no need to expend your soul power. Please, stow it away and conserve your energy." "Understood, Ni Huan Biblave." Deftly extinguishing the flame with a flick of her wrist, the warm orange light was swiftly replaced by the orb's brilliant white glow. Bibi Dong then turned her gaze to Yi Qifeng, prepared to impart essential knowledge regarding the forest. "Xiaofeng, what I wish to convey is that, generally speaking, when camping in the forest at night, particularly in a place like the Star Doe forest, where soul beasts thrive, it is prudent to avoid emitting any light, especially firelight. While most wild animals and soul beasts fear fire, there are also formidable soul beasts that are drawn to light. Unless one possesses strength comparable to mine or Sister Jiu's, correct?" At this, Yi Qifeng interjected, "Indeed, unless one is as powerful as you and Sister Jiu." Bibi Dong chuckled in astonishment, nodding in agreement. "Precisely. Unless your cultivation is sufficiently robust, you should refrain from lighting a fire like us. For now, you are safe with us, but remember, should I not be by your side one day, do your utmost to avoid igniting flames." "Yes, teacher," Yi Qifeng replied dutifully. "Now, then," Bibi Dong declared, "let us have our dinner." With that, she produced a small dining table and 3 chairs from her soul guide, followed by an array of food. The meal was quite lavish, prepared by the administrative kitchen of the Spirit Hall under her directives, crafted by several food-type soul saints. "Nai Huang, please join us for dinner," Bibi Dong invited. "Of course, Your Holiness," Nai Huang responded, somewhat taken aback. The trio dined modestly, and dinner concluded swiftly. Bibi Dong, with her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Qifeng, inquired, Xiaofeng, regarding your two martial souls, have you given any thought to which soul ring to attach first? With curiosity glimmering in her eyes, and Ai Huang, too, turned her gaze towards Yi Qifeng. Yi Qifeng pondered, Teacher, Sister Jiao, I have made my decision. Considering that dark attribute soul beasts are more readily available than light attribute ones, I intend to attach the soul ring to my shadow martial soul first. And Ai Huang nodded in agreement, saying, That makes sense. Both light and dark attribute soul beasts are relatively rare, especially light attribute ones, which are far scarcer than their dark counterparts. Focusing on the shadow martial soul is indeed a wise choice. Bibi Dong also nodded. Continuing, in accordance with the classification of soul masters in Douluo continent, they can be categorized into control, assault, agility, support, food, defense, healing, and pure agility types, among others. Upon awakening their martial souls, each soul master must choose one of these directions for cultivation. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow thoughtfully and remarked to Yi Qifeng, Xiaofeng, in my opinion, your shadow martial soul is well suited for the assault, control, agility, and defense categories. However, I would advise you to pursue either the assault or control path. What are your thoughts? And Ai Huang nodded in agreement, affirming Bibi Dong's suggestion. Indeed, Yi Qifeng replied with a smile, Teacher, your perspective aligns closely with mine, but what? Bibi Dong raised her gaze towards Yi Qifeng, and Ai Huang also looked on, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Yi Qifeng stated, Teacher, Sister Jiao, I do not intend to confine myself to a singular path. I plan to flexibly choose among the assault, control, and agility categories based on my needs. And Ai Huang's eyes widened in surprise, and with a hint of concern, she remarked, Xiaofeng, do you mean you wish to cultivate in all three paths? Wu Ti that lead to deficiencies in damage output, control, and speed? Bibi Dong nodded, her brow slightly furrowing as she echoed in Ai Huang's concerns. What Sister Jiao says is correct. Remember, each martial soul can accommodate a maximum of 9 soul rings. And ordinarily, each soul skill occupies 1 soul ring. While a balanced approach across 3 paths is viable, distributing soul ring skills among various categories may result in each path having its shortcomings, making it challenging to achieve the pinnacle of mastery as one would in a singular path. This is why the Soul Master community generally recommends focusing on one direction for development. Teacher, Sister Jiao, you need not worry about this, Yi Qifeng reassured them. I have taken your concerns into account. The reason the Soul Master community advocates for a singular developmental path is that, in Douluo continent, a Soul Master's strength predominantly derives from the skills granted by their soul rings. Although soul bones can also bestow soul skills upon Soul Masters, they are exceedingly rare, often considered treasures that are seldom encountered, even among titled Douluos. However, this is not absolute. There exist certain secret techniques, skills, or self-created soul skills that can enhance one's power. For instance, the secret technique of Haotian Sect, Haotian 9 Absolutes, the Grand Sumera Hammer, the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Sect, S Mind Control, and Ring Fusion techniques, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, S True Dragon 9 Crown Inheritance skills, as well as Tang San S Hidden Weapon techniques, all fall outside the realm of soul skills. Thus, the sources of power are not solely limited to skills conferred by soul rings or soul bones. Yet, due to the brevity of human life, a soul master's time is predominantly consumed in enhancing their soul power, leaving little room for the exploration of secret techniques, skills, and self-created soul skills. After all, acquiring soul rings provides a straightforward means to attain desired skills and bolster one's strength. Many sects and factions focus solely on the inheritance of martial souls and the acquisition of soul skills for their research. Consequently, such exceptional skills for enhancing power are exceedingly rare on Douluo continent. Postscript. Thank you to Bengai Ru CI for the generous donation of 500 starting coins. Chapter 64. Planning for Extreme Soul Ring Absorption. Thus, I've already devised a plan. The first soul ring for my shadow martial soul should be an offensive soul ring, ideally one that grants a weapon summoning soul skill. Yi Qifeng declared. A weapon-type soul skill? Bibi Dong inquired, astonished. And Ai Huang, too, expressed her surprise. She had heard of weapon-type soul skills, noting that only the ruling angel family of the Spirit Hall possessed such techniques. Yi Qifeng nodded towards Bibi Dong. Yes, teacher. Have you forgotten? My martial soul is a divine-level martial soul, and the probability of divine-level martial souls acquiring weapon-type soul skills is significantly higher. Just think, doesn't the divine-level martial soul of the Qian family, the six-winged angel, possess a weapon-type soul skill known as the angelic holy sword? Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before speaking. Indeed, as far as I know, the six-winged angel martial soul possesses a weapon-type soul skill known as the angelic holy sword. Thus, Xiaofeng, there's indeed a significant probability that your martial soul can acquire weapon-type soul skills. Yi Qifeng replied. Therefore, teacher and Sister Jiao, our primary objective is to seek out soul beasts capable of transforming into weapons. Understood. Both Bibi Dong and Nai Huang nodded in agreement. Xiaofeng, what about your second soul ring? Ni Huangning Kuei. Yi Qifeng responded. In accordance with my plans, I have 3 options for the second soul ring. The first option includes control-type skills, such as binding, illusions, or domain-type abilities. The second option involves agile offensive skills, like stealth and evasion. Finally, the third option remains within the realm of strong attack, focusing on offensive skills. Thus, I will rely on both teacher and Sister Jiao to pay close attention to finding such soul beasts. By the way, I have documented all the detailed information regarding these soul beasts. Teacher, Sister Jiao, please take a look. With that, Yi Qifeng retrieved a small notebook from his amethyst crystal ring, containing his plans for acquiring the first soul ring of his martial soul, Shadow, and handed it to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, taken aback, accepted the notebook from Yi Qifeng's hands. She had not anticipated her disciple to be so diligent as to document the soul ring acquisition plan, which genuinely surprised her. As she gently opened it and began to read, her beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with increasing brightness the further she read. After finishing, she was left astounded. Noticing Bibi Dong's stunned expression, and Ai Huang, curious about the contents of the notebook, couldn't resist leaning closer. Bibi Dong, unbothered by her actions, handed the notebook to her. And Ai Huang, you should have a look as well. As Ai Huang began to flip through the pages, she was taken aback by the meticulous detail of the soul ring acquisition plan written by Yi Qifeng. Truth be told, she had never encountered anyone who had put in such effort to acquire their first and second soul rings, and the boldness of this plan was staggering. Xiaofeng, do you intend to absorb a 1,000-year level soul ring for your first? And Ai Huang exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Yi Qifeng. Indeed, Yi Qifeng confirmed with a nod, stating, specifically, the first soul ring will be absorbed from a soul ring aged between 1,000 to 1,700 years, while the second soul ring will be from a soul ring of 4,000 to 5,000 years. Absolutely not. Bibi Dong suddenly interjected, her expression grave. Xiaofeng, a wise master of martial soul theory, once concluded that the limit for a soul master's first soul ring is 423 years, and the limit for the second is 764 years. Should one exceed these limits, the soul master's body may not withstand the immense energy contained within the soul ring, leading to catastrophic consequences. Xiaofeng, this notion of yours is far too perilous. I cannot allow you to take such risks. At this moment, Ai Huang also felt a surge of urgency and added, yes, Xiaofeng, this is far too dangerous. The bodies of soul masters have limits to what they can endure. Although it varies from person to person, the differences are not that vast. Your plan to absorb soul rings beyond those limits is simply too extreme. But I have you and His Holiness the Pope with me. If I truly cannot absorb it, the process can be interrupted, Yi Qifeng replied. Even with me and the Pope present, while we could halt the absorption process to save your life, we cannot guarantee that your foundation will remain intact, and Ai Huang cautioned. Teacher, Sister Jiao, I understand your concerns. But have you forgotten that I am a dual-born divine, martial soul possessor with innate soul power at level 20? Yi Qifeng asserted. Upon hearing this, both Bibi Dong and Ai Huang were momentarily taken aback. Teacher, do you remember Shui? Yi Qifeng suddenly asked Bibi Dong. Shui. Bibi Dong was momentarily perplexed, unable to respond. The granddaughter of the Grand Offering, Yi Qifeng clarified. Why do you suddenly mention her? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. Teacher, Shui also possesses a divine martial soul with innate soul power at level 20, correct? Yi Qifeng inquired. Yes. Bibi Dong nodded. The granddaughter of the Grand Offering? Ai Huang was taken aback. What is going on? There exists another divine, martial soul with innate soul power at level 20 within the Spear Hall? How did I not know about this? Yi Qifeng nodded at an I Huang, explaining, Sister Jiao, due to certain circumstances, Shuer's existence is known only to elders of title rank and above, while others remain unaware. As a newly appointed elder, you may not have had the chance to learn of this matter. Now I understand, and I Huang replied. What I wish to convey is that Shuer's fourth soul ring is an exceeding limit 10,000-year soul ring, Yi Qifeng stated. What? Are you certain? Bibi Dong asked, astonished. She had not closely followed matters concerning Qianrenshua, hence was unaware of this fact. Yi Qifeng affirmed, I am certain. The Grand Offering is also aware of this. To be frank, it was under my persuasion that Shuer chose to exceed the limit for her fourth soul ring. After a brief pause, Yi Qifeng continued, Teacher, Sister Jiao, those who possess divine martial souls inherently have robust, innate physiques and spiritual power, setting them apart from the norm, especially with innate soul power at level 20. It is not necessary to adhere to the so-called limit theory for soul rings. Shuer serves as a living example. Yi Qifeng elaborated, thus, I proposed the theory of exceeding limits for soul ring absorption. However, Bibi Dong still harbored reservations. Teacher, I forgot to mention that divine martial souls possess an acute sensitivity to soul power. Whether a soul ring can be absorbed can be determined through the martial soul's perception of it, so there is no need for concern regarding my safety. Yi Qifeng reassured Bibi Dong. Very well, if that is the case, we shall proceed as you suggest, Xiaofeng. Bibi Dong sighed inwardly, realizing that her disciple's understanding of martial souls seemed to surpass even her own, perhaps even eclipsing that of certain individuals. The limit theory for soul rings appeared to have been effectively overturned by Xiaofeng, as she found herself curious about the surprises her disciple might unveil. As she contemplated, Bibi Dong's gaze toward Yi Qifeng grew increasingly fervent, and I Huang, observing Yi Qifeng, was similarly intrigued, eager to witness what would be like to absorb soul rings beyond the limits, and whether success could be achieved. Perhaps she would be fortunate enough to witness the birth of a miracle. Thus, I will trouble teacher and Sister Jiao to assist in locating the soul beast documented in my notebook. For the first soul ring, we require a soul beast age between 1,000 to 1,700 years. Should we encounter suitable soul beasts of 4,000 to 5,000 years, we can capture them in advance. Yi Qifeng conveyed to Bibi Dong and Nai Huang. The two nodded in unison, agreeing to his request. Let's take a moment to rest before setting off. Dark attribute soul beasts typically prefer to emerge at night. To find suitable soul beasts, it is more advantageous to search in the evening. Bibi Dong suggested, tonight, let us explore within a 10-kilometer radius of this campsite. If we do not find anything suitable, we can expand our search area or delve deeper. Postscript. Thank you to the readers for your support. New readers who enjoy this book may click to bookmark or invest. Thank you all for your continued reading. Wishing all viewers, both handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, eternal youth and joy. Chapter 65. The shadowy black blade weasel of 1100 years. 2 days later, under a starry sky, the silvery moonlight cascaded from the heavens. Below lay the Star Doe forest, dense with towering trees and thick underbrush. The moonlight stubbornly filtered through the intricate gaps of leaves, casting a myriad of silver spots upon the forest floor, which was otherwise cloaked in darkness. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the woods, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. A graceful figure descended, holding the hand of a young boy, landing softly on a flat clearing. The duo was none other than Bibi Dong and Yi Qifeng. After 2 days of searching, they had yet to find a soul beast that met the requirements for Yi Qifeng's soul ring. Dark attribute soul beasts were indeed scarce. On the first night, the trio had scoured a 10-kilometer radius around their campsite, but to no avail. Exhausted from their journey, they returned to rest at the campsite in the early hours of the morning. The following day, rather than taking a break, they continued their search. But daytime activity of dark attribute soul beasts was even more limited, making their quest increasingly challenging, and they remained empty-handed. By nightfall, they decided to broaden their search area. Although they encountered a few suitable dark attribute soul beasts, their ages were too young, merely centuries old, failing to satisfy Yi Qifeng's requirements, leading to their abandonment. This evening, they ventured over 10 kilometers deeper into the forest. Once they touched down, Bibi Dong produced a luminous orb from her soul guide device, dispersing the surrounding darkness. Noticing the slight fatigue on Yi Qifeng's face, she feared he might feel discouraged and hurried, prompting her to explain, "Little Feng, dark attribute soul beasts are significantly rarer than those of other attributes. The vast expanse of the Stardow Forest makes it quite challenging to find one that meets your criteria. Thus, it may take some time. Though the Stardow Forest teems with soul beasts, it often takes considerable time for soul masters to hunt for a soul ring that suits their martial spirit. It could range from 3 to 5 days, or even a month, 3 to 5 days being a stroke of luck. This was true for ordinary soul beasts. For dark attribute ones, the duration could be even longer. Upon hearing this, Yi Qifeng offered a gentle smile to Bibi Dong and replied, "Teacher, there's no need to worry. I am not in a rush. This is all within expectations. We could take our time." Bibi Dong nodded and said, "If we do not find a suitable soul beast tonight, we shall delve deeper into our search. I wonder how Ni Huang is faring?" After 2 fruitless days, Bibi Dong had sent Ni Huang to search separately. With 2 titled Douluos working together, their efficiency in the search had significantly increased. As her words faded, a figure enveloped in a fiery yellow glow floated gracefully from the depths of the forest, landing before Bibi Dong and Yi Qifeng. It was Elder Ni Huang. "Sister Jiao," Yi Qifeng exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Ni Huang. As she touched down, she withdrew her fire attribute soul power, revealing a delighted smile. "Ni Huang, have you found a suitable soul beast?" Bibi Dong inquired eagerly. "Your Holiness, Little Feng, I indeed bring good news," Ni Huang replied, nodding. "I detected traces of dark attribute soul beasts over 10 kilometers ahead. From the aura, it appears to be of the 1,000-year level. However, it seems that this dark attribute soul beast possesses a strong ability to conceal its presence, as the traces it left behind are faint and sporadic. After tracking it for several kilometers, I lost its trail. Thus, I have not seen its true form, but I have determined the general area of its habitat." Yi Qifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let's go take a look," Bibi Dong urged. "Certainly, follow me," Ni Huang responded. Leading the way, Bibi Dong took Yi Qifeng's hand, conjuring a protective shield of soul power around him, and together they soared into the depths of the forest after Ni Huang. A few minutes later, the trio landed behind a massive tree that could be embraced by several people. They concealed their presence, listening intently. It should be within that area ahead. The soul beast's ability to hide its aura is formidable. Even I can only faintly sense a trace of its essence, unable to pinpoint its exact location. Truly, it is worthy of being a dark attribute soul beast. Ni Huang whispered in awe. "Teacher," Yi Qifeng said, turning his gaze towards Bibi Dong after hearing Ni Huang's words. Although Ni Huang had recently ascended to title Douluo, even she could not fully sense the soul beast's aura. Thus it was time for Bibi Dong to take action. Her cultivation far surpassed that of Ni Huang, and her spiritual power was unmatched, capable of discerning the soul beast's location and identifying its nature. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, then closed her eyes, releasing an immense surge of spiritual energy that swept through the dense foliage ahead, scanning meticulously. What immense spiritual power! Is this the level of the Holy Empress? It is astounding, Ni Huang marveled, feeling the potency of Bibi Dong's spiritual energy, her gaze filled with admiration and envy. "I found it." Moments later, Bibi Dong abruptly opened her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. "Fortune smiles upon us. It is a 1,000-year-old black blade weasel, concealed behind the tallest tree just a few miles ahead. Little Feng, please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you," Bibi Dong declared, her figure flashing as she darted away. Before long, she returned, her hands gripping a pitch-black soul beast. With a thud, she tossed the creature to the ground. Yi Qifeng looked at the unconscious beast, noting its entirely dark form, reminiscent of an ordinary wild weasel, yet its limbs were shaped like sharp blades, and its physique was significantly more robust. It was undoubtedly the black blade weasel. From its length, approximately 1 meter, it was evident that this creature was around 1,100 years old. The black blade weasel lay motionless on the ground, having been rendered unconscious by Bibi Dong. "Little Feng, how's this black blade weasel suit your needs?" Bibi Dong asked, turning to Yi Qifeng. "Yes, this is perfect, 1,100 years old. Just right," Yi Qifeng replied. "Isn't that age a bit too high?" "I worry," Ni Huang expressed concern. "Perhaps we should take more time to find one with a lower age." Bibi Dong shared her apprehensions as well, looking at Yi Qifeng. "Little Feng, Are you certain you wish to absorb it? Ye Yifeng, no dit resolutely. Teacher, Sister Jiao. Do not worry. Trust me. I can handle it. Very well. Seeing the determination in Yi Qifeng's eyes, Bibi Dong ceased her objections. With a swift motion, she produced a dagger from her soul guide bracelet and handed it to Yi Qifeng. Little Feng, you must slay this black blade weasel yourself. Only a soul ring generated from a soul master's own kill can be absorbed by them. Taking the dagger from Bibi Dong, Yi Qifeng unsheathed it, revealing its gleaming blade. He crouched before the unconscious black blade weasel, examining it closely. This would be his first hunt, though certainly not his last. Chapter 66, The First Soul Skill. Black Blade Dark Moon Ni Huang believed that he was somewhat apprehensive or reluctant. She addressed Yi Qifeng, saying, Xiao Feng, you need not fear, nor should you feel pity for it. Since time immemorial, humanity and soul beasts have been natural enemies. In the eyes of these soul beasts, humans are merely food. If you do not strike it down, it will surely kill you. Furthermore, to advance, soul masters require the soul rings from soul beasts. Thus, the hunting of soul beasts by humans is entirely justified. Yi Qifeng understood her implication, yet he did not dwell on it. He was no saint. When the time came to kill, one must act, or how else could he ascend? He shook his head and plunged the dagger directly into the forehead of the black blade shadow weasel. The dagger was sharp and effortlessly sliced through the resilient fur and the stone-like skull, penetrating into the brain. In less than a second, the black blade shadow weasel fell silent, feeling not a trace of pain. It passed away peacefully. In the next moment, a circle of brilliant purple rings began to rise slowly from the lifeless body of the black blade shadow weasel. The rings floated ethereally in the air, emanating a hazy violet glow, as if they were on the verge of dissipating. Yi Qifeng stared at this wondrous scene, his eyes filled with curiosity. This is the soul ring, Bibi Dong interjected. Once a soul beast is slain, it quickly manifests a ring that corresponds to its age, which we refer to as a soul ring. She gazed at the purple ring in the air, smiling as she continued. The soul ring will exist for 1 hour. During this time, if the soul master who defeated the beast meets the conditions for advancement, they can absorb the soul ring to ascend to the next level. However, if the soul master does not meet the requirements, absorption is impossible. Should the soul ring remain unabsorbed after 1 hour, it will vanish on its own. Yi Qifeng withdrew his gaze from the floating purple ring and summoned his shadow, martial soul. In an instant, the shadow appeared upon his left hand, and under his mental guidance, he directed the martial soul to carefully sense the purple soul ring in the air. He soon received feedback indicating that absorption was indeed possible. At this moment, Bibi Dong turned her attention back to Yi Qifeng and asked, Xiao Feng, I must inquire once more. Are you certain you wish to absorb this soul ring? Having received confirmation from the martial soul, Yi Qifeng nodded at Bibi Dong, stating, Teacher, I just sensed it with my martial soul, and the feedback indicates absorption is feasible. Bibi Dong paused for a moment before saying, In that case, go ahead and absorb the soul ring. She then imparted the technique for dual martial soul absorption to Yi Qifeng. Xiao Feng, since you possess dual martial souls, the method for absorbing soul rings differs slightly from that of ordinary soul masters. Specifically, you must channel your internal soul power to draw the soul ring to yourself. Then select the martial soul to which you wish to add the soul ring, transferring it onto that martial soul before immediately entering meditation to absorb the energy of the soul ring. Yi Qifeng promptly sat cross-legged, following Bibi Dong's instructions to guide the soul ring, preparing to attach it to his shadow, martial soul. Under the tense gazes of Bibi Dong and Ni Huang, a faint black light emanated from Yi Qifeng's hand. With focused intent, the black light gradually formed into a thread, eventually making contact with the suspended purple soul ring. Yi Qifeng then beckoned to the soul ring, which began to drift towards him, encircling his body before being transferred onto his shadow, martial soul. He entered a meditative state, controlling his martial soul to absorb the energy contained within the soul ring. Bibi Dong and Ni Huang positioned themselves protectively around him to prevent any disturbances during the absorption process. Their eyes widened, they watched intently, their beautiful faces etched with tension and anticipation. Under the aura of the soul ring, Yi Qifeng felt no sluggishness associated with absorption, nor did he experience any pressure. Instead, the process was remarkably smooth, indicating that the feedback from his martial soul had been accurate. As he meditated further, waves of purple energy were drawn from the soul ring, transforming into a wondrous force that continuously flowed into his body. As this extraordinary energy filled him, Yi Qi Feng sensed that a certain barrier was being broken, his body undergoing constant transformation, with his bones emitting faint cracking sounds. This process brought him no pain. Rather, he felt a pleasant tingling sensation. Minutes passed, and Bibi Dong clenched her jade hand into a fist, her eyes fixed on Yi Qi Feng's face. Fearing any unforeseen mishap, she was prepared to interrupt the absorption process should he show signs of being overwhelmed by the energy of the soul ring. However, throughout the ordeal, Yi Qi Feng displayed no discomfort, remaining remarkably calm, which eased Bibi Dong's worries. As the purple soul ring suspended above Yi Qi Feng's shadow martial soul began to fade in color and diminish in energy, it indicated that the absorption process was proceeding smoothly. Yet, they could not afford to relax until the very end. Both Bibi Dong and Nai Huang remained intensely focused. 10 minutes later, as the last vestiges of energy from the soul ring were absorbed, Yi Qi Feng opened his eyes, having successfully attached the soul ring to his martial soul. Phew! He exhaled, feeling invigorated by the absorption experience. Not only had he broken through to the realm of a one-ring soul master, but he also felt as though he had grown taller, albeit subtly. Furthermore, his senses sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch had sharpened significantly, allowing him to perceive his surroundings even in darkness. Alongside this enhancement, he sensed a vague yet profound feeling, perhaps what one would call a sixth sense. Upon seeing Yi Qi Feng open his eyes, Bibi Dong and Nai Huang finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Xiao Feng, how do you feel? What is your newly acquired soul skill? Is it a weapon-type soul skill? Nai Huang eagerly inquired, and Bibi Dong cast a curious glance as well. Yes. Noticing their eager expressions, Yi Qi Feng smiled and nodded at them. Quick, show us. Ni Huang Gerith. All right. Yi Qi Feng responded, and in an instant, a circle of purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet, hovering around him in a gentle rhythm. The first soul skill. Black Blade Dark Moon. Yi Qi Feng declared, reciting the soul incantation. The soul ring on his body shimmered brightly, radiating a captivating violet glow. In the next moment, a jet-black aura, dark as ink, surged forth from the soul ring, swiftly coalescing before him into an extraordinary hilt. Yi Qi Feng grasped it firmly. As his hand enveloped the hilt, the black aura surged, extending outward until it fully materialized into a slender blade. In the next instant, an unusual black knife, cloaked in black flames, appeared before the trio. With a gentle sweep of the black blade, Yi Qi Feng unleashed a streak of black light that cleaved into a nearby tree, carving a deep gash of 10 centimeters. Teacher, Sister Jiao, this is my first soul skill, named Black Blade Dark Moon. It is a weapon-type soul skill. Knight Chiefing addressed Bibi Dong and Nai Huang, stating, this soul skill not only endows me with weapon-type abilities, allowing me to wield it like a weapon, but it also enables me to unleash my soul power in the form of blade light. Furthermore, it provides a 10% enhancement to my attributes, strength, speed, defense, soul power, and spirit, across the board. This enhancement is progressive, growing with my soul power, with each realm upgrade yielding an additional 10%. As I currently possess only one soul ring and remain at the Soul Master stage, the enhancement is limited to 10% at this time. Chapter 67. The Soul-Devouring Ghost Vine of Nearly 5,000 Years. Is this truly a weapon-type soul skill of the Millennium level? Such a terrifying ability. It even includes an attribute enhancement. Does this imply that activating this skill is akin to having a support-type soul master at my side? Upon hearing Knight Qifeng's introduction of his first soul skill, Nai Huang's charming eyes widened in disbelief. To be precise, this resembles a domain-type skill specifically tailored for personal enhancement. At that moment, Bibi Dong interjected, if that is the case, Xiao Feng, once you acquire another soul ring, this skill will grant you a 20% enhancement to all attributes. Indeed, Knight Chiefing nodded. My teacher has sensed that your soul power has reached level 22. Acquiring a Millennium level first soul ring has elevated it by 2 levels. I eagerly anticipate how much your soul power will grow after you absorb the second soul ring. Bibi Dong smiled, her face glowing with admiration. To achieve a first soul ring of over 1,000 years, Xiao Feng, you have truly opened my eyes. and I Huang gazed intently at Night Chifeng, a smile gracing her lips. I too look forward to your second soul ring, Xiaofeng. Very well, Xiaofeng, please retract your soul skill for now. We shall continue our search for soul beasts, according to your requirements. The second soul ring should come from a dark attribute soul beast aged between 4,000 and 5,000 years. We must venture deeper into the forest, Bibi Dong instructed. Now, with Night Chifeng having successfully absorbed his first soul ring, which far exceeded the theoretical limit of a millennium, Bibi Dong's doubts had dissipated, replaced by heightened anticipation for Night Chifeng's next absorption of an extraordinary second soul ring. The surprises brought forth by Night Chifeng were numerous. Innate level 20 soul power, a divine twin martial soul, a millennium level first soul ring, and a weapon-type soul skill with an all-attribute enhancement. Each revelation surpassed her expectations, igniting her curiosity about the heights her disciple might reach in the future. Would he surpass her own capabilities? 3 days passed. Following the absorption of his first soul ring, luck had not favored them in finding a suitable dark attribute soul beast for the second ring. Night Chifeng Bibi Dong and I Huang had journeyed several dozen kilometers deeper into the Stardow forest, far from the location of the first soul ring, reaching the depths of the peripheral zone. Just ahead lay the mixed area. Throughout these days, they had remained nocturnal, and although Night Chifeng's soul power had risen to level 22, he remained a level 20 soul master due to the absence of a second soul ring. During this time, he traversed the primeval forest alongside Bibi Dong and I Huang, tirelessly searching for soul beasts. The young boy's delicate face began to reveal signs of fatigue, with beads of perspiration forming on his brow, a testament to the physical exertion he had not experienced since arriving in Douluo continent. Yet, he remained undeterred. His anticipation and excitement for obtaining a soul ring remained undiminished. The two graceful figures of Bibi Dong and I Huang showed no signs of fatigue. As title to level powerhouses, they could endure 7 consecutive days without rest with little consequence. The soul power and mental energy expended during their night searches could easily be replenished with a brief meditation during the day. Another day elapsed. Perseverance paid off. In a shadowy valley, they discovered a congregation of soul-devouring ghost vines. What good fortune! Bibi Dong exclaimed, her immense mental energy sweeping through the valley, revealing a hidden cluster of these ominous soul beasts. Night Chifeng's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. These were indeed suitable for his second soul ring. Bibi Dong turned to Night Chifeng, explaining, the soul-devouring ghost vine is a peculiar dark attribute soul beast that thrives in shadowy environments. It is a social plant-type soul beast, yet possesses the unique ability to move like an animal. As its name suggests, it is a formidable existence. Cunning and treacherous, it lurks in the dark to hunt, consuming soul power and life force from other soul beasts. This creature favors group attacks, overwhelming its prey in a mass assault to bind and drain their essence completely. How old are these soul-devouring ghost vines? Are any suitable for my second soul ring? Night Chifeng inquired, and I Huang emanated her mental energy, and after a brief assessment, nodded. There are dozens of these soul-devouring ghost vines here, many over 100 years old, with a few reaching the millennium level. The oldest nearing 5,000 years, likely the leader of the group. Then it is settled, Night Chifeng declared. Choosing the soul-devouring ghost vine for my second soul skill should provide me with a controlling ability. At this moment, I Huang turned her beautiful gaze towards Bibi Dong, who nodded in affirmation. Very well, Xiaofeng, wait here. I shall fetch one for you. With that, I Huang's figure flickered and she dashed into the valley. Before long, flames illuminated the valley, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars mixed with chilling cries, indicating that the confrontation had begun. Night Chifeng and Bibi Dong remained unconcerned. A mere group of century and millennium-level soul beasts posed no threat to I Huang, a title Douluo of level 91. In just 2 minutes, I Huang emerged from the valley, enveloped in a radiant golden light, her hands bound with several dark, vine-like entities. She landed gracefully before Night Chifeng and, with a flourish, tossed her captured prizes onto the ground, brushing her hands together with a beaming smile. Xiaofeng, I have brought you several millennium-level soul-devouring ghost vines. Night Chifeng glanced down to see the dark, ghostly faces of the captured soul-devouring ghost vines. Their bodies resembled black bamboo, albeit much more flexible, coiled by Ni Huang into hula hoop shapes. Each segment of the vines bore a knot, a symbol of their age, each knot representing a century of existence. The knot has sprouted numerous tendrils, each the thickness of a finger, adorned with dense, needle-like hairs. Once a prey becomes ensnared, these hairs immediately penetrate its body, voraciously draining its soul, energy, and life force until completely depleted. Its prey is not limited to animals. It also encompasses plants, making it a predator of all living beings, save for its own kin. This is the origin of the name soul-eating ghost vine. In places where the soul-eating ghost vine exists, not a single blade of grass can thrive, for no other life forms can peacefully coexist. In the Soul Beast Atlas of the Spirit Hall, the soul-eating ghost vine is classified under the category of evil and ferocious entities. Its difficulty in being slain stems from its vital core being buried deep within its roots, often concealed beneath the soil, rendering it nearly impervious to ordinary soul masters. This soul beast also favors living in groups, and encountering one typically signifies the presence of many others nearby. Falling into a collective attack guarantees certain death. However, the soul-eating ghost vine possesses a singular weakness. It is highly susceptible to fire. The several thousand-year-old specimens on the ground bore numerous scorch marks, having already been gravely injured and rendered unconscious by Ni Huang. With a graceful gesture, Ni Huang pointed to the stoutest among them, saying, Xiao Feng. This particular soul-eating ghost vine is their leader, nearly 5,000 years old, while the others range from 1 to 3,000 years. Choose wisely which one to select. I shall choose this one, Knight Seven Wind declared, opting for the nearly 5,000-year-old leader of the soul-eating ghost vines. Ni Huang, still somewhat apprehensive, suggested, perhaps you should choose the one that is 3,000 years old instead. This leader, being close to 5,000 years, is at the very limit of what a level 40 soul master can endure. I fear your body may not withstand it. Standing nearby, Bibi Dong raised her gaze toward Knight Seven Wind. This time, she refrained from interfering in her disciple's choice, though concern was palpable in her eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she solemnly inquired, Xiao Feng, are you certain? Knight Seven Wind nodded with conviction. Teacher, Sister Jiao, rest assured. I will first use my martial soul to sense it. If I find it impossible to absorb, I will switch to the 3,000-year-old soul-eating ghost vine. Very well. Slay it and prepare to absorb your second soul ring, Bibi Dong instructed, handing her dagger to Knight Seven Wind. At this moment, she felt considerably less anxious. Having witnessed Knight Seven Wind successfully absorb a 1,000-year-old soul ring, she knew her disciple was indeed gifted and unique. She eagerly awaited the surprises Knight Seven Wind would bring forth once more. Seeing that Bibi Dong had also given her approval, Ni Huang swallowed her impending words of caution, though her eyes continued to betray her unease. Knight Seven Wind accepted the dagger from Bibi Dong and approached the nearly 5,000-year-old soul-eating ghost vine. Bibi Dong's gentle voice then resonated in his ear. Xiao Feng, the vital point of the soul-eating ghost vine lies 3 inches beneath its ghostly face. There is a protrusion that constitutes its core. Typically, it conceals this core underground, which is why it is so difficult to kill. However, it has been gravely wounded by Ni Huang and has lost consciousness. Just pierce the core, and the soul-eating ghost vine will quickly perish. Understood, teacher, Knight Seven Wind replied. Then, under the watchful gaze of Bibi Dong and Ni Huang, he plunged the dagger into the core of the soul-eating ghost vine. The vine seemed to sense the excruciating pain from the core's destruction, causing its entire body to writhe violently, while its root emitted a haunting, unearthly cry that was jarring to the ears. In response, Ni Huang immediately unleashed her soul power, exerting immense pressure upon the soul-eating ghost vine, rendering it incapable of movement. In mere moments, the cries ceased, and the vine's form became rigid and still, indicating its demise. Shortly thereafter, purple light particles began to drift from the body of the soul-eating ghost vine, gradually coalescing above to form a purple soul ring. This was the soul ring of the nearly 5,000-year-old soul-eating ghost vine. Unlike the 1,100-year-old black blade shadow weasel soul ring that Knight Seven Wind had previously absorbed, the purple of this soul ring was deeper, clearer, and its shimmering light more radiant. Knight Seven Wind gazed intently at the soul ring as it fully materialized. With a thought, he summoned his shadow martial soul, directing it to carefully sense the soul-eating ghost vine's soul ring. Soon, the martial soul relayed clear information to Knight Seven Wind. He understood that the energy contained within this soul-eating ghost vine soul ring was vastly greater than that of the previously absorbed Black Blade Shadow Weasel soul ring. While it remained within his capacity to bear, he was approaching the very limit of his endurance. "How is it, Xiaofeng? Can you absorb it?" Ni Huang eagerly inquired. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were also filled with anticipation. "Yes," Knight Seven Wind nodded, acknowledging the inherent risks but affirming that it was still manageable. He resolved to absorb this soul ring. Although the process would not be as smooth as with the first soul ring, life is seldom devoid of challenges. To attain something valuable, one must endure corresponding pressures. The absorption of a soul ring is precisely such a trial. The higher the year of the soul ring, the greater the pressure and risk involved, especially one that surpasses the limits of a soul master. Upon hearing Knight Seven Wind's words, Bibi Dong's expression turned slightly grave. "Xiaofeng, then begin the absorption. We shall protect you." Knight Seven Wind nodded in agreement and promptly sat cross-legged. Drawing from his experience in absorbing the first soul ring, he deftly summoned the floating soul ring, encircling it around his shadow martial soul before closing his eyes, swiftly entering a meditative state for refinement. This absorption was markedly different from the first. Due to the soul ring nearing the limits of his physical capacity the moment it made contact, Knight Seven Wind felt an overwhelming pressure. The absorption was no longer smooth. A sense of stagnation made the process particularly arduous. The vast power contained within the soul ring surged into him like a raging torrent, flooding his body. With Knight Seven Wind's meditative efficiency, he could scarcely refine such an immense energy. His body would have to bear it for the time being, with further refinement to follow. Knight Seven Wind felt as though his body had transformed into a colossal furnace, filled with boiling magma, tumultuous and restless, continuously battering against the walls of the furnace. He kept his eyes tightly shut, enduring the fierce onslaught of the soul ring's energy against his body. The searing pain caused his brow to furrow, and his body began to tremble violently. His bones, once merely creaking, now erupted with a series of explosive cracks. Knight Seven Wind gritted his teeth, refusing to relent for even a moment, as he persistently meditated to refine the energy flooding into his body. In this state of meditation, he seemed to lose all sense of time. He could not tell how long had passed when he finally heard the familiar sound of cracking. It was unmistakably the sound of a bottleneck shattering during a breakthrough in soul power. Reminiscent of the moment he absorbed his first soul ring and transitioned into the realm of soul masters. The sound of the rupture heralded that he had now ascended to the realm of a second ring great soul master. At long last, success was achieved, and Yi Qifeng could not help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Chapter 69, Second Soul Skill, Shadow Binding. However, he was still unable to conclude his meditation, as there remained surplus soul ring energy within him that had yet to be refined. Once this energy was assimilated, it would be utilized to elevate his soul power level. In stark contrast to the meditative Yi Qifeng, his guardians, Bibi Dong and Ni Huang, wore expressions of anxiety and gravity upon their beautiful faces, their hearts racing with trepidation. Particularly for Bibi Dong, a mixture of anticipation and fear gripped her. As she feared for Yi Qifeng's safety, her lavender eyes had not strayed from him for a moment, mirroring the tension in his furrowed brow. Unlike the smooth absorption of his first soul ring, the process of assimilating a ring of nearly 5,000 years of age became laborious and fraught with difficulty. Under their watchful gazes, as Yi Qifeng began to absorb the soul ring, his body trembled incessantly. It was not until an hour had passed that the shaking finally ceased, gradually calming down. Sensing that Yi Qifeng had broken through a bottleneck and attained the realm of a great soul master, they understood that the most perilous phase had passed. The subsequent phase would be gentler. He merely needed to persist in refining the remaining soul ring energy in his soul power. Just how many levels would his soul power rise to with a second soul ring of nearly 5,000 years? Bibi Dong let out a quiet sigh of relief. After the breakthrough, the once tumultuous energy within Yi Qifeng transformed, becoming calm and no longer volatile. The intense pain vanished in an instant, replaced by a gentle warmth that enveloped his limbs and bones, imparting a sense of comforting warmth. Yi Qifeng continued to absorb the soul ring energy. As time flowed by, his soul power level steadily increased in the consciousness of Bibi Dong and Ni Huang. 22, 23, 24. At this moment, the shadow martial spirit also became increasingly solidified. Half an hour later, a faint blush of dawn appeared on the horizon, signaling the arrival of daybreak. Ultimately, Yi Qifeng's soul power level settled at 25. A single soul ring had provided a remarkable increase of 3 levels, prompting Bibi Dong and Ni Huang to exchange astonished glances, both reflecting the surprise evident in each other's eyes. As the absorption of the soul ring concluded, Yi Qifeng slowly opened his eyes. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration washed over him, one that defied description. He noticed that his body felt somewhat different, as if he had grown taller. All aspects of his physical attributes had been enhanced under the influence of the soul ring. Strength, stamina, hearing, vision, and smell had all intensified, endowing him with an overall sensation of lightness and comfort. Turning to Bibi Dong and Ni Huang, he smiled and declared, "Teacher, Sister Jiu, I have succeeded." Without waiting for their response, he introduced and demonstrated the soul skill imparted by his second soul ring. The second soul skill granted to me is a control ability known as shadow binding. With that, Yi Qifeng directed his newly acquired skill towards a bush, as thick as a human head, not far away. Second soul skill, shadow binding. 2 purple soul rings surged from beneath him, while the second soul ring gleamed with violet light. Shadows from the shadow martial spirit swiftly darted forth, transforming into black vines that ensnared the bush. Yi Qifeng continued. This second soul skill bestows a binding control ability that not only possesses formidable control effects, but can also affect multiple targets. The binding area is centered around me. However, this range will expand with the growth of my soul power level. Currently, at level 25, my control radius is limited to a circumference of 250 meters. Furthermore, the more targets I bind, the more soul power is consumed. Nevertheless, because this is a soul skill of nearly 5,000 years, its binding strength is considerable. Yet so is the soul power expenditure. With my current reserves, I can only bind up to 5 targets with significant strength at once. Upon finishing his explanation, Yi Qifeng focused his thoughts, and more shadows from the shadow martial spirit surged forth, binding several small trees nearby, each about the thickness of an arm. He added, "The resilience of the shadow vines is comparable to that of the 5,000-year soul-eating ghost vine, possessing similar growth potential, and allowing for differentiated control over the binding strength according to my needs." With a firm grip, he effortlessly snapped one of the ensnared small trees, while the others remained undisturbed. Moreover, the shadow vines released by the shadow binding skill inherited the soul-eating ghost vine's devouring property. Once ensnared, they would continuously consume the target's soul power and life force, converting it into soul power to replenish his own. As he spoke, Yi Qifeng's will prompted the shadow vines binding the bush to extend thin black needles that pierced into it. In a matter of moments, the bush visibly withered, its green leaves turning yellow and falling away, leaving only a desiccated trunk. Yi Qifeng felt a unique life force enter his martial spirit, ultimately returning to him, replenishing his recently expended soul power, though the amount was minimal, merely a fraction. After all, he had consumed only a common bush. Had it been a soul beast or soul master of considerable cultivation, the results would differ significantly. "It seems this soul skill is indeed remarkable," Ni Huang remarked, her admiration evident. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, but cautioned Yi Qifeng with a serious tone. "Little Wind, I must advise you to exercise caution with the devouring property inherent in shadow binding. Misuse may lead to a disordered soul power." Bibi Dong, well aware of its dangers, understood that her second martial spirit, the soul-eating Spider Queen, possessed an even more formidable devouring ability than Yi Qifeng's shadow binding. The soul-eating Spider Queen could consume not only soul power and life force, but also souls and physical forms. Such capabilities transcended mere dominance. They were truly sinister. Bibi Dong knew that an over-reliance on devouring abilities could lead to addiction. In her lifetime, she had only used it once, yet the temptation to repeat the experience lingered, a thought she had to suppress. "Rest assured, teacher, I will use it judiciously," Yi Qifeng replied, even without Bibi Dong's warning. He had no intention of abusing the devouring power. After all, The strength gained through devouring was ultimately not one's own. Overuse could lead to dependency and a dilution of one's soul power, necessitating significant time to digest and purify it. Such a path would be counterproductive. Perhaps in the future, he could explore alternatives, such as devouring without internalizing the energy or purifying it immediately after consumption. This would require patience and time, a gradual process, which Yi Qifeng contemplated silently. At that moment, the sun finally rose on the horizon, bathing the star Douluo forest in golden light, dispelling the pure darkness of the dense woods in an instant. Since Little Wind has successfully acquired his soul ring, it is time to prepare for our return to the martial spirit hall, Bibi Dong remarked, her tone lightening. We can also take this opportunity to hone Little Wind's combat abilities. Let us proceed. With that, the three of them soared towards the outer reaches of the Star Douluo forest. Chapter 70. Return to Martial Spirit City. Now, Yi Qifeng had obtained his soul ring, officially becoming a soul master. Still a 25th level double ring soul master, Bibi Dong intentionally seeks to cultivate Yi Qifeng's mastery over soul power and soul skills. Hence, she opts not to fly directly with him. The three of them traverse through the dense forest, continuously dashing and leaping. At this moment, Bibi Dong and Ni Huang have also restrained their auras, appearing like ordinary individuals. They have ventured nearly 100 kilometers deep into the Star Douluo forest, approaching the edge of the mixed area. Without the imposing presence of Bibi Dong and Ni Huang, they are frequently ambushed by soul beasts along their path. Many of these soul beasts are quite familiar, such as the Gale Demon Wolf, the Mighty Diamond Bear, the Nether Spirit Cat, the Ghost Leopard, the Phoenix-tailed Cockatrice Snake, and the Human-faced Demon Spider, among others. Initially, Ni Huang takes charge of dealing with soul beasts exceeding 1,000 years in age, while Yi Qifeng is tasked with handling those under 100 years. Bibi Dong provides guidance to her disciple in combat and imparts knowledge about various soul beasts. Yi Qifeng, at first somewhat inexperienced in utilizing soul power and soul skills, quickly becomes adept after battling several hundred-year soul beasts. During these encounters, if he faces less ferocious ordinary soul beasts, he refrains from delivering lethal blows and allows them to flee after the battle. However, when confronted with malevolent and bloodthirsty soul beasts, such as the human-faced demon spider, classified among the evil category, he does not hesitate to eliminate them. Through persistent combat, Yi Qifeng soon finds himself unsatisfied with merely battling 100-year soul beasts. Under the watchful eyes of Bibi Dong and Ni Huang, he begins to engage in combat with 1,000-year soul beasts, facing those aged 1,000, 1,200, and 1,500 years. Ultimately, Yi Qifeng assesses his current fighting prowess, without relying on external forces and solely utilizing his soul skills. He possesses a controlling ability akin to that of a 5,000-year soul skill, Shadowbind, rendering him nearly untouchable by 100-year soul beasts. With the soul power of a 25th level double ring soul master and the weaponry skill of his first soul skill, Black Blade Dark Moon, which provides a 20% boost to all attributes, he is capable of contending evenly with 2,000-year soul beasts. Should he unleash his full power, he could even secure a decisive victory. Such formidable combat strength leaves Bibi Dong and Ni Huang in awe. They reflect internally that they could never achieve the same feat at this level. It is noteworthy that 2,000-year soul beasts possess combat capabilities comparable to those of human soul masters at the soul zone level. In their memories, a double ring soul master, even at the pinnacle of 30 levels, could at most contend with 1,000-year soul beasts on equal footing. Even someone as gifted as Bibi Dong would not have dared to confront a 2,000-year soul beast at the 25th level without external assistance. Thus, while continuing their journey, Yi Qifeng hones his combat abilities through battles with soul beasts. With relentless effort, the trio spends an entire day within the Star Douluo forest. The following morning, they exit from the location they entered 7 days prior. The Star Douluo forest spans a vast area, with its perimeter extending significantly. Typically, soul masters who venture into the forest prefer to exit from the nearest edge rather than retracing their steps. However, Bibi Dong's holy carriage is equipped with a unique positioning soul guide. Upon nearing the edge, its powerful mental energy allows them to easily locate the direction of the carriage. Once they emerge from the forest, they swiftly find the temporary gathering place where they had stationed their carriage 7 days earlier. At a glance, the site appears desolate, with only 3 individuals idly guarding a carriage at the periphery. These are two members of Niu Tong and his soul hunting team. Upon seeing Yi Chi Feng and the others emerge from the Star Do forest, Niu Tong leads the two and hastily approaches them. "My lord, you have finally emerged." Upon encountering this robust figure, Yi Chi Feng smiles and inquires, "Why are there only the three of you? Where are the others?" "Young master, the situation is as follows. This place is merely a temporary gathering point, and everyone only stayed here for a few days. Once the time was up, they dispersed. The others either ventured deeper into the Star Do forest or have returned home." Niu Tong cheerfully responds. "Then why haven't you left? This is the edge of the Star Do forest, where soul beasts occasionally emerge. Is it not dangerous for just the three of you to remain here?" Yi Chi Feng questions. "Well, we received the gold soul coins from that esteemed individual." Niu Tong glances at Anai Huang, quickly averting his gaze to avoid inciting her ire. Yi Chi Feng turns to him and asks, "So, you're waiting for us to return?" "Indeed." Niu Tong nods eagerly. "Although I may be a bit dull, I take my reputation seriously. Since I accepted the employer's deposit, I must honor the agreement and await their return." Observing his demeanor, Yi Chi Feng rolls his eyes, thinking to himself that he is merely afraid of repercussions from the spirit hall. If it were someone else, he might have abandoned the carriage long ago. At this moment, Anai Huang casts a sidelong glance at Niu Tong and calmly asks, "How is our carriage?" "My lady, rest assured, we have taken excellent care of the carriage. I personally ensured its protection, and during this time, no one has approached it. Additionally, the horses have been fed high-quality soy feed and groomed daily." Niu Tong hurriedly replies, thumping his chest in assurance. At this time, Bibi Dong leaps onto the carriage, lifts the curtain, glances inside, then nods slightly to Anai Huang before entering the carriage. Witnessing this, Anai Huang retrieves a bag of gold soul coins from her soul guide, containing 150 coins, and tosses it to Niu Tong. "This is the final payment. Given your diligence, I am rewarding you with an additional 50 gold soul coins." Upon hearing this, Niu Tong's heart leaps with joy as he weighs the bag, confirming it indeed contains 150 gold soul coins. He quickly bows in gratitude. "Thank you, milady, for your generosity." Suddenly, Yi Chi Feng addresses Niu Tong. "Would you be interested in joining the spirit hall?" Niu Tong's unexpected question leaves the burly man momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, he bows and replies, "I apologize, young master, but I am accustomed to my freedom and cannot bear constraints. I fear I cannot accept your offer." "That is quite all right. Everyone has their own aspirations, and I do not wish to impose." Yi Chi Feng waves his hand with a smile. He had merely been whimsically considering recruiting for the spirit hall, as Niu Tong, being a high-level soul king with a cultivation of 58, would indeed merit an approach from the spirit hall. Since he declined, it is of no consequence. Yi Chi Feng turns to Niu Tong, speaking kindly. "However, should you encounter any issues, feel free to inform the spirit hall for assistance. Of course, I cannot guarantee that they will certainly help you. Oh, by the way, the spirit hall also collects intelligence, such as information on rare soul beasts or those of high age. If you have any such information, do not hesitate to report it to the spirit hall, as they will provide appropriate rewards based on the value of the intelligence." Upon hearing this, Niu Tong's eyes light up. This indeed presents a lucrative opportunity. In any case, having frequently roamed the vast Star Do forest, one might occasionally encounter some rare and uncommon soul beasts. By documenting these findings and submitting them to the spirit hall, it would indeed result in a modest financial gain for the young master. Niu, bowing respectfully, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, young master." "Xiao Feng, let us depart," came the enchanting and ethereal voice of Ni Huang, resonating in Yi Chi Feng's ear. "Very well." Yi Chi Feng nodded. Once they boarded the carriage, Ni Huang deftly took the reins and swiftly steered towards the western direction, returning to Spirit City. Chapter 71. A Glimpse into the Elder Hall. The carriage, carrying Yi Chi Feng, Bibi Dong, and Ni Huang, sped back to Spirit City, even faster than their journey to the Star Do forest, taking less than half a day. The carriage soon entered through the eastern gate of Spirit City. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, the carriage passed through without hindrance, directly arriving at the plaza before the Pope's Hall. After disembarking, the three were promptly attended to by personnel who took the carriage away. It was now afternoon. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Yi Chi Feng and softly suggested, "Xiao Feng, you should return to the Sun's Hall to rest. Now that you have awakened your martial spirit and acquired a soul ring, you have officially become a soul master, and it is time for you to attend the academy. Tomorrow morning, come to the Pope's Hall to see your teacher, who will arrange your enrollment at the Spirit Hall Academy. Understood, teacher. Yi Qifeng nodded. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she turned to Ni Huang, her eyes carrying a significant meaning. Ni Huang, you should also return to the Elder Hall. Please pay close attention to any developments there and inform me of any changes. Understood. Ni Huang replied with a solemn nod. Fully aware of Bibi Dong's intentions, Yi Qifeng quietly observed the exchange between the two, contemplating that there must be an agreement between them. Having recently ascended to the position of elder, Yi Qifeng speculated that Ni Huang was likely Bibi Dong's confidant or perhaps an informant within the Elder Hall. Bibi Dong aimed to consolidate control over the Spirit Hall, and the Elder Hall was an entity that could not be overlooked. To execute her plans, she needed the Elder Hall to align with her. Otherwise, implementing her policies would prove challenging. Although the Worship Hall, presided over by Qian Daolu, held higher authority, it generally did not engage in daily affairs. Bibi Dong could not command the Worship Hall, as it was Qian Daolu's domain. Thus, infiltrating the Elder Hall was her best option. Yi Qifeng saw nothing amiss with Bibi Dong's actions. Afterward, Bibi Dong swiftly made her way to the Pope's Hall. After spending 8 or 9 days assisting her disciples in acquiring soul rings, she had no idea how much business had accumulated at the Spirit Hall, awaiting her attention. Bibi Dong needed to check on these matters first. Once she departed, Ni Huang let out a gentle sigh and turned to Yi Qifeng with a warm smile, saying, Xiao Feng, I shall return to the Elder Hall now. Remember to visit your sister when you have time. Yes, I will. Thank you, Sister Jiao, for accompanying me on this journey. Yi Qifeng replied with a smile. He held a fondness for this sister of his. Despite her fiery nature, she consistently maintained an air of elegance and languor. It was no trouble at all. Farewell, Ni Huang said, gracefully waving her hand before elegantly swaying towards the Elder Hall. Ye Difeng, Yechit, Het Aludink, Figureretret. Chuckling softly as he turned back to his son's hall. After days spent in the Star Doe forest, tirelessly searching for soul beasts and obtaining soul rings, he was now weary. Following a day of battling soul beasts and a lengthy carriage ride back to Spirit City, he realized he had not bathed for several days. Glancing at his soiled attire, once resplendent, it was now marred with dirt and punctured from skirmishes with soul beasts, rendering him akin to a mud monkey. He recognized that unlike Bibi Dong and Ni Huang, he could not maintain an immaculate appearance without bathing. He needed to return home and cleanse himself properly. Upon arriving at the Sun's Hall, Yi Qifeng indulged in a soothing bath, followed by a meal brought by a maid. After meditating and refining his skills for an hour, he succumbed to sleep. After a week of busyness, he quickly fell into a deep slumber at the mere touch of the bed. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong returned to the conference chamber. Gazing at the mountain of documents piled upon the desk, her expression darkened, and her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Is this truly the result of just a few days? There are far too many documents, Bibi Dong thought, inhaling sharply. With a resigned sigh, she settled down to tackle the administrative duties. This endeavor consumed her from afternoon until midnight, allowing only a hasty bite during dinner. At last, as she affixed the Pope's seal to the final document, Bibi Dong yawned in exhaustion. Finally, it is over. Even someone as formidable as she felt the strain after addressing several days' worth of paperwork. The best remedy at this moment would be to enjoy a long, relaxing bath. She found herself yearning for a bathing tub. Stretching her body, she made her way to the grand windows of the hall, where the night was at its zenith. Murmuring to herself, she pondered, Xiao Feng must be asleep by now. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. A glimmer flickered in her lavender eyes, and with a resolute determination, she vanished from the Pope's Hall. Moments later, she arrived at the Holy Maiden Hall, now the Sun's Hall, where she had once resided. Silently, she entered Yi Qifeng's chamber, standing before his bed, where he lay in blissful slumber. For reasons unknown, a hint of anxiety washed over her, perhaps stemming from embarrassment. Yet, the gentle aura emanating from Yi Qifeng swiftly soothed her emotions. As he slept soundly, weariness from his recent endeavors had cast him into a deep slumber. Observing his peaceful countenance, Bibi Dong extended her delicate finger, summoning soul power to gently touch Yi Qifeng's forehead, ensuring he would remain undisturbed. Next, she approached the wardrobe, opening it to find it filled predominantly with her garments, with only a few of Yi Qifeng's son's clothes hanging. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she swiftly retrieved some intimate undergarments and a light, lavender silk nightgown. She then retreated behind the screen into the bathroom, closing the door and filling the tub with warm water. Disrobing from her well-worn attire, her alluring skin, as smooth as snow, and her curvaceous figure were suddenly exposed to the air, creating a scene of irresistible beauty, yet devoid of an audience. Slowly stepping into the tub, Bibi Dong exhaled a contented sigh, finally able to relish in her favorite pastime of bathing, a rare moment to unwind and embrace her own self. She luxuriated in the bath for half an hour. Bibi Dong rose from the bathtub, unfazed by the droplets clinging to her skin. She stepped out, reaching for a towel to dry herself, only to suddenly freeze in place. Chapter 72. What a predicament! Bibi Dong discovered that the towel in her hand was damp, clearly having been used recently. This was her personal towel, now sullied by another's use. It went without saying that the only person capable of such an act was her disciple, Xiaofeng. The realization caused her pupils to constrict, a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance flooding her senses. After a moment's hesitation, she pursed her lips and hung the towel back, opting instead to evaporate the water from her skin using her soul power. She donned her prepared garments and exited the bathroom, standing barefoot before Yi Qifeng's bed. She felt the gentle aura emanating from him and was unexpectedly enveloped by a profound sense of tranquility. Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, captivated by this sudden serenity, unable to resist the allure of immersing herself in it. After standing by the bedside for an extended period, she found herself inexplicably lying down beside him, closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. Unconsciously, Bibi Dong reached out and pulled Yi Qifeng into her embrace, reminiscent of her meditative state in the Holy Maiden's palanquin. Holding him close seemed to deepen her slumber. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, a faint blush of light appeared on the horizon. Yi Qifeng awoke from his dreams, only to find himself tightly embraced by someone, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Turning his head for a glance, his heart nearly leaped from his chest. What he saw was astonishingly curvaceous, the delicate whiteness teasing his senses. He quickly tilted his head back, only to discover that the one holding him was none other than Bibi Dong. Bewildered, he thought, what on earth? My teacher climbed into my bed? At that moment, Bibi Dong lay asleep, like a sleeping beauty, breathtakingly beautiful in a light purple silk nightgown, her form snugly wrapped around him. Yet, he dared not move a muscle, forcing himself to close his eyes once more, waiting for her to awaken. After a while, a soft sigh escaped her lips as Bibi Dong stirred from her slumber. It had been ages since she had experienced such restful sleep, and as she stretched lazily, she suddenly froze. She realized she was tightly holding a small figure, Xiaofeng. With a startled gasp, Bibi Dong quickly released him and rose from the bed, attempting to do so quietly, fearing she might wake Yi Qifeng. She felt flustered and clumsy, having unknowingly succumbed to the warmth of his presence while she slept. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, a rosy hue gracing her face as she fidgeted. She had never been this close to a man before, even if Xiaofeng was merely a child. It's all right, he is still just a child, she reassured herself, patting her chest gently for comfort. However, being beside Xiaofeng was undeniably comfortable, even improving her sleep. As she contemplated her next move, she decided to leave before he awoke. Yes, I must go. Heart racing, she hurried into the bathroom behind the screen, changing into her papal robe before disappearing from the bedroom in a flash. Minutes later, Yi Qifeng dared to open his eyes, exhaling slowly. A silent sigh escaped him. What a predicament! Bibi Dong had already returned to the papal palace. After rising and washing up, he had breakfast and stepped out of the Saint Sun Palace, heading towards the papal palace under the warm morning sun. The distance was not far, merely a few minutes on foot. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the papal palace, the guards, the sacred emperor warriors, bowed respectfully and granted him passage. Inside the assembly hall, Pope Bibi Dong sat regally upon her throne, listening to the elder Douluo Yue Guan's report as Yi Qifeng entered the hall. Their gazes met. Greetings, teacher, Yi Qifeng announced, bowing respectfully at the steps. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes focused on him, recalling the moment she had awakened that morning. A fleeting hint of embarrassment flickered in her gaze, but quickly vanished. You've arrived, she replied, maintaining her authoritative demeanor as Pope, her tone somewhat subdued due to Yue Guan's presence. She gestured towards Yue Guan, introducing him, Xiaofeng, this is Elder Ju Douluo Yue Guan. You may address him as Elder Ju. Interestingly, he has a connection with you. It was Elder Ju who rescued you years ago and brought you back to Wuhuan City alongside me. Greetings, Elder Ju. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance back then. Yi Qifeng bowed deeply to Yue Guan. He was well aware of what Bibi Dong spoke of 6 years ago upon his arrival in Douluo Dalu. The first person he encountered was Ju Douluo Yue Guan, his savior. Had it not been for him, he might have fallen into the clutches of evil soul masters. With fate uncertain, Yi Qifeng regarded the striking figure of Yue Guan, one of Bibi Dong's trusted allies. According to the course of fate, after the death of his partner, Gui Mei, who was ambushed by Tang San, Yue Guan was soon abandoned by Bibi Dong and assigned a logistical transport in the war. Ultimately, he fell victim to Tang San, who possessed a soul power of level 93, meeting a tragic end. However, Yi Qifeng would not allow such a fate to repeat itself. He vowed to protect Yue Guan's life. Do not mention it, Your Highness the Saint's son. Yue Guan replied respectfully, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing slightly. He observed the well-mannered young boy before him, and astonishment lit up his peach blossom eyes. He had never anticipated that the infant he had rescued 6 years ago would possess such extraordinary talent, innate soul power of level 20 and a divine twin martial soul. Remarkable. After awakening his martial soul, he was immediately taken as a disciple by the Pope. Even the high-ranking officials had personally decreed his elevation to the status of Saint's son. Yue Guan had even delivered the edict himself to the Elder Hall. Rumor had it that the awakening ceremony of the Saint's son was profoundly awe-inspiring. Although he had sensed it from afar, he was prohibited from witnessing it by the grand offering and felt a tinge of regret. In the days that followed, he had managed to glean some details from his notoriously taciturn partner, Gui Mei. According to Gui, both the Pope and the second offering were deeply stirred by the event, even nearly clashing over it. The thought alone was amusing, and he regretted not witnessing it firsthand. "Teacher, I'm back." A bright voice rang out from outside the door. Chapter 73. The shock of Hulaina, a petite girl with powder-pink hair, entered, trailing behind a figure clad in black robes. The girl, around 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall, stood elegantly in her Wuhuan Palace Academy uniform. It was the 8-year-old Hulaina, who had just completed the training task assigned by Bibi Dong and emerged from the training sanctum. Another figure in a black robe was none other than the esteemed elder, Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Due to the extraordinary talents of Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, they garnered significant attention from Bibi Dong, who planned to cultivate them vigorously. Thus, Bibi Dong appointed Gui Mei to oversee their training. Previously, Gui Mei had followed the Pope's orders to retrieve Hulaina after her training, and he had just returned. Upon entering the conference hall, Gui Mei first saluted both the Pope and the Holy Son before quietly standing beside Yue Guan. Upon seeing her teacher, Bibi Dong, Hulaina rushed forward, unable to contain her excitement. "Teacher, I heard you've taken on another disciple, a Holy Son no less. Where is he? Where is the Holy Son Jr.?" Before Bibi Dong could respond, Hulaina's peripheral vision caught sight of the figure of Yi Qifeng standing nearby, and she froze momentarily. "Oh, Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? Your attire is so splendid." Yi Qifeng nodded, smiling as he replied, "Laina, if all goes as planned. The Holy Son Jr. you mentioned is indeed me." Hulaina's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an O shape as she turned to her teacher. "Teacher, is this true? Your disciple is Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng is the Holy Son?" Bibi Dong, observing Hulaina's adorably surprised expression, couldn't help but smile slightly and nodded at her. "Indeed, Laina, I have accepted Xiaofeng as my disciple, and he has been named the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. From now on, you will be Xiaofeng's senior sister. Since you two are acquainted, I need not introduce you." Upon hearing this, Hulaina joyfully leaped into the air. "Wow, that's wonderful. Xiaofeng, we can be together all the time now. We won't have to part anymore. You are the Holy Son." "All right, Laina, I have a task for you," Bibi Dong interjected. Hulaina quickly composed herself, her expression turning earnest as she looked at Bibi Dong. "Yes, teacher, please tell me." Bibi Dong produced 2 documents, which floated gracefully to Hulaina under the support of her light purple soul power. She instructed in a moment, "You will take Xiaofeng to the Spirit Hall Academy to register. This is Xiaofeng's Soul Master Certification and Admission Notice. Present it to the Academy head, Gusta, and he will know what to do." "Understood, teacher," Hulaina replied, taking the documents. A fleeting glance at the Soul Master certification revealed Yi Qifeng, top-tier dark attribute martial soul, innate full soul power, holy son of the Spirit Hall. Wow, Xiaofeng's talent is just as remarkable as mine. Hulaina suddenly froze, her pupils slightly contracting, both astonished and delighted. She was amazed by Yi Qifeng's formidable talent, feeling a sense of kinship as it mirrored her own. However, unbeknownst to her, the information on the Soul Master certification had been fabricated by Bibi Dong, and Yi Qifeng's true potential far exceeded what was presented. How impressive, Xiaofeng! Hulaina gazed at him with sparkling eyes. At this moment, Bibi Dong addressed the two of them. Xiaofeng, if you have any questions, feel free to ask Laina. Laina, as a senior sister, remember to take good care of Xiaofeng. Both Yi Qifeng and Hulaina replied in unison. Yes, teacher. Subsequently, Bibi Dong waved her hand. You two may head to the Spirit Hall Academy for registration. I have matters to discuss with the elders. Disciple takes her leave. They both said simultaneously. Hulaina led Yi Qifeng out of the Pope's palace, walking towards the Spirit Hall Academy, located in the western district of Spirit City. Along the way, Hulaina was exceptionally cheerful, lively, and holding Yi Qifeng's Soul Master certification. She beamed at him. Xiaofeng, the certification states that your awakened martial soul is a top-tier dark attribute, and you possess innate full soul power. In truth, Yi Qifeng contemplated revealing the reality to her. Laina, the information on the certification isn't accurate. It was fabricated by the teacher. What? It's fake? Hulaina gasped in shock. Ye Qifeng leonet collusive. Vishipirin in hereav. Laina, actually my awakened martial soul is a divine-level martial soul, with innate level 20 soul power. It's called Shadow and is of the utmost dark attribute. Divine level? Hulaina exclaimed, nearly gasping in astonishment. Shoo! Yi Qifeng quickly placed a finger over her lips to silence her. Laina, keep it down. We are in public. He smiled gently and explained the information on the certification was intentionally written that way by the teacher to maintain secrecy, so please don't share it with anyone. Okay. I promise to keep it a secret. Hulaina quickly nodded, her head bobbing eagerly. She then whispered, a divine-level martial soul with innate level 20 soul power, and the utmost dark attribute. Wow, Xiaofeng, you are truly amazing. Curiously, she asked, Xiaofeng, what does a divine-level martial soul look like? I really want to see it. I'll show you when the opportunity arises. For now, let's head to the Spirit Hall Academy for registration, Yi Qifeng replied, continuing forward. He refrained from mentioning that he possessed a second divine-level martial soul, fearing it would overwhelm her. He would discuss this with the teacher later, and if permission was granted, he would disclose it to her then. Hulaina hurried to keep pace with him, softly saying, Xiaofeng, with innate soul power of level 20. Doesn't that mean that once you obtain a soul ring, you'll immediately reach the rank of a second ring soul master? Yi Qifeng nodded, indeed. The teacher has already helped me acquire a soul ring. My current soul power is level 25. 25. Hulaina was astonished. But Xiaofeng, you're only 6 years old. You just awakened your martial soul not long ago. And after obtaining 2 soul rings, you have already reached level 25. Is a divine-level martial soul really that powerful? Hulaina felt a wave of frustration mixed with envy, wishing she could achieve such heights without rigorous training. After all, she had been diligently practicing every day and had only managed to reach level 21 at the age of 8. Yet, reflecting on it, she had sensed from long ago that Xiaofeng was exceptional, and such prodigious talent was hardly surprising. Moreover, this was a good thing. Xiaofeng was now her junior brother, and their bond seemed to grow even closer. As they continued their journey toward the Spirit Hall Academy, Hulaina chattered incessantly with questions. Yi Qifeng patiently shared all the details of his martial soul awakening, his identity as the Holy Son, and his soul rings and abilities. In return, Hulaina informed Yi Qifeng about various aspects of the Spirit Hall Academy, sharing insights she had gathered over the past 2 years since enrolling. Chapter 74. The Spirit Hall Academy. According to Hulaina, the Spirit Hall Academy occupies an expansive area. Although situated within Spirit City, it is nestled against the mountains and beside water, boasting a picturesque environment rich in diverse landscapes, including foothills, forests, and lakes. These locations serve as natural sanctuaries for cultivation. Moreover, the Spirit Hall Academy has ingeniously constructed numerous simulated training grounds tailored to the needs of its students. A simulated training ground is designed to allow soul masters to cultivate their martial spirits in environments most conducive to their growth. While this approach may not guarantee a swift mastery, it significantly enhances the training experience. The effectiveness of such environments is closely linked to the inherent strength and potential of the soul master's martial spirit. Generally, the more powerful and promising the martial spirit, the greater the benefits derived from training within these simulated settings. Knight 7 Wind learned from Liena that the Spirit Hall Academy boasts hundreds of diverse simulated training grounds, ensuring that nearly every soul master can find a suitable environment for their martial spirit. Consequently, the Spirit Hall Academy stands as the most comprehensive institution on the Douluo continent regarding simulated training facilities. In addition to these grounds, the Academy also features several unique secret realms. Training within these secret realms is exponentially more effective than in the simulated environments, offering benefits that can exceed 2 or 3 times the usual gains. However, accessing these realms requires substantial resources, granting entry only to the most talented elite students favored by the Spirit Hall. Liena, Yu, and Yen are among the distinguished few granted such privilege. The reason Liena often disappears for periods is that she has been assigned by Bibi Dong to train within a secret realm. As Knights 7 Wind and Liena conversed, they eventually arrive at the entrance of the Spirit Hall Academy. A grand archway, towering at a height of 20 meters, loomed before them, resembling a castle gate. This majestic structure was crafted from a single block of massive white jade, intricately carved with elaborate patterns that exuded opulence and grandeur, evoking a sense of longing in those who stood before it. Atop the archway was a golden statue of a 6-winged angel, representing the ruling lineage of the Spirit Hall. The Angel Clan. The angel statue, with arms outstretched, embraced the archway, while below it, 5 gilded characters spelled out Spirit Hall Academy. Beside these characters was the emblem of the Spirit Hall, composed of 6 distinctive symbols: chrysanthemum, ghost, dragon, sword, hammer, and crown. At the entrance stood a regiment of armored knights wielding long spears, tasked with safeguarding the academy as security. In a reception room adjacent to the archway, a soul master of approximately 50 years, a level 65 soul emperor, was stationed to verify the credentials of incoming students and to welcome distinguished guests. Liena approached the duty officer, presenting her credentials as an elite student of the Advanced Soul Master Program, along with Knight 7 Wind as admission notification, swiftly gaining permission to enter. Within 2 minutes, Liena returned to Knight 7 Wind's side and said, "Little Wind, let us proceed inside." Guided by Liena, Knight 7 Wind entered the Spirit Hall Academy. Beyond the entrance lay a spacious avenue, flanked by lush lawns and flourishing flower beds, surrounding numerous fountains adorned with angel statues in various poses. Everything appeared so idyllic and tranquil that one might mistake the academy for a park rather than an institution of learning. The avenue led directly to an expansive courtyard, exceeding 300 meters in diameter. Surrounding the courtyard were 10-story buildings, each with pointed roofs. At this moment, Liena pointed to the structures, explaining, "The buildings surrounding the courtyard comprise student dormitories, teaching halls, faculty residences, and offices, some of which are also simulated training grounds. The Spirit Hall Academy is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced Soul Master divisions. Thus, these buildings are categorized into 3 distinct areas. We are currently situated in the southern area. The buildings to the east belong to the primary Soul Master division. Those to the west belong to the intermediate division, and the northern buildings are designated for the advanced division." Knight 7 Wind surveyed the 3 divisions, noting their clear distinctions while still appearing as a cohesive whole. Liena turned to him with a smile, saying, "The central building in the northern section is the office building, which houses the dean's office. That is our destination." Knight 7 Wind glanced around before asking Liena, "Why is there hardly anyone around? Are the students and teachers all in class?" "Indeed," Liena nodded, explaining cheerfully, "It is currently morning, and everyone is attending classes. The courses at the Spirit Hall Academy are scheduled for the morning, encompassing both theoretical and practical training for Soul Masters. The midday break allows students to absorb what they've learned, have lunch, and rest. The afternoon and evening are free time, during which students may train in the Academy's simulated environments or engage in battles at the Spirit Combat Arena to hone their soul power and skills." There are both open and private arenas for students to choose from. Little Wind, we can also partake in these activities later. Unlike other academies on the continent, which commence their terms a month after the awakening of martial spirits, the Spirit Hall Academy begins its sessions shortly after the awakening ceremony, as its students predominantly reside in Spirit City. Knight 7 Wind, having delayed his admission to obtain soul rings in the Stardew Forest, was 10 days late in starting his studies. After traversing the courtyard, Hulaina led Knight 7 Wind to the Dean's office located on the top floor of the office building. An elderly man, with a head of white hair and a beard to match, exuding vitality despite his apparent age of around 80, sat within the office. This was none other than the Dean of the Spirit Hall Academy, Gustav. Upon seeing Hulaina and Knight 7 Wind enter, he promptly rose to greet them. Little Laina, His Highness the Saint's son, you have arrived. Gustav's demeanor indicated that he had received prior notice from the Hall of Spirits. Hulaina smiled gently in response. Good day, Dean Gustav. She then introduced Knight 7 Wind, Little Wind. This is our esteemed Dean of the Spirit Hall Academy, Gustav. He is an 89th level assault type, Soul Daw, with the martial spirit of the blazing bear lion. Greetings, Dean Gustav, Knight 7 Wind said, offering a slight bow. I look forward to your guidance during my time at the Academy. There's no need for such formalities, Your Highness, Gustav replied quickly, his face lighting up with a warm smile. He continued, while I cannot claim to offer guidance, should you encounter any difficulties within the Academy, do not hesitate to inform me. As long as it aligns with principles and falls within my purview, I shall assist you. Thank you, Dean Gustav. Knight 7 Wind nodded appreciatively. It was evident that the Dean was not a rigid individual. Rather, he held a strong sense of principle, explaining why the Spirit Hall chose him to oversee the entire Academy. At this moment, Hulaina retrieved the enrollment notification and Soul Master certification of Yi Qifeng from the Soul Guide bracelet, handing them to Gustar. Director, could you kindly arrange for Xiao Feng's admission? Chapter 75, Enrollment in the Elite Class. Gustar accepted the enrollment notification and Soul Master certification, adhering to a principle of diligence. After a thorough examination of the enrollment notification and confirming its accuracy, he turned his gaze to the Soul Master certification. Therein, it was recorded, Yi Qifeng, top-tier dark attribute martial soul shadow, innate full soul power, holy son of the martial soul hall. However, Gustar did not place great weight on the Soul Master certification. He understood that the information inscribed therein was, in fact, not entirely accurate. With his perception as an 89th level soul, Daw, he discerned that the Holy Son's soul power level had remarkably already reached 25. What did this imply? It indicated that the innate soul power of the Holy Son was likely innate level 20. The reason for the certification's wording might well have been to maintain confidentiality. Upon contemplating this, a shiver ran through Gustar, and he arrived at an answer. No problem, he nodded at Hulaina. After a brief pause, he continued, Xiao Nana, since both you and His Highness the Holy Son are disciples of His Holiness the Pope, I shall arrange for His Highness to join the elite class alongside you, so you may look out for each other. Excellent. Hulaina clapped her hands in delight. This was precisely her desire. She had been thinking along the same lines. And now, without her needing to voice it, Gustar had already taken care of it. Xiaofeng, what do you think? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sounds good. Yi Qifeng replied with a slight smile, nodding. Being in the same class as Hulaina was indeed what he desired. Moreover, having Xiaoyu and Yin in the same class made it all the more preferable to be among familiar faces. Your Highness, Xiao Nana, please wait here for a moment while I arrange the admission procedures for His Highness, Gustar stated before exiting the office, deciding to personally handle the Holy Son's enrollment. Before long, Gustar returned to the office, a middle-aged soul master following closely behind. The middle-aged soul master appeared to be around 40, clad in a silver minner's robe. He had a tall stature and, though not conventionally handsome, his features were well-defined, and he bore an expression of seriousness that suggested he was a man of few words and unyielding demeanor. At this moment, Gustar chuckled heartily, introducing Your Highness. Allow me to present to you. This is our elite class's head instructor, Teacher Qin Shutong. Teacher Qin is a powerful attacking type soul master of level 76. With the martial soul of a weapon, the Qingyan sword, he is renowned as an elite instructor in our academy, not only possessing extensive knowledge, but also rich combat experience. having nurtured numerous elite students for the martial soul hall. Greetings, Teacher Qin. Upon hearing the introduction, Yi Qifeng and Hulaina greeted Qin Shutong in unison. Your Highness. Qin Shutong, already informed by Gustar, recognized that the black-haired boy before him, soon to join his elite class, was indeed the current holy son of the martial soul hall, and also a newly accepted disciple of the Pope. Noting Hulaina's presence, a rare smile broke through his serious countenance as he nodded at her with a slight grunt. Hulaina was the most talented student in his class, and she had not disappointed him. Consistently putting in hard work, she was among his most satisfactory pupils. Of course, from this day forth, the title of the most talented student would likely shift to the Holy Son, as Gustar had previously informed him of the Holy Son's true aptitude. He could also sense the soul power fluctuation emanating from the Holy Son, confirming it to be indeed at level 25. After completing the necessary arrangements, Gustar handed the elite class student identification and academy attire to Yi Qifeng. Subsequently, Qin Shutong led Yi Qifeng and Hulaina back to their classroom. On the way, Qin Shutong turned to Yi Qifeng, speaking gently. Your Highness, I must clarify in advance that in my class, all students will be treated equally, and I will address you by your name. I hope you do not take offense. Not all, Teacher Qin. Please feel free to call me by my name. Yi Qifeng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. As they walked, Yi Qifeng learned from Qin Shutong that each student in the elite class possessed innate soul power of level 8 or above, each being the cream of the crop. Geniuses among geniuses. In the entire elite class, Hulaina stood out with her innate full soul power of level 10, while Xiaoyu and Yin had innate soul powers of level 9, with the remaining students at level 8. What does it mean for the elite class to consist solely of individuals with innate soul power of level 8 and above? It is well known that the level of innate soul power signifies the speed at which one can cultivate soul power, as well as the realms one may ultimately attain in their cultivation. This is merely a general statement. The extensive literature housed within the Martial Soul Hall's archives also details the classifications of innate soul power talents. Ye Difeng reflectet carefully. Analyzing the enrollment criteria of the Martial Soul Hall's academies. Under normal circumstances, those with innate soul power of level 1 or below would only be able to cultivate their soul power to a maximum of level 19 throughout their lives, unable to break through to the Great Soul Master realm. Of course, an exception exists for a certain soul master whose martial soul is a pig and has an innate soul power of 0. 5. Their level 29 soul power is entirely a result of family resources, accumulated rather than achieved through normal cultivation. Those with innate soul power of level 2 can reach a maximum of level 29 as a Great Soul Master. Within the entire Soul Master hierarchy, level 30 serves as the first critical threshold, and crossing it is essential to attain the rank of Soul Sovereign. Without extraordinary circumstances, those with innate soul power of level 2 have no hope of surpassing this level. For those with innate soul power of level 3, they may cultivate to a maximum of level 39 as a Soul Sovereign, unable to advance to the Soul Zone realm. The Martial Soul Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy primarily enrolls students with innate soul power of level 3 or below. Such students, though not highly talented, are numerous. Upon graduation from the academy, they are typically assigned to minor cities and towns across the continent, taking on lower management positions such as resident bishops and inspectors in the Martial Soul Hall's branch offices. Next, those with innate soul power of level 4 can reach a maximum of level 49 as a soul zone. Upon reaching level 49, soul masters encounter the second critical threshold, which is level 50 as a soul king. Similarly, lacking special opportunities, they will have no hope of breaking through this level. For those with innate soul power of level 5, unlike the previous 4 levels, a soul master with an innate level 5 can easily break through to the rank of soul king. Furthermore, it is possible to cultivate to level 60 as a soul emperor, but this comes with 2 prerequisites. First, one must exert sufficient effort. Second, the soul master's 5th soul ring must be the standard configuration of a 10,000-year soul ring. This is because once a soul master reaches level 50, their physique and spiritual power are sufficient to withstand the spiritual disturbances caused by the grievances left behind by a 10,000-year soul beast upon its death, thus qualifying them to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. The enhancement provided by 10,000-year soul ring is incomparable to that of a 1,000-year soul ring. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring not only augments all aspects of the soul master's physical capabilities, but also facilitates a more seamless cultivation experience. The innate soul power of a level 6 practitioner signifies merely the foundation for advancing to the soul emperor realm. Such individuals possess the potential to cultivate to the soul sage level, thereby attaining the coveted martial soul manifestation. The soul sage level, reaching 70, represents the third critical juncture in a soul master's cultivation journey. Upon acquiring the 7th ring, regardless of the type of soul ring absorbed, the soul skill remains the martial soul manifestation. Naturally, the enhancement effects and potency of this manifestation are directly correlated to the age and quality of the soul rings. The higher the age and superior the quality of the soul rings, the more formidable the enhancement effects and power of the martial soul manifestation become. At the soul sage level, one can effortlessly overpower any soul master below the 6th ring, unless they possess an extraordinary martial soul or a 100,000-year soul ring, or exceptionally high-aged and quality soul bones, such as those possessed by the infamous Tang San. The Wu Soul Hall's mid-level Soul Master Academy admits students with innate soul power ranging from levels 4 to 6. This cohort is considered to possess moderate talent within the Wu Soul Hall. Upon graduation, most of these students are assigned to the Wu Soul Hall branches in mid-level cities across the continent, serving as resident bishops and acting as mid-level administrators of the Wu Soul Hall. Next, we consider those with innate soul power of level 7. Achieving the Soul Sage realm is a mere formality for them. With diligent practice and unwavering commitment, they can easily break through to the lower tiers of the Soul Douluo realm. However, ascending to higher tiers of the Soul Douluo realm necessitates some unique opportunities. Individuals with innate soul power of level 8 can attain the Soul Douluo realm without difficulty and have a chance to reach the titled Douluo level. The 90-level titled Douluo realm, as the 4th significant threshold in soul master cultivation, presents a formidable challenge to an astounding 99.99% of all soul masters. The scarcity of titled Douluos on the Douluo continent stems from this daunting threshold. Yet, crossing it transforms a soul master's power, status, and identity dramatically, akin to an ascension to greatness. While innate soul power of level 8 merely offers a chance to reach the titled Douluo level, it is still enough to elicit envy and admiration from countless soul masters. Those endowed with innate soul power of level 9, with diligent and tireless cultivation, can effortlessly ascend to the titled Douluo realm, with a substantial probability of achieving the super Douluo level, exceeding soul power of level 95. There are, of course, exceptions, such as the Moonlight Master, Tang Yuehua, who, despite being an innate level 9 soul master, experienced a mutation of her martial soul, transforming from the Hao Ian hammer to the Rui ring. This transformation granted her the noble circle of the field of talent, while simultaneously robbing her of the chance to become a soul master, confining her soul power to level 9 for life. Those with innate full soul power can, with unwavering diligence, effortlessly attain the titled Douluo realm. Achieving the Super Douluo tier is also within reach, with a certain probability of attaining the ultimate Douluo level with soul power reaching its limit of 99. The innate level 20 soul power exists solely within divine martial souls, embodying a godlike presence from birth. Once they receive divine inheritance, they're destined to ascend to divinity. This assertion, added by Yi Qifeng based on memories from past life, is indeed accurate. The Wu Soul Hall's Advanced Soul Master Academy exclusively admits students with innate soul power of level 7 and above, nurturing prodigies with at least the potential for soul sage qualification. The elite class is even more formidable, cultivating students who possess at least the qualifications of a soul Douluo, aiming towards the titled Douluo level. Students from the elite class, should they be placed within major factions, can each be groomed as successors to the sect leader. If they mature, nearly all can become formidable sovereigns in their own right. Throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent, it is likely that only the Wu Soul Hall possesses the capability to gather and cultivate such a multitude of students endowed with innate soul power of level 8 and above. The talents within the elite class are already astonishingly formidable, and now, another talent of even greater potential, Yi Qifeng, has arrived. Chapter 76. The Orphanage Quartet upon returning to the elite class. Hulaina resumed her place. Yi Qifeng surveyed the room and noted that the number of students in the elite class was limited to a mere 10 or so, with Xiaoyu and Yin also present. Aside from Hulaina, who was 8, and Xiaoyu and Yin, who were 9, the remaining students appeared older, ranging between 10 to 12 years of age. Upon seeing Yi Qifeng join their class, Xiaoyu and Yin were momentarily taken aback. The boisterous Yin waved his hands enthusiastically at Yi Qifeng, as if fearing he might go unnoticed. Yi Qifeng smiled warmly and nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaoyu regained his composure and greeted Yi Qifeng with a smile. At that moment, Qin Shudong approached the front of the class and announced, "Today, we welcome a new student to our elite class. Please give a warm round of applause and allow our newcomer to introduce himself." He gestured for Yi Qifeng to step forward before descending from the podium. Yi Qifeng approached the front and offered a brief introduction. "Hello, everyone. My name is Yi Qifeng. I am 6 years old. My martial soul is Shadow, and I possess innate full soul power. I look forward to your guidance." The students below erupted in astonishment upon hearing Yi Qifeng's introduction. "What? Another one with innate full soul power? Is this a joke? All right. Everyone quiet down and prepare for class," Qin Shudong interjected, halting their chatter. He then turned to Yi Qifeng and said, "You may take a seat wherever you like." Yi Qifeng followed his advice, choosing a seat next to Hulaina, while Xiaoyu and Yin sat on her other side, thus reuniting the quartet from the orphanage. Xiaoyu and Yin stared at Yi Qifeng, their mouths agape in disbelief. They exchanged glances, wanting to speak, but momentarily holding back due to the beginning of class, compelling them to focus on the teacher's lecture. The morning's lesson covered martial soul theory, and the information presented by Qin Shudong was already familiar to Yi Qifeng, having perused the texts in the Wu Soul Hall's archives, making the lesson a mere review for him. As the morning session concluded, the eager Xiaoyu and Yin rushed to Yi Qifeng's side. Dressed in silver-white academy uniforms, they had grown sturdier since leaving the orphanage 3 years prior. After awakening his martial soul, Yin's face bore flame-like markings, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Xiaoyu's appearance remained largely unchanged, radiating a calm and composed demeanor that lent him an air of extraordinary handsomeness. Both stood at a height of over 1.5 meters, towering a head taller than Yi Qifeng. At that moment, Yin approached Yi Qifeng, draping an arm around his shoulder and grinning broadly. "Haha, impressive, little phone. I never expected you to possess innate full soul power. Your talent rivals that of Laina. It's fantastic that you've joined the elite class. Now the quartet from the orphanage is complete." Beside him, Xiaoyu gave Yi Qifeng a thumbs up. Before Yi Qifeng could respond, Yin continued with a hearty slap on his shoulder. "Little phone, since you've just awakened your martial soul, you haven't obtained a soul ring to become a soul master yet, right?" Yi Qifeng smiled, about to share the truth, but before he could utter a word, Yin interrupted him again. However, Yin clenched his right fist, striking his chest with a resounding thud, and proclaimed, "No worries. I'm here to protect you at the academy from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, just let me know, and I'll handle it. After all, I am now a level 25 Great Soul Master." After finishing his declaration, he elbowed Xiaoyu playfully in the side and added, "Hey, Xiaoyu, don't just stay quiet. Say a few words." Xiaoyu nodded, glancing at Yi Qifeng with composure, and remarked, "Yin is correct. The Spirit Hall Academy promotes a martial spirit, encouraging students to engage in mutual exchange and sparring. However, there are occasionally students with ulterior motives who exploit loopholes in the rules, using the pretext of soul fighting to bully the weak. Xiaofeng, since you are not yet a soul master, feel free to come to me if you encounter any troubles. I'll help you resolve them. Like Yin, I'm also a level 25 Great Soul Master." Suddenly, a light giggle broke through the conversation. Both Xiaoyu and Yin turned to see it was from Hulaina, whose petite frame trembled slightly as she covered her mouth, seemingly stifling her laughter. Xiaoyu looked at Hulaina, puzzled, and asked, "What is so funny, Laina? Is something wrong?" Instead of answering immediately, Hulaina suppressed her amusement, tiptoeing closer to Yi Qifeng and whispering, "Xiaofeng, can you tell your brother and Yin about your martial spirit and true level?" Yi Qifeng nodded slightly and replied softly, "It's fine. Your brother and Yin are trustworthy. Just remember to keep it a secret." With Yi Qifeng's approval, Hulaina turned to her brother and Yin, giggling as she said, "Brother, Yin, you're both mistaken. What did we get wrong? Yin asked, scratching his head in confusion. Xiaoyu, maintaining a more composed demeanor, gestured for his sister to continue. Hulaina's playful eyes danced between her brother and Yin, and with a beaming smile, she declared, "Actually, Xiaofeng's innate soul power is not at full capacity. Rather, it is at level 20. What? That can't be true. Is there even such a thing as innate soul power at level 20? Isn't the maximum supposed to be level 10? Yin exclaimed incredulously, looking at Hulaina with disbelief. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, sharing Yan's skepticism. Hulaina pouted, pretending to be upset. You don't believe me? That makes me unhappy. She turned her head away, feigning anger with a little huff. Noticing his sister's mock annoyance, Xiaoyu quickly changed his tone. Laina, brother believes you. He then chided Yin. Yin, if you can't speak properly, then don't say anything at all. How could you not believe Laina? Feeling embarrassed, Yin rubbed his fiery red hair and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Laina, that's not what I meant. Yi Qifeng, standing by, shook his head at the scene, clearly seeing that Hulaina was being playful. He mused to himself. Xiaoyu and Yin are truly under Hulaina's spell. I wonder if Yin's tendencies as a sycophant are being nurtured this way. Surely, Xiaoyu has a hand in this. I can't help but wonder if Yin will still harbor feelings for Hulaina as he matures, destined for unrequited love. Chapter 77. Hulaina's schemes after reprimanding Yin. Xiaoyu turned to his sister, forcing a smile and speaking in a doting tone. Laina, don't mind him. Please continue. Hulaina nodded, her smile returning as she cheerfully said, Actually, Xiaofeng has already obtained his soul rings and is now also a level 25 Great Soul Master. What? A level 25 Great Soul Master? Yin jumped up in shock, while Xiaoyu's face was equally astonished. Hulaina nodded proudly, her small face beaming with delight, as if the astonishing news of the 25-level Great Soul Master was about her. At this moment, both Xiaoyu and Yin turned their attention to the silent Yi Qifeng, asking in unison, Xiaofeng, is what Laina said true? You really have innate soul power of level 20? You are truly a level 25 Great Soul Master? Yes, it's true. Yi Qifeng nodded helplessly. Since awakening his martial spirit, he had shocked many, and he was beginning to feel numb to it all. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, their mouths agape, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment, an awe that could only be described as gobsmacked. Hulaina giggled, saying, Brother, Yin, don't be too surprised, I haven't finished yet. She then pointed at Yi Qifeng. Do you see the clothes Xiaofeng is wearing? Hearing Hulaina's question, Yin finally noticed Yi Qifeng's attire. He circled around him, astonished. Oh, I didn't pay much attention before, but Xiaofeng, your outfit is quite splendid. Where did it come from? Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, adding, It is indeed rather exquisite. Oh, this is the attire exclusive to the Holy Sun. Yi Qifeng replied. What? What is son? Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Hulaina gleefully interjected. Brother, Yin, let me tell you, Xiaofeng is now our Spirit Hall's Holy Sun. The outfit he wears is specially crafted by the Elder Hall. After a brief pause, she continued, Furthermore, Xiaofeng is also the new disciple of the Pope, which makes him my junior brother. As Hulaina elaborated, the expressions on Xiaoyu and Yan's faces gradually turned to a dazed shock, their astonishment deepening. Their mouths hung open, unable to close as they began to feel overwhelmed by the revelation. I just love seeing you both in such disbelief at Xiaofeng, Hulaina said with a slight smile, feeling quite pleased with their reactions. She had felt the same way upon first hearing the news and had nearly been taken aback herself. She thought it necessary for her brother and Yin to experience the sensation of being stunned. If they were to learn about Xiaofeng's soul rings, soul skills, and combat prowess, she believed they might very well drop to their knees in astonishment. Hulaina suddenly felt a wave of anticipation. Then, a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes as she plotted to ensnare her brother and Yin further. With a cheerful smile, she proposed, Brother, Yin, since you're both level 25 Great Soul Masters like Xiaofeng, how about we spar the soul fighting platform? Absolutely. Yin, with his fiery and combative nature, eagerly accepted the challenge at once. Xiaoyu, ever doting on his sister, was inclined to fulfill her wishes, so he nodded in agreement as well. Knowing that Yi Qifeng was also a level 25 Great Soul Master ignited a spark of excitement in Xiaoyu. Since the other elite class members were no match for him, only Yin could stand on equal footing. fearing that sparring with his sister might cause her harm. Xiaoyu had limited his practice partners to Yan alone. Now, with Yi Qifeng's arrival, he had gained another worthy opponent, which he found quite delightful. Hu Liena approached Yi Qifeng, taking his hand, and looked at him with eager anticipation, sweetly asking, "Xiaofeng, what do you think?" "Sure. I'd like to test my skills as well." Yi Qifeng nodded in agreement. Knight 7 Wind harbored a few thoughts, until now. He had only battled spirit beasts and had yet to engage in combat with a spirit master. This presented an opportune moment to test himself and observe the skills of Xiaoyu and Yan. However, was it permissible to enter the battle spirit platform at this hour? Knight 7 Wind inquired. Indeed, it as came the steady voice of Xiaoyu from beside him. He approached Knight 7 Wind and elucidated Little Wind. "You may not be aware, but our elite class possesses a dedicated battle spirit platform that is available for use at any time, merely requiring a request form." I see," Knight 7 Wind pondered, realizing this was one of the privileges afforded to the elite class. It was only fitting, after all. Every student in the elite class could be deemed a treasure of the spirit hall. Without some measure of privilege, it would indeed feel rather unusual. Come on. I can hardly wait." At that moment, Yin stepped forward, eagerly nudging the two towards the exit. Hua Lina followed closely beside Knight 7 Wind, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The quartet exited the classroom and proceeded towards the edifice housing the battle spirit platform. By now, noon was fast approaching, with the sun blazing fiercely overhead. Yin strode ahead with confidence, exuding an air of authority as if he were leading an army. After a few minutes, they arrived before a standalone building. This structure, unlike others in the academy, was not topped with a spire, but rather shaped like an inverted bowl, maintaining a height comparable to its pointed neighbors, standing 10 stories tall. In Knight 7 Wind's memory, this building resembled a miniature battle spirit arena. At that moment, Hualina's gentle voice chimed in, "Little Wind, the battle spirit platform we are heading to is inside. This entire building is reserved for the elite class. It was constructed to mimic a professional battle spirit arena, albeit on a much smaller scale, which is why we refer to it as the mini battle spirit arena. Inside, there are 15 battle spirit platforms, 10 of which are open for use, and 5 are confidential, restricted solely to elite class students. The latter is designed to safeguard the privacy of the elite students and prevent the disclosure of their secret techniques. The battle spirit platforms are managed daily by dedicated instructors, ensuring that students can engage in battles without concern for damage. Additionally, we have specialized healing spirit masters on hand to treat any injuries incurred during the battles. As long as one is not facing life-threatening injuries or severe trauma, nearly all wounds can be healed." As they spoke, the group entered the mini battle spirit arena. At the reception, they presented their elite class student IDs and completed the application for the battle spirit platform. Subsequently, under the guidance of the managing instructor, they entered a private battle spirit hall. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by an expansive circular battle spirit platform, approximately 30 meters in diameter. The ample space allowed students to unleash their full potential, even accommodating those at the spirit ancestor level without issue. Unlike the open battle spirit platforms, this venue lacked seating for spectators. At that moment, the managing instructor turned to the 4 of them, his tone serious, as he emphasized, "Remember the rules for using the battle spirit platform. During combat, do not engage in life or death confrontations, do not inflict severe injuries on your opponent, and do not use any lethal tools aside from your spirit, including weapons, hidden weapons, or medicinal aids. Violating these rules will result in severe penalties. Minor offenders will be barred from using the battle spirit platform, while serious offenders will be expelled from the academy and reported to the Spirit Hall's enforcement hall. Do you understand?" "Understood." The 4 of them responded promptly. "Good." The managing instructor nodded, his stern expression softening into a smile. These children were all elite students of the Spirit Hall Academy, possessing exceptional talent, and the instructor's eyes reflected a unique fondness for such gifted individuals. He continued in a gentler tone, "Also, if you sustain any injuries during your battles, be sure to come to me for treatment. Now, I leave the battle spirit platform in your capable hands. Enjoy your combat." With that, the managing instructor exited the hall, closing the door behind him. Once the instructor departed, Yin eagerly turned to Xiaoyu, asking, "Shall you go first, or shall I?" Before Xiaoyu could respond, Yin let out a hearty laugh and leaped into the center of the battle spirit platform, declaring, "I'll go first. I can hardly wait any longer. Seeing this, Xiaoyu felt a rush of frustration. His initial words swallowed back as he silently berated, "Why even ask if you intend to jump in first?" Upon reaching the platform, Yan's demeanor shifted. No longer carefree, he radiated a fierce battle intent. He turned to Knight Seven Wind, his voice ringing throughout the hall. "Little Wind, come on up and show me your spirit and spirit abilities." Knight Seven Wind nodded, preparing to leap onto the platform. However, Lina suddenly tugged at his clothing, her tone gentle as she whispered, "Little Wind, be careful. Yan's spirit is formidable, a rare and exceptional top-tier B spirit known as the Flame Sovereign, possessing both fire and earth attributes. Its characteristics include strong offense, robust defense, and extreme heat. Moreover, Yan excels in close combat, making him quite troublesome. You must be cautious of the flames he wields. If he manages to engage you closely, his flames will continually burn and deplete your spirit power. Thus, the best strategy against Yan is to attack from a distance, conserving your strength and avoiding close combat. Additionally, Yan's first spirit ability is called Hellish Lava Surge, and his second spirit ability is Granite Rock. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, couldn't he help but notice Lina divulging Yan's secrets. His eyes twitched as he hurried forward to interrupt her. "Nana, let Little Wind go up first. If you keep talking, Yan will start getting anxious." Lina pouted slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "What's wrong with making Yan wait a little longer?" Knight Seven Wind smiled, offering Lina a reassuring glance. "Don't worry, I'm well aware of his capabilities." Even without Lina's warnings, he was already quite knowledgeable about Yan. With that, Knight Seven Wind leaped onto the battle spirit platform, positioning himself opposite Yan. Below the platform, Xiaoyu leaned closer to Lina, whispering, "Oh dear sister, the battle hasn't even begun, and you've already sold out Yan. Your blatant favoritism is a bit too obvious, don't you think?" "Not at all. I merely shared a little information," Lina retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly. "Just a little? You've practically stripped Yan of his defenses." "No, that's not right. He has been thoroughly exposed." "Have I?" Lina averted her gaze, her eyes flickering with embarrassment. Seeing his sister's bashful demeanor, Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on. He quickly emphasized, "Nana, you mustn't betray me. Yan may be a simpleton, but it's fine if you sell him out. I'm your brother. Don't turn against me." "Alright, Lina replied. "Brother, who do you think is stronger, Yan or Little Wind?" Lina asked, shifting her gaze back to the battle spirit platform. Xiaoyu paused, deep in thought as he contemplated the question. Subsequently, he smiled nonchalantly and said to Lina, "Xiaofeng has just acquired a soul ring and recently became a soul master, lacking any combat experience, which will undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage. In contrast, Yan has been a soul master for 3 years, boasting considerable combat experience. The disparity in battle knowledge is insurmountable. It can only be developed through countless duels. It is evident who is stronger and who is weaker when comparing experience." At this point, Xiaoyu smiled slightly and continued, "In our usual battles, Yan and I can only manage a stalemate. Furthermore, we have both tasted blood, and an aura of menace lingers around us, subtly intimidating our opponents and granting us a psychological edge in combat. Xiaofeng, however, lacks such experience and thus falls short in terms of presence." Ultimately, Xiaoyu concluded, "Therefore, I believe the eventual victor will be Yan." Upon hearing her brother's words, Lina chuckled mischievously, narrowing her eyes as she replied, "But I believe Xiaofeng will win. Brother, you better pay close attention to Xiaofeng's battle. Otherwise, I fear you may suffer greatly when facing him. You mustn't be frightened by Xiaofeng later." Could it be that Xiaofeng's soul ring bestows upon him some remarkable skill? Xiaoyu pondered, harboring doubts, but mostly skepticism. He could not fathom how an inexperienced soul master could triumph over 1 season in combat unless some unforeseen circumstance arose. What unforeseen circumstance could possibly occur? "This is the soul arena." Xiaoyu silently shook his head, offering a gentle smile. At this moment, on the soul arena, Yan summoned his martial spirit. A towering magma giant, 3 meters tall, abruptly rose from the ground behind him, appearing as if it had crawled out from the depths of a fiery hell. The Flame Lord was engulfed in dark red flames, radiating a scorching heat that instantly elevated the temperature within the arena. Beneath Yan's feet, 2 circles of bright yellow rings materialized, and, as they pulsated, The fluctuations of his soul power intensified, exuding an invisible pressure around him. Yin gazed at Yi Qifeng across the arena, smiling as he said, "Xiao Feng, don't be frightened. This is my martial spirit, the Flame Lord." At that moment, Yi Qifeng focused his thoughts and unleashed his shadow martial spirit. Instantly, a shadow identical to Yi Qifeng floated behind him. With his soul power now at level 25, the shadow martial spirit had also grown to over 3 meters in height. The shadow emanated a dark aura, casting a dimness over the soul arena, instantly dispelling the heat in the air and creating a refreshing coolness that overshadowed the warmth from the Flame Lord. Yin suddenly felt an unusual sense of suppression from his martial spirit, an experience he had never encountered before, causing him to shudder inwardly. "Is this your martial spirit? Not bad. I sense a feeling of restraint upon my Flame Lord," Yin said slowly. However, the next moment, his voice abruptly ceased. What did he see? He was astonished to notice 2 purple soul rings rising beneath Yi Qifeng's feet, spiraling around his body. 1,000-year purple soul rings. Yin exclaimed in shock. These are indeed 1,000-year soul rings. Even Xie was taken aback, momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to maintain his composure. After a while, Yin finally regained his composure and adopted a solemn expression. "Let's begin." He then looked at Yi Qifeng and earnestly introduced himself. "Yin, Martial Spirit Flame Lord. Level 25 Battle Spirit Master. Please enlighten me. In the Douluo continent, duels are not to the death, and, as a sign of respect, one must disclose their name, martial spirit, and soul power level before a match, an unwritten rule universally accepted among soul masters. Though somewhat antiquated, this custom is a hallmark of the Douluo continent, and there is no need to dismantle it." Yi Qifeng, adhering to local customs, likewise introduced himself with sincerity. "Yi Qifeng, Martial Spirit Shadow, Level 25 Battle Spirit Master. Please enlighten me." The two then assumed their stances, and the duel commenced without delay. "It's about to begin." Xieyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was well acquainted with Yan's martial spirit and soul abilities. Now, he was eager to discover Xiao Feng's martial spirit and abilities, especially since they were of the 1,000-year caliber. He wondered what they would entail and their potential strength. From his sister's unwavering confidence in Xiao Feng, Xie sensed that the situation might be more intricate than it appeared. Could Yin truly be facing defeat? With this thought, Xie suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He quickly turned to Hu Laina, asking, "Lina, can you share with me the details of Xiao Feng's 2 soul abilities and their combat prowess?" "Not a chance." Hu Laina shook her head playfully, smiling at Xie. "You wouldn't allow anyone to divulge your information, so I certainly cannot reveal Xiao Feng's abilities to you. Just watch for yourself." With a sigh, Xie felt a twinge of frustration, suddenly perceiving his sister as less endearing, as if she were slipping away from him. On the soul arena, Yi Qifeng and Yin stood 10 meters apart, locking eyes. After exchanging names, martial spirits, and soul power levels, the battle commenced. Yin refrained from any further banter. Though typically carefree, he transformed into an entirely different person when it came to combat, becoming exceptionally serious. Before Yi Qifeng could reveal his martial spirit and soul rings, Yin might have approached the match with a hint of condescension. He had even contemplated allowing Yi Qifeng to strike first. However, now he dared not entertain such thoughts. For the striking 2 purple soul rings adorning Yi Qifeng's body were simply too glaring. Those were indeed 2,000-year soul rings. He couldn't fathom how Xiao Feng had managed to transcend the limitations of a soul master's body to successfully absorb them. Naturally, 1,000-year soul rings endowed their bearers with 1,000-year soul abilities, their power undeniably superior to the 2 pale, yellow rings adorning Yan's own body. Previously, he had considered his soul rings rather impressive, but now he felt a pang of envy. Suddenly, he found himself rather fond of the color purple. The thought of possessing 1,000-year purple soul rings stirred a longing within him. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Yan's actions did not falter for even a moment. "Martial spirit manifestation," Yan shouted, and in an instant, the Flame Lord merged with his robust physique. His eyes ignited with fiery red intensity. Simultaneously, the 3-meter Flame Lord vanished, and the dark red flames that had blazed upon it transferred to Yan's form. Remarkably, despite the intense heat, no damage befell Yan's attire. Not a single scorch mark appeared upon him. After manifesting his martial spirit, Yan transformed entirely. He now resembled a human engulfed in flames. Xiao Feng, you must be cautious. He warned, leaving those words behind as he surged towards Yi Qifeng with explosive speed. Second soul ability, Granite Rock. As he charged forth, Yin intoned the incantation for his second soul ability, and his second soul ring flared brilliantly. Under the influence of the soul skill granted by the soul ring, Yan's muscles surged instantly, his skin hardened, resembling granite. His height surged from a mere 1.5 meters to an impressive 1.8 meters, causing his upper garments to tear apart, disintegrating into tatters. The shredded fabric, upon detaching from Yan's body, was immediately consumed by dark red flames, turning to ash. Yi Qifeng, observing Yan's transformed physique, recognized that this was the result of his martial spirit's earth attribute combined with the soul ring skill, endowing him with the abilities of body enlargement and hardening, formidable attack power, and extraordinary defense, a force not to be underestimated. Moreover, with the fire attribute bestowed by the Flame Lord martial spirit, Huaina's assertion proved correct. Engaging in close combat with an opponent like Yin was unwise, and ranged attacks were the optimal strategy. In the span of mere moments, Yin completed the release of his soul skill while simultaneously traversing a distance of 10 meters. Once in close proximity, his strength would be unleashed to its fullest potential. In the blink of an eye, Yin appeared beside Yi Qifeng, bending at the waist and swinging his fist toward Yi Qifeng's head. Given Yan's enlarged stature, his fist was aimed directly at Yi Qifeng's head. Yet, Yi Qifeng remained unflinching, having already activated his martial spirit. Upon activation, his physique underwent no visible transformation. The shadow martial spirit appeared to meld seamlessly into his body. The audience below the soul dual platform watched in astonishment, perceiving Yi Qifeng's seemingly dazed demeanor, as if he had not registered the impending threat of Yan's dark red, flaming fist. Both Huaina and Xiaoyu simultaneously gasped, "Xiao Feng, be careful." Noticing Yi Qifeng's lack of evasion, Yan's heart raced with concern, but he had already committed all his strength to the attack. Retreating now was impossible, and the blow was destined to land. However, that anticipated moment did not come to pass. Yi Qifeng's calm voice echoed in the arena. Second soul skill, Shadow Bind. Suddenly, Yan's fist halted a mere 20 centimeters from Yi Qifeng, ensnared by what appeared to be ghostly vines, dark and sinuous, which coiled tightly around his form, rendering him utterly immobile. After releasing his second soul skill, Yi Qifeng leapt back several meters, distancing himself from Yin. Xiaoyu, wide-eyed, had witnessed the entire sequence clearly. As soon as Yin approached Yi Qifeng, the latter's second purple soul ring had suddenly illuminated. Several dark shadows surged from beneath Yi Qifeng's feet, transforming into vines that ensnared Yin. Xiaoyu surmised that Yi Qifeng's control range for this soul skill must extend far beyond what was displayed, cleverly choosing to activate it only upon Yan's proximity, thus catching him off guard. The effectiveness of this strategy was evident. Xiaoyu's battle awareness was commendable, having discerned Yi Qifeng's intent swiftly. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu's breath quickened as he contemplated the brevity of Yi Qifeng's soul skill. It was nearly imperceptible, raising the question of who could ever close in on him. Control-type soul skill? Yin pondered in astonishment. He then began to strain against the shadowy vines binding him, only to discover, much to his surprise, that despite his granite-like physique augmented by the soul skill, he could not break free. At this moment, Yi Qifeng smiled faintly. After all, this was a near 5,000-year level soul skill, and with Yan's current strength, escape was impossible. Chapter 80, Brother, it's your turn. Meanwhile, Yin reflected coolly. If the vines are as they appear, then Yi Qifeng's soul skill must derive from a plant-type soul beast. What do plants fear most? Fire. With this thought, Yin invoked the skill of his first soul ring. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. The moment the words left his lips, crimson magma erupted from his body, the once dark red flames transforming into a brighter scarlet, the temperature soaring to a blistering intensity that warped the air surrounding him. Yet, unexpectedly, the shadowy vines binding him showed no signs of yielding, remaining firm in their grip. Unwilling to relent, he attempted again. Hell Lava Surge. To his bewilderment, the vines remained unaffected, prompting a shift in Yin's expression as he resolved to try once more. Hell Lava Surge. Hell Lava Surge. After several attempts, he remained ensnared, unable to escape. Defeated, his soul power depleted, Yin turned to Yi Qifeng with a pained expression, conceding, Xiaofeng, you have one. I cannot break free from your soul skill. What is this ability of yours? How long has it existed? It became clear to Yi Qifeng that the fire attributes counter to the soul-eating ghost vine had been nullified under the Shadow Martial Spirit's profound rules. His second soul skill, Shadow Bind, was unperturbed by flames. With a gentle smile, he replied, This is the second soul skill of the Shadow Martial Spirit, Shadow Bind. It is nearly 5,000 years old. Unbelievable. Yin felt a blow to his confidence, realizing that a control skill of such magnitude was beyond his capacity to escape. Dejected, he stepped down from the arena. Upon reaching Xie Yu's side, the latter inquired, Yin, what was that binding skill of Xiaofeng? You're a beast martial spirit. Even with your strength, you couldn't break free? Yin nodded, stating, There was no escaping. You saw it for yourself. I used both the granite and hell lava surge skills. Yet I could not budge an inch. Xiaofeng's second soul skill possesses incredible resilience and binding capability, unafraid of my flames, which are derived from the Flame Lord's highest fire attribute. Yin glanced at Xie Yu, continuing, I just asked Xiaofeng. That was his second soul skill called Shadow Bind, an almost 5,000-year level control skill. With your martial spirit's moon blade cutting ability, I fear you too would struggle to break its hold. Xie Yu inhaled sharply, realizing that if Yin could not escape such a soul skill, his own chances were slim. Alas, how embarrassing it is to be bested by Xiaofeng's single soul skill. At this, Yin sighed heavily. Observing his demeanor, Xie Yu was unsure how to console him, merely patting his shoulder and saying, Do not worry, no one will mock you. Meanwhile, Hulaina stifled her laughter. Having defeated one competitor, it was now time for her brother. Brother, it's your turn, she reminded him. All right, Xie Yu nodded. Just before he ascended the arena, Hulaina raised her small fist, playfully encouraging him. Brother, do your best, but don't lose too badly. Xie Yu stumbled slightly. While the first part of her statement was encouraging, the latter half was bewildering. His spirit felt deflated, the warmth of encouragement overshadowed by her teasing. With a resigned shake of his head, he leaped onto the soul dual platform. Standing opposite Yi Qifeng, he tentatively proposed, Xiaofeng, could you refrain from using your second soul skill? Its binding ability is too formidable. Even Yin could not escape. If you refrain from it, I want to employ my strongest attack skill. How about that? At this moment, Xie Yu found himself in an awkward position. He had previously requested that his opponent refrain from employing a certain soul skill, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially since his adversary, Yi Qifeng, was 3 years his junior. A hint of crimson crept onto Xie Yu's cheeks as he felt a wave of shyness wash over him. No problem, I can comply. Yi Qifeng replied with a nod of agreement. Drawing from the memories of his past life, he sought information about Xie Yu, discovering that the so-called most potent attack skill he referred to was likely his self-created soul skill, Full Moon. This technique allowed one to combat beyond their own realm, boasting formidable attack and lethality. However, it came with a caveat. It consumed a substantial amount of soul power. Xie Yu could unleash this skill independently or in conjunction with Hulaina during their martial soul fusion technique, enchanting state. In this state, when they pooled their soul powers to execute Full Moon, its impact would be even more terrifying. Yet, it seemed that they had yet to develop this fusion technique, as Xie Yu had not heard Hulaina mention it. Subsequently, they introduced themselves, sharing their names, martial souls, and levels. Xie Yu, Martial Soul Moonblade, a rank 25 Weapon Soul Master, at your service. Yi Qifeng, Martial Soul Shadow, a rank 25 Battle Soul Master, at your service. The soul battle commenced. Xie Yu summoned his martial soul, the Moonblade, as 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, swirling around him. Xie Yu wielded not one, but 2 Moonblades, each 4 feet long, their entire surfaces a deep crimson, curving like crescent moons. These blades could be utilized separately or combined to form a complete circle of moonlight. When wielded separately, he could unleash soul skills with both hands, while combining them allowed him to execute his powerful self-created soul skill, Full Moon. Generally speaking, weapons like the Moonblade, which were crescent-shaped, were notoriously difficult to control. A moment's inattention could lead to self-injury. Yet, Xie Yu handled them with remarkable finesse, showcasing his exceptional skill. At that moment, Yi Qifeng unleashed his first soul skill. Black Blade, Dark Moon. He intoned the soul incantation, and his first soul ring illuminated with an enchanting purple glow. Upon witnessing this, Xieyu's eyes widened with caution, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. However, no soul skill assaulted him, nor did he feel any control over himself. Confusion flickered in his mind. Isn't Little Feng a control-type soul master? His second soul skill is a binding type, which falls under control. Logically, his first soul skill should also be control-oriented. Quickly, Xieyu's confusion was resolved, though it only deepened his intrigue. As the first soul ring on Yi Qifeng glimmered, a jet-black aura, dark as ink, surged forth from the ring, swiftly coalescing into a peculiar hilt before Yi Qifeng. He grasped it firmly. The moment he held the hilt, the black aura surged, rapidly extending outward until it fully materialized into an elongated blade. In the next instant, an extraordinary black knife, shrouded in that black aura, came into Xieyu's view. Below the stage, Yin gaped in astonishment, his forehead brimming with question marks. He turned to Hu Laina beside him and asked in bewilderment, "Hey, Laina, wasn't Little Feng's martial soul a humanoid, one called Shadow? How did it transform into a knife? Could it be that Little Feng's martial soul is a weapon soul?" Hu Laina shook her head, smiling gently as she clarified, "No, that is Little Feng's first soul skill." Yin was momentarily dumbfounded, feeling somewhat foolish. What? Soul skills can transform into weapons? I've never heard of that before. With a serene smile, Hu Laina elaborated. Little Feng told me that it is referred to as a weapon-type soul skill. Weapon-type soul skills are exceedingly rare, originating from certain unique and rare soul beasts. When employing a weapon-type soul skill, a weapon is summoned, and Little Feng's first soul skill is called Black Blade, Dark Moon, with the soul ring deriving from an 1100-year-old Black Blade Shadow Weasel.